Chapter 1, Prologue. I used to think that I was a genius, but when I look back at it now, it's so embarrassing that I might just go crazy. However, the fact remains I truly believe that I was a genius. At the start, I did have enough talent to allow for such a misguided belief. During my childhood, I had no trouble when it came to learning new things, and I was able to improve my skills at a faster rate than others. However, things were only easy at the beginning. Although I improved faster than everyone else at first, when things really got going, I slowed down to match the others' pace. I didn't think much of it at first since I thought that these things could happen. After all, wasn't I still improving little by little? I can still do it. Why? Because I'm a genius. In the end, I was forced to accept the reality that I had tried so hard to reject. I wasn't a genius. It was all thanks to meeting a real genius, one who I couldn't even compare to, that I was finally forced out of this ridiculous and childish delusion. The me who thought I was a genius was but a frog in a well. Inside the comfort of my little well, I had gotten drunk on a false sense of superiority. Meanwhile, the real geniuses were already flying through the open sky. I hated that genius. I felt my killing intent rising whenever I heard him spout nonsense about how anyone could possibly be able to do what he had done if they really tried. Whether or not he really believed what he said, or he was just looking down on the efforts of someone less talented than himself, it still made me feel like shit. Are you jealous? Fuck jealousy. You're the one who started talking shit first. I just returned the favor, so how the fuck am I being jealous? I didn't think that you'd take it like that. I was just feeling sorry for you. Feeling sorry? What? If you just tried a little harder, just what do you know that makes you think you're qualified to preach about hard work? You could be a lot better than you are now. Hey, I'm doing perfectly fine, thanks. Your standards are just too damn high. Do you really think that everyone can be like you? Since you're a genius, don't assume that everyone else is capable of doing what you do. Got that? I can't be as great as you. Fuck off. I could barely squeeze out these words. A gaping hole was running through my chest. To try and treat my wound, they were desperately casting magic and pouring out drops of the precious elixir, but it was pointless. No, please no. She's crying? I never expected a girl like her to make that sort of expression for me, even though we argued about everything. And she always had a nasty look on her face whenever she talked to me. I guess she still got a little attached to our quarrels. That's why I told you. Just go back. Why did you have to be so stubborn and keep following a Sienna? For now, just put that away. My voice wasn't coming out the way I wanted it to. It was probably because of all the blood rising up my throat. I don't need the elixir. You don't have enough of them to be wasting one here. Don't be foolish. But, enough. I'm the one who knows my own body best. There's no way I'll survive. I'll be dead soon. I was dying. I had resigned myself to this fact, even before my chest had been pierced. In the first place, my body was so broken that it must have looked like I was embarking on a fool's errand. They told me to turn back and wait for them, but I had ignored all their worries and their lectures to follow them up to this point. I could have avoided it. His voice was as cold as ever. This son of a bitch. It looks like he'll be a pain to deal with until the very end. So there was no need for you to do this. Didn't I tell you to fuck off already? Even though it's so hard to talk right now, why does he keep yapping at me like this? You should have known that as well. His expression showed that he just couldn't understand. There was a chance that he was correct. Even though it might have looked like a desperate crisis to the others, it probably hadn't seemed all that dangerous to him. Didn't I know that? Of course I did. After all, we've been traveling together for so long. So I knew just what kind of an unspeakable monster he was. And even among all those who called him a monster, I was especially familiar with his abilities. There was no need for you to die like this. Then how else was I supposed to die? He should know it as well. How much of a miracle it was for me to have come this far. Without him, I would never have made it here. At least like this, it's an honorable death. It was so hard to get my voice out. But I had to say this. I would become nothing but a burden if I went on with you, but I didn't want to turn back either. And I didn't want to try and live an ordinary life with this crippled body of mine. Since you're so talented, you really didn't need me to cover for you, right? Even though I knew this, I still threw my body in the way. My body that was no longer able to move properly, just for a moment, moved exactly as I wanted it to. Thanks to that, I was able to push this detestable bastard out of the way, and I ended up with this huge hole in my chest. I'm tired now, so just get going already. Slowly, it was becoming even harder to speak. It felt like my own voice was coming to me from a distance, and from even farther away, I could hear the sound of weeping. My body was so heavy that I couldn't even move a finger. Everything in front of me was growing dark. Thanks. In my final moments, I heard his voice. Bastard, if you're going to say it, why didn't you say it sooner? Still, it made me feel good. After all, this was the first time I'd ever heard him thank me. Wah. What the fuck? Chapter 2. The Stupid Hamel. Demon Slayer, God of War, Master of all. These were some of the many titles given to the great Vermouth. But among all these titles, there was one that best described him, that of the hero. 300 years ago, our hero, the great Vermouth, set out on an adventure along with his companions. It was an old fairy tale that had been read to him ever since he could walk. It was about the adventures of the great Vermouth, the wise Sienna, the faithful Annis, the brave Molon, and the stupid Hamel. All the others get called great, wise, faithful, or brave, so why am I the only one who gets called stupid? Whenever his nanny read him this tale as a bedtime story, a raging fire was stoked in Eugene Lionhart's chest. If only he could speak properly instead of babbling, or if, at the very least, he could move his body properly. Even that blockhead Molon got packaged as the brave one. So, why am I the stupid one? Did the two of us get switched at some point? No matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't understand how they had come up with the brave Molon. The brave? They don't know jack shit about him. More like the foolish Molon. The stupid Hamel was always jealous of Vermouth. Hamel called Vermouth, who was better than him at everything, his rival. Although no one else actually agreed with this. The bastard who wrote this must have been someone who I beat up in the past, Eugene spat out as he ground his teeth in anger. Actually, it wasn't that difficult to understand why the contents of the story were like this. These bedtime stories were aimed at children, so they needed to be easy to read as well as fun and educational. Hamel was constantly running ahead of Vermouth. He kept this up even when they reached the crossroad leading to the Demon King's castle. Although Vermouth said they needed to go right, Hamel was stubborn and insisted on going left. Bullshit. Eventually, Vermouth agreed to listen to Hamel. However, along the path they took, a devilish trap was lying in wait for them. Stupid Hamel. He shouted boastfully that the Demon King had laid a trap for them because the Demon King was afraid of him. What an idiot. The 10-year-old Eugene clenched his fist tightly. He might have already read this story hundreds of times, but each time he reached this point in the story, rage welled up within him. Hamel was a troublemaker. He had a fiery personality, so he frequently ended up fighting with his companions. They got that part right. After many adventures, Vermouth and his companions entered the Demon King's castle. Even after entering the Demon King's castle, stupid Hamel refused to listen to Vermouth. Hamel, who kept running ahead, couldn't avoid any of the traps, and thanks to that, Vermouth and his companions experienced many crises. Like this bastard even knows what it was like, scolded Eugene through gritted teeth. The traps in the hellish Demon King's castle weren't something one could avoid just because they wanted to, so even though they had known that traps laid ahead, they still had no choice but to break through forcefully. Hamel was always arguing with his companions. Stupid Hamel. Rude Hamel. However, Hamel loved his companions. Hamel, who was covered in scars, sacrificed himself for his companions instead of running away. In his final moments, while cradled in the arms of his loving comrades, Hamel regretted that he had never been honest with them. Sienna, he said, I've always liked you. I didn't like her. Annis, please pray for me. I didn't say that. Molon, you're the bravest warrior. That bastard was just a blockhead. Vermouth, make sure to defeat the Demon King. Vermouth swore an oath on Hamel's tears that he would definitely defeat the Demon King. At these words, Hamel peacefully closed his eyes. There was nothing more to see after this. With a furrowed brow, Eugene closed the book. So my character was sacrificed for the sake of a good bedtime story. Callous children had been taught a lesson about how even someone like stupid Hamel could hide a righteous heart inside his chest. He had sacrificed himself for his comrades, and he had even regretted being dishonest. Fuck, did they really have to sell my good name for such a cheap lesson? Even though he had read it several times, he still got angry every time. Finally, venting his rage, he threw the book across the room. He secretly desired to find the person who had written the story and beat them to a pulp. But the author of this book, which had already been around for 300 years, was anonymous. Vermouth, Sienna, Annis, and Molon, you four are also to blame, you bastards. How could you allow a fairy tale like this to be written? Damn you, Sienna. Even though you cried like that when I snuffed it, did none of you even consider protecting your dead colleague's honor? He suspected that might actually be the case, or at least he did once he had recovered from his outburst and caught his breath. After all, it wasn't like they could have expected that Hamel would be reincarnated with a complete memory of his past life. Damn reincarnation. Eugene recalled all the time he had spent crying in his crib. In his opinion, his years of infancy were just as torturous as going through the Demon King's castle. On top of his thoughts being fuzzy, he couldn't even move or speak properly. So he was forced to spend every day of those long and terrible years chewing on a pacifier or staring up at the mobile hanging from the ceiling. There was a reason why, as a 10-year-old, he had such a foul look in his eyes. From a young age, he had been forced to kill time by just staring into the distance. Eugene released a heavy breath as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. I'm fine with reincarnation, but why'd I have to get reborn as one of Vermouth's descendants? Vermouth's surname was Lionhart. If I'm going to get reincarnated, aren't there a lot of places that I could have gone to? So why, of all things, did I get stuck with Vermouth's bloodline? Anyone else might have celebrated having such a powerful background, but there was no way that Eugene, who still had the memories of his previous life, could do that. All his life, he had wanted to outshine Vermouth. Although he hadn't yelled about being rivals, as the story claimed he did, it was true that Hamel had tended to be conscious of the guy throughout their journey. In the end, he hadn't been able to escape Vermouth's shadow. No matter how hard he practiced and strived, he still couldn't shorten the distance between them. The Great Vermouth. Eugene raised his head and looked at the large portrait hanging on the wall. The Vermouth depicted within it looked exactly the same as his memories from his past life. The stupid Hamel. He took a mirror out of his vest and looked at his reflection. The face of a 10-year-old child looked back, one who didn't resemble Vermouth in the slightest. However, since his last name was Lionhart, he really was a descendant of Vermouth. At first, he had thought that this was all just a long dream following his death. However, he had long since come to accept that this was his new reality. The stupid Hamel had reincarnated as the descendant of the Great Vermouth. During his lifetime, Vermouth had many concubines alongside his legal wife. He wasn't someone who seemed overly interested in women, but I guess he changed with age. The Vermouth from Eugene's memories wasn't just abstinent, he was practically ascetic. To think that such a man would end up with 10 concubines and a whole host of descendants. In the end, he was still human after all, so I guess I get it. Only the descendants of the legal wife were recognized as the direct lineage of Vermouth. Although Eugene's family was also surnamed Lionhart, they were only of a collateral line. Even so, it wasn't like they were left destitute. Although it might not be much compared to the main estate in the capital, Eugene's family mansion was lavish enough to seem showy in its rural surroundings. So even though they were just collateral descendants, they were still being treated according to their station. Within this spacious mansion, the gigantic gymnasium especially showcased its majesty. Descendants who inherited the blood of the Great Vermouth, the hero, the god of war, the master of all, were not allowed to neglect their training. These words had been hammered into Eugene from a young age. Not again. Gerhard Lionhart looked down at his 10-year-old son with tired eyes. While he had also been diligent in training from a young age, his young son had already put all his past efforts to shame. Although he might also be a descendant of the Great Vermouth, Gerhard actually had no talent for the martial arts. It really did break. Whenever he saw his son, he couldn't help but feel mixed emotions. From Eugene's behavior, which wasn't like a child's to his sharp eyes that didn't hold a shred of innocence, Gerhard felt there was always some distance between them. Even though Eugene had lost his mother when he was young, Gerhard had never once seen his son cry out for his dead wife. And that wasn't all. His son's talent was great, so great that it was hard to believe that they shared the same blood. He's a monster. Although this wasn't an appropriate thought to have about his only son, Gerhard couldn't help but feel fear at times. He was only 10 years old, a child who had yet to even dabble with mana, but his skill when wielding a wooden sword needed to be seen to be believed. I was just swinging it, and it broke. Eugene lowered the sword with a click of his tongue. The wooden sword had been embedded with an iron core, making it too heavy to handle with just the strength of a child. Even so, Eugene had insisted on using a sword like this one ever since he was 7 years old. At first, Gerhard had thought it was just childish stubbornness. He had even thought it would be cute to see Eugene try and wield it with tears in his eyes. However, it had already been 3 years since then. Now, Eugene could wield this sort of heavy wooden sword with ease, and had even gone on to add sandbags when the initial weight proved insufficient. Gerhard gulped as he looked down at the floor, which was strewn with pieces of a broken wooden sword and a completely shattered practice dummy. How long had it been since the dummy was last replaced? Around 3 days. But this wasn't anything to be surprised about. Every single one of the practice dummies in the gymnasium had to be replaced at some point. The village blacksmith's skills are garbage, Eugene growled. Although these words were too harsh to come from a child's mouth, Gerhard didn't bother to point this out. That was just part of Eugene's innate character. Gerhard had struggled to correct his son's manners throughout his childhood, but Eugene's wild nature hadn't changed a bit. Doesn't he feel ashamed to accept money in exchange for this crap? He should be summoned and given a thrashing. But father, you are just too merciful. That's, don't waste your time thinking about that. Next time, we'll get something a little more durable. Don't bother with the practice dummy. Just get me a whole block of high-purity iron. It's just going to get smacked by a wooden sword, so there's no need to give it a shape. Gerhard just stared at his son, unable to find the words. He noticed that his son now had such a hardened physique, it was hard to believe he was just 10. To be honest, if they fought barehanded, he suspected that he might even lose. Father to caveman Gerhard was unable to feel pure joy regarding his son's talent. Was it because he felt that his son was a monster? No, that wasn't the reason. Among the many feelings that Gerhard had for his son, there was also a sense of pride. Unlike his father, Eugene had been born with brilliant talent, so how could he not feel pride? However, along with this pride came a sense of guilt. It was an indisputable fact that, as a father, he was lacking in influence. Just because the descendants of Vermouth were all Lionharts, it didn't mean that the families were all treated the same. It had already been hundreds of years since Gerhard's branch of the family was forced out into the countryside, and they mostly went ignored, even among the collateral branches. Should he tell his son about the reality of the situation? No, it would be better not to. After all, wasn't such a topic too difficult for a young child to understand? Can't I just use a real sword? Without even considering it, Gerhardt bitterly shook his head. You can't do that yet. Because of the bloodline continuation ceremony? That's right. If you take part in the bloodline continuation ceremony 3 years from now, you'll be allowed to wield a real sword. Isn't it fine if we just keep it a secret between the two of us? Something like that is not allowed. Because I am a Lionheart, I can't just ignore family traditions. The bloodline continuation ceremony was a Lionheart family tradition that took place once every 10 years. During the ceremony, all children from the ages of 10 to 15 who bore the name Lionheart, both direct and collateral descendants, were called to the main estate. The reason for this ceremony was simple. It was to decide who among them were best suited to carry the Lionheart name. After all, wasn't it an embarrassment to claim to be the descendants of the hero without first proving it? So until that day, they weren't allowed to wield a sharp and true weapon until the bloodline continuation ceremony was over. What a stupid tradition. Eugene didn't allow his thoughts to slip out. However, whenever he heard anything about the bloodline continuation ceremony or the family's traditions, he felt disgust and disbelief churn in the pit of his stomach. The only purpose that the bloodline continuation ceremony served was to suppress the collateral descendants. The children of the collateral lines weren't allowed to wield real weapons until after the bloodline continuation ceremony. They also weren't allowed to train their mana. However, the children of the direct line residing in the capital estate were free to wield any weapon they wanted, regardless of their age, and they started learning how to use mana as soon as they could walk. That's what it's all about. They want to beat it into them from a young age that the collateral descendants can never outdo the direct descendants. This act of bullying was so obvious that even a child could see it. Much less Eugene, who, although young in body, had the mind of an adult. Gerhardt couldn't see what was going on inside his son's head. However, he got some idea of what Eugene was feeling from his sullen expression. Although he thought the sight of his frustrated son's face was quite cute, his guilt grew even heavier. If only he was born to the direct line. His son's talent was brilliant, but clear limitations were placed on the Lionheart family's collateral descendants. In the bloodline continuation ceremony 3 years from now, although his son was so outstanding that it was hard to believe he was still a child, there was no way he could compete with the true inheritors who had grown up in the main household. Such a reality made Gerhardt feel tormented. If only he had been born without talent like his father, then Eugene wouldn't have to feel the gap between his innate talent and the challenges posed by reality. Why do you have that sort of look on your face, father? No, it's nothing. As if. You can clearly tell that he's blaming himself again for not being able to give me the best opportunities. Eugene clicked his tongue as he stared at Gerhardt. Because of his clear memories from his previous life, it was difficult to regard Gerhardt as his father. However, it was impossible to deny that he had been reborn as Gerhardt's son. Father, it's been a long time, so why don't we do some fighting? What? I said play fighting. Eugene didn't mention the word spar. He was trying to be considerate of his father's feelings if his 10-year-old son were to challenge him to a spar. That's why he used the word play instead, but Gerhardt's expression still froze in horror. Gerhardt first felt the weight of his gut dragging him down. Then he looked at his son's arm brandishing the iron-cord wooden sword like a toy. Let's leave that for next time. If his 10-year-old son were to accidentally use his full strength while playing, Gerhardt quickly retreated while sweating buckets. Just thinking about it. Eugene giggled as he watched his father make his escape. Chapter 3. The Lionheart 1. In the legends and pictures from the fairytales, the image of Vermouth with the holy sword was always in center place. But according to Eugene's memories, the holy sword wasn't as great of a weapon as the stories made it out to be. Though it did shine pretty brightly, it provided all sorts of help in the dimly lit Demon King's castle, but that was it really. In the first place, as the holy sword was more of a ceremonial sword with an emphasis on appearance rather than function, Vermouth didn't actually like to use it that much. It was to the extent where it was only taken out occasionally to deal with especially tough demons. Vermouth was a master of many different weapons, which had gained him the titles of God of War and Master of All. That guy would pull all sorts of weapons out of his subspace whenever he needed to use something in particular. And on top of all that, he was also good at magic, thought Eugene. Throughout his life, Hamel had never learned any magic. I'd like to think that if I had devoted some time to cracking it, I'd have been better than the average Joe. But even if that were the case, at that time, he hadn't spared magic a single glance. Back when he was a child and still thought he was a genius, the idea of learning magic had never even crossed his mind. That would probably have continued to be the case even if I hadn't met Vermouth. Hamel had gone through a lot of changes after meeting Vermouth. In this world, there were people called geniuses who could excel at everything they tried. Young Hamel had believed himself to be such a genius, but an encounter with a true genius had shattered this childish delusion. He learned that he wasn't a genius. But now, with a click of his tongue, Eugene tilted his head. I have memories of my past life. If that was all I had, then I could easily become as strong as I was back then. He was certain of this. However, Eugene didn't want to be satisfied with reaching just that level of strength. Since he had even reincarnated like this, what meaning would there be in staying at the same level that he had reached in his previous life? After all, he had been reincarnated as a descendant of that Vermouth. Vermouth, thought Eugene as he massaged his thick arms, it looks like there really is something to your blood. Even if a child worked out, they weren't physically able to put on much muscle. However, Eugene had no choice but to admit that, apart from the size of the muscles, his new body was perfect. Although he might not have bulked up, his whole body was wiry and flexible, and it was hard to imagine that a child's body could have such dense musculature. His bones were equally sturdy. Even if he pushed his body to the breaking point, it didn't cause any sequelae, and even serious injuries healed quickly. Although my previous body was already good enough to be mistaken for a genius, there's no comparison. It's enough to make me understand how you could have gotten so strong. From the start, the base specs of their bodies had been different. This fact brought feelings of both joy and bitterness to Eugene. If he had had a body like this in his previous life, it's pointless to think about it. Shaking his head, Eugene rid himself of the idea. His past life belonged in the past. Since he had been reincarnated like this, why bother with the regrets of his previous life? With these thoughts in mind, Eugene attempted to shed his attachments to the past. However, he couldn't quite let go of his regrets. After all, wasn't the only thing that Hamel had left behind as his legacy was that fucking insulting nickname of the stupid Hamel? And what about the others? After returning to his homeland in the Kiel Empire, the great Vermouth served as a duke before eventually returning the title. He was praised as a hero until the very end. The Kiel Empire held a state funeral for Vermouth's death, and even now, the anniversary of Vermouth's death was commemorated by the Empire. As for the wise Sienna, that uncute girl was invited to the magic kingdom of Eroth, where she became the youngest person in history to rise to the position of a magic tower's head wizard. Although there were only 5 magic towers in Eroth, 2 of them currently had one of Sienna's direct disciples serving as their heads. The faithful Annis, that rotten woman, had actually ended up being canonized as a saint by the Holy Empire of Eurus. Her teachings were so respected that they were even being passed down as a separate volume of scripture, and Eugene just couldn't believe what the brave Molon was said to have done. It was claimed that Molon, that blockhead, had actually founded a kingdom. Did he really manage to gather all the refugees from the lands that had been ravaged by the Demon King's forces and establish a kingdom in his own name? And here's the part that I'm finding the most difficult to understand. Eugene furrowed his brow. Whenever his thoughts turned to this matter, it was always at this point that he felt a familiar surge of rage. It seems like everyone was doing just fine until they died, so why are the demons still around? In his past life as Hamel, he and his companions had ventured into the devildom of Vermouth. While leading the subjugation forces sent from every country, they had killed 3 of the 5 demon kings. Stupid Hamel then died at the 4th demon king's castle. He clearly remembered that, at the moment of his death, he had believed that Vermouth and his other companions would definitely slay the remaining demon kings. However, how were things in reality? The world was at peace, of course. The demon kings no longer held any ambitions of conquering the world, and it was all due to the oath that the great Vermouth had made with the demon kings. Why did he end up making an oath like that? Weren't we supposed to wipe them all out? He didn't know the reasons behind it. But in any case, the war with the demon kings was over, and the world was at peace. A peace that had lasted for over 300 years, and continued to the present day. Perchance, are you feeling a bit nervous? Eugene lifted his head, as he heard a voice speaking to him. He was currently riding inside of a luxurious carriage. A middle-aged man with a stiff face was sitting in the seat across from him. It's because this is my first time in the capital, Eugene muttered as he looked out of the window. He had left behind his mansion in the countryside and arrived at the nearest city after a day's travel in a horse-drawn carriage. Then, after going through several warp gates, he had finally stepped foot in the capital. I understand how you feel, the man sympathized with Eugene. The man's name was Gordon. He was a knight who had sworn allegiance to the main house of Lionhart, and he was currently serving as Eugene's escort. Master Eugene, would you mind if I give you a piece of advice? Sure. If you're already feeling nervous, then every day spent at the main estate will feel extremely tortuous. There wasn't a single sign of amusement on Gordon's face, and even though these words had been offered as advice, there wasn't a trace of concern either. Sensing this, Eugene grinned. Thank you for your advice, Sir Gordon. Eugene was well aware of his current plight. As they weren't part of the direct bloodline, the reality was that the collateral descendants were forced to treat even the knights who had been assigned to escort them with wary respect, much less Eugene's household, who were beneath the notice of even the other collateral branches. Even so, I'm still a Lionheart. They only sent a single knight to escort me, and my father wasn't allowed to accompany me either. Without dropping his smile, Eugene turned back to stare out the window. Although they aren't being too obvious about it, they're really trying to put us in our place. I guess they're getting a head start by crushing our spirits? Bastards. Vermouth, this is all because you went and sowed your seeds all over the place. Eugene imagined how things might unfold in the near future. Seeing as how they were already trying to crush his spirit, he would probably be subjected to even more blatant oppression the moment he arrived at the main house. Maybe they'll gather all their knights to welcome us, and then loudly announce exactly who is arriving and how humble their background is. No, they would save that sort of thing for those who were actually being treated as competition. Seeing how they had only sent one knight to escort him, they probably wouldn't even bother to arrange a welcoming ceremony for him. How many people are participating in this year's bloodline continuation ceremony? Including Master Eugene, there are 6 people from the collateral lines. In addition, 3 heirs from the main house will also be participating. 3 from the main house? Although Eugene had pitched his voice in an attempt to feign surprise, he had already known in advance who was attending this year's bloodline continuation ceremony. This was all thanks to Gerhardt taking special precautions. Of the 3 people from the direct bloodline, one was the first wife's son, and the other 2 were twins born from the second wife. Within the 5 from the other collateral bloodlines, the only ones who needed to be paid any attention were the 2 from families who had gained quite the prestige despite being collateral bloodlines. I think the oldest was only 15, and there are those even younger than me. Eugene was 13 years old. Upon recalling his current age, he couldn't hold back a sigh. All because of this tradition. Was he really being asked to compete with 10-year-olds? Eugene, whatever you do, don't try to compete with the children of the main house. No matter how excellent you are, you won't be an opponent for the children of the direct bloodline. That's why you should. Eugene recalled the gloomy expression that Gerhardt had held at that time. His father couldn't hide his fear that his son might fall into despair once he encountered the children of the main household. Still, I can't help but feel excited to see how talented Vermouth's descendants are. Eugene tore his eyes away from the window. They had already passed by all the splendid scenery the capital had to offer, and now the carriage was leaving the city behind and entering a forest. From this point on, we have entered the Lionhart estate. The forest was surrounded by tall walls. Ah, but there's no need to be in a hurry to get your things ready. We still have a long way to go from here. Even though he hadn't been getting ready to leave the carriage at all, Gordon still smiled as he gave this teasing advice. I get it, you bastard. Must be nice to have such a large estate. It's not even your land, so why are you acting so smug? Whoa, so this whole forest is the private property of the main house? Yep. If it's this large, isn't it inconvenient getting around? There are warp gates installed everywhere. Is that so? Then why am I currently riding in a carriage? That's because we couldn't even be bothered to give Master Eugene permission to use the warp gates. While holding this back and forth conversation inside his head, Eugene continued to stare outside the window. Just as Gordon had said, the carriage finally came to a stop after driving on for quite some time. After opening the door on his side and getting down from the carriage, Gordon walked over to open the door for Eugene. Welcome to the Lionhart family's main estate, Gordon said politely, with a bow of his head. The mansion was visible through the wide-open gates. Just as expected, not a single person had come out to welcome him. The Lionhart. Eugene slowly raised his gaze. White flags lined the path leading up from the main gate entrance, and a brave lion was embroidered in the center of each flag. This was the personal sigil of the main house. Vermouth's Lionhart. Eugene looked down at his own chest. His clothes were bare of any decoration. Only Vermouth Lionhart's direct descendants were allowed to have the lion sigil sewn onto their left chest. If only I had also left descendants. In his previous life, Hamel had neither married anyone nor had any children. No, it's a good thing I didn't have any. If that were the case, I would have been left with some pointless regrets. Still, seeing the family's flags lined up like this, he couldn't help but feel regret for his past life. Have any of my other relatives arrived yet? Master Eugene is the first to arrive. Hooray, Eugene thought with a nod of his head. The place where Eugene was led to was an annex built off of the main hall. On the way there, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of a single relative who bore the lion on their chest that showed they belonged to the main family. Why were they being so aloof? Shouldn't they at least feel some curiosity and come to take a look at the arrival of their 13-year-old relative? But at least he wasn't being received with complete rudeness. Upon arriving at the annex, he found that a single personal attendant had been attached to him. The female servant greeted him, "Please call me Nina." Though from the looks of it, she was a young girl who wasn't much older than Eugene, Eugene couldn't muster up much dissatisfaction for this. "If there is anything you need, please ring this bell," Nina said as she bowed her head and handed Eugene a small bell. She was probably in her late teens, at the very most. "Do you mind if I speak comfortably?" "Of course, please do so." "Am I the only one using this entire annex?" Eugene asked as he looked around the spacious annex. He was only asking for the sake of confirmation. Eugene knew that this couldn't really be the case. For one thing, Nina was far too young to oversee an entire annex by herself. I'm afraid that is not the case, but there shouldn't be any discomfort during your stay. So, you're saying that I'm going to be living with some other relatives, Eugene confirmed. Yes. You know when they'll be arriving? They all should arrive within 4 days, at the very latest. Eugene snorted at this reply, because this just meant that he would be stuck here for 4 days. Is there a gymnasium around the back? Huh? Yes. Do I need permission from the main house to practice my swings with a wooden sword? Because that's just what I'm going to do, Eugene declared with a smile as he headed straight to the gym. With a helpless look on her face, Nina trailed behind Eugene. Chapter 4. The Lionhart 2. Who is Gerhard again? He's that guy, the one who lives in a corner of the Gittal province. And where exactly is the Gittal province? It's at the westernmost part of the empire. What's the point? It isn't like we'll ever need to go to such a rural area. Two children giggled mockingly as they gossiped about the new arrival. These two were Cyan and Seal, fraternal twins born to the second wife of the main house. Though their mother was the second wife, it was no secret that the patriarch favored her over the official first wife. Such circumstances made these two 13-year-old children prideful enough to hold their noses so high in the air that they pointed straight at the sky. That bastard's name is, Cyan trailed off. I heard it's Eugene, and that he's the same age as us, Seal said. So what? It's not like we're going to be friends just because our ages are similar, Cyan declared arrogantly while giggling. Looking at the annex in the distance, he continued speaking. I heard that this is his first time in the capital. Gordon told me earlier that he couldn't take his eyes off the window the whole time he was in the carriage. Well, it's understandable. He comes from a nowhere location like the Gittal province, after all. Does that place have anything to see other than forests and fields? Cyan asked his sister. How should I know? I've never been there before either, but that's probably the case since it's out in the country. Did you hear if he got motion sickness from the warp gate? Seal asked in return. I heard that he had a nauseous expression on his face. So it looks like he didn't end up vomiting. How disappointing. If he had ended up vomiting, I was thinking of making him clean the carriage, Seal said with a mischievous smile. At this prankish reply from his sister, who was younger than him by a few seconds, Cyan clicked his tongue and shook his finger at her. Idiot. You want to order him to clean the carriage? He doesn't need to have thrown up. What are you saying? Seal asked. Since that brat came here from the countryside, then his body must reek of cow dung. In my opinion, he's probably lifted more pitchforks in his entire life than wooden swords, said Cyan scornfully. Aha! Seal exclaimed in enlightenment. Since he rode in the carriage for a few days, the smell of cow dung clinging to his body must have rubbed off onto the carriage as well, Cyan elaborated. Ugh, how nasty, Seal said, her face twisting into a disgusted expression as she stuck out her tongue. However, her disgust was isolated to her expression, as her eyes were instead filled with mischievous playfulness. The carriage he rode in is our family's property. No matter what our relationship, if the carriage was dirtied because of him, then he should be held accountable, right? Cyan asked. Yep, that's right, Seal agreed. I just so happened to hear that as soon as that brat arrived at the annex, he went straight to the gym and started swinging a wooden sword, Cyan said. What a show off, Seal burst into laughter. The twins, who had been born on the same day, had always gotten along well. Well, it is his first time in the capital, and he's also arrived at the main estate. That's probably why he's putting on such a pretense, Cyan sneered. Putting on a pretense? Just say it like it is, brother. He's trying to show off. Seal kept on laughing as she slapped her brother's arm in amusement. However, in contrast, Cyan put on a stern look and straightened his back. Speaking of this stupid relative of ours, it seems that he must have come to the bloodline continuation ceremony with high expectations of himself. It looks like he wasn't properly educated by his father. Yep, Seal agreed with her brother. First, he ruins the carriage by getting his smell everywhere, and now he's trying to show off to the adults by pretending to be training. How cheeky of him, Cyan said. Looks like he needs to be punished, said Seal. Hey now, punishment is going a bit too far. Why don't we just remind him about things he should and shouldn't do? It's for his own good. After all, we wouldn't want him to get scolded by the grown-ups later. You're too nice, brother. Seal gave her full agreement with a grin despite knowing her brother's true intentions. These young twins had long since learned that sneaky pranks like this were much more fun than outright bullying. Let's go. Cyan led the way with a forceful cry. Seal skipped along behind him before turning her head as she felt a gaze observing her from afar. The twins had been practicing mana since their childhood and could sense even intangible things like gazes. Within the majestic and splendid mansion, a young man stood in a window on the 3rd floor. After exchanging looks with Seal, he leaned back and pulled the curtain shut. Seal smiled bashfully at this sight and stuck out her tongue. Until the bloodline continuation ceremony, children of collateral lines weren't allowed to wield sharpened weapons. While Eugene had absolutely no respect for such a ridiculous tradition, his father Gerhard would never dare to ignore a Lionhart family tradition. There were too many eyes in their mansion to keep it a secret from the main family. It's too light. Eugene's brow furrowed as he looked down at the wooden sword. He had wielded a wooden sword with an iron core ever since he was 7, and at the age of 12, he had begun practicing his swings with an iron bar that barely resembled a wooden sword. It might be covered with a thin layer of wood, but the wooden sword that Eugene had been wielding for over a year now was heavy enough to crush bones with a casual swing. However, it wasn't a sharpened weapon, so that was all right. Even if a greater amount of iron had been added to increase the weight, and it had grown to a size that few could even lift, it was still just a wooden sword. To perfectly control his body, Eugene had been training every single day, not wasting even a day lying around. Since he'd gotten a second chance through reincarnation, he had to make the most of his new life. But funnily, it wasn't his reason for working this hard. Eugene had been like this from the very beginning. Even when he'd been traveling with Vermouth and his other companions, he never missed a chance to train, unless it was unavoidable. That fucker still had the nerve to say that I wasn't working hard enough. Vermouth, that disgusting bastard. Eugene ground his teeth as he recalled that guy's dreary gaze. Eugene had come to realize that he was pushing his body far harder than he had in his previous life. Each time he pushed himself physically, it felt like his body was breaking through its previously imagined limits. He still couldn't be sure whether the body he had been born with as Vermouth's descendant was superior to Vermouth's own. However, it was clear that this body was far superior to that of stupid Hamel's. He hadn't even begun to dabble with mana. So, as a 13-year-old with a body that still wasn't fully grown, did it really make sense that he was able to wield such a heavy piece of iron? Don't you have any wooden swords that are heavier than this? It would be good if they were a bit bigger as well, Eugene asked. It felt like he had already swung it hundreds of times, but he was barely sweating. Eugene frowned and turned his head towards Nina. Also, I told you to stay in the shade over there. Why are you standing out here in the sunlight? I'm fine, Nina replied. As if you can be fine when you're sweating like that. Stop being so stubborn and go sit in the shade. No, hold on. Before that, do you have any other wooden swords? Even as Nina was sweating profusely, she had a perplexed look on her face. The person in front of her was a 13-year-old child from a collateral line. Still, as a junior servant of the main family, he wasn't someone that she could disregard. Although it might only be temporary, she had been assigned as his personal attendant, so it was impossible for her to rest in the shade while her master was training. The wooden swords are. The gymnasium storeroom should have all the ones available. Any other wooden swords would probably be in the main gymnasium. Can you get some here? I'm afraid that I can't be the judge of that. If you wish I could go and ask, but if that's the case then it's fine. You don't need to go. Eugene shook his head without any reluctance. He had heard from her earlier that Nina was only 16. She had only just gotten her apprenticeship qualifications, so he didn't want to make things difficult for her by making unreasonable demands. This is just too blatant. Eugene suppressed a grin as he put down the wooden sword. Why did they assign him a maid who was fresh out of her apprenticeship? Wasn't it obvious? If he were to take his frustrations out on her when the clumsy attendant made a mistake or caused disrespect, he'd be setting himself up to be punished instead. I don't know whose idea this was, but they sure are underhanded. If he were to keep swinging this wooden sword, he wouldn't even be able to warm up. Casually swinging his arms, Eugene headed over to the storeroom. This caused Nina to immediately try and catch up to him. Master Eugene, if there's anything you need, please instruct me instead. If it were anything else, then maybe, but if I'm going to use it to train, then I need to pick it myself. What would be the point if I told you to fetch something, but it didn't suit me? Should I just waste both our time by sending you over repeatedly until you get something I can use? Instead, if I fetch it myself, then it'll be over in a snap. The warehouse showed that it hadn't seen regular use in a while, because everything was covered in dust. Nina felt a cold sweat break out on her back as she saw the dust billowing in the wind. In fact, she had wanted to clean up this place for a few days now, but the maid in charge of the annex had rebuked her, saying it wasn't necessary, so it had been left like this. And my apologies, Nina said. What for? Eugene didn't pay any attention to Nina bowing her head in apology behind him. He wandered through the dust until he found what he had been looking for, sandbags that could be worn on the body. He also found something useful on a shelf. It was a chainmail vest that hadn't been properly greased and left covered in dust. Although it was much bigger than Eugene's torso, he liked the hefty weight he felt when he tried it on. After that, Eugene pulled out a large spear longer than his height. Is there anything I can help you with? Nina asked. Try stepping on this, Eugene said as he gestured at the spear that he had just pulled out and placed on the floor. Following his order, Nina stepped onto the spear. This kept it from rolling around, allowing Eugene to tie sandbags onto the spear. Nina watched on with an overwhelmed look in her eyes. Eugene was currently wearing a large chainmail vest several sizes, too big, and sandbags hanging from each arm. But on top of that, even more sandbags were being hung onto the spear. There's no way. Just from the looks of it, the spear alone had to be double Eugene's own weight. However, Eugene waved her off with a satisfied expression. You can move now. Why, yes. Eugene bent his knees and lifted the spear with both hands. Although he clenched his teeth for a moment at its dizzying weight, the way his muscles tensed and bones trembled filled him with joy. "Get back! No, even further! Just keep going until you reach the shade," Eugene instructed. "Why, yes." Startled, Nina stepped backward. After checking that Nina wasn't in the way, Eugene swung the spear in a wide arc. Whoosh! The spear was heavier than him, but because he had placed even more weight on himself, he didn't get dragged around by it. This was the secondary purpose of putting on the vest and hanging sandbags onto himself. While taking heavy steps, Eugene kept swinging the spear fiercely. Each time he swung, it felt like his arms were going to be pulled out of their sockets, and his waist, which controlled the rotation, screamed in pain. At this sight, Nina covered her mouth with a gasp. She felt that this exercise might cause a catastrophe beyond the means of recovery for such a young body. However, even as it seemed like Eugene would collapse at any moment, he stayed standing. Whenever his body seemed like it would falter, he instead swung the spear even faster. Then Eugene would force himself to arrest the increased momentum of the swing and immediately transition into a stabbing motion. Pop! He felt the calluses on both hands tear apart. This pain! He couldn't help but feel grateful that he wasn't wearing any gloves, as otherwise, he wouldn't be able to feel this pain. Eugene continued to swing the spear, giggling from pure joy. He compensated for his blood-soaked hands slipping on the spear shaft by holding on with even greater force. His eyes had turned red and bloodshot, and he was breathing rapidly from exerting too much strength. "Hey!" As Nina looked at this scene in awe, she was startled by a voice coming from beside her. "What is that bastard doing?" It was Cyan and Seal. The evil twins had caused countless maids to soak their pillowcases with tears. The two had crept right next to her, and their eyes were twinkling with curiosity. "Why, young master, young lady, what brings you here? I asked you what that bastard was doing," Cyan spat out with furrowed brows. He was displeased by the fact that this nameless servant hadn't immediately answered his question. Under the usual circumstances, he would have torn into her so thoroughly that she would never dare make that mistake again. But currently he was far more curious about what the villager was doing. "Can't you tell just by looking?" This reply didn't come from Nina. Taking a deep breath, Eugene stopped and lowered the spear onto the ground. "Do you know what this is?" Eugene asked as he kicked the spear. What was this bastard thinking? Cyan didn't answer immediately and instead narrowed his eyes, but Seal, standing beside him, grinned and answered. "You idiot, it's a spear of course. Don't you even know that?" "That's right, it's a spear," Eugene said. "So what?" Seal asked. "Since you know it's a spear, don't you know what swinging a spear is?" said Eugene. "I do know." "Then why were you asking her what I was doing?" "I wasn't the one who asked that. It was my brother who asked." "Then why don't you try and explain to that stupid brother of yours?" "Tell him that bastard is swinging a spear," Eugene said. Seal's eyes widened into circles at this insult. In contrast, Cyan's eyes became even thinner. "Stupid? Me? Seeing as how you didn't know what was going on when you were looking right at it, you don't seem all that smart." "Brother, that bumpkin is calling you an idiot." Seal giggled and poked Cyan in the side. Rather than being enraged like her brother, she instinctively knew that she could make the situation more interesting by arousing her brother's anger in this way. This weak goading from his younger, by a few seconds sibling was enough to make Cyan cry out, "You dare." Chapter 5. The Lionhart 3. Cyan wasn't a fool. Of course, he knew that Eugene had been holding a spear and swinging it as a training exercise. However, this was his first time seeing such an unscientific method of training. Wearing a chainmail vest several sizes too big, tying sandbags onto both arms, and swinging a spear that was also laden with sandbags. Could you really call that training? At least in Cyan's view, such a training method made no sense. It was far too barbaric and extreme. He was just recklessly swinging and stabbing a spear, without any semblance of style or technique, and he had so little control of his body that he was staggering here and there. How could something like that be called training? This country bumpkin. He's really working his ass off just for a little attention. While the chainmail vest might be large, seeing the state that it was in, it definitely had to have been made from the cheapest scrap iron. This meant that it couldn't be as heavy as it appeared. As for those sandbags, while they might seem hefty, looking at how they bounced as he moved, you could tell that, despite their thick leather casings, they were mostly empty. Even if he's hungry for attention, there should be a limit to his foolishness. Where does he get the nerve, coming here and playing this sort of trick? Actually, he could understand it. This guy was a bumpkin from a place out in the countryside that no one had ever heard of, and even among the collateral lines, Eugene was the lowest of the low. He had probably decided to pull off something like this on the first day after receiving some encouragement from his parents. Without performing a petty trick like this, there was no way he would be worthy of any attention. Though the fact that his attempt was so transparently fake made it kind of funny. However, unfortunately for him, this bumpkin daring to call Cyan an idiot wasn't at all amusing, and in fact it was enraging. Calming himself with a deep breath, Cyan pointed a finger at Eugene. "Apologize." For what? Asked Eugene. You dare pretend ignorance? Apologize for insulting my intelligence. Sorry about that, Eugene replied immediately. However, Cyan wasn't satisfied with this apology. He narrowed his eyes and raised his chin proudly. Lower your head and apologize more respectfully, Cyan demanded. Aren't we the same age? Eugene asked without moving his head an inch. You're 13. I'm also 13. That means we're pals of the same age, so why ask me to lower my head? There's no way that you and I can be friends. We're not friends? Then why have you been speaking to me so casually ever since you arrived? Eugene concealed the embarrassment he was feeling inside with a click of his tongue. He felt the urge to ask himself, just what do you think you're doing? Adding on the years from his previous life to his current age, he was well over 50 years old. With that much of an age difference, wasn't it just sad that he was getting into a fight with a 13-year-old brat, especially when that brat was one of his old rival's descendants? Well, so what? My past life is my past life. Right now, I'm also 13. When Cyan didn't respond, Eugene pressed him, as I said, what's with the way you've been talking to me? So you aren't just clueless about spears, but etiquette as well? This Cyan's eyes widened as words failed him. As someone who had been constantly indulged ever since he was young, he grew up spoiled and wasn't familiar with this kind of childish quarrel. This cheeky, the biggest advantage of being a child was that you could act on your emotions without any restraint whenever you wished. So although he wasn't familiar with this type of quarrel, Cyan relied on something that he was accustomed to, venting his emotions onto others. With large strides, he moved forwards until he was standing nose to nose with Eugene. You really don't know your place, just because your last name is Lionhart. Do you really think you're one of the same Lionharts as us? No, I have a pretty good idea of the difference. I'm from a collateral line, and you're from the direct line. Eugene lifted his finger and pointed towards the main family's mansion. That's your house over there. My house is, which direction was it in again? In any case, it's far away from here. Even knowing all that, you still dare to posture in front of me? Cyan accused. I haven't been posturing at all. I just informed you of a few facts that you seem to have missed. First, you asked what I was doing while looking at me, so I answered. Then you told me to apologize, so I did. You really are impudent, Cyan spat out as he held his nose. Also, there's a stench coming from your body. It's the smell of the cow dung from the countryside mixed in with your sweat. It really stinks. I've never gotten close to cow dung in my entire life, so who are you saying smells of cow dung? Eugene asked curiously. If so, that just means it's the smell of your own shit in any case. You just plain stink. I'll wash up in a bit. No, go wash up now. Once you're done, go and clean the carriage that you rode in as well. The carriage? Because the smell of shit from your body definitely must have rubbed off onto the sea, so I'm telling you to go clean it. And why should I do that? Because you're the one who got your smell all over the carriage. Cyan raised his voice and shouted shrilly. Because of the close distance between the two, Cyan would send spit flying at Eugene with each shout. Eugene frowned and took a step back. Although Eugene had only withdrawn because he didn't want to get spit on, Cyan still looked down on him with a smile of superiority for forcing Eugene to back off. Furthermore, you need to bow your head and apologize to me. I still haven't accepted your apologies for calling me an idiot, saying that I didn't know any etiquette, and for daring to place yourself at my level despite just being a collateral descendant. These all need. Without waiting for Cyan to finish, Eugene turned to Nina and said, Nina. Why, yes. You're my personal attendant, right? Yes, although I am undeserving of this role, I have temporarily been assigned as Master Eugene's personal attendant. If that's the case, then instead of standing there, melting in the sunlight, go and clean the carriage that I rode in on. Yes, Nina had already decided that if Cyan and Seal were to get bored and leave, then she would of course go ahead and clean the carriage herself. So she didn't think that Eugene was giving her an unreasonable order, as it was only a matter of doing the task now rather than later. However, Nina couldn't understand why Eugene would give her such an order under the current circumstances. Didn't he realize that one of the devilish twins was standing right in front of him? Eugene's behavior showed an open disregard to Cyan's orders. What do you think you're doing? Cyan burst out. I'm just getting the carriage cleaned, Eugene explained. I told you to do it yourself. Why should I when there's someone who'll do it for me? I was ordering you to clean the carriage. And who are you to give me orders? I am Cyan Lionhart. Okay, and I'm Eugene Lionhart. Nice to meet you. With a bored look on his face, Eugene waved his hand. Reacting to this, Seal's hands rose to cover a broad grin as she giggled in amusement, even as Cyan's jaw dropped open foolishly. And I'm Seal Lionhart, Seal introduced herself, still giggling. After glancing briefly at his cheeky little sister, Cyan took a deep breath. There is no way that I can get along with you. That's quite the disappointment, Eugene commented with a disinterested look. Ignoring Eugene, Cyan continued, because you keep ignoring my orders. That's because I'm not in a position that requires me to listen to your orders. And furthermore, you have also insulted me for the last time. Cyan finally finished. Wowzers, was Eugene's latest witty reply. With each word out of Eugene's mouth, a rage was stoked in Cyan's chest. Why was he standing here talking to this bastard? This wasn't why they had come out here and approached this country bumpkin. As the young master of the main family, once he gave an order, the other person was supposed to follow his command without a protest. Cyan's head was about to burst from offended stubbornness and pride. So, brother, are you just going to let that slide? Seal leaned against him and fluttered her eyelashes in anticipation. A duel, Cyan answered her unvoiced question. This wasn't an attempt to live up to his sister's expectations for him, but because Cyan couldn't bear to be looked down on any longer. Having received such disrespect from this country bumpkin, if he didn't do anything in return, he just knew that he was in for several days of teasing at his sister's hands. You have looked down on me and insulted me. As such, we must duel, Cyan declared. What amazing logic, Eugene said as he laughed at how ridiculous Cyan's thought processes were. He had never thought that something like a duel challenge would come from the mouth of this 13-year-old kid. Hey pal, something like a challenge to a duel isn't something you should do so casually, Eugene advised him. Who's your pal? Cyan retorted angrily. If you don't want to be friends, then fine. In any case, don't say anything that you'll regret and just go. Stop bothering me already. You're scared, right? Cyan said, proudly raising his chin at Eugene as if he had known that Eugene would react like that. Although it was an obvious provocation, Eugene glared at Cyan through squinted eyes as he repeated, scared? That's right. It's obvious that you're scared. If you're too afraid to duel me, then just quickly apologize. And what should I do if I'm not afraid? But I don't want to fight, and I don't want to apologize. Don't you even know what honor is? I do know that it isn't a word that you should utter so lightly. You're insulting me again? For some reason, Cyan felt deeply insulted every time Eugene spoke. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Cyan lifted a hand to a pocket on his chest. Don't, Eugene said with a frown. A duel isn't something you recklessly jump into. That son of a bitch. Who does he think he is to keep telling me what to do? Cyan thought as he scowled at Eugene and pulled out his handkerchief. If you're afraid, then just admit it. Don't try to run away from our duel by spouting all these denials. Haven't your parents taught you what honor means? Oh, Eugene said, tilting his head in response to these accusatory words. While Eugene looked at him like he was stupid, Cyan rejoiced at the thought that Eugene had finally fallen for his provocation. So he held out the handkerchief and spread it wide open, inviting Eugene to take a close look. This is really the last time I'll say this. Beg me for forgiveness, and then throw it, Eugene said as he untied the sandbags hanging off his body. You wanted to duel, so just throw it already. Huh? Cyan responded dumbly. I said throw it. Bang! First, the sandbags on his left arm fell to the ground. Cyan's expression froze, and then stiffened as the impact sent a shock wave of dust rising into the air. The handkerchief, are you going to throw it or not? Eugene prompted. Bang! Then the sandbags on his right arm also fell. Lastly, Eugene pulled off his chainmail vest and threw it behind him. The vest flew quite a ways before falling to the ground with a heavy racket. Cyan's jaw dropped open at this scene. Seal had been enjoying the show as if she was just a bystander, but now, she also let out an exclamation at this sight. Eugene bent down and started taking off the sandbags tied to his legs. You must have trained your manas, Ian, who, until this point, had been frozen with his mouth hanging, yelped in outrage. Children of the collateral lines weren't allowed to train their mana until the bloodline continuation ceremony. This was a long-standing Lionhart family tradition. Only the children of the main house could train their mana and wield real weapons from an early age. This tradition was now being trampled right in front of his eyes. This was no longer something that he could respond to with simple irritation and a tantrum. I haven't trained it though? Eugene replied with a confused expression. He wasn't lying. He could have started training his mana once he reached the crawling stage of infancy, but he hadn't. It was because he didn't want to land his father, Gerhardt, in trouble for no reason. And also, since he had been reincarnated as a descendant of Vermouth, he wanted to use Vermouth's own training method. That's obviously a lie. Without training your mana, how could you possibly be able to handle such weight? It's the result of the training I've done since I turned 7. Don't lie to me. It's not like you've tried it out for yourself, so why keep accusing me of lying? If you're still suspicious of me, you can check it during our duel. Eugene sat down and began untying the sandbags from the spear. Cyan was watching this happen with wide eyes when he felt his sister's eager gaze rest on him. He also felt a terrified gaze coming from Nina, who didn't seem to know what to do. The annex's other servants were also showing interest in the commotion from the gymnasium and had gathered around the windows into the room. Cyan was the first to bring up the duel. He was also the one who pulled out a handkerchief, pestered Eugene despite his protests, and finally questioned Eugene's honor. Considering all this, he couldn't back down after coming this far. On top of that, he needed to confirm the sin of a collateral descendant training their mana before the bloodline continuation ceremony. If it was confirmed that Eugene had trained his mana, then he was in for punishment. But if Cyan were to keep his mouth shut and back down at this point, then it was clear that his sister would make fun of him not just for a few days, but for eternity. So before doing anything else, Cyan picked up a wooden sword that had fallen nearby. It was the wooden sword that Eugene had been swinging earlier. "I challenge you to a duel," Cyan cried out as he threw the handkerchief at Eugene. A fluttering handkerchief fell onto Eugene's shoulder. This happened just as Eugene was untying the last sandbag hanging from the spear. "I accept," Eugene said, with a nod, as he rose to his feet. Cyan felt thrilled going into the first duel of his life. The moment he had thrown out his handkerchief, Cyan's heart had begun pounding with excitement. This arrogant fool was a sinner who had ignored family tradition. How should Cyan go about punishing him? In what manner should he teach this fool a lesson, so that his younger sister could also admire his magnificence? His thoughts came to a screeching halt right at this point. Just as Eugene got to his feet, he thrust out his spear. Conscious of the fact that he was only holding a wooden sword in his right hand, Cyan had taken a few steps back to get some distance, but he still wasn't able to properly react to the movement of the spear. Bam! The tip of the spear slammed into Cyan's stomach. Quark! Along with this scream, Cyan was sent rolling across the ground. Chapter 6. The Lionhart 4. It was just a training spear, a wooden staff that didn't even have a spearhead attached. However, its tip had still been sharpened into a point, so once it was thrust correctly, even if it couldn't pierce flesh, it would definitely hurt like a bitch. And if it was thrust cleanly into an unguarded abdomen, you og! This was how it would turn out. While rolling across the ground, Cyan sprayed vomit all over the place. The dumbstruck seal let out a scream and ran over to Cyan, while Nina just covered her mouth in shock. "I've won," Eugene said in a bored tone as he lowered his spear. Had it been an actual spear, Cyan would have died from the attack just now. Of course, this wasn't a real spear, but even so, since Cyan had been struck in a vital point and sent rolling across the ground, it was clearly Eugene's victory. "Nina, go get someone to drag this bastard away." "Why, yes." Even as tears and snot were pouring down his face, Cyan couldn't stop retching. Seal had approached him out of concern, but couldn't get any closer to her brother upon seeing his disgusting appearance. So instead, she turned and raised her head to glare at Eugene. "Coward!" Seal accused Eugene. "Who's a coward?" "From the moment that the handkerchief was thrown, the duel had already started," said Eugene. You're right, but even so it was still a cowardly act. Does everything seem like a beautiful and peaceful flower garden when seen through that head of yours? Since the duel had already started, there's nothing cowardly about what I did. And didn't your foolish brother end up like this because he just stood around trying to look cool after he threw the handkerchief?" Seal was struck speechless by this fierce rebuttal. Part of it was because she didn't know what to say, but she was also confused by what he had said and thought he might have compared her to a beautiful and peaceful flower garden. "Did you just call me pretty?" Seal asked as the heat got into her head. Eugene muttered to himself. In any case, it was obviously a cowardly move. "You didn't fight honorably in this duel," Seal recalled her indignation. "Ha, it must be because you're twins, but you really resemble each other in the amazing way you twist logic to benefit yourselves," Eugene scoffed. "I don't resemble my brother." "Really, but I think your brains are similar. So what do you think an honorable duel should actually be like? Throw the handkerchief, count to 3, and then we fight?" Chewing on her bottom lip, Seal glanced at Cyan as she tried to think of a response. Having managed to cover his own body with his vomit while rolling across the ground, Cyan was busy sobbing. While she felt sorry for her brother's miserable appearance, dirty things were still dirty, so she refused to get any closer to him. "You could have lightened your blow a bit," Seal mumbled. "Sorry, but that's already as light a blow as I can manage," Eugene replied. "Have you really not trained your mana?" Seal suddenly asked with shining eyes. Eugene, who had started clearing up the sandbags littering the floor, glanced back up at Seal with an annoyed expression on his face. "Why aren't you leaving already? I asked you if you really haven't trained your mana. And I already told you that I haven't. Liar. How could you move while carrying such heavy weights if you haven't trained your mana? And then there's your attack. Even if my brother had let his guard down, it was still so fast that he couldn't react properly." As she said all this, her eyes that had been shining with curiosity narrowed in suspicion. At these words, Eugene froze while still in the midst of sorting out the sandbags. "You were actually able to see it?" "Just the littlest bit. Even so, it seems like your eyes aren't just for decoration. You really do have a nasty mouth on you." It's far from my first time hearing that. Everyone, except for Vermouth, had said something similar to him at one point or another. While Eugene was piling up the sandbags in one location, Seal stared absent-mindedly at Eugene's back. Although she couldn't clearly see the movement of his muscles, concealed as they were by his clothes, it did seem like he wasn't using any mana, only physical effort. As such, Seal was finding him even harder to understand. Both Seal and Cyan had also undergone physical training since they were young. But hasn't he only been training since he was 7? Seal thought deeply as she recalled what Eugene had said earlier. Meanwhile, Eugene was thinking, he's quite strong for a 13-year-old kid. He had felt some resistance from the tip of his spear at the moment of impact. This was evidence that Cyan's body had been trained to an unbelievable extent for his age. On top of that, considering the force with which Cyan had flown backward, his mana had already been trained to the extent that it was instinctively able to respond during a crisis by redirecting some of the force away from the blow. And Cyan hadn't just stood there and received the strike. Instead, the moment the attack landed, Cyan had instinctively tried to jump backward. This meant that he, a kid with no practical fighting experience, had instinctively responded to escape imminent danger. That's great for a kid, but as a descendant of Vermouth, it's still garbage, Eugene criticized harshly. Of course, Eugene didn't know how strong Vermouth was when he was 13. Hamel and Vermouth had already been in their 20s when the two had met for the first time. Still, he could at least make a rough guess. Eugene Lionhart, a brat who had received the teachings of the main family all throughout his childhood, was lacking in so many ways that it was hard to believe he really was Vermouth's descendant. Still, there is some potential. This must be because of the standard set by Vermouth's blood. If you looked at what he might become in the future, Cyan had still shown some pretty good potential. And Seal as well. Although they hadn't faced each other personally, she seemed to have pretty keen eyes. You dare, to me. Cyan had finally recovered enough to speak. While taking deep breaths, Cyan raised his head and looked up at Eugene. His eyes were still spinning, and it hurt whenever he moved, as if his abdomen really had been pierced right through. There was also a fishy and rotten taste in his mouth. How cowardly, Cyan gasped. It might be because you're twins, but you two really do end up saying the same things, Eugene snickered as he looked down on Cyan. I don't want to repeat myself. Ask your sister what I said when she tried to accuse me of the same thing. This, son of a bitch, or else you can try and retrace your memories. You might have been spraying vomiting everywhere as you were rolling in the dirt, but your ears should have still been working, right? Cyan couldn't say anything in return. Eugene was right. Even though he'd been in intense pain, and was about to lose his mind from the nausea, Cyan had heard Eugene's words. However, even if he had to admit that it hadn't been a cowardly act on Eugene's part, the 13-year-old Cyan absolutely refused to accept his defeat. Out of his sister and all the servants, to have been forced into such an ugly state. Now then, you need to start cleaning all this up. Looking at Cyan's face, which had twisted in humiliation, Eugene continued to provoke him. You're the one who vomited all over the place. So if you promise to clean up this mess, I'll also go and clean the carriage. Then everything is nice and fair, right? You dare. Also, since you've lost the duel, the honorable and polite thing to do would be to acknowledge your defeat by humbly admitting, I have lost. Even though you were spouting honor this and honor that earlier, you aren't really going to try and do something so disgraceful as to refuse to admit your defeat, are you? Ugh, he couldn't say anything back. He didn't have any way to express his anger. His whole body hurt, and he had a terrible taste in his mouth. Everything seemed to have gone wrong for Cyan. If only the pain was a little less severe, he could get up and demand another fight, but currently Cyan was physically unable to do this. The pent-up anger and sorrow building up within him poured out as tears. As his nose kept sniffling sadly, Cyan buried his head in his arms. Of course Eugene didn't feel any compassion toward such a sight. After all, wasn't it this brat who had approached him with such a shitty attitude in the first place? However, he was starting to think that screwing with this 13-year-old brat might not have been in his best interests. I should have just held it in. This isn't going to lead to something pointless and shitty, is it? Eugene was finally starting to have a few concerns about the consequences of doing this. Right from the start, he'd been blatantly harassed and disrespected, but now that he had made the child of the main family fall into such a state, in fact, what he was most worried about was that someone might take issue with this incident and set their sights on his father out in the countryside. Just let them try it and see what happens. While Eugene was thinking about this and that, Cyan was desperately trying to hold back his tears. Although he didn't want to look even worse than he already was, he still didn't want to admit defeat. He was in a fit of childish stubbornness. Young master! The shout came from afar, but the speaker quickly closed the distance. The man who arrived at the gymnasium was of strapping height and was dressed in a uniform. From far behind him, Nina could be seen chasing after him, out of breath and holding her skirt up with both hands. What on earth is this? From the fact that he didn't have the Lionheart on his breast to how he called Cyan a young master, taken all together, the man had to be a knight in service to the main family. While Eugene thought, his eyes lighting up as he observed the man's movements. While Eugene couldn't tell how old the man was, he seemed much more skilled than Gordon, the knight who had been assigned to escort him here. Ha, Hazard! Cyan burst into tears as he called out the man's name. I lost. I challenged that bastard to a duel, but I lost, Cyan explained in between sobs. A duel. Hazard eyed Eugene with a stiff expression. Then he lowered his body and picked up Cyan, covering his hands and uniform in Cyan's vomit. Seal seemed disgusted by the sight and took a few steps back. Pardon me for my late introduction. My name is Hazard, and I am in charge of tutoring young Master Cyan. Shifting Cyan into a more secure position, Hazard bowed his head in a nod. I heard part of the story from the maid, but I was in such a rush to get here that I didn't listen until the end. So, what on earth happened here? I am Eugene Lionhart, from the Goodall province. Eugene introduced himself without bowing his head. Goodall, you say? I believe that is where Lord Gerhardt's estate lies. Yes, he's my father. As for this situation, well, Cyan picked a fight with me. I tried not to argue with him, but Eugene continued speaking while staring directly into Cyan's face. Cyan insulted my father. When did I do that? Cyan protested. Eugene calmly explained. He said that my father had failed to teach me what honor means, and he called me a coward to my face. At these words, Cyan's face went red. He also said that my body smells like cow dung, Eugene added. It's the truth. Your body really does smell like cow dung. And your mouth smells like vomit, so why don't you just shut it? Eugene sharpened his eyes and glared at Cyan. Cyan unconsciously trembled at his fierce gaze. The place where Eugene had hit him for critical damage, his solar plexus, was still throbbing in pain. So that's why you two dueled? Hazard asked. Cyan didn't just insult me, he insulted my father. Sir Hazard, was there any reason why I shouldn't have accepted the duel? Eugene posed a question in return. Sir Hazard felt a strong sense of incongruity at this question. In front of him stood a boy who was just about the same age as Cyan and Seal, but Eugene hadn't allowed his emotions to color his words, as his tone was completely calm. Hazard, who had endured years of the twins' whining, couldn't tell if it was the boy in front of him who was abnormal or if it was the twins who were abnormal. You had a good reason for it, but it seems like you were a bit too heavy-handed, Hazard admonished Eugene. Isn't it an insult to the opponent to show mercy during a duel? Eugene defended himself. Sir Hazard, if my skills were clumsy, then I would be grateful for your advice. But I don't want to hear any advice on how I should use a lighter touch on my enemies. I apologize for my presumptuous remark. Hazard bowed his head once more. Cyan, who was still being carried by Hazard, shouted with his face twisting into a scowl. Hazard, this bastard, he's trained his mana. Even though he's a collateral descendant, he's trained his mana without ever attending the bloodline continuation ceremony. Didn't I tell you to shut your mouth? Eugene said as he glared at Cyan, his head tilted at a dangerous angle. Once again, Cyan fell silent and lowered his gaze. Young master, Hazard gave a long sigh and shook his head. Master Eugene has not trained his mana. Hazard, even you're lying to me? What reasons could I possibly have for lying to Master Cyan? But that doesn't make sense. How could he beat me without training his mana? And those sandbags. He moved while he had those sandbags hanging from his body. I cannot feel any mana coming from Master Eugene, Hazard said as he glanced at the sandbags piled behind him. Just from a glance, they definitely seemed heavy. So Eugene was able to move with all of that hanging from his body. Hazard was finding it difficult to imagine such a sight. However, no matter how many times Hazard examined him, Eugene did not give off any traces of mana. A lie, it has to be a lie, Cyan mumbled. Master Cyan, for now, we should take a look at your injuries. While coaxing the boy, Hazard glanced over at Eugene. I stabbed him in the solar plexus with a spear, Eugene explained helpfully. And where else? There was only a single blow. A single blow. Hazard let slip a low groan as Cyan bit his lips in embarrassment. If that's the case, Master Eugene, may we meet again? Unable to say anything further, Hazard bowed his head politely. Nina, who had still been trying to catch up to him, arrived at the gymnasium just at that moment. She hesitated, unsure what to do, and eventually just ducked her head. My apologies, Nina stammered. What do you have to apologize for? Eugene asked as he watched Hazard leave. He had a grin on his face as he watched Cyan, who was still being carried, flop down onto Hazard's shoulders. While it was true that he still felt uncertain about what he had done, it had been fun helping to fix the bad habits of such a spoiled brat. See you later, Seal, who had been skipping along behind Hazard, turned to look back at Eugene with a smile. Bye. Eugene returned the smile as he waved goodbye to Seal. Chapter 7. Seal 1. So, and Scylla paused as she tried to calm her agitation. However, every time she saw her son, whose eyes had swollen from crying too much, she was in danger of losing control of her emotions. And Scylla patted her chest to stifle the feelings of frustration and picked up a fan to cool her face. My son, Cyan, challenged a collateral descendant to a duel, and lost? Yes, Hazard replied. Hazard made sure not to lift his bent head. He didn't want to increase the number of reprimands he would be receiving from this bad-tempered tigress by pointlessly raising his head. Moreover, did you say that kid hasn't trained his mana? Yes, that doesn't make any sense, and Scylla declared, her reaction unknowingly mirroring Cyan's. She looked at her son in disbelief. Cyan just stood there, sniffling with downcast eyes. Come here. Mother, I told you to come here. And Scylla screeched loudly, unable to hold it in any longer. Cyan's shoulders trembled, along with the rest of his body. Even so, although with hesitant steps, he walked forward, until he stood in front of Ancilla. Taking a deep breath, Ancilla sharply thrust out her hand. Ugh! Cyan cried out. Her hand was pressing firmly against his solar plexus, even though the pain from earlier had yet to subside. Hazard glanced regretfully at Cyan before lowering his head once more. In a single blow at that? Ancilla hissed. Mother, it hurts. Stay still. Just as he was about to step backward, Cyan's body immediately stiffened at the order. Ancilla used all her strength and repeatedly pressed on his solar plexus without any hesitation. Each time she did so, Cyan was forced to clench his teeth to hold back a scream. Seal was watching this scene with a sullen expression from her seat in the back of the room. She was almost bursting with a desire to say something, but as young as she was, Seal knew very well that there was nothing to be gained from opening her mouth here. Hazard, are you willing to swear an oath that you saw correctly? Ancilla turned to Hazard. Hazard hesitated. I asked if you were willing to swear an oath, Ancilla repeated herself. That brat, has he truly not trained his mana? Yes, I am willing to swear an oath on it, Hazard finally offered. Under no circumstances should an oath be sworn lightly. However, if he stayed silent now, something terrible would definitely be in store for him. Hazard was sure of it. The son of Lord Gerhardt, Master Eugene, has not trained his mana. Not even a single trace of mana can be sensed from his body. Is that so? Ancilla searched her memory for the name Gerhardt. His name did not come to mind right away, signifying that she had already classified it as a name not worth remembering. This meant that he definitely had to be the one from the Gedal province. She seemed to recall that Gerhardt was the name of a certain insect who didn't even possess an official title and was buried away in the countryside. He was of a collateral line that had split off from the main family hundreds of years ago, and, until now, not a single member of that household had ever made any impact. My son, Ancilla said, as she pulled up Cyan's shirt. Cyan closed his eyes as his body shivered in fear. Ancilla continued, was defeated in a single blow by someone who hasn't even trained their mana. The surface of his stomach was vividly colored in blacks and blues. Ancilla let out a snort at the sight of this deep bruising. She was also a scion of a martial family. Her father, Count Keynes, held an important position in the Empire's military. Yes, this was definitely done in a single blow. Seal, just how did your brother go about losing? Ancilla asked. Mother. That's, Cyan stammered. I wasn't asking you. Ancilla shot her son a sharp look. Her eyes were so intimidating that it was hard to believe that she was looking at her own 13-year-old son. The moment the duel began, Eugene thrust his spear, Seal said with pursed lips. My brother was startled and tried to fall back, but Eugene's spear was too fast for him to avoid. The distance between the two? Ancilla questioned. It was slightly large. And what was your brother doing at that moment? He was trying to raise his sword. This all happened only an hour ago, not long enough to make things difficult to recall. Each time Seal answered one of Ancilla's questions, Cyan's body trembled with anxiety. Cyan was about to defend himself. However, Ancilla, who had finished processing the whole story, spat out, You foolish boy. Slap! Cyan's head twisted to the side. Cyan clenched his teeth and held back a groan, having predicted this would happen. Someone who hasn't even trained their mana. A brat who's the same age as yourself. You allowed them to get the first hit. You weren't even able to dodge properly. You let him close the distance on you. And when he struck you, you collapsed, spraying vomit everywhere. Ancilla punctuated each sharp scream with a slap to one of Cyan's cheeks. With each blow, Cyan's head spun from one side to the other. The hits weren't meant to hurt, as none of the slaps had any mana in them. However, it was excessive to inflict such corporal punishment onto a young child. Right in plain view, where anyone, even the lower classes, could plainly see. You dared to lose after asking for the duel first? Do you want to see your mother hang herself out of shame? Sorry, I'm sorry, mother. He could muffle his cries of pain, but he couldn't hold back his sobs. Streams of tears poured down from Cyan's eyes as he sniffled. However, Ancilla felt anger instead of sympathy in the face of her son's tears. Do you think you deserve to cry? Ancilla demanded. Cyan sobbed. Why did you do such a pointless thing that will only make things harder for your mother? Your father should be returning soon for the bloodline continuation ceremony, but I don't know if I'll be able to even look him in the eye. As for that bitch Tannis, how can I face her after this? For the sake of training, Gilead Lionhart, the patriarch of the main Lionhart line, had been away from the estate for 3 years. Under such circumstances, the authority of the head should normally rest in the hands of Tannis, the official first wife. However, during the family head's current absence, the authority had fallen not to the first wife, but instead to Ancilla. There was a simple reason for this. After giving birth to her child, Eward, Tannis' body had been rendered barren, unable to bear any more children. Gilead, who wanted to make ample preparations for the continuation of his line, couldn't be satisfied with just one son. This was why he had taken a second wife, Ancilla, who had given birth to twins. If there are 3, then it's enough. That was what Gilead said whenever it came up, but Ancilla could never agree with this. The reason why she, the daughter of Count Keynes, had refused many good marriage offers, and instead joined the Lionhart family through the shameful path of becoming a concubine, was that Ancilla was obsessed with the prestige of the Lionhart name. They all are going to laugh at me. Definitely, Ancilla muttered as she chewed her fingernails, already imagining Tane's face when she learned of this. Cyan, who was consumed by terror in the face of his mother's frantic appearance, stuttered and tried to speak. I'll challenge him again. So that mother won't be shamed, Again? Ancilla asked, her voice rising sharply. Why are you thinking of challenging him to another duel when you've already been defeated once? Don't do anything useless, and just stay out of trouble until the bloodline continuation ceremony begins. But, Cyan protested. Without letting him finish speaking, Ancilla shouted, Hazard. Hazard's head was still bowed low, and his shoulders trembled as he responded, Yes, my lady. I wish I could just get rid of you for good, Ancilla said as her fist shook in rage. But, I can't do that, even though you let something like this happen, because you are my husband's favored knight. That should mean that there are no problems with what you've been teaching my son, right? Hazard kept his silence. If your teaching isn't the problem, then my son is, since he didn't learn well, he was defeated by that peasant brat. My apologies. In such a situation, where he could neither affirm nor deny the accusation, and when keeping his mouth shut wasn't an option, offering an apology was the best Hazard could do. Take Cyan and leave, Ancilla ordered. Mother Cyan trailed off. Ancilla ignored his cry. Go and make him stronger, strong enough that he never tarnishes my reputation again. Hazard nodded his head and backed away. Even though Cyan was in tears, the boy followed Ancilla's orders without question, leaving the room along with Hazard. Seal, you stay behind for a bit, Ancilla called out. Caught just as she was about to try and sneak out with the others, Seal's face twisted as she replied, Yes. She quietly returned to her seat and waited patiently, while taking peeks at Ancilla's expression. Ancilla finally began speaking. That brat, you said that his name was Eugene, right? Yes. Did you also challenge that brat to a duel? No, I didn't challenge him. Why not? Brother lost with a single blow. If we had fought, I wouldn't be able to win either, Seal replied in a quiet mumble. Although she had decided to begin by answering honestly, she was still afraid that her mother might grow even angrier at such an answer. However, Ancilla didn't fly into a rage as she did before and instead said, You did well. Almost like she was a different person, she now stared at her daughter with calm eyes. If even you had shown up here after being defeated, I truly would have hung myself out of shame, Ancilla confessed. Please don't say such a thing, Mother, Seal cried out. Of course, Seal actually realized that her mother wasn't the type of person who would take her own life under any circumstances. However, she had learned from a young age that she could improve her mother's mood by acting so cutesy. How is that boy, Eugene? Ancilla asked. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking for, Mother, Seal admitted. I'm talking about his appearance and impression. His appearance, some might think he's better looking than my brother. As for an impression, he's a bit strange. Strange? How so? When he was arguing with brother, he was very childish and mean, but when he was talking with Hazard, he seemed much older. At these words, Ancilla was lost in thought for a few moments. Since the boy was only 13, she could understand him being childish and mean, but for him to seem like an adult when talking with Hazard, Seal continued, he kept saying something about honor, and he also said that showing mercy in a duel was an insult to the opponent. Because Eugene said that, Hazard actually apologized. He apologized? Yep, while saying that he had made a presumptuous remark. As Seal recalled that moment, she started smiling without even realizing it. She soon remembered that this wasn't a situation that called for amusement, and immediately reverted her expression, but Ancilla was too distracted to point out Seal's loss of control. A presumptuous remark, Ancilla pondered. It seemed that later, she would have to call for Hazard again and get the full story from him. With a slight nod, Ancilla asked, Are you angry that Eugene hit your brother? Yes, Seal said eventually. This was a lie. Although she didn't hate her brother, she had found the sight of him crying while still pretending arrogance to be pretty amusing. You mustn't naively try to get revenge on your brother's behalf, Ancilla warned, though she was actually aware of her daughter's true feelings. Since the two of them were twins, Cyan and Seal had been together ever since they were born. Seal had revealed her character from an early age, habitually pulling pranks and making mischief even as she followed her brother everywhere. Ancilla knew that Seal was a child who prioritized her own amusement over her affection for her brother. For the time being, your brother will be busy receiving Hazard's guidance. I'll train with them, Seal volunteered. Of course you will. However, don't focus too much on that, and make friends with the child Eugene. Why? It's good to have a lot of friends, Ancilla evaded, her eyes growing cold. The brat had defeated her son, and smeared her reputation. However, hearing that Eugene had defeated her son without training his mana had surprised her. For now that boy, Eugene, is still strong enough to beat your brother. As such, it would be better to get on his good side, Ancilla explained. Is that so? Seal asked in confusion. It is. Ancilla settled her simmering emotions. To be honest, she wanted to go along with her urges and cripple Eugene so that he would be unable to move for the rest of his life. However, she couldn't do that. Hundreds of years ago, there had been an intense struggle over who would inherit Lionhart's direct line. Somehow, peace was negotiated, but ever since then, murdering a relative had been considered a grave taboo among the Lionhart family. The reason that Gilead, the current head of the family, had said, "If there are 3, then it's enough," in the first place, was that he was afraid of pointlessly increasing the number of heirs to the main family, as it would only lead to siblings trying to kill each other for the sake of ambition. Ancilla herself did not want to risk breaking this taboo that had been passed down for hundreds of years, just for this matter. And if he's harmed, I'm the one who will receive the most suspicion, Ancilla reasoned. Although it was tradition that members of the direct line could openly oppress members of the collateral lines in the days prior to the bloodline continuation ceremony, there was still a line that must be observed. For example, attaching a clumsy servant to be their personal attendant, assigning them an unused annex, and harassing them over trivial matters. No matter how much of a fuss these things kicked up, they still weren't crossing the line. However, if this line was crossed, the guardians of the family commandments would intervene in the situation. Just imagining it caused Ancilla's body to tremble in horror. Ancilla didn't want to get involved with the guardians, especially for such a disgraceful matter. Understood, Mother, Seal said, with a nod and a soft smile after a few seconds of thought. I'll make sure to get close to Eugene. That's all I need to do, right? She had not the slightest of reservations about doing so. Seal was instead feeling an intense curiosity about this inscrutable relative of hers. Chapter 8.1 Seal 2 Nothing had happened. Truly, nothing had happened. Although Eugene had expected some form of punishment to be imposed on him for leaving Cyan, a scion of the main family, in such a state, the annex was completely at peace, as if the duel with Cyan had never happened. And frankly, while nothing that could be called an actual incident had happened, it wasn't like there had been absolutely no changes. Following the duel, the looks from the annex's servants had changed. They were now cautious of Eugene's mood, while also not being in any rush to approach him. They probably didn't want to get caught in the aftermath together with him. Are you okay with this? Eugene asked as he looked at Nina. His first night at the annex was over, and it was now the following morning. When Eugene and Nina arrived at the first-floor dining hall, they had found that they were the only ones there. Even so, a large variety of dishes had been laid out on the dining table. May I ask what you mean by that? Nina inquired. With accompanying me, Eugene said as he roughly sliced off a piece of meat for himself. The chunks of meat were cut far too big for breakfast fare. The only thing that Eugene had actually requested among all these food items was the meat. If he didn't make sure to eat substantially despite exerting his body vigorously, both his stamina and, of course, his physical fitness would decrease. Nina wasn't in a hurry to reply. While she hesitated, Eugene shoved the meat he had just sliced into his mouth with a knife. It's not like I'm unaware of the situation, but I can't do anything to help it. Therefore, while Master Eugene stays at this estate, I will continue to serve as Master Eugene's personal attendant. You don't need to show any loyalty to a person who will be leaving after a month at most. After all, don't you have to keep working here once I'm gone? It's not all because of loyalty. This estate's head butler assigned me to be Master Eugene's personal attendant, and the one who ordered him to do that was probably the second lady. Nina smiled bitterly and shook her head. If I were to neglect my duties while trying to stay out of trouble, that would mean I was indirectly disobeying the second lady's orders. That's why, even more so, I should act according to the situation and continue serving Master Eugene. You've got a good head on you, Eugene complimented with a grin, pushing his empty plate aside. He proceeded to grab a lamb shank that was as thick as his forearms. When you said that it wasn't all because of loyalty, doesn't that mean that you're at least slightly loyal to me? Eugene remarked. Even if it is temporary, you are still my master, Nina said. Then, I too have no choice but to act like a proper master. If something I do ends up causing you any grief, then don't keep it to yourself, and instead, just tell me right away. Huh? What's with the huh? You were unlucky enough to become my personal servant, and I was also a bit unfortunate to be assigned a maid like you. As such, we should at least try to keep the air clean between us. However enough, you shouldn't question any of my orders from now on and just follow them. Understand? Yes. Then go and get me some damp towels. Without another word, Eugene started tearing into the lamb shank with his teeth. Nina was momentarily stunned by this sight, but nodded her head, and began backing away. I believe that towels alone might prove insufficient, so I will return after preparing a full basin instead, Nina said observantly. That's just what I like to see, someone who can think for themselves, Eugene said with a smile, even as he chewed on a mouthful of meat. Oh, and since you're dropping by the kitchen, pass a message to the chef. Tell him to increase the proportion of meat to everything else during lunch, and, instead of trying to pointlessly elevate the dishes with some fancy cooking, He should just make sure to serve more lean meat. Yes. As she continued to politely withdraw from the room, Nina gave the table a glance. Did that mean he was really going to finish all that by himself? Of course Eugene finished eating everything. Ever since his previous life, he'd never been the picky sort, and was able to enjoy eating all kinds of things. I've even tried eating monsters and demons. After picking out a piece of meat stuck between his teeth, Eugene washed his hands in the basin. Then, while patting his stuffed stomach, he left the table. Nina followed behind Eugene at a brisk walk. Have you heard if anyone is arriving today? Eugene asked her. My apologies, but no one has told me anything, Nina answered. Then go and find out. I'll be at the gymnasium if you need me. Yes. However, please consider. You've just finished eating. I'm afraid that if you start exercising right away, your stomach may start to hurt. Thanks for your concern. But it's unnecessary. My stomach doesn't hurt even if I start running right after a meal. Nina had a normal body and found it impossible to comprehend such a physique. Even so, she quietly withdrew without asking any more questions. Eugene hadn't lied to her. Since he was young, his body had never once suffered any lingering illnesses. Even his palms, which had been torn open while swinging the spear yesterday, were now completely healed without a single scratch. This really is such an unfair body. Come to think of it, even in his previous life, Vermouth had hardly ever needed to use anything like healing magic or potions. Although it was rare for him to even be injured, his body would heal on its own on those very few occasions he was hurt. Thanks to this, Anise and Sienna's healing magic had been almost exclusively dedicated to healing Mulan and Hamel. The reason why you keep getting hurt is that you always race ahead without thinking. Hey, that stupid bastard Mulan was the one who charged ahead first. That guy does it because he's a fool. So why do you keep copying that fool? Are you stupid too? Then fuck. Should I just let that bastard get beaten up by the monsters? Why are you getting mad at me for? Sai, let's just stop arguing. Take a look at Vermouth. Why can't you fight as carefully as he does without getting yourself hurt? If you want us to stop arguing, why do you keep saying shit like that? Every time he came back covered in wounds, Sienna had always torn into Hamel. Even though 13 years had already passed since he was reincarnated, the memories of his previous life hadn't faded in the slightest, remaining as clear as ever. A funeral was held for Vermouth after he died, but I don't know if the other three are still alive or not. The wise Sienna, after serving the longest term as a head wizard of a magic tower in the entire history of the magic kingdom of Vermouth, suddenly disappeared around 200 years ago. Her whereabouts after this point were unknown. Even the faithful Anise, revered as a saint by the Holy Empire of Eurus, withdrew from her work in the central temple during her later years and departed on a one-woman pilgrimage. Not even the Pope of the Holy Empire had managed to get her to divulge the destination of her pilgrimage. As for that foolish Mulan, the first king of the northern Ruhar kingdom, that guy was fortunately still around, having been seen relatively recently. Though relatively recently, in this case, meant 100 years ago. After abdicating from the throne, he lived a leisurely life. He had last made an appearance about 100 years ago, on the anniversary of his kingdom's founding. No matter how much I think about it, I can't imagine that any of them would end up dying quietly. But such a thought was meaningless. Because Vermouth, the one who had seemed the most unlikely to die, had actually died more than 200 years ago. As Eugene felt a bitter taste rising in his mouth, he shook his head to clear it. Chapter 8.2 Sealed to the gymnasium, which Cyan had sprayed vomit all over yesterday, was now clean and tidy. Of course, the one who had cleaned it all up was Nina. What are you doing here? Eugene asked. I was waiting for you. Seal was standing in the gymnasium. She smiled as she waved a hand at him and said, You've come here after eating, right? I can still smell the meat. But I brushed my teeth. What's the point if you only clean your mouth? The smell is coming from your entire body. Not the smell of cow dung? That's something my brother said. I never said that your body smells of cow dung. Also, I wouldn't even know what cow dung smells like. What else could cow dung smell like? It's dung. If you don't know, you can get a whiff of your own poop. How filthy. So why were you waiting for me here? Nothing at all had happened yesterday. But could she really have come here after only a day, just to banter with him? Eugene narrowed his eyes and stared at Seal. I came here to train with you, Seal replied, giggling. I even wore my training uniform, see? It looks cool, Eugene casually commented as he looked at the clothes Seal was wearing. Her training uniform had the Lionhart embroidered on its left chest, declaring her descent from the direct line. And of course, there's no lion on the clothes they gave me to wear, Eugene thought before saying, Did you just leave your brother alone somewhere to come here? My brother is training with Hazard. Did you know? Yesterday my mother became furious because of you. She slapped my brother more than 10 times. She really hit him? Yeah. Eugene blinked his eyes at this news, and he'd been so sure that the boy had grown up without experiencing any tough love. But why hasn't she tried to slap me? Eugene asked. Why would my mother slap you? Seal seemed confused. Didn't you say that she hit your brother because I made her angry? That's right, but my mother is angry because my brother challenged you to a duel, and then you just happened to defeat him. No, but, in the end, it's because of me that she got angry, right? You could say that. No matter how precocious, a child is still a child. Eugene now deeply understood this fact. Does your mother also know that you've come here? Eugene changed the subject. She knows. My mother said that I should try to get closer to you, Seal confessed without hesitation. Why would she say such crap about trying to get closer, when I'm the one who made her so mad that she actually slapped that brat in the face? Eugene barely stifled a shout before it could leave his mouth. After all, how could such a young child like Seal know what the second lady of the main family was really up to? Is that right? Eugene finally acknowledged. Didn't you say yesterday that we can be pals since we're the same age? Seal brought up Eugene's words from the previous day. Your brother said that just because we're the same age, it doesn't mean we're friends. That's just what my brother said. It's not like I agreed with him. So, don't you want to be friends with me? Fine, let's be friends. Well then, friend, since I'm going to be training, why don't you go and play over there instead of bothering me? Will you play with me? No, I'll be training. Then I'll train as well. Let's just give up and ignore her. I should have done that from the start, Eugene thought with a click of his tongue as he headed for the gymnasium storeroom in the corner of the hall. You swung a spear yesterday. Will you be swinging a spear again today? Nope. Then what? A knife? For starters, I'm going to work up a sweat. Eugene slammed the door to the storeroom open. The inside of the storeroom, which had been covered in piles of dust just yesterday, had been thoroughly cleaned overnight. It was obvious who had done it. It looked like Nina had spent the entire night cleaning. That's just what I like to see, Eugene repeated with a mutter as he entered the storeroom. Not only had all the dust been swept away, but everything had also been organized and cleaned. That went especially for the sandbags, as their surfaces were smoother, and they looked heavier than yesterday. In addition, it seemed that their leather had been polished and even the sand inside had been refilled. Still, there isn't that much in here to begin with, so there's nothing that really catches my eye. For some reason, he was getting an urge to do some axe work today, even though there weren't any axes here. Eventually, Eugene left the storeroom, only carrying a heap of sandbags. What about your weapon? Seal asked. I'm going to be working on my body instead, Eugene explained. Eugene sat down on the floor and began tying sandbags to his limbs. Seal looked at him for a moment before heading to the storeroom and returning with some sandbags as well. I want to do it with you, Seal said. Why would you want to do that? Because it'll be boring just watching you. Do whatever you like. Eugene stood up, his body covered with hanging sandbags. Then he suddenly started running around the gymnasium's interior. Heavy, Seal thought as she staggered to her feet. The mana she generated at the core of her body began circulating throughout her body, boosting her strength in the process. Seal was only able to move her body in the way she wanted to after doing this. So how can he run like that using just his body? Seal's disbelieving eyes followed Eugene around the room. Eugene had just started running, but was already finishing one lap of the gymnasium, even as he breathed deeply. Seal stayed where she was for a few moments, waiting for Eugene to return so that they could run together. Have you really not trained your mana? Seal felt she had to ask. I've told you already that I haven't. Stop talking to me. How amazing. How can you run with all that on you when you haven't trained your mana? Stop talking to me, Eugene snapped at her with an angry glare. In response to this, Seal stuck out her tongue at him once, and then proceeded to stay silent. Nina returned from the main house, having followed Eugene's orders. She had secretly prepared herself to receive bitter criticism from the other servants of the estate, but surprisingly they hadn't treated Nina harshly. Did Master Eugene tell you to ask this? Yes. Understood. Today, once noon has passed, although they showed some signs of wariness, they still politely answered all of her questions. While feeling puzzled by this fact, Nina headed over to the annex's gymnasium. Miss Seal? Nina asked, her jaw dropping at the sight in front of her. Oh hey servant, Seal casually greeted her. Her name is Nina, Eugene informed Seal. Seal corrected herself, hey Nina. Seal smiled as she balanced on top of a rocking body. She was currently sitting on Eugene's back, while holding an armful of sandbags. Good day, Miss Nina belatedly bowed her head, but even as she did so, she secretly peeked upwards to look at what Eugene was doing. As sweat dripped from his body like rain, he was intensely focused on doing push-ups. What number are you at now? Seal asked. 98, 99, 100, Eugene grunted. Now get off. Boom. Seal threw the sandbags aside and got down from Eugene's back. Eugene then collapsed onto the floor, lying face down as he caught his breath. Once he had stopped gasping, Eugene asked, Did you find out? Yes, Nina replied, nodding her head. Sh, should I get you some water first? No. Just tell me now, Eugene insisted, still lying on his front. Masters Deacon, Hansen, and Juris are expected to arrive sometime afternoon today, Nina responded quickly. Also, Masters Gargith and Desra will be arriving by Warp Gate at around dinner time. And to think I was curious about what you were looking into, Seal said with a giggle as she poked Eugene in the back. You could have just asked me, so why didn't you? I had already sent Nina to find out, so if I heard it from you first, that would mean I had sent Nina on a pointless errand. Eugene justified his decision. Why does that matter? Seal asked. And we were also in the middle of training, Eugene continued, ignoring her question. He was too lazy to argue with her. Eugene gathered up his splay, out body, and pulled himself into a sitting position. So you're saying that 3 people are arriving by carriage, and then 2 will be arriving by warp gates? Eugene confirmed. Yes, said Nina. Starting with how they got here, the last 2 were receiving a marked difference in treatment. But even Eugene knew the reason for this. Those 2 were the scions of high-ranking families among the collateral lines. You don't know who Garjith and Desra are, do you? Seal piped up. I know their names, but I've never met them before, Eugene revealed. Those 2 are pretty strong for being collateral descendants. I know that their families are quite powerful. What about the other 3? I don't even know where they're coming from. They're similar to you in that way. Ah, but of course, you're much stronger. It seems that those 3 also came from small families in the collateral lines. Setting those 3 aside, Eugene asked, how about Garjith and Desra? Have you met them before? They came here for my brother and my 10th birthday party. What kind of people are they? Garjith is no fun. He's a year older than me. Desra is younger than me, but she isn't much fun either. By them being no fun, did she mean that she wasn't able to tease them? Eugene took a moment to organize his thoughts. 3 from the direct line and 6 from the collateral lines, including me. Even though he'd been told that everyone would be arriving by the 4th day at the very latest, it looked like everyone would be gathering earlier than he'd expected. Do you know when the bloodline continuation ceremony is starting? He asked. Since it starts when we've all gathered, maybe today? Seal answered. Probably tomorrow, because it's not like they would really start it right away. So, what form will this year's bloodline continuation ceremony take? Don't know, Seal said with a shake of her head. Don't lie to me, Eugene growled. I really don't know, Seal pouted. It's a tradition that the head of the family decides how the bloodline continuation ceremony will be held. But because my father isn't here right now, but my mother said that he would be returning soon. Anyway, I really don't know. Eugene couldn't believe her words completely. Since she was the direct descendant of the main family, shouldn't she at least have heard something? Father said that during his time, 12 people competed in a tournament, Eugene recalled. And in the last bloodline continuation ceremony, the participants were made to wander through a forest for 10 days. Each time the form of the ceremony changed, but the essence remained the same. The bloodline continuation ceremony was meant to fairly judge the quality of the future generations who would inherit the name of Lionhart. But unfortunately, although that was what it was meant to be, life wasn't fair. In the end, the children of the main family, who had trained their mana since childhood, were the ones who excelled during the bloodline continuation ceremony. Ever since Eugene had first heard about the bloodline continuation ceremony, he had thought that it was an odd tradition. As such, he had vowed to personally turn the tables on the main family during the bloodline continuation ceremony. Vermouth, don't feel sorry for them once. I'm done messing with your descendants. Eugene spoke in his head to Vermouth, who was probably already in heaven, as he pulled his stiff body up off the floor. After all, it wasn't like I asked to be reincarnated as your descendant. Chapter 9. Gilead 1. Eugene didn't have even the slightest inclination of getting particularly close to any of the other children from the minor collateral lines. Although it wasn't like he didn't share any sense of belonging with them, honestly speaking, they just didn't have anything worth his attention. First Deacon, who was 11, then Hansen, who was 14, and finally Juris, who was 10, these 3 children of minor collateral families arrived one after the other. As he absent-mindedly exchanged greetings with them, in his head, he lumped these 3 together under one identity. They're the dropouts. In the first place, their attitudes lacked confidence, and they kept glancing around in a panic. He was especially skeptical of that guy named Hansen, who was 1 year older than Eugene. Hansen had chubby cheeks and an equally round body, but what Eugene really didn't like was the fact that he was pretending to be the leader of the current group of children just because he was the oldest. But he only kept up this attitude in front of Eugene and the other collateral descendants. Hansen, who had been arrogantly insisting that everyone call him Big Brother, immediately reverted to an obsequious attitude when he saw the Lionhart embroidered on Seal's left chest. In fact, such an attitude wasn't particularly surprising. The collateral descendants from weak backgrounds had no choice but to be afraid of children from the direct line. Who on earth is he? That was why these 3 dropouts kept glancing at Eugene with confused eyes that betrayed their inability to find an answer to such a question. After the brief introductions, Eugene had returned to resume his training. It was an extension of the physical training that he'd done earlier that morning. Eugene believed that all types of knowledge were bound to develop over time. That went for martial arts as well. So even if Eugene was one of the hero's companions 300 years ago, it would be exceedingly arrogant of him to believe that the martial arts of stupid Hamel were indisputably superior to modern martial arts. However, no matter how advanced martial arts became, as long as the foundation built on physical training wasn't formed properly, then they couldn't be put to full use. Without any doubts, Eugene held full faith in this fact. So even if he could forego training his mana, he couldn't neglect his physical training. Since I can't train my mana anyway, I actually need to focus on my physical training even more. Such a plan was one that indisputably screamed of ignorance and lack of any better options. But so what? Because of that damn tradition, the bloodline continuation ceremony, he was forbidden from training his mana in the first place. The bloodline continuation ceremony was designed so that only those of the direct line could really excel. Eugene's plan to turn the tables on the direct descendants during the ceremony was also, in part, a way to get back at Vermouth, who had allowed such a tradition to be passed. Isn't that hard? Seal asked. Of course it's hard, Eugene replied. Somewhere along the way, Seal had taken a seat next to Eugene to watch him train. She had a lot of questions that she wanted to ask Eugene. Having been born to the direct line, Seal and her brother had received various forms of training starting from their childhood. However, neither of the twins had ever seen such a barbarous and torturous training method as Eugene's. It looks like someone has arrived, Eugene commented, shaking his sweat-drenched hair as he jumped up to his feet. The front gates, which could barely be made out in the far distance, were opening. Since it had drawn close to the time when the sun was slowly starting to set, Eugene assumed that the two collateral scions, who'd been expected to arrive at around dinner time, had instead arrived early. Isn't there too much of a commotion going on just for that? Eugene observed. The servants of the main house were running out and lining up in front of the mansion. Even the knights stationed in the rear of the mansion were running up and getting into formation. He had heard that the families of those two brats, Gargith and Ezra, were so prestigious that you could count the number of collateral families that held as much influence on just one hand. Still, it was puzzling to see all these servants running around hastily as if they had been unprepared to meet with them. Came the sound of realization. Seal had also been feeling a similar sense of puzzlement, but as she stared at the gates with blinking eyes, she smiled brightly when she saw flags beginning to rise on the twin rows of flagpoles that lined the path to the entrance. "It looks like Father's back," Seal exclaimed in an excited voice. She jumped up from her seat and ran off towards the front gates without even saying goodbye to Eugene. "And Master Eugene," Nina called out as she approached Eugene while also in a fluster. "It looks like the master of the house has returned. We have to go out to meet him. Wait, no. We need to get you changed first. It would look better to be there in such a sweaty state than to be the only one who was late," Eugene replied as he brushed the dirt off his body. Nina hesitated for a few moments before taking out a handkerchief from a breast pocket and wiping it down Eugene's arms and legs. Even with this, the intense odor of his sweat hadn't faded, so she even took out some perfume and sprayed it on Eugene. "That's enough," Eugene said. He finished by roughly patting down his unruly hair, which had become streaked with a mix of dirt and sweat. He hadn't taken too long in getting ready, but the servants of the annex and the dropouts from the collateral lines had already left for the front gates. In the end, Eugene and Nina were the very last to leave the annex, as they too headed to meet the new arrivals. "Whoa," Eugene said to himself, impressed at the sight. All the flags, embroidered with the Lionhart, were soaring proudly in the sky. There were easily over 100 knights who had lined up along the path beneath the flags. The servants from the main house and the annex had also gathered in one location, lining up at the entrance to the mansion. Family members of the direct line were standing in front of the servants. Adjusting her outfit, Seal was standing to the left of Ancilla, and on Ancilla's right stood Cien, his face still pale. Although the real power over the household had been taken from her hands, Tanny stood a few steps ahead of Ancilla. Her higher position as the official first wife required her to stand in front of Ancilla during such a situation. However, even though she was about to meet her husband, who had returned after so many years, she had a relatively calm expression on her face. Eugene looked at the boy who was standing next to Tanny's. Although he had a pretty handsome face, his eyes looked dull for someone his age, and his shoulders were slouched. This was Eugene Lionhart, the eldest son of the main family, and the first in the line of succession. Tanny's lips moved slightly as if she was saying something. This caused Ewert's expression to stiffen, and then he straightened his back and threw back his shoulders. "It looks like the children of the main family have all received their fair share of tough love, though that might also be why their personalities are such a mess." Eugene tutted in disapproval before turning his head away. "Please follow me this way," requested one of the main house's butlers, approaching the two late arrivals with his head bowed. The place where the children of the collateral lines were supposed to stand was to the side of the direct line's family members. Thanks to the moderate distance between the two groups, their difference in status had been made clear. "Ang!" The lines of knights drew their swords, all as one. Even though more than 100 swords were being drawn at once, the sound wasn't scattered and instead registered as a single note. Then, holding the swords to their left chest with the blades raised high, the knights turned towards the gates. A man riding a huge black horse galloped in, leading two carriages behind him. There was no loud shouting or cheering. Instead, the knights welcomed their lord who had returned after so many years, with a unified silence. "So this is Gilead Lionhart." Eugene stared at the man with excited eyes. Although his face didn't resemble Vermouth's, the brilliant glow in Gilead's eyes was fairly striking. And the one following behind him should be his younger brother, Eugene. The patriarch of the Lionhart family, Gilead, had 2 younger brothers. The second brother, Guilford, was already married but had yet to move out from the main estate. The third brother, Eugene, had chosen not to marry and had instead followed Gilead on his training trip. "It would have been better if you had informed us before you arrived," Tanis chided Gilead as he rode through the gates. "I, the patriarch, am returning home, so what reason is there for me to need to inform you?" Gilead replied as he got off his horse. "Eward, it's good to see that you've grown quite a bit. Have your skills grown accordingly?" "I have tried to live up to father's expectations." Eward trailed off as he avoided meeting his father's eyes. Gilead stared at his oldest son for a few moments before turning his head. "And is this really Cyan and Seal? I almost didn't recognize you. Children really do grow up quickly. It's so amazing." "I missed you, father," Seal replied with a wide smile. At that moment, Gilead smiled brightly and nodded his head in approval. He could smell the scent of dirt and sweat coming from the twins. It was a scent that couldn't be sensed from Eward. "Guilford, I heard that you now have a child. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there to share that moment of celebration with you." "Big brother, please don't say something like that," Guilford responded with his head bowed. Next to him, his wife Neria was cradling a soundly sleeping baby. Gilead stared at the baby for a few moments before looking away. His brilliant gaze wandered over the children from the collateral lines. The other children immediately straightened up, swallowing their fright. Eugene didn't care to follow their example. Gilead was just looking at them, so why act like their souls were about to leave their bodies? "There's no need to prepare anything special. Let's just go and enjoy a meal together," Gilead said, raising his voice so everyone could hear. "Then we can discuss how the bloodline continuation ceremony is being held this year." Everyone gathered around a long rectangular dining room table. The children of the collateral lines began sitting down at one end of the table. The 2 carriages that had arrived with Gilead had been carrying Desra and Garjith. As if it was only the most natural thing to do, these 2 took the seats right at the end of the table, at the center of the other collateral descendant seats. So Eugene took a seat next to Garjith. With a puzzled expression, Garjith scanned Eugene's face. It was an unsaid rule that everyone sat in their seats according to the order of seniority within the clan. So accordingly, the one who would usually be sitting next to Garjith was that fatty Hansen. However, Hansen didn't express any dissatisfaction regarding the seating choice, and instead sat down next to Eugene. When he had arrived at noon, Hansen had gotten a chance to observe Eugene's extremely barbaric training. He had also seen how Seal, one of the main family's infamous devil twins, talked to Eugene in a friendly manner. Hansen really didn't want to cause any trouble with this mysterious relative of his. "I've seen Garjith and Desra before, and we even traveled together on the way here, but as for the rest of you sitting across from the collateral descendants, at the head of the table, was the Lionhart patriarch, Gilead." As he cleaned his hands with a wet towel, he looked closely at each of the children from the collateral lines before continuing. "I don't know who you 4 are. I hail from Giddel province. Please call me Eugene. My father's name is Gerhard Lionhart." Eugene bowed his head slightly as he introduced himself. With him taking the lead, the other children from the collateral branches also introduced themselves. However, only Eugene was able to speak confidently. The other children's voices trembled as they stammered out their words. The fact that the Lionhart patriarch was sitting right across from them had made these children nervous. After hearing all their introductions, Gilead nodded deeply. Then, without saying another word, Gilead just rested his chin in his hands. There was total silence. The collateral descendants took their cue from the situation and tried to quieten the sound of their breathing. That went for Garjith and Desra as well, but especially Desra. Since she was sitting straight across from Gilead, she didn't know where to place her gaze, so she just kept nervously scratching her innocent thighs. "So hungry," Eugene grumbled to himself. Couldn't they have been called after the dinner preparations were already over? Eugene looked down at the sparse dinner table. Although a few pieces of bread and some tea had been set out, how was he supposed to make a meal out of that? "And who's that bastard?" A young blond man was sitting next to Eward. The man had arrived in a separate carriage from the ones carrying Desra and Garjith. At first glance, he didn't appear to share any Lionhart ancestry. Eugene noticed that the one sitting right next to the man, Eward, didn't seem to recognize him either. "Father," Seal spoke up, breaking the silence. She smiled bashfully and looked up at Gilead to ask, "It's been 3 years since you left. Don't you have a present for me?" "It seems like I forgot about that," Gilead replied with a smile. Like most fathers, Gilead favored his daughter. Moreover, Seal was much better at playing cute than his eldest son. But I really miss father every single day. Didn't you feel the same, father?" "Of course I did. Liar, you didn't even get me a present." "Haha, I'll give you a special gift once the bloodline continuation ceremony is over," so don't hold too much of a grudge against your poor father." During this conversation between the two, Eward firmly kept chewing his bottom lip. Cyan was also staying silent and keeping his gaze lowered, even though he usually would have been playing along with Seal. However, the bruises from yesterday were still covering Cyan's abdomen. It was a constant reminder of his defeat, so Cyan kept quiet out of fear that his father would scold him for losing the duel. "But father, who is your guest?" Seal asked. After having met Eugene's gaze just once, Seal had turned to look at the man sitting next to Eward. She could tell that Eugene was constantly eyeing the man, but her question wasn't just because of that. After all, Seal was also curious about the identity of this unknown man. Currently, neither Ancilla nor Tanis, let alone Gilead's two brothers, were allowed to join them at this table. Only the Lionhart patriarch, who would be administering the bloodline continuation ceremony, and the children, who would be attending the ceremony, were supposed to be sitting here. However, now an unknown stranger was seated along with them. I was going to introduce him a bit later, but Gilead hesitated. "I don't mind introducing myself now," the man spoke up with a smile. "After all, the food hasn't come out yet. These children should be finding this silence awkward, so it would be better to liven up the room with some conversation." Gilead firmly agreed. "Definitely. I was just regretting having called this gathering early because I was in a hurry." "Haha, it's not Master Gilead's fault. Anyone would feel nervous about meeting distant relatives for the first time," Lovelyan comforted Gilead. The man turned to look at the children with a friendly smile. Eugene picked up a teacup so that he could drink while listening to the man's story. Since he was feeling so hungry, but was unable to do anything about it, he wanted to at least fill his mouth up with something. "Hello children, it's nice to meet you all. My name is Lovelyan, and I am from Aeroth's Red Tower of Magic." "Huh?" Desra let out a startled sound. "Lovelyan." Several of the children tilted their heads, as they seemed to recall having heard his name from somewhere. "Why, you are the head wizard of the Red Tower," Eward said as he turned to look at Lovelyan with a shocked expression. "Gurk," Eugene gasped, accidentally inhaled some steaming hot tea. Chapter 10, Gilead 2. After having never gotten sick after gorging himself on meat every morning, was he really about to choke on some tea? His throat burning, Eugene coughed violently as he pounded on his chest. However, this revelation was something that he really couldn't help but be surprised by. The magic kingdom of Aeroth had 5 magic towers: the red, blue, green, white, and black towers. Less than 300 years ago, there was no such thing as a black magic tower. However, it came into existence following the mysterious oath between the hero and the demon kings, and hundreds of years had flown by since then. Even though the number of black magicians that Eugene had executed in his past life went far beyond 100, it was now seen as a respectable profession. Following the oath between the hero and the demon kings, the black magicians had also made their own special deal with the hero, and in time, they amassed enough influence to erect their own magic tower in Aeroth. In any case, unlike the Black Tower, the Red Tower had been in existence since 300 years ago. "Are you alright?" Lovelyan asked as he looked at Eugene with alarm. "Ah yes. I'm fine. I'm alright," Eugene coughed out. He had only accidentally inhaled some tea out of surprise. However, now that everyone was looking at him, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Eugene cleared his throat and grabbed a nearby napkin. However, before he could start cleaning up the mess he had left on the table, Lovelyan tapped his finger, and the damp tablecloth was instantly dried clean. "This was magic. It looks like you were very surprised." "Yes." Well, Eugene lowered his outstretched hand as he pasted on an awkward smile. At times like these, being young once again proved to be an advantage. If he's from the Red Tower, that means he's Sienna's disciple. Though strictly speaking, Lovelyan wasn't Sienna's immediate disciple. If Eugene recalled correctly, Sienna's immediate disciple should be Lovelyan's master's master. But although they were far apart in terms of generations, both Lovelyan and the wise Sienna had served as the master of their respective Red and Green Towers. It was only logical that, 300 years ago, Sienna had risen to become the youngest head wizard of the Green Magic Tower in all of Aeroth's history. She was Great Vermouth's companion, and an arch-wizard who could slay both dragons and demon kings. Countless wizards had found their way to the Green Tower, hoping to become Sienna's disciple. On top of that, Sienna had accomplished many more feats during her time as head wizard. She had torn through all the common magic texts in Aeroth, fixing mistakes, and proceeded to rewrite them all. Moreover, she held nothing back when teaching the disciples of other towers, and even her colleagues, the head wizards of the other towers, received her guidance. By the end of her tenure, the wizards who had been taught by Sienna all sat in senior positions in their respective towers. Her teachings had carried on to the present day, and 2 famed wizards, who considered themselves disciples of Sienna, had become the head wizards of the Red and Green Towers. His master's master's master, no matter how much he thought about it, it didn't seem likely that Lovelyan had met Sienna in person. Still, Eugene hadn't expected that he would meet someone related to another old buddy of his here. If he's from the Red Tower, That means, his specialty is summoning magic. Summoning magic was also one of Siena's specialties. The house that the hero and his companions had stayed in during most of their adventures was also one of Siena's summons. You said that your name is Eugene, right? Gilead spoke up. Although he had been singled out, Eugene didn't seem too alarmed this time around, and he didn't choke on his tea either. Eugene simply turned to look at Gilead and nodded slightly. I was wondering when he'd call on me. From the moment they had met in front of the mansion, Eugene had felt Gilead's subtle gaze rest on him. I heard quite the story from Tannis, Gilead said consideringly. At these words, Cyan started violently chewing on his bottom lip. However, Gilead raised his hand and gently patted Cyan on the shoulder in comfort. My son, he insulted both you and your father, Gilead stated. Yes, but there are no hard feelings left, Eugene said, sitting up straight in his seat. I was able to vent all of my feelings towards him during our duel. Gilead pointed out, and you won the duel. Even if I had been defeated, I wouldn't have held a grudge. That would just mean I was too weak to protect my honor, and as such, I would be obliged to endure the insult, Eugene explained. You're much more mature than my son, Gilead said with a grin. Pat. With a final pat on Cyan's shoulder, Gilead resumed speaking. Cyan. Yes, Cyan meekly replied. I am not ashamed of your defeat. However, I am ashamed of you for avoiding meeting your father's gaze because of your shame in your defeat. Seal remained silent. I heard that the duel started because you insulted him, but, even though you lost the duel, you did not apologize to Eugene. That's Cyan. You bear the surname Lionhart. That means you are descended from the great Vermouth. To live up to the blood that you both share, you have to be able to respect the honor of others as well as your own. But Vermouth, that bastard, never seemed to respect my honor. While thinking such a nonsensical thought, Eugene looked at Cyan's face. Because of how messed up the twins' personalities were, he had thought that their father would also have the personality of a scumbag. But Gilead seemed to be someone who unexpectedly had his head on straight. They say that he's been away from home for 3 years. 3 years is a long time for 10-year-old kids, about a third of their entire lives. I'm sorry, Cyan admitted, his nose sniffling as tears shone in his eyes. He wasn't crying because he was sorry, but because he felt that apologizing was unfair. Even though Eugene realized this truth right away, he didn't point this out as he had never expected something like a sincere apology from Cyan in the first place. Gilead also felt his son's obvious reluctance. However, if he were to point it out here, their conversation would end up taking far too much time. Gilead changed the topic. I'm sorry to say this, but Eugene, I'm not familiar with your father. That's only natural. Even I admit that my family is from deep in the countryside, Eugene conceded. Did you learn your skills from your father? He taught me the basics, but the rest I learned through training by myself. What kind of training did you do? I just trained with wooden swords and spears. Due to the prohibition set by the bloodline continuation ceremony, I could only use those training weapons after all. That means you must not have had anyone who could teach you. Although we have a few knights at our estate as well, none of them were really good enough to qualify as my instructor. Is that so? Gilead was lost in thought for a few seconds. Cyan kept chewing his lips as he brooded, while Seal's eyes were lit up like she was having fun. Eward was looking at Eugene with an absent-minded gaze. He got into a duel with Cyan and won. Who was Gerhardt again? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Garjith and Desiree glanced at Eugene with astonished eyes. Beside them, the other children from the collateral branches were also looking at Eugene in shock. It seems that this year's bloodline continuation ceremony will be fun. Gilead finally broke his silence with a grin. I think so too. Lovelian, who had been listening to their conversation with interest, now nodded along with a smile on his face. Food started arriving from the kitchen. However, no one touched it as they were waiting on Gilead. I don't know if these dishes will suit your tastes, but please enjoy the meal. After this blessing, Gilead started eating. Following suit, the children also grabbed their cutlery. Then, as if he had been waiting for this, Eugene immediately sliced off a large chunk of meat for himself. Once the meal began, the atmosphere of the room relaxed a bit. Even though you ate all that for lunch, you're still hungry? Seal asked Eugene. I may have eaten lunch, but I kept moving around afterward, so of course I'm hungry, he replied. Giggling, Seal moved some vegetables, like bell peppers and carrots, off of her plate and onto Eugene's. If that's the case, then eat some of mine as well. I'm not that hungry. You're just doing this because you don't want to eat vegetables. No way, I like vegetables. Seal quickly excused herself, glancing up at Gilead's expression. It's really because I'm not that hungry. After everyone's dishes were just about empty, Gilead put down the glass of wine he had been drinking and started speaking. As you may have already guessed, the reason we have arranged a whole dinner like this is to explain the contents of this year's bloodline continuation ceremony. At these words, the movements around the table began coming to a stop, one by one. In this year's bloodline continuation ceremony, apart from the traditional goals, I also wanted to give all the participating family members a good opportunity to show what they can do, Gilead said as his eyes ran over the listeners. His gaze rested on Gargith, Desra, and Eugene a lot longer than the others. Although the three people that Eugene had classed as the dropouts definitely noticed this fact, they didn't feel any dissatisfaction from this. Deacon Hansen and Juris were well aware that they didn't possess the qualities needed to stand out during the bloodline continuation ceremony. Gilead continued, the bloodline continuation ceremony takes place every 10 years. The contents of the ceremony are decided by the Lionhart Patriarch. I was also the one who administered the last bloodline continuation ceremony. As you may have heard before arriving here, the last bloodline continuation ceremony had the 12 participating children wander around in the middle of the forest. Gilead shook his head with a wry smile. Only the children of collateral bloodlines participated in the last bloodline continuation ceremony. However, in this year's ceremony, 3 of my own children will be participating. Although it might sound ridiculous coming from me, I believe that the tradition of the bloodline continuation ceremony is far too discriminatory. Gilead's 3 children all looked surprised at this admittance. The bloodline continuation ceremony is a tradition that favors the direct descendants. Collateral descendants are not allowed to wield real weapons or even train with their mana until the bloodline continuation ceremony is over. Taking part in the ceremony under such conditions, wouldn't the results be obvious? The collateral descendants have never been able to defeat the direct descendants. Everyone was listening silently. However, it is impossible to get rid of a long-standing tradition all at once. This rift had been dividing the direct line from the collateral lines for several hundred years. Recently, Gilead's brother, Guilford, had also been blessed with a child. When that child turned 5, Guilford would be forced to leave the main estate and become the head of a new collateral branch. Although they were all descendants of the great Vermouth, only the Lionhart clan's direct line could boast the true and direct bloodline. Therefore, the direct line could only be inherited by the Lionhart Patriarch's own children. That was how the legacy of the Lionhart estate had been passed down for generations. Those of the collateral lines, no matter how thin their bloodlines have become, don't they all still bear the name of Lionhart? The bloodline continuation ceremony's main purpose has always been to confirm that those who inherit the name of Lionhart possess the same heroic qualities as the one they claim descent from, the great Vermouth. Therefore, the concentration of the bloodline holds no importance. Vermouth, Eugene thought as he chewed on his meat, your descendant seems like a better man than you were. What meaning is there in a competition where victory has already been decided? I want to confirm the heroic qualities of not just my own children, but the rest of you who have inherited the name of Lionhart as well. Gilead turned his head to the side. As such, unlike with previous bloodline continuation ceremonies, I've decided to get some outside help for this year's ceremony. And that's why I'm here. Nice to meet you all, children. Lovely smiled broadly. The Patriarch's sermon was a bit too long-winded, wasn't it? I understand if you might be feeling a bit sleepy, but please rouse yourselves and pay attention now. Gilead smiled sourly. Lovely didn't pay him any attention and continued speaking. We need to get started with preparations first before we'll know for sure, but the bloodline continuation ceremony should begin in 4 days at the very latest. If you want to know what we'll be doing during that time, I plan to conjure a maze over there in that forest. Lovely raised his hands. Mana gathered between his palms like a mist before forming into the image of a giant maze hovering over the dinner table. All of you will enter the maze through a different entrance and begin exploring. Various monsters will be wandering inside the maze, but haha, there's no need to worry too much. None of you will be getting hurt or actually hurting anyone inside the maze. How is that possible? Seal asked, tilting her head. Well, that's because everything inside will be an illusion created by magic. So whatever happens to you all inside the maze, it won't actually be real. However, it will still seem like an extremely realistic experience. Lovely's smile widened. A monster you encounter inside the maze might even chop off your arm. So although your arm will really be lost inside the maze, you'll feel as if your arm really was cut off. Whoa, was the shared response. Isn't magic so amazing? If you have any interest in it, come visit me in Aeroth. The great Vermouth was also an awesome wizard, you know. So he was saying that, in addition to summoning magic, even advanced mental manipulation magic would be involved in this project. Well, you need to be able to do this much if you want to make it as the head wizard of a tower. Eugene quietly listened to Lovely's explanations. In addition to the monsters, we will also be preparing all sorts of traps inside the maze. Of course, they also won't truly be dangerous. Yes, Seal cheerfully called out. Seal was the only one giggling as she listened to Lovely talk. The drophouse expressions were instead filled with fear. Once everyone enters the maze, there is only one simple thing that you all need to do. Head to the center of the maze to defeat the boss monster there. How do we defeat it? Someone asked. You just need to kill it. Who here has hunted monsters? Me. This time, multiple voices spoke up. All 3 from the main family raised their hands. Of the collateral descendants, only Gargith, Desra, and Eugene held their hands up. Eugene was about 10 years old when he first killed an orc by beating it up with his wooden sword. This will be similar to then. The bloodline continuation ceremony will end when one of you 9 participants reaches the center of the maze and defeats the evil boss monster. Will it be okay if we can't make it to the center of the maze? Asked Hansen. Of course it is. If you're afraid of moving forward, then it's also fine to just stay where you are. However, you won't get a very good score by doing so, Lovely responded kindly as he looked at Hansen and his chubby cheeks. If I kill the boss monster, Eugene asked. What's with the boss monster? No matter how young your audience is, isn't that name too childish? Eugene shook his head as he thought this. Still, whether it's a boss or a commander, what's the point of killing that bastard? His first impulse was to just ask that out loud, so, do I get anything for it? He decided to follow his impulse and ask a straightforward question. I'll let you pick one item you desire from the main house's underground treasure vault. The one who answered his question was Gilead. Eugene smiled brightly and nodded his head, while exclaiming in childish delight, wow. What should I take, a sword, a spear, or a bow? Although the bloodline continuation ceremony hadn't even started yet, Eugene was sure that he would be the first one to break through the labyrinth. Chapter 11. The Bloodline Continuation Ceremony 1. Is it true? The moment they arrived at the annex, after leaving the main house, Gargith, who had been keeping his mouth shut so far, turned to ask Eugene a question. Then, as if she had also been waiting for this moment, Desiree turned to look at Eugene as well. What is? Eugene asked in return. Did you really duel with Eugene Lionhart, and win? Yep. Gargith's eyes shook in surprise at this honest answer. He scanned Eugene from head to toe with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Gargith Lionhart, at 14, was a year older than Eugene. His family had only split off from the main family during the time of the previous patriarch. Additionally, his family lived in the middle of a forest infested with monsters. Due to this, starting from a young age, Gargith would often play in the forest by crushing the heads of small monsters such as goblins. In other words, his family could be selected as one of the best among the collateral branches in terms of military might. A true martial family. That went for Desiree as well, although her family had branched off from the main family several generations ago. Since her grandfather's time, it had become a highly prestigious martial family whose members were known to enter the Empire's military forces. As it turned out, the two of them had had a lot of contact with each other ever since they were young. Even though they shared the same family name, the degree of kinship between them was pretty far apart, and they were around the same age. Because of these factors, and how close their families were, talk of them getting married in the future was often brought up as a joke. Naturally, their two families had also exchanged various opinions about this year's bloodline continuation ceremony. Nothing much was expected from the other collateral descendants. So, in the end, it was predicted that Gargith and Desiree would be competing against the children from the direct line. Instead of pointlessly fighting against each other, the two had agreed to preserve their strength and join forces to try and obstruct the children from the main house. Thus they had headed to the main house, having received their parents' encouragement. However, upon their arrival, they found out that a bumpkin from a collateral line had appeared out of nowhere and dueled with Eugene Lionhart of the main family. He had even managed to defeat Eugene in a single blow to boot, catching the attention of the Lionhart patriarch. Who is Gerhardt anyway? They wondered. These two couldn't even recognize who Eugene's father was. This was understandable, as there were a whole bunch of collateral families who all bore the name Lionhart. Among these Lionharts, the only clan members whose names had become widely known were those closely related to the direct line, and a prestigious few among the collateral lines. He wasn't at the birthday party 3 years ago either. Gargith and Desiree exchanged intent looks as they communicated with each other. Are you done with your questions? Eugene asked. Yes? Then I can go, right? Eugene didn't wait for a reply. As he passed between the two, they turned to watch him leave with confused expressions. They were left wondering where he was going, and they saw him head for the nearby gymnasium instead of entering the annex. You've returned already? Among all the annex's servants, Nina had emerged the fastest to greet them. As if she had been waiting for him in particular, she immediately handed Eugene a thick towel. What's this for? Eugene asked. You're going to go train, aren't you? Nina confirmed. I appreciate this, Eugene said with a grin and a nod to her. Although only a day had passed since they first met, Nina had already learned most of what she needed to know about Eugene. She just needed to plan as if her 13-year-old master had somehow been possessed by a ghost that had died because it wasn't able to train. Before a meal, he needed to train to build up an appetite. And even after a meal, he also needed to train to help his digestion. When would you like to take your bath? Nina inquired. A couple of hours later. Will you be fine with cold water? Of course that's fine. Nina trotted along behind Eugene. She had just recently finished her apprenticeship. So under the usual circumstances, Nina was supposed to take care of the annex's lowliest chores. However, the servants of the annex were wary of Eugene, so they didn't assign Nina even a single task. Thanks to this, Nina could focus entirely on adjusting her routine to Eugene's habits. Now, what are they up to? He thought as he caught two voyeurs. Eugene had finished a full body workout earlier that day, and since the night air was so refreshing, he had planned to swing his wooden sword a few times, but Gargith and Desra were now staring at him from a distance. Then, having reached some sort of conclusion, Gargith began striding up to him. Eugene observed him wordlessly. Without any hesitation, Gargith pulled off his top and tossed it aside. His body showed an unbelievable level of muscle development for a 14-year-old. Not only that, his entire body was also covered in small scars. Without saying a word, Eugene continued to stare at Gargith. Gargith proceeded to take a big gulp of air and flexed his chest, showing off his broad pectoral muscles and the twitching abs below. While putting on an air of arrogance, Gargith pounded his chest muscles and asked, "Want a touch?" Eugene had just been wondering to himself, what is that bastard up to? But as he stared at Gargith, Eugene realized that Gargith seemed to have fallen into some kind of stupid delusion that they were competing with their muscles. "No," Eugene replied without hesitation. With a disappointed expression, Gargith slowly deflated his pumped-up pecs. Then he also headed into the corner with the gymnasium's storeroom. After some time, Gargith emerged carrying a wooden sword. With an expression that was full of dissatisfaction, he said to Eugene, "The weapon selection in this storeroom is really too poor. It feels like it has less than a quarter of what a storeroom at my family's home has." "Is that so?" "I mean, I graduated from this sort of ordinary wooden sword when I was about 6 years old. At home, I even have a huge greatsword that I custom ordered. Of course, since it's meant to be for training, I didn't get the edge sharpened, but since it has an iron core running through the center, it's extremely heavy." "How impressive. It looks like you've also had a lot of training before coming here." But Gargith glanced at Eugene's forearm with which he was holding his sword. It definitely couldn't compare to Gargith's own thick forearms, but Gargith could clearly tell that Eugene's arms had undergone a long period of training. "What type of training do you usually do?" Gargith asked. "Why do you ask?" replied Eugene with a question of his own. "I heard that you defeated Cyan, right? Just how on earth did you train that enabled you to beat Eugene Lionhart, a child of the direct line?" "I just trained hard." It was too annoying to explain, so, with this casual reply, Eugene resumed swinging his wooden sword. Each swing was a basic motion that rose and fell through the air. As Eugene silently repeated these movements, Gargith, who had been standing there stunned, also raised his wooden sword. Whoosh! The sound produced by Gargith's swing was so loud that it seemed absurd to think that it could have come from an ordinary wooden sword. It was a sound produced solely by pure muscle strength, without any assistance from mana. Gargith glanced at Eugene proudly, but Eugene didn't even spare him a single glance in return. "How many hours do you train in a day?" Gargith finally asked, when there was no response. "Apart from eating, going to the toilet, and sleeping, all my time goes to training," Eugene explained. "How long do you sleep?" "At least 6 hours. I only sleep 5 hours." "How impressive." "The truth is, I want to sleep even less, but my father told me that sleep is like medicine. He said that you need to sleep if you want your muscles to grow." "Is that so?" "The difference in size between my muscles and yours isn't just because I trained longer than you do. We actually have a revolutionary muscle growth supplement that we use in our family." "How impressive." "We made this drug with the help of a famous alchemist from Earth. If someone hasn't accumulated any mana in their body, the drug promotes their muscle growth when taken alongside training." "Any interest in trying it?" "None. There is a limit to the amount of muscle that can be developed with basic training. Usually, this kind of muscle growth supplement is favored by mercenaries, but the quality of their cheap supplements can't compare to our family's revolutionary drug. Ours doesn't come with any side effects." "Oh, just look at me. Although I might have the advantage of training an hour more than you do, your muscles still wouldn't be able to compare to mine regardless. And what about our difference in height?" Gargith definitely had reason to sound proud as he asked this question. Gargith was only 1 year older than Eugene, but he was already a head taller than Eugene. Even considering his still, youthful face, he didn't look like a 14-year-old. "As if there are no side effects. Where do you get off with your lies?" The person who shouted this in a sharp tone was Desra, who had returned after changing her clothes. Her long hair was tied up in a ponytail, and it looked as if she was wearing an oversized training uniform. "About that drug. Once you take it, you start growing facial hair," Desra complained. "So what if it does that?" "It's natural for men to grow facial hair. I like the fact that I can grow a beard." "Doesn't it make me look like an adult?" Gargith said proudly. "But it grows on women as well, you fool." Desra glared at Gargith with narrowed eyes. Though she was only 12, it might have been because they were childhood friends, but she spoke to him in a pretty rude manner. I heard that you used a spear during your duel with Cyan. Why are you using a wooden sword now?" Desra asked. "I can use both a spear and a sword," Eugene replied simply. "That's ridiculous. You can use both interchangeably? And through self-study at that?" If it were anyone else who had claimed this, she would have given them a disbelieving look. However, Desra didn't dare to do so and instead just stared at Eugene in assessment. After all, Didn't they say he had defeated Cyan in one blow? I am a spear specialist, Desra finally admitted. It suits you, said Eugene. Eugene wasn't lying. Desra was tall for her age, and her limbs were especially on the long side. Just swinging your sword isn't any fun, so why don't you spar with me? Desra said. Fine. Eugene nodded his head. He preferred Desra, who had coolly asked for a spar, over Gargith, who kept saying this and that about his muscles. Moreover, he was curious about the skills of these children, who were considered elites among the collateral lines. You should use a spear as well since I'll be using a spear, Desra said. Do I really need to do that? Eugene asked. Rather than your swordsmanship, I want to see your spearmanship. Without waiting for a reply, Desra raced off to the storeroom. Soon, she returned, carrying 2 long spears by her side. Take this, she said, thrusting one of the spears into his hands. 2 children were soon standing across from each other, holding their spears at the ready. Gargith stood in the center, still topless. What are you doing? Desra asked Gargith. I thought I'd serve as the judge, Gargith answered her. What kind of spar needs a judge? Spar should also be fair. As Gargith said this, he raised his hands into the air. Even though Eugene had no interest in seeing another man's fully exposed armpits, this bastard. His actions keep reminding me of a certain fool. His size played a role in this as well. If his last name wasn't Lionhart, Eugene would have seriously suspected that Gargith was descended from Mullon instead of Vermouth. You may begin as soon as I call start, Gargith announced. Just hurry it up already, idiot, Desra shouted. As commanded, Gargith dropped his raised arms with a quick leap backward. Start, he shouted. Although Eugene had ended his confrontation with Cyan in a single blow, he had no intention of doing the same thing this time, as he wanted to see Desra's full range of skills. Instead of rushing in immediately, Desra slowly moved in a few steps at a time, trying to find a gap in Eugene's defenses. Eugene held his spear in both hands and refused to move from the spot. However, the spearhead alone showed slight signs of motion as it traced Desra's movements. Desra's eyes twitched in frustration. Although she was pretty confident in her spearmanship, at the moment, she really wanted to question if she was genuinely holding a spear in her hands or just a harmless branch. There are no gaps. She had made all sorts of movements and feints, but she still couldn't see any cracks in Eugene's defenses. With a spear in her hands, she should have been able to see something by now. But Desra chewed her bottom lip in worry. If she kept waiting for an opening, she would end up being unable to do anything. Convincing herself of this, Desra boldly stepped forward. The distance between the two was shortened in an instant. Just the slightest bit slower than her first step forward, her spear shot straight out. Clack! A slight movement from Eugene's spearhead sent Desra's spear flying to the side. At that moment, Desra rotated her body along with the movement of the spear. The tip of her spear thus swung around in a circle and once again sped towards Eugene. However, the result was the same as before. Clack! As her second attack was blown away, Desra's eyes wavered. Ha! She bit her lips and tensed her arms as she thrust with her spear. Thrust forward, withdraw, and thrust forward once more. Mixed in between each motion of her spear was the muffled sound of their wooden weapons clashing. Each of her decisive and piercing thrusts was smoothly parried away by Eugene. She knows how to incorporate rotation, and she even knows how to make use of recoil and momentum, Eugene observed. If you considered that she couldn't use mana, it was a pretty impressive performance. On top of that, her potential for future growth was limitless with how young she was. But that was all talk for the future. Right now, she still wasn't Eugene's opponent. The shaft of her spear suddenly slid through Desra's hands. She purposefully lowered her grip on the length of her spear to extend the spear's attack range for a single blow. Whoosh! The attack slashed down on Eugene from above. With a smile, Eugene twisted his body to the side. After parrying for so long, this was the first time he had actually dodged. Desra drew confidence from this fact. If she could just pull back for another attack. Although her thoughts had gone in this direction, reality didn't turn out the way Desra had imagined. The moment her spear had gotten close to the ground, Eugene stepped on top of it. Then, at that same moment, he stabbed his spear at Desra. She flinched as the spear flew towards her face, and she threw her head backward with a yelp. The spear stopped right before it could touch the tip of Desra's nose. She pursed her lips and looked over the tip of his spear to see Eugene's grinning face. Why is he so heavy? Desra had tried to extract her trapped spear with all her might, but no matter how much strength she used, the spear wouldn't budge. Even though he was only stepping on it with one foot holding back tears, Desra let go of her spear. Rather than being unable to extract her spear, it was the fact that Eugene's body hadn't even shaken, despite her pulling with all the strength she had, that convinced Desra of her defeat. Gargith, who had been standing by as a judge, put on a serious expression and said, Eugene Lionhart is victorious. Desra, who was already feeling disappointed and sorrowful, furrowed her brows and glared at Gargith. Shut up, you fat bastard! She yelled at Gargith. I'm not fat. Fat only refers to someone like Hansen. I told you to shut up. Gargith shook his head in disappointment. Desra, So you didn't learn anything from the Lionhart Patriarch's impressive speech earlier. You shouldn't consider your defeat shameful, and you should be able to respect the honor of your opponent. Ugh, with this groan, Desra staggered a few steps back, unable to say anything in her own defense. After exhaling a weary sigh, she turned and bowed her head towards Eugene, saying, "I've lost." "That's right," Eugene replied with a happy grin. "But you're quite good with a spear. Are you making fun of me?" Even though he was being sincere, Desra shouted at him angrily. It was only then that Eugene once again remembered that he was a kid who was about the same age as Desra. So Eugene decided to cover for his mistake by acting his age instead. "But I'm just better," Eugene smirked. "This son of a bitch," Desra hissed from between gritted teeth. "That's the reason I won, isn't it? If it upsets you so much, you should have won instead." "Shut up," Eugene snickered mockingly. "Kekek, says the one who lost to me without even landing a hit." Chapter 12.1 The Bloodline Continuation Ceremony. 2 later that night, Desra and Garjith barged into Eugene's room with a demand. "We need to combine our strengths." And right when Eugene had just gotten into bed, having washed and changed into a fluffy set of pajamas, he'd been about to go to sleep with the satisfied feeling that he'd made full use of his day. "You disturbed someone who was about to go to sleep just to say that?" Eugene responded without getting up from his bed. "I want to hear your thoughts on this," said Garjith stubbornly. Desra, standing next to him, had an expression full of dissatisfaction. Although she was now convinced of Eugene's skills, his teasing after she hadn't even been able to hit him once during their spar still lingered in her ears. "And how exactly should we combine our strengths?" "You are also there listening to the Patriarch explain how this year's Bloodline Continuation Ceremony will be held. Remember? This year we'll have to enter a labyrinth through separate entrances and try to break through to the center of the maze." "But aren't our goals still the same? The center of the labyrinth and the evil boss monster." A big guy like him was seriously using the words evil boss monster. Eugene kept his amusement hidden. "The boss monster should be extremely strong," Garjith continued his argument. "That might be the case," Eugene half-heartedly agreed. "The Patriarch and the head of the Reed Tower said there would be many traps and monsters in the maze. However, if it's the three of us, we should still be able to make it through to the center of the maze." "That's something we'll have to try to know for sure," Eugene cautioned. "I have never lost to any monster," Garjith proudly threw back his shoulders. "And besides, they said that the monsters in the labyrinth aren't going to be real, and will instead be illusions created by magic. So there's nothing to be afraid of." "If that's the case, why do you want to join forces to hunt the boss monster anyway?" "It's for safety. Didn't they say that even though it's an illusion, getting struck will still hurt?" "But you just said that you've never lost to a monster." "For a monster to deserve to be called a boss monster, it has to be a strong one," Garjith replied with a confident expression. "As such, we'll need to combine our strengths. Since the twins from the direct line will be working together as well, we should also join forces." "So you want to meet up in the center and fight the boss monster together?" "That's right, but I think I'll be able to kill it, even if I'm on my own," Eugene replied with a grin. "How annoying," Desra muttered from between pursed lips. Meanwhile, Garjith nodded in agreement with Eugene's words. "Then let's do this. If you try to fight it and don't manage to kill it, we can join you in the fight," Garjith offered. "And if you're not there, you can just run away and wait for us to get there." "Is there a need to even go that far? You're already a pair, aren't you? So just leave me out of this and work together yourselves," Eugene exasperatedly argued. "Depending on the circumstances, we might do just that." This time, it was Desra who replied. "However, 3 people are still stronger than 2. You might be unpleasant, but you're stronger than me. With your help, we'll definitely be able to kill the boss monster." "But why are you so invested in killing it?" Eugene questioned. "Don't you want to defeat the main family?" Desra asked with narrowed eyes. "Though you've already defeated Sayen in a duel, if you beat him in the Bloodline Continuation Ceremony as well, the Patriarch will even give you a present." In a Bloodline Continuation Ceremony, where members from both the direct and collateral lines are participating, the collateral lines have never once been victorious, Garjith added. "However, this time we have a chance at winning. There's Desra, me, and then there's you, who has even defeated Sayen. If I defeat the boss monster by myself, that's still a win for the collateral lines, isn't it?" Eugene asked. "If you're able to fight it alone and win, then I'll be thrilled. Isn't it more impressive for the monster to be defeated by a single person from the collateral lines instead of 3 collateral descendants?" Garjith replied while nodding. Eugene had been reminded of the foolish Mulan after seeing how big Garjith was, but after listening to him speak, he realized that Garjith actually knew how to use his head, and had quite a broad-minded side to him. "Okay, I've got it, so just go already." "I'm going to sleep," Eugene shooed them away with his hands while still lying down. Desra looked extremely dissatisfied, but Garjith just nodded and started dragging Desra out by her wrist. "I'm going to sleep 5 hours today as well," Garjith called out as he left. "I'm going to sleep for 6 hours," Eugene repeated. Even though Garjith knew how to use his head and was surprisingly broad-minded, it looked like he was still just an idiot. "You fool," Do you really think it will make any difference to sleep a little less than him? Desra asked scornfully. After all, the early bird gets the worm, Gargith said cheerfully. So you plan on catching worms tomorrow morning? Since you're 2 years younger than me, it looks like you still don't know what the proverb means. I said get out, Eugene shouted as he threw a pillow at the two talkative intruders. Ancilla had been plagued with worry all through the night. It was all because of the bloodline continuation ceremony. She had expected it to be the usual sparring competition between the participating children, but suddenly, it had become a labyrinth challenge instead. On top of that, to have personally invited the head wizard of Eros' Red Tower, the wise Sienna had left an indelible mark on Eros' magical community. As descendants of the great Vermouth, Sienna's close companion, the Lionhart's main family had always had a close relationship with the archwizards of Eros. In particular, the current head wizard of the Red Tower, Lovelian, who had always claimed to be a follower of the wise Sienna, was someone who had attended several events hosted by the main family. Although he hasn't even shown up at my children's birthdays even once. Ancilla chewed her lip. Of course, the bloodline continuation ceremony was a traditional Lionhart family event, but, no matter how much she thought about it, it didn't seem like he had come here just for that. In the back of her head, she could just see the main wife, Tanny, smiling. There's a possibility that he's here to make Ewart his disciple. It was a plausible idea. From a very young age, Ewart had always preferred reading a book over moving his body. He held a particular interest in magic, and had even been practicing various forms of magic for a while now. However, he had never accepted a master. One of the titles given to the great Vermouth was that of Master of All. Vermouth had received this title because he wasn't just good at martial arts, but was also supremely capable of using magic. However, following Vermouth, there hadn't been many among the Lionhart's main family who had decided to delve into magic. There was a simple reason for this. It was challenging to make any progress with magic. Competition to succeed the Lionhart's direct line would begin at an early age. So for those who chose to focus on learning magic at this age, by the time it had come for the successorship to be decided, they would be unlikely to have learned enough magic to gain an advantage in their bid to become the Lionhart Patriarch. Ewart is 15. Although he's been learning magic since he was young, how much could he really have learned through self-study? Would Ewart's skill really be able to make rapid progress just because the head wizard had shown up now to take him as a disciple? Ancilla pressed her hands to her cheeks to stop them from twitching with laughter. The truth is that they've probably given up on making him the Patriarch. If Ewart really becomes the disciple of the head wizard of the Red Magic Tower, then he has no choice but to leave the family estate. In the meantime, Cyan and Seal will have a chance to grow up, and, when the body is far away, the heart also grows distant. If Ewart were to leave for Aroth, Ancilla was confident that she would be able to take complete control over the family estate. Chapter 12.2 The Bloodline Continuation Ceremony. Looking at them objectively, Cyan and Seal's talents weren't bad. In fact, they were actually excellent. Good enough to live up to their surname of Lionhart. The problem is that this year's bloodline continuation ceremony, Ancilla wasn't sure whether or not to feel dissatisfied with the contents of this year's bloodline continuation ceremony. Asking them to explore a labyrinth after entering through separate entrances, that would mean that Cyan and Seal would be unable to help each other. If it was just simple sparring, either Cyan or Seal, one of them would definitely have won, although she could no longer be quite so sure of this. Eugene, from the collateral lines, had completely defeated Cyan in their duel. This fact had complicated things for Ancilla, but in a labyrinth with many variables, the outcome of their duel might not be so easily repeated. Should she be satisfied because of that? Or should she be dissatisfied that this ceremony castrated the main family's advantage and placed all the participants on an equal level from the very start? And I definitely cannot be caught interfering with the bloodline continuation ceremony. Having stressed about this problem all night, Ancilla let out a long sigh. She had thought about secretly persuading her husband to give her children an advantage, but she knew that her husband was someone who held strict expectations of his children. Pointlessly trying to push her luck like this would only lead to her receiving a disappointed look from her husband. Ancilla turned her head to the window and murmured, I need to give them an advantage, but what? There were only a few more days until the bloodline continuation ceremony. During this time, the participants would need to cram any information that might prove helpful in the labyrinth. As a result of this, instead of training with hazard, Cyan and Seal were planning to dig through any labyrinth-related books they had managed to find in the capital. Although she might have slapped Cyan's cheeks out of rage, Ancilla truly loved her children. As such, she couldn't allow her children to live with the label of a concubine's child for the rest of their lives. After she had given so much, just to get to this point, all the insults and disgrace I have suffered have only brought me closer to the position that I crave. Cyan and Seal were still young. The twins were able to act so recklessly and get their way within the main estate, all because Ancilla had refused to pay any attention to the insults, and instead stood proudly as the second madam of the direct Lionhart line, sheltering her children in the process. That was why her son's loss had hurt so much. Getting defeated by a collateral descendant after having inherited the legitimate bloodline as a member of the direct line still, I'd prefer. Ancilla sighed again, a complicated look on her face. If that boy named Eugene were the first to break through the labyrinth. If that were to happen, it would lead to an unexpected stalemate. The entire main family would be forced to suffer a disgrace, but now the shame of having lost to Eugene would no longer be borne solely by Cyan and Ancilla. The patriarch, Gilead, and the first wife, Tannis, would also share in this embarrassment. On the other hand, Eugene breaking through the labyrinth could even alleviate the impact of his victory over Cyan. It would no longer mean that Cyan was lacking, but that the collateral line's Eugene was suspiciously exceptional. Although the optimal outcome would be if Cyan and Seal were the ones to break through the labyrinth. Ancilla released yet another sigh and got up from her seat. If they can't do that, it would be better if the one who breaks through the maze is Eugene rather than Eward or any other kid. Of course, this was just a thought. Ancilla had no desire to actually cheer for Eugene. She was only thinking about the best possible results for herself and her children. 4 days later, the children staying at the annex received a message from the main family. Since the preparation to summon the labyrinth into the forest had finally been completed, the message announced that the bloodline continuation ceremony would begin today and formally requested their presence at the starting location. According to the message, they were allowed to wear casual attire, but any other privately prepared items were forbidden. Then, what about their weapons? Most of the children harbored such concerns, but they did what they were told and followed the knights into the forest. "I'll be preparing the weapons for you," Lovelian explained when they arrived. Both Lovelian and Gilead had been waiting for them inside the forest. Behind them stood the towering entrance to a cave that looked both suspicious and artificial upon close glance. "Just tell me what weapons you need. Although they won't last for the whole day, children, remember that you'll be fighting illusions, not real foes. You should be able to fight with them as long as your weapons retain their proper shapes, right, children?" Lovelian said all this with a friendly smile. Eugene hated being addressed with the word children more than anything else. After all, wasn't that treating him as a kid? However, since his body was, in reality, that of a child, he couldn't openly express his dissatisfaction. "Is there only one choice of weapon?" Seal questioned Lovelian with a bright smile. "Not at all. I can prepare whatever you need," Lovelian promised. "How are you going to do that?" With a smile for how cute Seal's wide-eyed look of curiosity was, Lovelian raised both hands while looking at her. "Like this," he said. Whoosh! Streams of soil rose from the ground and formed clumps between Lovelian's palms. In only moments, a long sword had been shaped from these clumps of dirt. "Wow!" came a collective exclamation. Seal caught the sword, sent flying towards her with both hands. The weight was just right, and the feel of the grip wasn't bad either. As if curious about its quality, Seal tried swinging the sword a few times. "What should I do if it breaks?" she asked. "Ha-ha. Little lady, you don't need to worry about that. This man in front of you is an amazing wizard. Not only was that labyrinth over there summoned by my magic, but the sword that you, little miss, are holding will never break while you're inside of the labyrinth. Apart from swords, can you make animals as well?" "I can make dolls, and golems are also within my purview, but I can't make anything that's truly living." "If that's the case, then can I go inside with the golem you've created?" "That's quite the cunning idea." Lovelian burst out laughing and turned to look at Gilead. Gilead, who was smiling at his daughter's request, slowly shook his head. Gilead denied her request. "We can't have you doing that. Won't that just be the golem fighting instead of you?" "Then please make me a doll next time," Seal begged with a wide smile. Eward's eyes were shining as he looked at the light covering Lovelian's hand. "Why can't you create anything living?" he asked abruptly. Lovelian turned to look at Eward, who had a fascinated expression on his face at this question. "That's because it's a taboo of magic," Lovelian explained. "A taboo? Not only is true life difficult to make, but there's also nothing good to be had from making it. Giving birth to a living creature is a beautiful miracle of existence, and not so easily replicated." Eward nodded his head, as if he understood what Lovelian was trying to say. "Mister, I don't want this one. Could I get a sword that's a little longer and a lot thinner, please?" Seal interrupted their impromptu lesson. Now, please hold on a moment. While I can make a weapon for everyone individually, it will be difficult for me if I have to keep changing the sword bit by bit so that it looks exactly like how you envision it in your head, young lady." Lovelian held a hand up to Seal. Then a bright strand of light shot over to her from his hand. "As such, young lady, why don't I allow you to sculpt it yourself? That goes for the rest of you children as well. It isn't difficult. After all, I'll be casting the magic, so all everyone else needs to do is to clearly picture in their head what type of weapon that they want and then touch the light." Strands of light shot out and connected to each of the 9 children. Eward's fingertips trembled as he looked at the light with ecstatic eyes. "Whoa!" Gargith exclaimed. He had envisioned the greatsword that he regularly used when he was back home. Miraculously, everything was just as he remembered. Even the familiar weight had been replicated. While hanging the sword over his shoulder, he kept bursting out in admiration. Desra also made a spear that was identical to the one she used most often during training. While lingering on the feel of the spear as she held it in her hands, she thrust the spear several times into thin air. Then, she hung the spear across her back with a satisfied look on her face. Seal and Cyan both made swords. Seal's sword appeared long and thin, while Cyan's sword was the same length. It looked slightly heavier. Eward made an ordinary sword. His eyes that had been shining brilliantly as he stroked the light instantly sank into their usual dim state the moment that Eward was left holding a sword instead. Although the drophouse were also making their weapons, Eugene didn't pay any attention to them. Those guys had shown no motivation on their way in. They would probably give up on the challenge as soon as they had entered the labyrinth. Eugene made a sword that fit with the length of his arm, and also created a small shield to be worn on his left forearm. "Why didn't you make a spear?" "You're good with a spear after all," Desra asked petulantly. "I'm also good with a sword," Eugene replied back confidently. "And what's with the shield?" "I'm also good with the shield." "Why don't you just say that you're good with everything?" Desra grumbled. Seal stared at the two of them as they shared a conversation before approaching Eugene. "If we meet in the maze, what are you going to do?" "What do you mean, what am I going to do?" "Are you going to fight me? Are we allowed to fight?" Eugene turned to Gilead and asked. "There's nothing to stop you, since the purpose of the bloodline continuation ceremony is competition," Gilead replied with a grin. At these words, Seal puffed up her cheeks. "However, we don't absolutely need to fight," Seal protested. Gilead nodded. "That's right. Rather than a straight competition between the participants in this bloodline continuation ceremony, I'll be looking for the ability to make accurate judgments based on the situation and the spirit of cooperation. After all, aren't we all part of a family that shares the name Lionhart?" "He says that we're family," Seal said as she turned back to Eugene with a small smile. "When is your birthday?" "September. Mine is in April." "That means I'm your big sister." "What boo, shit are you spouting?" Eugene was about to say that before remembering that Seal's father, Gilead, was still here. "You have such a cunning tongue," Eugene complained. "What do you mean?" Seal asked. "It's nothing," Eugene replied with a cough and turned his head away. Chapter 13.1 The Bloodline Continuation Ceremony 3. Before you enter, each of you should take one of these. After making weapons for all the children, Lovely then took out some necklaces with blue jewels hanging from them. These necklaces will be connected to your thought patterns. If the labyrinth ends up causing you too much stress, the necklace will react, and I'll know to intervene. So it was a safety device in case of emergencies. Also, if you truly feel like you won't be able to make it to the center of the labyrinth, say "help me" while tapping on the necklace's jewel. Then, you'll be able to escape the labyrinth without any problems. Hansen and the other dropouts nodded their heads in relief at these words. They were only here to do the bare minimum needed to satisfy the family tradition. They held no grand ambitions going into the bloodline continuation ceremony. Well then, please start entering the labyrinth in an orderly manner. Having said all that was needed to be said, Lovely smiled broadly and moved aside, leaving the entrance to the cave free. While it might seem like you're all heading in together, from the moment you all enter the cave, everyone will be led down a different path. So don't get too flustered, and keep heading straight ahead, since there's only one path leading forward at the very beginning. From that point onwards, if you get the feeling that you can't go on, remember to tap the jewel. Children began to walk into the cave. Eugene strode forward, keeping the shield he had strapped onto his left forearm at the ready. Before they stepped into the cave's entrance, Seal, who was walking beside him, gave Eugene a broad smile and said, "Do your best." Garjith and Desra silently glanced at Eugene. Eugene laughed at their gazes and said to Seal, "You too." "All right." Seal nodded her head vigorously at the casual encouragement he had tossed her way. The 9 children all entered the cave together. The moment everyone passed through the sole entrance to the cave, their surroundings disappeared and were replaced by darkness. Someone may have cried out in surprise, but the sound wasn't carried to the others. Without the slightest bit of panic, Eugene took in his surroundings. Although he knew that he had just been transported into the maze through summoning magic, he hadn't actually felt any sense of discomfort during the process. Though it may have been that Lovely was just that good of a wizard, living up to his title as an archwizard, it might also be because Eugene's still growing body couldn't detect the peculiar sense of incongruity that came from having magic cast on it. "Because I haven't trained my mana yet," Eugene reasoned. If that was the case, he could only rely on his body's other senses. Luckily, that was one of the areas that Eugene felt particularly confident in. Eugene took a long, slow breath. Although he wasn't particularly agitated in the first place, both his body and mind calmed down even further. Then he started focusing on his senses one by one. First sight, then hearing, smell, and finally touch. And what about taste? Taste wasn't a sense that saw much use when exploring a labyrinth. However, by slightly chewing the tip of his tongue, Eugene at least made the taste of blood linger in his mouth. Through this method, all his senses had been sharpened. Moreover, through his repeated long, slow exhalations, he had also heightened his awareness of his surroundings. The sensitive intuition aroused through this process could even be called his sixth sense. This method to heighten his awareness came from the life experience of stupid Hamel. Labyrinth explorations? He had gone through so many in his past life that he had become almost bored with them. Most of the monsters who could burrow through the ground would make their lairs into mazes. Since even a mere ant could build their nest in such a fashion, goblins and the like were definitely capable of doing the same when digging their lairs. And that wasn't even mentioning the demons. In modern times, the devildom of Vermouth was said to have become a place where it was even possible to go on a sightseeing tour as long as you spent enough money. The Vermouth that Hamel had wandered through was a place that shouldn't be allowed to exist in this world, an unending and unrelenting hellscape. How many times had he almost died in that place? Most of the skills he had once been confident in proved useless once in Vermouth. Even that foolish Mulan had been scared out of his habit of charging forward recklessly. Sienna, who exalted herself as an arch-wizard, couldn't even trust in her magic to keep her safe. Even Annis, who claimed that God would always take care of her, found herself calling more often on her companions, instead of her God, for help. Only Vermouth had remained unmoved. Eugene smiled bitterly. The hero Vermouth and his companions. That was the correct way to put it. Vermouth was always the center of the party. If it weren't for him, the rest of them would never have been able to make it into Vermouth. After all, when they first entered Vermouth, Hamel, Mulan, Sienna, and Annis were all still young and inexperienced. However, they didn't stay that way. People grew through adversity. Even if it wasn't to the same extent as Vermouth, all of his companions had at one point believed in the delusion that they were the best in the world. So they were all able to show explosive growth once sufficiently challenged. After a certain point, despite still being in Vermouth, the companions began returning to their daily routine. Mulan resumed charging ahead, Sienna regained trust in her magic, and Annis restored her faith in God. As for Hamel, he hated that he was weaker than Vermouth. He hated the way his body shook in fear. He began to suspect that he could never be as good as Vermouth. So he started pushing himself even more. Since he couldn't be like Vermouth, then he needed to grow stronger in his own way. Vermouth never felt fear. Hamel, on the other hand, did feel fear. So he needed to get used to the fear and overcome it. Vermouth was able to accomplish anything easily. Hamel never had it easy. Even if it seemed easy at first, he would always end up running into a wall one day. As such, he would need to break through that wall if he wanted to advance. And that went for labyrinths as well. Even when Vermouth encountered a labyrinth for the first time, he didn't panic, and after some time, he found the way through. Yet, despite everything, he was still a human, so he couldn't always choose the right path. Whenever Vermouth made a mistake or found the right path again, Hamel would always look for the reasons that led to Vermouth finding the right path, and what mistakes led to him choosing the wrong path in the first place. Since Hamel didn't have an innate instinct for this like Vermouth did, he made up for his own shortcomings through this painstaking method, and all of this experience was retained inside Eugene's head. Eugene analyzed this labyrinth. This is a labyrinth made for children to be able to conquer it. The labyrinth isn't even designed with any intent to kill. Since that's the case, it should be blatantly simple to get through. Despite the lack of lighting, Eugene hadn't halted his steps. As Lovelian had said at the start, there could only be one way forward. His surroundings were still dark, but after progressing a certain distance, the darkness slowly began to peel back. After a while, he could start to see the walls on either side of him. The distance between them was large enough that it shouldn't be difficult to swing a weapon. However, if you wanted to swing a spear to your heart's content, you would need to keep your own positioning in mind at all times. That was why Eugene hadn't chosen a spear. Instead, he had gone for a sword and a shield. Although basic, it was actually a universal combination that would allow him to respond to almost any situation. So the ceiling is closed in, Eugene thought with an upward glance. This meant that he couldn't use the shortcut of climbing over the walls. Among the senses that he had purposefully heightened, Eugene focused on his sense of smell. With the taste of blood still lingering in his mouth, he was able to first focus on the scent of blood, and with that as a backdrop, he was able to find any foreign odors that stood out against it. Through this, he detected a slight oily scent. If he had been able to manipulate his mana, he would be able to sense it even more clearly. While feeling a little regret, Eugene pressed forward. After walking for a short while, a fork came up in the road ahead. Both of the split paths looked identical. The oily smell was coming from the path to the left. Even though it was a trap created for magic, it still gave off an oily scent. This meant it had been purposefully made easy to detect. However, Eugene still took the left path. He wanted to confirm that his judgment was correct. While pretending to walk as if he hadn't noticed anything, he was concentrating on the weight transmitted through the soles of his feet with each step. The first step, second step, third step, fourth step, and finally on the seventh step, as his foot touched the ground, it gave way slightly. And another count from here. 1, 2, 3. From Arrows poured forth from the gaps in between the wall bricks. Without panicking, Eugene lifted his shield. Tang tang tang. The arrows couldn't pierce his shield and just bounced off. Then, without going another step further down the path, Eugene simply turned back. That was too easy, Eugene grumbled. It must have been because they had set the difficulty for a child's level. Eugene grinned as he recalled something. Every time he had insisted on checking out the wrong path like this, Sienna would just about have a seizure. His past life's memories had brought back, not just his adventuring experience, but also the various fond recollections associated with it. Ha! As Eugene felt his insides twist in longing, he returned to the fork and took the path on the right. Chapter 13.2 The Bloodline Continuation Ceremony 3 Go back to the annex and rest, Gilead said, as he turned his cold gaze away from the child before him. Hansen was the first to declare that he was giving up by tapping on his necklace as soon as it was possible to do so. While thinking that he didn't stand a chance in this competition anyway, he had decided not to waste any extra effort. His parents also hadn't held any expectations that their son would choose to do anything different. Why, yes. Hansen had been hanging back hesitantly as he waited for the patriarch's response to his surrender, but he quickly bowed his head and left. Sometime after he had left, another call for rescue was heard. The 10-year-old Juris had actually made it into the labyrinth, which was at least a little better than Hansen. However, he was struck by an arrow at the first trap, and had started begging for help with tears pouring from his eyes. Shortly after that, yet another call for rescue came in. It was from the 11-year-old Deacon. Although he had endured being struck by an arrow, he was beaten by the slime he had encountered afterward. Slimes were monsters that were difficult to deal with when equipped only with bladed weapons. Deacon was swallowed up by the slime's gelatinous body, and had started screaming for his life. Though less than an hour had passed, the 9 had shrunk down to 6. It might seem pathetic, but these results were as predicted. No one had expected to see anything special from those 3 dropouts. As for Gargith, he's clumsy, but he never stops moving forward, Gilead judged objectively. Lovelyan floated an image of the labyrinth's interior into the air. The image was divided into 6 screens to show each of the 6 children. Rather than avoiding the traps, Gargith had chosen to force his way through them. Even though he was struck by arrows or confronted with a monster, he would smash his way through with one swing of his greatsword, which was about as large as his torso. Gilead turned his attention to another competitor. Desra is agile, and she also has a good intuition. Whenever she triggered a trap, she would change paths immediately. She had even managed to dodge through several traps. She didn't try to always fight the monsters either. If there was another path available, she would take it, and she only swung her spear when she couldn't get away in time. Cyan is being overly cautious, but that's not so bad. And Scylla had obtained the notes of famous adventurers, and the blueprints of several labyrinths, and had used them to train the twins. Through this, the twins had learned the basic information and strategies for conquering labyrinths, all of which would help them break through this transparent and easily explored labyrinth. For example, when the labyrinth was enclosed on all sides, but a wind was being generated by magic, then following the direction of the wind could help you find your way. If they looked carefully, they could also find several other artificial clues that pointed to the right way. And even without that, as long as they used their judgment, it was possible to escape a trap during the moment that it activated. Cyan was capable of doing just that. However, due to being overly cautious, there was some awkwardness to his movements. His mind just wasn't flexible enough. His vision was narrowed because he was trying to rely solely on what he could recall from memory. That was why there were times when he fell into an easy-to-avoid trap. Seal is sensible, and her thinking is flexible. However, there is a childish side to her. Seal would activate a trap by throwing things, like her shoes. After doing that a few times, she would be free to head down the now trap-free path. If her path became blocked, she would just turn around, and if her path wasn't blocked, she would just keep going. Whenever she encountered a monster, she wouldn't fight them right away, and would instead harass them as if she was playing with a new toy. As for Eward, how is he? Gilead asked. He seems to be very interested in the magic, Lovelyan replied. Eward wasn't focusing on the sole task of breaking through the labyrinth. Instead, he examined each trap one by one, and he exclaimed in admiration every time he saw a monster. He was amazed at how lifelike they seemed despite being made from an illusion. And after defeating a monster, instead of leaving immediately, he would examine the corpse for quite some time with shining eyes. His eyes, which were dull and dead whenever he hit at the monsters with his sword, revived with a smile whenever they touched on magic. He's been like that ever since he was young. He liked reading books better than training his body or his skills. He especially enjoyed whenever I read him a fairy tale about magic. Do you know? Eward, that child, he respects the wise Sienna more than his own ancestor, the great Vermouth, Gilead confessed. Master Sienna is someone who deserves the respect of all wizards after all. Lovelyan smiled proudly. That's exactly what he said. When listening to the adventures of the hero Vermouth, He liked Sienna's stories better than those about Vermouth. He said that it was because, whenever the party was in trouble, it was Sienna's magic that could come up with the most surprising solutions for their troubles. Gilead paused before continuing to speak. That fairy tale was also read to me when I was young. But, to tell you the truth, I actually preferred Hamel, Gilead admitted. Are you really talking about stupid Hamel? Lovelyan asked in surprise. If it wasn't for him getting into trouble, the fairy tale would have been very boring. Although he was ill-mannered, he was also good-hearted. He inspired me to slowly overcome my inferiority complex towards my ancestor Vermouth through my own hard work. Because even when everyone else was already following Vermouth's opinion, Hamel, all on his own, insisted that he had a different opinion. I actually hated Hamel when I was a kid. Well, that's fair. Thanks to Hamel, the party was forced into several crises. However, Hamel always tried to take full responsibility for his actions in each crisis. That was why I couldn't possibly hate Hamel. Gilead looked at the events occurring within the labyrinth with a smile. Eward, that child, has wanted to learn magic ever since he was young. I even invited a magic teacher from the capital, just so that he could learn properly. But halfway through, he refused to learn any more magic, Gilead recalled. Do you know his reasons for that? Lovelyan asked. Reality forced him to give it up. For the sake of his mother, he decided that he needed to become the next Lionhart patriarch. And because magic provides no advantage in the competition for succession, he had to turn away from it. Competition over the succession would begin in earnest when all his children had become adults. Well, that's understandable. Although magic offers countless possibilities, it is still a long and difficult road to get to that point, Lovelyan offered. Truthfully, I would be happy if Eward chose to walk the path of wizardry. Gilead smiled sadly and turned towards Lovelyan. There is only one family among the collateral lines specializing in magic. As such, I've tried to point Eward towards them a few times, but he has always refused. However, if he receives an offer to become the disciple of the head wizard of the Red Tower, he won't possibly be able to refuse, because Eward still has a great passion for magic burning in his heart. I can't give you the answer you want right away, Lovelyan shook his head, because I can't just make anyone my disciple. Since I have a good relationship with you, Sir Gilead, I can take him with me, but, if he doesn't show me that he has the qualifications for it, I won't be making him my disciple. That's not a problem. It also wasn't my intention to force you to take him in. However, I want to let the child have a chance to follow his dreams. Gilead wasn't doing this for the sake of Cyan and Seal's succession rights. It was just that seeing his eldest son rot, as Eward forced himself to do work that he hated, was painful for Gilead. To convince his first wife, Tannis, and give Eward a push on the back, he had even personally invited the head wizard of the Red Tower, Lovelyan. Well, I'll just have to take a closer look at Eward's qualifications later. Right now, it seems that Eward has already decided that he won't be using any magic as he attempts to break through the labyrinth, Lovelyan muttered as he looked at the screen. However, what on earth is that kid, Eugene? Eugene had already caused him to feel amazement several times in a row, but by now, feelings of perplexed confusion were overtaking his sense of admiration. I don't know either, Gilead muttered in a sincere tone. On his screen, Eugene was in the middle of tearing the illusion of a troll into pieces. Chapter 14.1 The Bloodline Continuation Ceremony 4. Were there to be trolls of all things? Weren't they too much of an opponent for children in their teens? Eugene had this thought from the moment he encountered them in the labyrinth. However, on second thought, these weren't even real trolls, just an illusion created by magic. It wasn't like the children could really get hurt either. Although they might feel pain, that too was just an illusion caused by magic. If the children were able to overcome their fear, the trolls weren't an impossible opponent for them. If they could just endure the pain, dig their heels in, and get in a good first blow, then they could even defeat these illusory trolls. Though they looked just like the real thing. Eugene felt admiration as he looked the troll up and down. Even though he knew that it was an illusion, he still got the feeling of facing a real troll. Not only were its movements the real deal, but it also had the disgusting body odor that was characteristic of trolls. But it looks like Lovelyan and Gilead still have a conscience. Considering its size, it didn't seem to be an adult troll. Instead, it appeared to be at an age where a troll would still be dependent on their parents, lacking in the skills for hunting and fighting. They weren't even holding the clubs that trolls usually carried. All this being said, they were still much taller than the 13-year-old Eugene. Eugene slowly readied his shield as he approached the troll. I've beaten both orcs and goblins, but this will be my first time facing a medium to large monster in this body. Just because it was an illusion without a tangible form, he didn't have any intention of fighting carelessly. Even if it wasn't the real thing, his body had been itching for a good fight. Although quite some time had passed since he entered the labyrinth, and he thought that he had made a good amount of progress having come this far, he had yet to feel any sense of danger. That was why he needed to warm up his body a bit. Eugene slowly and obviously narrowed the distance between him and the troll. Across from him, the troll simply blinked its large eyes at Eugene instead of attacking him right away. This wasn't something to be confused about. He had already experienced this several times during his exploration. The monsters in this labyrinth did not attack unless someone stepped within a certain range of them. This should probably be a safety measure placed in consideration for the ages of the participating children. Slowly, just as Eugene's foot was inching forward, the troll's movement suddenly changed. The troll spun its body around and twisted its head towards Eugene as saliva dripped down from between its tusks. It had a face so ugly it could scare, no, terrify children. However, instead of fear, Eugene felt happiness. As I've always said, they looked just like Malon. Though the truth was that more than one monster resembled Malon. Things like trolls, ogres, cyclops, and so on. Basically, any ugly humanoid monster that walks on two legs. Eugene believed that all of these monsters really bore a striking resemblance to Malon. Malon had never been able to conclusively deny this fact. After all, he was well aware of how ugly he was. As Eugene recalled the ugly face of his old comrade, he kicked off the ground. It was only after the distance between them had shrunk in an instant that the troll finally showed a reaction. This showed that it was both clumsy and dull. That was why it was easy for Eugene to do what he did next. Slosh! Eugene's sword sliced through the troll's calf as he slid between its legs. Once on the other side, Eugene quickly got back to his feet and turned to face the troll's back. Then, without any hesitation, he swung his sword down at the back of the troll's knee. These injuries would have been light for a real troll. But as expected, these illusions weren't exactly the same as the real thing. Besides, the blade that Eugene was holding wasn't a real, sharp-edged sword either. All of which made the sharp cuts it inflicted on the troll seem quite unreal. Nevertheless, the sword flashed out with one blow after another. As each landed where the previous blow had fallen, Eugene finally managed to sever the troll's leg at the knee. Dark green blood spurted out of the wound. Eugene didn't allow any of it to land on him as he covered his face with his shield. However, his heightened senses didn't miss the moment when the troll finally reacted. As it tried to balance its now unsteady body, the troll let out a scream, and one of its large hands swung down at Eugene's head. Eugene's shield, which had been covering his face, shifted upwards. Screech! Compared to the lightness of his own, the troll's attack was extremely heavy. Although his 13-year-old body had been tempered through intense training, it was impossible for him to block the troll's blow head-on. That was why he allowed it to flow to the side. He used both the tilt and the angle of his shield, and the full strength of his shoulder and arm as a support. So the descending fist struck the shield at an oblique angle and slid right off. If his timing had been even a little bit off, his arm could have been crushed, but Eugene had never even bothered to doubt himself for a moment. His parrying truly was perfectly executed. With one leg already severed at the knee, the troll's gigantic body lost all balance when its fist slammed into the ground. The troll wildly swung its other arm at Eugene as it tried to stay upright, but Eugene deftly swung the sword that he was still holding in his other hand. Chop, chop, chop! Blood spurted out as the skin on the troll's arm was lacerated. As Eugene ducked beneath its flailing blows, he reversed his grip on his sword. Squelch! Having already lost one leg at the knee, the troll's other heel was now pinned to the ground by Eugene's sword. Even if it was an illusion, it still reacted realistically to the pain from its wounds. The troll's jaws snapped open as it let loose a scream. The agony coursing through its body also momentarily paralyzed the troll. Was there really a need to copy its bad breath as well? As Eugene felt some displeasure at this thought, he swung his shield. Bang! The shield slammed up into the troll's lower jaw, which was hanging wide open, and slammed it shut. At the same time, he pulled out the sword that he had stuck into the troll's heel and shoved it back in between the troll's ribs. Hark! The troll roared as its breath was driven out of it. Eugene had pierced the troll's lungs. It might be because of how large its torso was, but he couldn't quite thrust his sword clean through the troll's back, though he hadn't expected to do so in the first place. Eugene continued slicing his sword along the lines of the troll's ribs. By doing so, he completely tore apart its lungs, and then he drew his sword out the moment it touched the sternum. This left troll without any strength to swing its arms, and it coughed out bloody foam as it gasped for air. If this had been a normal monster, the fight would have ended here. However, trolls were famous for their strong regenerative powers. Eugene was curious to see if this illusory troll actually shared this trait, but he had no intention of allowing it to live a moment longer for the sake of such pointless speculation. As such, Eugene decided to completely neutralize the troll as a threat. Though he had already pushed it to the point that it could no longer offer any resistance, with just a little more effort, he could break down the troll's body completely. Eugene thrust his sword into its heart about 5 or 6 times, and then he stabbed it in the neck. Even though he kept swinging his sword so violently, he never once got his blade caught on any bone. Phew! After he had painstakingly finished dismantling the troll, Eugene walked past its corpse with a satisfied expression on his face. Lovely and Gilead had watched this whole scene take place from beginning to end. Lovelian, whose jaw had dropped open in blank surprise, wondered what sort of remark he should make in response to this. Even if it was all an illusion, that was still a troll. Someone who wasn't even from the main family, a 13-year-old child at that, had, without letting out any sound of surprise upon seeing a troll, proceeded to overwhelmingly tear it to pieces. Wow, that was brutal. I don't think there was a need to go that far, Lovelian muttered probingly. He was trying to feel out Gilead's reaction to this surprise. Gilead had been looking at the screen with similarly shocked eyes, and immediately burst out laughing with a shake of his head, as a response to Lovelian's words. Your illusions are so well made that they need to be treated as if it were a real battle, isn't that so? Gilead defended Eugene. That might be the case, but Lovelian hesitated. It's amazing, very amazing. He shouldn't have faced a troll before, but rather than stiffening in fear, he cleanly and confidently neutralized the troll as a threat. Gilead couldn't find any flaws in Eugene's swordsmanship. If he had to point something out, it would be that Eugene's performance was closer to slaughtering and butchering an animal than it was to pure swordsmanship. However, what does that have to do with anything? No matter how it was done, Eugene had impressively slain the troll with just his sword. He also hasn't had any difficulties with exploring the labyrinth. Lovelian lavished in amazement as he watched Eugene. Except for the first time, he's never once been caught in a trap. If you just look at his actions, it would seem as if he was familiar with labyrinths, observed Gilead. Where is that boy's hometown? It's in Gidol province. There shouldn't be any ruins there. How remarkable. Most labyrinths were originally created as lairs by wizards. Then sometimes, after the wizard who created the labyrinth had either died or left, these labyrinths were discovered by adventurers. If they were lucky, these adventurers might even find a treasure in the labyrinth. Once everything that hadn't been nailed down was taken as loot, the now treasure-less labyrinth would be transformed into a potential tourist destination. Well, it's not like he needs to have delved inside labyrinths all that often. He might have learned how to do it from books. Gilead offered an alternate explanation. Normally, a 13-year-old wouldn't spend time reading a book about labyrinths, Lovelian refuted. But you can't consider that boy a normal child, can you? Also, if he's not relying on knowledge or experience, that means that he could only be depending on his senses. Although it is a labyrinth made with children in mind, to navigate it by his senses, I shouldn't have made it so easy that he could simply rely on his senses to get through, Lovelian pondered doubtfully. No matter how much of a child he is, as long as he was born with impressive talent, wouldn't it make sense for him to show such a performance? Gilead asked convincingly. Even Lovelian had to admit that was true, and he knew exactly what such a child should be called. A genius. Gilead no longer kept his eyes on Cyan, Seal, and Eward. Instead, he watched with delight as Eugene headed towards the center of the labyrinth. Chapter 14.2 The Bloodline Continuation Ceremony 4 When encountering monsters in a labyrinth, fighting them head-on and defeating them in order to get past wasn't always the correct answer. The trolls in this labyrinth were one such example. With their huge bodies that made it inconvenient for them to move quickly and their slow reactions, rather than an unskippable fight, they should instead be seen as a trap that required you to look for an opening to slip past. The only two who had dared to fight the troll were Gargith and Eugene. Oh! Gargith let out a fierce roar. Although he hadn't made it out of the fight intact, the courageous Gargith had finally defeated the evil troll. Gargith pulled out his greatsword that was lodged in the troll's chest and released another yell. With these roars he celebrated his victory and his continued survival. But then he lost all of his remaining strength and had to slump down on top of the troll. It looks like I took too many hits. Although Gargith might be proud of his muscles, the troll's attacks were just that powerful. He thought that a few of his bones might even be broken. It hurts, Gargith spat out from between gritted teeth. It hurt even more than when he had been struck by arrows, or when he had collided with that rolling iron ball. Although he knew that all these pain signals were a trick of magic, painful things were still painful. Holding back the stinging tears, Gargith rolled off the troll's body and onto his feet. Then, while holding onto the wall for support, he started staggering forward. Since I've received such injuries, the others might also be. He knew that Desiree was strong, and that Eugene was even stronger than her. However, they shouldn't be stronger than a troll. How could their fragile bodies contend against such a massive troll? In contrast to all his worries, Desiree was completely fine. Without facing the troll head-on, she had instead found a gap in its attacks, and had successfully slipped past the troll. That went for Cyan and Seal as well. Cyan and Seal had actually met up along the way. Since then, Seal had refused to take the lead, and had instead secretly persuaded Cyan to open up the way. It had actually been very easy for her to do so. Brother, which path should we take? Seal had asked. Can't you even tell that? Cyan said with a disdainful look. I'm not really sure. This idiot, we both read the same book, so how could you not know? Just watch me. Cyan had never once felt inferior to his younger sibling, Seal, who was born a few seconds later than he was. Instead, while believing that he should be a role model to his sister. He never missed a chance to show off in front of her. That applied to the current situation as well. From the moment that the words "not sure" had passed his sister's lips, Cyan had decided that it was an opportunity to put on a superior act in front of his younger sister. Since he had just been humiliated a few days ago right in front of her eyes, he thought that now was the time to restore his tarnished image. "Don't fall behind and follow me closely. This is a labyrinth created by the head wizard of the Red Tower after all," Cyan ordered. "Why does that matter?" Seal asked naively. "That means we can never know what might happen. A monster might even suddenly appear in front of us. Or else something strange might fall down from the ceiling. Something like a ghost?" "Idiot, at a time like this, you should be wondering about the undead, not ghosts. Do you know what the undead are? They're things like zombies and ghouls, right?" "That's right. It was mentioned in the book that we read together about the labyrinth made by the evil Black Wizard. It became the grave of any foolish adventurers blinded by the treasure. It said that the Black Wizards of the olden days would make undead minions and chimeras from the adventurers who died in their labyrinths. But the head wizard of the Red Tower isn't a Black Wizard. That might be the case, but you never know. The undead might show up as some form of illusion." "I hate ghosts since they're scary," Seal confessed. "I'm not afraid of anything," Cyan boasted. To tell the truth, Cyan was also scared of ghosts. When he was very young, back when the twins shared the same room, they were looked after by a nanny who read them all sorts of stories every night. Sometimes, when their nanny would read them a scary story, Cyan wouldn't be able to fall asleep all throughout the night as he vainly tried to keep an eye on the space beneath his bed and inside his closet. However, he could not expose such a shameful fear in front of his younger sister. Why did she have to start talking about ghosts all of a sudden? Cyan thought to himself as he suppressed the tremors in his body and kept glancing up at the ceiling. The something strange he had imagined falling from the ceiling was, at most, a spider or some other kind of monster. He hadn't even considered ghosts. Naturally, Seal had brought up the topic of ghosts deliberately. She knew very well that her brother had been scared of ghosts ever since they were young, and she wanted to tease her brother, who kept strutting arrogantly as he forged ahead. "It would be fun if something showed up to startle my brother," Seal thought mischievously as she trailed behind Cyan. At some point, forks had stopped appearing on the road. However, that didn't mean the road just kept heading straight. Instead, it began to bend this way and that as the different paths started to join together. Each time this happened, Cyan was filled with caution at the thought that something might come popping out from around the corner. Since her brother didn't end up screaming soon, like she had hoped, Seal slowly began to grow bored. She wondered if she should just poke him in the back. If she did, Seal thought that her brother might make quite an amusing sound of surprise. When would be the best time for that? Since her brother had his guard up, for now, she needed to wait until he was almost fully relaxed. "Brother, do you think that Eugene is still in the labyrinth?" Seal asked. "The son of a bitch is someone who defeated me. There's no way he'll be taken down by monsters or traps," Cyan reluctantly admitted. "But there's a possibility that he might have gotten caught in a trap. Among all the traps that I saw, there was one that was almost a bottomless hole. If he got caught in that, wouldn't he be unable to get out?" "It's possible," Cyan nodded his head with a solemn expression on his face. "Thanks to our mother, we learned a lot about labyrinths before we entered, but the others probably weren't able to do that. Especially Eugene. Since he's such a country bumpkin, he probably didn't even know what a labyrinth was. But it would be fun if we could all meet up in the center." "Hey, what would be fun about that? Those guys are our competition. Didn't Father say that there was no real need to fight and compete against each other?" At these words, Cyan pursed his lips. "Finally," he said. "He might have said that, but he also didn't say that we weren't allowed to fight. So if I end up meeting with a certain someone, then I'm going to fight them." "Do you think you'll win?" "I lost back then because I got cocky. If we fight again, then I will definitely win." "Really?" For sure." Although that was what he said, Cyan couldn't be certain of his victory. He remembered how much it had hurt when Eugene had struck him, as well as the cold look in his eyes. His body almost started trembling uncontrollably. It might have been because of the earlier talk of ghosts already putting him on edge, but he needed to focus even more to keep himself from trembling. "Don't say anything unnecessary, Seal," Cyan spat out as he turned to look at Seal. Seal stuck out her tongue at him and just smiled. With one final look at his sister, Cyan turned towards the front and said, "I need to focus, Arg." Just as they rounded a corner, a woman covered in bloodstains suddenly appeared out of a side tunnel. Cyan's eyes widened, and his pupils shrank as he cut off his words in a scream. "Kia!" came a returning cry. From inside the side tunnel, Desiree had been listening to the sound of approaching conversation. She had realized that it was Cyan and Seal, two of her competitors in the bloodline continuation ceremony. She was thinking of surprising them with an ambush if they had negligently let their guards down. But Desiree was the one who ended up startled by Cyan's loud cry, and she had let loose with her own scream in return. Hark! Wag! As their two cries mixed with each other, Seal grabbed her stomach and burst out laughing at the sight. After screaming like this for some time, Cyan finally returned to his senses, and instead drew his sword. Desra, you dare attempt to startle me? Cyan demanded. I'm the one who was startled. Desra defended herself. Desra was younger than Cyan. On top of that, since she came from a collateral line, she just couldn't feel confident speaking with Cyan. So instead, she jumped slightly and took a few steps back. Her ambush was a total failure. Why would I startle you? And you, what's with your look? You're dressed like that because you wanted to jump out and scare me, Cyan said angrily. This is because I got hurt. Don't lie to me. Desra felt like she was about to burst something from the injustice of his accusation. She had to get past all kinds of traps, monsters, and a giant troll just to get this far. No matter how precocious Desra was for her age, slight wounds were unavoidable. The reason for her blood-stained face was that she had grazed her forehead on the way here. I can't forgive you. You dared to startle me. Did you really think I wouldn't know what you were planning? You were planning on ambushing us after you surprised us, right? Cyan barked. No, I wasn't. He had actually hit upon the truth, but Desra hadn't even gotten a chance to attempt her plan before it was already ruined. Desra groaned in frustration and turned around. Then she started running away at full speed. Brother, she's running away. She dares. Cyan was genuinely angry. He had been made to scream in an unsightly manner in front of his younger sister. Desra was truly to have leaped out at him while pretending to be a ghost. It was even more hateful than Eugene's surprise attack. That was why he definitely couldn't forgive her. Cyan started chasing after Desra. Seal also followed behind Cyan, still giggling. No matter how long and agile Desra's limbs were, she couldn't be faster than the twins, who had already started training their mana. The distance between them gradually narrowed. Desra desperately wondered, where's that son of a bitch Gargith gone to? Gargith! Desra screeched loudly. However, at that moment, Gargith was in the middle of roaring out his victory on top of the downed troll, so he couldn't hear Desra's call. Don't run away, Cyan demanded. I haven't done anything wrong, Desra protested. Then why are you running away? Because you want to bully me. You're right, I do, Cyan exclaimed. At this reply, Desra squeezed out even more strength. Could she have tried fighting back instead? If Cyan was on his own, that might have been a possibility, but he had Seal with him as well. Besides, with her body covered in wounds, she definitely couldn't win. But Eugene might be able to, Desra recalled. But where was that bastard? While running headlong, Desra accidentally stepped on the trigger to a trap. Boom! The floor had completely collapsed downwards. With a scream of surprise, Desra leaped off the ground. Bang bang! Desra just barely managed to jump over the hole and landed on her ass on the other side. While holding onto her sore tailbone, Desra sobbed in pain. That's why I told you not to run. Cyan immediately halted in front of the sudden trap and shouted across to her. Desra panted as she tried to catch her breath before eventually taking off running once more. Brother! Seal cried as she caught up. Cyan looked down into the trap for a moment. It was so deep that he couldn't even see the bottom. On top of that, the other side of the trap was really far away. Cyan dithered for a moment out of hesitation. Should he go back and find another path instead? Just as he was about to turn back, he saw the look of expectation in his sister's eyes. Cyan bit down on his lip firmly. He'd no longer show her such an embarrassing side of himself. Yuh! Cyan vaulted over the trap with a scream. The mana flowing through his body easily allowed him to leap over that great distance. Seal, you should jump too. I'll catch you. Yeah. With reassuring eyes, Cyan spread his arms wide. However, Seal simply leaped over the trap and landed beside him on the other side without needing Cyan's help at all. The twins had had the same lessons ever since they were young. If Cyan could do it, then of course, Seal was able to do it as well, as expected from my little sister. After awkwardly lowering his outstretched arms, Cyan resumed his pursuit of the escaping Desra. But the twins were stopped before they got too far. Ahead of them, Desra had stopped as well. It's the boss monster, one of them whispered. At the conclusion of their fierce race, the three had actually managed to reach the center of the labyrinth. At the end of their path lay a huge, underground cave with walls on all sides. In the center of the cave sat a monster, which was even larger than a troll. Why are the three of you together? Sitting with his back against the wall, Eugene tilted his head to the side and asked the new arrivals. What are you doing here? Cyan asked, snapping out of his astonishment. What am I doing? Can't you see that I'm just sitting? But why here? I was interested to see who'd be arriving first, Eugene laughed as he gave this reply. His round, wide eyes were overflowing with mischievous playfulness. Chapter 15.1 The Bloodline Continuation Ceremony 5 Who'd be arriving first? Cyan's expression twisted as he repeated. He felt like Eugene's words were meant to mock him. After all, the one who had broken through the labyrinth and arrived at the center first was definitely Eugene. Desra was the first to arrive, Eugene decided. But she was just running away. Cyan protested. Why was she running away? This was a question that Cyan absolutely couldn't bear to answer. This had all begun because he had mistaken Desra's blood-stained appearance for a ghost, and had let out a scream. Then, embarrassed and angered by this, he had decided to catch her and teach her a lesson. If he were to try and explain all of this, Cyan felt that he would first have to admit to Eugene that he had screamed because he was afraid of ghosts. Desra to me. She insulted me. With some difficulty, Cyan came up with this excuse. You really do like to use the word insult a lot, Eugene observed. When did I ever insult you, Cyan? Desra shouted with a resentful expression on her face. If only she had managed to ambush them as planned, then at least this abuse would be justified. Cyan was the one who overreacted. We just happened to meet up on the same path. Desra continued her explanation. You deliberately startled me, Cyan accused her. That's not how it happened. Instead, I'm the one who got startled by your scream, Desra refuted. I didn't scream, Cyan lied, as he clenched his fists and his ears were dyed red. I was just yelling because I was so angry. As for you, right, Desra, you were trying to ambush us. No, I wasn't, Desra attempted to deny. You just hesitated for a moment, didn't you? I saw your eyes waver. So you really were planning to ambush us? How dare a collateral descendant like you try to attack someone like me? Ah geez, I fucking said that I wasn't, Desra shouted loudly, feeling both embarrassed and victimized. Cyan's eyes widened in shock at this explosive shout that exposed some of Desra's usual foul-mouthness. How dare you swear at me? Not only am I the scion of the main family, but I also happen to be a year older than you. I told you that I didn't do any of that, but you keep fucking accusing me. Again with the swearing. Stop, Eugene ordered, having had enough of listening to their childish quarrel. In the first place, he hadn't the slightest interest in whatever insult Cyan may have perceived. Whatever happened, Desra was the first to arrive, Eugene stated once more. Weren't you the first to arrive? Seal asked with a grin. That's right, I did arrive here first, Eugene easily admitted. Just what is it that you want to say? Desra asked as she glanced sideways at Eugene. They had talked about a plan to combine their strengths to defeat the boss monster on the night they had met in Eugene's room, following their dinner with the Lionhart patriarch. Could the reason he was waiting here for them be that Eugene had challenged the boss monster on his own and failed? I just thought that I should concede this chance to all of you, Eugene said with a smile. Concede? Desra asked. The thing is, I can fight with him and I'll probably win. But if I just went and nabbed him first, I'd feel sorry for you lot who worked so hard to get here. What the hell do you think you're saying? Cyan roared loudly in anger. He was definitely insulting all of them by saying this. Although Desra wasn't shouting like Cyan was, she glared at Eugene with a frown. As for Seal, she wasn't feeling at all angry or insulted. Instead, she found this situation so highly entertaining that she was on the edge of her seat as she waited to see what happened next. To be fair, let's go in order of arrival, Eugene said, ignoring their outrage. Are you really in your right mind? How many times were you struck in the head by monsters on your way here? Cyan questioned. I didn't get hit at all. I'm perfectly fine, Eugene reassured Cyan as he looked over to Desra without getting up from his seat. If you don't think you can win, feel free to give up. It's your right to do so after all. Give up? Desra furrowed her brows. He had gone through so much just to get here. His talk about a concession was already absurd enough, but when he told her to give up, Desra really felt infuriated. I'm not going to give up, Desra shouted. But it will be difficult for you on your own, Eugene smiled teasingly. As her shoulders shook in anger, Desra turned to look at the boss monster standing in the central cave. Even from this distance, Desra could clearly see that the boss monster had a tough, muscular build. It was even bigger than the troll that she had barely managed to escape from earlier. Its most distinctive characteristic was its head. The boss monster was a giant humanoid with the head of a bull. In other words, a minotaur. It was a monster that almost always appeared in the many stories involving labyrinths. However, seeing the minotaur in reality, it didn't appear anywhere near as ridiculous as it sounded in fairy tales. Desra gulped as she stared at the minotaur's twin pair of gigantic horns. Why hasn't Gargith, that son of a bitch, arrived yet? The original plan was to join forces with Gargith to fight the boss monster. However, Gargith seemed to have gotten stuck somewhere, as he showed no signs of arriving anytime soon. Just in case, Desra shot Eugene a look. I'm only going to fight after you all have had your chances, Eugene insisted. You really are crazy, aren't you? Desra hissed. Cyan was so perplexed that, for a few moments, he had just kept listening as they talked. However, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Do you really think that you'll get a turn? Cyan demanded. Yeah, I think I will, Eugene replied confidently. Don't bullshit me. Do you really believe that I won't be able to defeat a single cow-headed bastard? If you do defeat it, I'll acknowledge you as my big brother for the rest of my life. At these words, Cyan hesitated for a moment. He imagined being able to hear this cheeky bastard call him older brother for the rest of his life. The childish Cyan found this proposal extremely attractive. Don't go back on your words later. Don't worry, I won't. After hearing Eugene's confirmation, Cyan dropped down on the spot. Then, as he slowly breathed in and out, he began absorbing mana into his body. Since he had used up a lot of strength just getting here, he needed to quickly restore his mana through this method. If it's a minotaur, truthfully, this was also Cyan's first time seeing one in real life. However, he had read many stories about minotaurs in the books he had been perusing at random for the past few days. It was a monster without any particular weaknesses, but it also didn't have any specific strengths. It had its strength and its tough skin, but these were natural features for a medium to large monster of that size. It didn't have the strong regenerative capabilities of a troll, nor did it have the unspeakable strength and fury of an ogre. It was of moderate strength and intelligence. The minotaur, as seen through Cyan's eyes, was a monster that could be beaten without much difficulty. However, Desra got a completely different feeling from it. Calming her shaking heart, she hesitantly made her way out into the central cave. Both her spear and the hands holding it were shaking. Although she had hunted many monsters around the same level as orcs, she had yet to hunt a monster as large as the minotaur. They say that minotaurs are higher up on the food chain than trolls, but this wasn't always necessarily the case. But for now, she would accept the fact that minotaurs were of similar or greater strength to trolls. Desra, who had slipped past her troll without having been able to defeat it, found it impossible to imagine how she might be able to achieve victory. Hiya! That said, she couldn't just turn back after having come this far. Desra shouted a battle cry to still her fear. Then she tightened her grip on her spear and charged at the minotaur. Before Desra could close the distance, the minotaur got to its feet. It showed an unbelievable speed of reaction for such a heavy creature. Even trolls weren't that fast, and its figure, as it got up onto its feet, was far larger than the average troll. The minotaur turned its head towards Desra. The cattle eyes that Desra was familiar with were normally bright and cute, but the minotaur's eyes were full of eerie light. The minotaur swung its hand, and with a cry, Desra thrust her spear. Crack! The minotaur's large hand shattered her spear into pieces without any apparent difficulty. But they said that it wouldn't break. Desra's face twisted in betrayal. The minotaur quickly raised its hand once more and slammed it down on top of Desra's head, but this was still within the limits of Desra's ability to react. She leaped to the side, dodging the attack, and then swung the end of her broken spear at the minotaur's exposed flank. Plack! Although the blow landed, the attack made using such unstable footing didn't prove very effective. Without making even a single grunt of pain, the minotaur caught up to Desra. Kia! Its large fingers completely wrapped around her body. Desra screamed fearfully as she tried desperately to escape. Her intuition was honestly telling her that she was about to die. Could this all really be an illusion? No, it was impossible. Desra closed her eyes tightly in the face of her impending doom. Chapter 15.2 The Bloodline Continuation Ceremony 5. However, the minotaur didn't inflict any of the terrible endings that Desra had imagined on her. It didn't crush her body through its forceful grip, nor did it dash her against the ground. Instead, it simply threw her at the entrance of the path leading into the center of the labyrinth. Screech! Desra was so consumed by fear that she forgot her training to deal with falls. So after skidding across the ground, she just lay where she fell, whimpering in pain. Her whole body was aching after having flown so far through the air before falling, and it felt like she had broken several bones. Since you've lost, get back out of the way, Eugene ordered. It hurts, Desra cried out piteously. Well, of course it would hurt, Eugene pointed out without sympathy. Why did it just stop at throwing her? Seal asked, her face showing incomprehension. Although it wasn't like she wanted to see such a brutal scene taking place right in front of her, no matter how much Seal thought about it, the minotaur's behavior just now didn't seem like something a monster would do. That's because that thing over there isn't a real monster, Eugene replied dismissively. There's no reason why it has to kill us, since the moment it gets its hands on us, we've already lost. The organizers of this ceremony also had no reason to want to truly traumatize the young children. Having watched the situation play out, Cyan got up with a relaxed smile on his face. Instead of rushing out first, you should have recognized your place. Did you really think that you'd be able to defeat a minotaur? Desra was unable to respond, and she could only sob and curl her aching body into a ball. Cyan smirked as he stalked past Desra into the center of the labyrinth. What a fool. Just sit there, and keep your eyes peeled wide open, as I show you how it's meant to be done. I'll prove once for all that the blood of the main family is on a different level to a collateral descendant like yourself. Cyan felt like he had to compliment himself on such a magnificent speech. Of course these words weren't just meant for Desra. They were aimed at Eugene as well. However, Eugene was simply smiling in amusement, as if he saw something funny that Cyan had missed. Bastard. Does he really think that I can't kill a cow-headed bastard like that? Cyan drew his sword with an eye-catching flourish. Then he began focusing his concentration on his sword. As he did so, the mana circulating through his body began flowing into the sword as well. Sword, light. Desra felt a huge shock hit her. A faint light had wrapped itself around Cyan's sword. That was definitely sword, light, something that could only be manifested once your mana had been trained to a certain level. Desert personally knew just how powerful a light like that was. It was basically a blade of mana that could cut through anything it touched. She had sometimes seen her father wrap the spear equivalent of sword, light around his spear, and use it to pierce through a large block of iron, as if it were a piece of tofu. If you train hard once you return from the bloodline continuation ceremony, you'll also be able to manifest sword, light, her father had told her before she left for the main house. In order to activate the slightest ray of sword, light, you needed to have trained your mana for at least 10 years. However, Cyan was only 1 year older than her, and could already manifest his sword, light. This fact frustrated Desert greatly. Ha ha! Cyan laughed as he came out of his focus. Cyan enjoyed seeing Desert in shock. Unfortunately, he couldn't maintain the sword, light, for very long with the amount of mana that he possessed. However, it wouldn't take him very long to slice the stupid cow-headed bastard into pieces. With a confident gait, Cyan approached the Minotaur. Huh? However, before he had taken much more than a few steps, Cyan halted in his tracks. The mana that composed the sword, light, had suddenly scattered. Cyan looked at his sword in confusion. He tried to focus his mind once more on emitting the sword, light, but no matter how much mana he used, he couldn't stop the sword, light, from scattering into the air. What the? Eugene looked at Cyan's bewildered appearance, with a playful light in his eyes. While it had been a surprise to see that Cyan already knew how to manifest his sword, light, the fact that he knew how to do this only made Eugene even happier. A faint magic circle was drawn on the walls surrounding the central cave, so faded that you needed to look very closely to see it. Eugene had recognized the appearance of this magic circle. Although several points seemed to have been changed, the basic gist of it still remained. This was a magic circle that cut off all use of mana within its range. 300 years ago, Sienna had used this very same magic circle to counter several demonic wizards. Who'd have thought that they would install this kind of magic circle in the center of the labyrinth? Since the collateral descendants hadn't trained their mana, this magic circle's only targets were the children of the main family. Well, he did say that he would be judging us on the qualities that we had inherited, not the concentration of our blood. Gilead was the one who had said this, and he had really put his words into action. Usually, the collateral descendants would never be able to win against the children of the direct line. However, what if the children of the main family could no longer use mana? Not knowing what to do, Cyan hesitantly backed away. The Minotaur simply stood idly by and watched Cyan as he did so. Just what on earth is going on? Why isn't the sword light activating? Even though I still have plenty of mana. Brother? Seal called out to Cyan. Cyan's shoulders twitched at the sound of her voice. Could he really defeat the Minotaur without the use of sword light? Cyan gulped. He couldn't even absorb any more mana into his body. That meant he wouldn't be able to maintain the boost to his physical strength for very long. Did he really have a chance? If you think you're going to lose, then just come back. Don't pointlessly get your ass beaten out of stubbornness, Eugene called out as he snickered. That irritating voice. Cyan bit down firmly on his lips. He had nowhere to retreat. If he admitted that he couldn't do it and just turned back now, hi-ah. Letting loose a loud roar, Cyan charged at the Minotaur. Like the last time, the Minotaur only started moving after Cyan had rushed in. Although he couldn't call up his sword light, Cyan's movements were incomparably faster than Desert's had been. The Minotaur swung its hand. Cyan avoided the Minotaur's hand and dived into its reach with great difficulty. Then, with all his strength, he swung his sword. Clang! Cyan's sword sliced at the Minotaur. However, this only left a shallow cut on the monster's skin. While enduring the pain in his wrists from the recoil, Cyan continued to fiercely swing his sword. Cyan was extremely desperate. As he narrowly escaped the Minotaur's attacks by dodging here and there, he continued to stab with his sword. However, none of his attacks were truly injuring the Minotaur. It was incomparably stronger than all the monsters he had faced up until now. The leg. I need to hit its leg. Cyan's breathing was already strained. Having inflicted only shallow wounds so far, he was far from defeating the monster. He needed to make a decisive attack. For starters, it was just way too large, so he needed to bring it down somehow, but his thoughts didn't have the time to form properly. Watch out for its hand. Cyan quickly ducked his head. Then as he dived forward with his head down, he thrust his sword at the Minotaur's knee. Crack! Unfortunately, he had gotten the angle of the stab wrong. Cyan's sword didn't pierce into the Minotaur's joint as he had hoped, and instead, as it impacted with the Minotaur's tough kneecap, the sword cracked into pieces. As he saw this happen, Cyan's eyes filled with tears of despair. But they said it wouldn't break. The moment his sword broke, Cyan resentfully complained to Lovelian in his head, just as Desert had done. Unfortunately, what followed next was also identical to Desert's experience. The Minotaur's large hand wrapped around Cyan and threw him towards the entrance. Hurg! Fortunately, Cyan was able to control his fall to minimize the damage. However, he was thrown so far, and his body was so exhausted, that he wasn't able to fully mitigate the force of the throw. Coming out of his roll, Cyan writhed on the ground as he tried to grab at his throbbing back. Gah! He groaned. You lost as well, Eugene teased Cyan with a chuckle. Cyan couldn't say anything in reply, so he could only bite his lips in shame. I'm not going to fight, Seal blurted out immediately. His sword, light, wasn't working because of that, right? Seal's finger pointed at the magic circle that had been inscribed on the walls. Oh, Eugene exclaimed inwardly, impressed. It looks like she really did have better eyes than her brother. How should I know? Eugene said with a smile as he stood up. After looking at her brother with eyes that showed a mix of worry and amusement, Seal turned back to Eugene. Can you win? She asked him. I'll have to give it a try, he said, and with this reply, Eugene walked out to meet the Minotaur. Although he may have spoken modestly, Eugene had no intention of losing. Chapter 16. The Bloodline Continuation Ceremony 6. As Eugene headed out to face the Minotaur, no hesitation or nervousness could be seen in his stride. Could it be because the Minotaur was so minor an opponent that such feelings weren't needed? In any case, Eugene had yet to train his mana, so the magic circle didn't change anything. Not being able to use mana while fighting against such a large monster was quite an inconvenient problem, but it wasn't enough of a cause for Eugene to hesitate. In his previous life, before he had ever learned the use of mana, he had fought countless trolls, ogres, and such like. Compared to them, this Minotaur was nothing to be wary of. On top of the fact that it wasn't even a real monster, judging by its movements, it seemed to be weaker than an actual Minotaur. It definitely had had its level lowered to be an appropriate opponent for children. I guess I'll just have to pay attention in case my weapon breaks. Until now, no matter how roughly he had used it, his sword hadn't even chipped, but now things were obviously different. Was it because they wanted to know if the participants were capable of responding flexibly to unexpected situations? Or perhaps it was because they wanted to see what kind of skills and talents they might be keeping in reserve. Whatever their reasons might be, this suited Eugene fine. After all, hadn't this given him the chance to see the main family eat crow, just as he planned? In fact, he could have succeeded in his plan to embarrass the main family just by defeating the Minotaur right away and ending the bloodline continuation ceremony all by himself. Still, thanks to a little patience, he had also gotten the chance to see Cyan humiliated. While all this proves that the patriarch is an upright guy, his son's personality was quite a mess. Before it was too late, Cyan needed to get that dog shit attitude beaten out of him, otherwise he would never get better. Eugene was convinced of the necessity of some physical education. Even if Gilead, the patriarch, had turned out to be an okay guy, his son was still a bastard. Moreover, since Cyan was already such a bastard at his age, he might become even more of a bastard going forward. As such, even if it was just for Gilead's sake, Cyan's character needed to be physically corrected, and Eugene was happy to volunteer. Although it might not be enough with just 1 or 2 beatings. Well, it wasn't like this was Eugene's responsibility. Gilead would probably take care of it once he found out the full scale of the problem. Eugene hummed and thought. He had already determined the range in which the Minotaur was set to react. Standing just outside that line, he stared at the Minotaur. Although Cyan had hit several times, the Minotaur seemed perfectly fine. If that's the case, then, Eugene smiled as he stepped forward. Just like that, he entered the Minotaur's reactionary range. How shall I go about defeating it? The Minotaur responded immediately. Moving its large body with surprising speed, it charged at Eugene. Unlike Desiree and Cyan, Eugene did not rush forward, but he didn't move out of the Minotaur's range either. The Minotaur's large fist flew towards him. Before the attack had even been flung, Eugene had already predicted what course the attack would take. There were many clues to be seen on the Minotaur's giant body, from the way its fingers clenched to the movement of its elbows and shoulders, and even the twitching of its muscles. All of this could be used to deduce a prediction. Boom! The Minotaur's fist slamming into the ground overlapped with the movement of Eugene's sword. To strengthen the force of his he countered the descending arm, aiming for the inside of the Minotaur's elbow. The joints where its skin folded were an inevitable weak point in its tough leather hide, and the tendons there weren't as thick as its arm muscles. Of course, it wasn't easy to time such a... However, Eugene made the cut look easy. He was familiar with wielding a sword in such a surgical manner from his previous life. Moreover, Eugene's current body was overwhelmingly superior to Hamel's body when it was his age. Right from birth, there had been an innate difference between the two, and Eugene had continued to refine and develop this difference over the course of several years. So he wasn't allowed to use mana? Why should that matter? Even without mana, his young body was extremely agile. Ooh! The Minotaur let out a roar. Although his elbow was too thick to have been cut through completely, the tendon there was very sensitive to pain, because it was densely packed with nerves. Even if it wasn't completely severed, that was still enough to make the pain seem unbearable. Its huge arm muscles were now left dangling uselessly, and the Minotaur's reactions were slowed from shock. Without any hesitation, Eugene hopped onto the Minotaur's arm. Then, he started to sprint. It was easy to run up the Minotaur's massive arm with his small child's body. Within moments, he had reached the Minotaur's shoulders. Of course, the Minotaur wasn't going to just stay still. It immediately twisted its body and swung its shoulders around as he ran up. However, Eugene was also experienced with running on unstable footing. And in the first place, this cheat body had been born with an innate sense of balance. Even with its body swaying randomly, Eugene continued to close in on the Minotaur's head until its huge horns were tossing through the air right in front of him. Pausing to get the timing right, Eugene reached out his hand. Smack! Eugene's hand caught the Minotaur's horn. Since he had been able to swing a sword completely wrapped in heavy sandbags, it was effortless for him to support his whole weight with just one arm. Eugene tightened his grip on the horn and pulled himself up. Just like that, he had climbed on top of the Minotaur's head. Ratheg! The Minotaur raised its remaining mobile hand. It tried to catch Eugene, who was hanging from its head, but the speed with which Eugene thrust his sword was faster than its grasping fingers could clutch. Squelch! The long sword plunged into the Minotaur's ear. The sword stabbed in so deeply that it even managed to reach the Minotaur's semicircular canal. The Minotaur's body soon started shaking violently as it lost its balance, and its wildly swinging hand couldn't even get close to touching Eugene. Then, unable to bear it any longer, the Minotaur fell down onto its tail. For his next move, Eugene pulled out his sword and thrust it back into the Minotaur's left eye. The Minotaur released a terrible scream of pain. Eugene twisted his deeply impaled sword a few times before drawing it back out. Then he stabbed with his sword once again, this time into its right eye. Although the Minotaur had squeezed its eye shut defensively, Eugene's sword pierced right through the thin eyelid. Wah! Bang! The Minotaur's hand swung upwards, but it missed Eugene completely and slapped its own blameless forehead instead. Due to its rage and panic, it had put too much force into the blow. The Minotaur's head snapped backward abruptly, but this was a good opportunity for Eugene. He fell back down onto the Minotaur's shoulders, and thanks to the Minotaur's raised chin, Eugene had a clear line of sight to its throbbing carotid artery. Once, twice, thrice, Eugene focused all three of his swings onto one location. With the second blow, he neatly sliced through its leather hide, and with the third, he had reached the blood vessel. Then, with a few more blows on top of that, splash! Blood began spurting out violently. Eugene blocked the spray of blood with the shield on his left arm, and continued to thrust his sword into the open wound. Soon the Minotaur fell silent as its life bled out of it. It continued the rest of its fall to the ground, slowly collapsing backward onto the cave floor. But before it could fall completely, Eugene lightly leaped off it and landed on the ground once more. Phew! Eugene sighed in satisfaction at a job well done. Although he had tried to block it with his shield, so much blood had sprayed out that both his hair and face had gotten drenched in it. Eugene roughly wiped off most of the blood before turning his head to face his audience, Cyan, Seal, and Desra, who were staring in his direction with their mouths wide open. Then, while grinning at Cyan specifically, Eugene pointed at the Minotaur's corpse. "You saw that, right?" Cyan mumbled blankly. "I killed it," Eugene boasted proudly. Cyan didn't know how to react. He knew that Eugene's words were meant to rile him up, but after seeing something like that occur right before his eyes, he just couldn't muster up any outrage. Cyan was sure that he definitely wasn't able to do what Eugene had just done. But what if he had been able to use sword light? If that had been the case, he was sure that he could have killed the Minotaur. However, he still wouldn't have been able to accomplish it as easily as Eugene had. Cyan was beginning to feel an unfamiliar emotion whenever his thoughts turned to center on this country bumpkin. It was similar to fear, but it brought with it an excitement in his chest that made it feel different from fear. The 13-year-old Cyan had yet to understand that this emotion was awe. "Oh!" Eugene released a small sigh of surprise as he looked down at his own body. The bloody smell had disappeared in an instant. The Minotaur's corpse that was lying right next to him, as well as the walls and the ceilings that had enclosed them from all sides, also started to disappear. His damp hair was dried back to a fluffy state, as if it had never been wet in the first place, and the sword and the shield he was holding in his hands faded, and then vanished into thin air. The bloodline continuation ceremony was over. Both Gilead and Lovelian were left speechless. Everything up to the point where Desra and Cyan had been defeated was something that they had predicted. In the first place, they had known that it wouldn't be an easy challenge for children to hunt the Minotaur. Wasn't that why Gilead had told them in advance that in this year's bloodline continuation ceremony he wouldn't just be considering their individual performance, but their abilities to quickly make situational judgments and their cooperative spirit as well? He had wanted to see if they would retain the will to fight despite numerous setbacks. If the children had agreed to work together, it wasn't impossible for them to defeat the monster. And once they'd caught the Minotaur's attention, it was also possible to slowly draw it out of the magic circle's range. As long as the children didn't rush and impulsively, they could have tried out a few different methods until they finally succeeded, or at least, that was the way they had intended for the Minotaur to be defeated. Haha! Although his plans had been completely overturned, Gilead didn't feel any frustration. Instead, he burst out laughing with a broad smile on his face. "Isn't he amazing?" Gilead commented as he pointed to Eugene. That kid, he's just a collateral descendant who hasn't even trained his mana, but he was able to defeat the Minotaur through sheer overwhelming skill. That seems to be the case. Lovelian slowly picked up his jaw off the ground before replying. Everything in that labyrinth had been created by Lovelian, both the traps and the monsters. He hadn't made them too difficult, so that they could match the children's levels, but that child named Eugene had broken through the labyrinth with much more ease than Lovelian had expected. Lovelian felt the need to ask that child, just what on earth is he? I don't know either. Gilead shook his head, still laughing. That child's father is apparently named Gerhard Lionhart, from the Goodall province. He's from a collateral line that's been separated from the main line for around 200 years now. But as far as I know, not a single member of that family has ever drawn any attention until now. But how could such an exceptional child come from such? Who knows? He says that he wasn't taught by his father or any other knight, but Gilead burst out laughing before he could finish the sentence. But his potential is indescribable. They say that that child, Eugene, since he has first arrived at the main estate, has gone to the gymnasium every day to repeat the same harsh training daily. I've also sent a man to Goodall, and he reports that Eugene's extreme training is well known throughout the whole estate. Eugene was a child who had defeated his son in a duel, so Gilead couldn't help but have an interest in him. That was why he had sent a knight to the Lionhart family estate in Goodall to ask about Eugene. The man had reported that Eugene had first started going to the gymnasium every day when he turned 5, and when he turned 7, he started swinging a wooden sword with an iron core that had been steadily increasing in weight over time. That boy was born to be a warrior, and he also has an innate hard-working character that is worthy of such a physique. Even if it was just by unearthing such a jewel in the rough, this year's bloodline continuation ceremony will prove to be of great significance. But aren't you even the slightest bit displeased? Lovelian asked in genuine curiosity. My apologies if I cause any offense, but that child has outshone all of your own children, Lord Gilead. If there's already such a difference between them, once the child begins training his mana, and if he also happens to have an equally great talent for handling mana. If that happens to be the case, isn't that something to celebrate? Gilead replied with a grin. After all, doesn't that child's name happen to be Lionhart? That means the more extraordinary that boy is, the more he makes the name of Lionhart shine brightly. But what if that child reveals any ambitions for usurping the direct line? Lovelian asked bluntly, after being unable to think of a way to soften the blow. However, Gilead didn't feel at all offended by such a question. That isn't something for me to be concerned about, Gilead answered sincerely. Only the very best among the Lionharts has the right to become the Lionhart Patriarch. If my children fail to keep the position of Patriarch, that would just mean that they were too weak to keep a hold of their birthright. If that was all the strength that they had to offer, they wouldn't deserve to be the Lionhart Patriarch in the first place. Lovelian pondered. Of course, before I am the Patriarch, I am also their father, and as their father, I will guide my children to become the best that they can be. If that is still not enough, then it can't be helped. Gilead shrugged in defeat. As an outsider, my apologies for bringing up something that wasn't my place to address. Lovelian nodded slowly in understanding and waved his hands as the labyrinth started to disappear. However, Lord Gilead, as an old acquaintance, I feel that I must advise you. If at all possible, you must adopt that child. Adoption? Gilead asked in confusion. Yes. A collateral descendant has finally overturned the main family in a bloodline continuation ceremony. That alone would make many of the Lionharts' collateral lines look down on the main family. If that happens, some of those dissatisfied with the current system may start to join forces. Gilead was silent for a moment. The Lionhart name had been passed down for over 300 years. A multitude of collateral lines had been born due to their inheritance practices. Each collateral family was founded by someone born with the bloodline of the direct line, but had lost the competition to become the Patriarch. There were definitely a few among these collateral lines who harbored dissatisfaction against the main family. The Guardians are responsible for enforcing the family's laws, Gilead muttered with a bitter smile. While thoroughly forbidding any dynastic disputes, the Lionhart Guardians also suppressed any rebellious individuals. I thank you for your advice. As for an adoption, I think it's an attractive proposition, Gilead finished. To be honest, the boy was so outstanding that Gilead had wished Eugene was his own son. Also, it seemed like being adopted would be better for the child's future as well. If Eugene just returned to Goodall like this, the seditious families who plotted to rebel against the main family might try to contact him. And if that happened, that young child with a brilliant talent might even be kidnapped because of his gifts. If I keep the boy by my side, he could also be a great motivator to my children. The more he thought about it, the more appealing the idea was. And wouldn't it make for an incredible sight when the child's potential was allowed to fully bloom in the still distant future? At that time, if Eugene still proved to be overwhelmingly superior to the children of the main family, then not only would his adoption be good for the main family, but it would also be a happy event for the Lionharts as a whole. Well, before that, the celebrations have to come first, Gilead mumbled as he turned his head. Both the labyrinth and the cave leading to it had disappeared. The children were looking at their surroundings with surprised expressions, having yet to understand their situation. Hog! Gargith, who had been lying on the floor, jumped to his feet with a gasp. Following his battle with the troll, he had started heading towards the center, but he had used up the last of his strength on the way there and had collapsed into slumber. However, as the magic dissipated, all of his injuries also disappeared. What about the boss monster? Gargith asked. It's dead, Desra spat out as she looked at Gargith with scornful eyes. Who killed it? He asked. I did, Eugene answered with a grin. 1. A sensory organ needed to regulate the balance and convey head position. Chapter 17.1. The Treasure Vault 1. Before Gilead congratulated Eugene, his gaze lingered on his children for a moment. The eldest, Eward, hadn't even reached the center of the labyrinth. He had spent far too much time studying the various magical traps and monsters on his way there. Truthfully speaking, Gilead was dissatisfied with this result. He knew that his eldest son had had an overwhelming amount of interest in magic ever since he was young. Since this type of magic wasn't often encountered, it was understandable for Eward to be overcome with curiosity. However, for him to prioritize his own curiosity over displaying his talents during this vital bloodline continuation ceremony, Gilead couldn't help but feel disappointed, both as a patriarch and a father. On the other hand, Seal and Cyan's performances left him feeling quite satisfied. The twins had been able to make their way to the center without facing any great difficulty from the traps or the monsters. Although they couldn't defeat the Minotaur, that was just because the two children were still immature, and immaturity could be compensated for with experience. All of you showed a great performance, Gilead said, as he stopped focusing solely on his children and addressed the remaining participants. He nodded his head sincerely as he smiled at everyone before continuing. From here, we were able to see everything as each of you faced the labyrinth. While we had expected it to be a challenging ordeal, all of you have done amazingly well. Thank you very much. The children awkwardly received the praise. Gargith had been staring at Eugene with surprised eyes, now quickly followed suit and bowed his head along with the others. Honestly, he was feeling a little embarrassed. After his fierce battle with the troll, he hadn't been able to make it to the center of the labyrinth. Desra and Cyan also felt similar embarrassment, but for slightly different reasons. Desra wasn't even able to mount a proper fight against the Minotaur, and Cyan had allowed himself to get flustered when his sword light failed to materialize, causing him to fight in a manner that, even in his own opinion, was lackluster. Eugene, Gilead said. Eugene, who had just been called out, was grinning. He was amused that Cyan's shoulders were drooping so heavily, although he was also feeling a little curious. Inside the labyrinth, he hadn't caught even a glimpse of Eward, the main family's eldest son. Though he had thought that Eward seemed to lack the expected skill and confidence for someone of his position, Eugene had never imagined that Eward wouldn't even be able to make it to the center of the maze. Perhaps that was why Eward was also slouching his shoulders and avoiding everyone's gazes. Although it seems funny for me to point out the obvious like this, you showed the best performance among all of the 9 children who participated in this year's bloodline continuation ceremony. Thank you very much, Eugene said while bowing his head in a humble fashion. He thought it would be more appealing to give off a modest impression than acting overly proud. The way you dealt with the traps and the monsters was impressively flawless, especially when you fought the troll head on. Unlike the other children, you didn't even receive any minor injuries in the process. Gilead continued his praise. No way, Gargith exclaimed inwardly. Gilead's words made Gargith's shoulders tremble in shock. Did Eugene really not get injured at all while fighting that vicious troll? Gargith glanced at Eugene with a look of disbelief. How could he have done that when he's shorter and has fewer muscles than me? Gargith asked himself. He really was impressive. Gargith's thoughts gave way to sincere admiration for Eugene, but at the same time, he also felt disappointed. If only he had the help of our family's revolutionary muscle growth agent, that poor body of his would also appear equally amazing, was Gargith's thought at this time. As he is now, I'd win in an arm wrestling contest. Gargith decided that he needed to challenge Eugene to an arm wrestling contest later. Truthfully, we expected all of you to be trapped in the labyrinth for at least 2 days, Lovelian said with a smile that didn't show any hint of embarrassment. Lovelian and Gilead had set reasonable expectations for the participants. After all, no matter how excellent they were, weren't they all still children younger than 16? Moreover, none of the children had ever been to a labyrinth in person. Lovelian had estimated that, after placing various sorts of obstacles in their way, the children would have to wander the labyrinth for more than a day before they could break through. But as expected of the bloodline of the great Vermouth, it seems that I greatly underestimated them. Of course, this fact didn't cause him any embarrassment or offense. After all, seeing these gemstones of talent sparkle brighter than imagined could only be a pleasant surprise. Apart from Eugene, everyone else should return to their rooms and rest. I would have liked to hold a grand banquet this evening, however, we didn't know that you would all emerge so quickly, and I'm afraid that we weren't able to prepare the banquet in advance." After informing the other children, Gilead turned to Eugene with a smile. "As such, all of you can have a good rest today, and we will hold the banquet tomorrow. As for Eugene, you can come with me." "Yes, sir," Eugene acknowledged. "Are you going to give him his reward right now?" Seal asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The underground treasure vault was a forbidden location, even to those who had inherited the blood of the main family. Only the patriarch was freely permitted to enter. From a young age, Seal had pestered her father for permission to visit the underground treasure vault with him, but even Gilead, who had such a soft spot for his daughter, wouldn't allow her to accompany him into the treasure vault even once. "There's no reason to delay, so wouldn't it be better if he got to choose more quickly?" Gilead said as he patted Seal on the head. Truthfully, Gilead was also curious to see which item Eugene would pick from the treasure vault. Lovely and personally escorted the other children back to their rooms, while Eugene and Gilead headed to the main family's mansion. They had quite a ways to go, so they both began thinking of bringing up something to talk about. "You're quite skillful to be able to wield multiple weapons," commented Gilead, breaking the silence. Although he didn't look back at Eugene thanks to the warmth in his voice, it was easy to guess his current expression. "I'm not too bad," Eugene admitted. "You're more than not bad. I saw your performance in the labyrinth, and the way you wielded both your sword and your shield was truly adept. Moreover, didn't you use a spear to defeat Cyan and Desra?" Gilead seemed to have heard the full story of Eugene's spar with Desra. This wasn't surprising, as their spar had taken place in the open, where any of the annex's servants could have spectated it. "Yes, I like the spear because it's a fun weapon to use," Eugene responded. "And swords?" Gilead prodded. "Swords are fun as well. Apart from those, what other weapons do you enjoy using?" I also like bows. Although shooting something from afar isn't that fun, hitting a target from a long distance can be exhilarating." Eugene tried to use an age-appropriate tone when speaking with Gilead. Truthfully, at the start of his new life, he hadn't felt like he would need to do something like this. Eugene had thought that it would be fine to just admit that he was reincarnated with the memories of his old life. However, the more he had thought about it, the more difficult he felt it would be to reveal the truth. If he were to admit that he used to be stupid Hamel, but he was now reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant, who would believe such a ridiculous confession without any proof? Also, he felt like it would be galling to admit that he had been reincarnated as a descendant of Vermouth with his own mouth. And it'd be just so embarrassing. It wouldn't be so bad if he had just admitted it from the beginning, but he had already been pretending to be a child for 13 years. If he revealed the truth at this point, it felt like all he would receive were gazes of pity. With Eugene's pride, it was absolutely impossible to welcome such pitying looks. It also seems like things would get troublesome. Not much was known about the journey of the hero and his companions from 300 years ago. After suddenly abandoning their subjugation of the remaining demon kings, the returning heroes' party hadn't revealed much about their reasons for their sudden change of plan, or the details of their journey. Right to this day, that damn fairy tale was the most famous and reputable account of the hero's journey in the world. The stupid Hamel, as he was known in the fairy tale, had been reincarnated as the great Vermouth's descendant. If this fact were to get out, the world would be turned upside down. Eugene didn't want to deal with the flood of people coming in from every corner of the world to ask him about the facts of their journey. That wasn't his only reason. Eugene knew Hamel refused to tolerate the continued existence of the demon kings. This hate-filled conviction had not changed even after 300 years had passed. If somehow the two remaining demon kings and the devildom of Vermouth were to learn of Hamel's reincarnation, they might begin moving behind the scenes. Those two had claimed complete devotion to a peaceful existence for hundreds of years, and had even willingly opened Vermouth to tourism. But how would these demon kings, who had seemingly flipped their attitudes out of the blue, react to a living witness of their past atrocities? Eugene had given it a lot of thought, but it didn't seem like they would welcome him with open arms. Well, even if they did, it's not like Eugene would accept their favor. Chapter 17.2 The Treasure Vault 1. Although currently, the weapon associated with our Lionhart family is the sword, it was a different story for our ancestor. There was a reason for the great Vermouth to be called the god of war, and the master of all, said Gilead. As for why their family had been tied to the sword in the first place, it was all because of the holy sword, which had received the most acclaim among Vermouth's many weapons. It's a good thing for you to know how to wield a variety of weapons, especially since you find these various weapons fun to use. It could even be considered an innate gift. Thank you for your guidance, said Eugene. Horse, just because Vermouth was called by these titles, that doesn't mean he was the only one capable of using various weapons. I heard that Hamel was also able to wield several weapons, Eugene said after a brief pause. That's right. Although Vermouth was called the god of war, his companion Hamel was also a master warrior, second only to Vermouth. Gilead readily agreed. But in the fairy tale I've read, he keeps getting called stupid Hamel. Haha, well, that can't be helped. I've also read that fairy tale when I was young, but I've realized that it wouldn't be a very interesting tale without Hamel constantly getting into trouble. What do you think about Hamel? I'm not quite sure what you're asking, sir. I just want to hear your opinion. As for me, I've admired Hamel ever since I was young. Oh, Eugene quickly swallowed the unconscious exclamation he had almost made. May I ask why? Eugene asked, unable to leave the matter alone. Rather than the flawless Vermouth, I preferred Hamel's more humane character. Doesn't it often come up in the fairy tale? Hamel often felt inferior to Vermouth, but he never once allowed himself to be frustrated. There were actually a lot of times I felt frustrated. Instead, he spared no effort to overcome his own perceived shortcomings. And in the end, he didn't care about his own safety, but instead chose to sacrifice himself for his comrades. Even now, I respect Hamel more than I do my own ancestor, Vermouth. Hamel's portrayal was deliberately Flanderized one in the fairy tale. It was because he was meant to serve as a simple lesson for young children. No matter how excellent the people around you are, don't be overly jealous of them. Rather than doing that, you should slowly try to improve yourself instead. I also admire Hamel, Eugene replied, while having complex feelings about doing so. The reason I use multiple weapons, well, it isn't because I want to become like Hamel or Vermouth or anything like that. Eugene felt the need to explain himself. Although he didn't know if Gilead accepted his explanation, Gilead nodded his head with a grin. As someone who isn't even a member of the main family, you will be the first person other than a patriarch to step foot into the family's treasure vault. Gilead changed the subject. While receiving astonished stares from the servants, the two headed down to the basement. Although the stairs leading from the mansion to the basement were very long, glowing spheres were hanging from the walls every so often, so it wasn't dark. Is it really okay for me to go down there? Eugene inquired. Of course it is. Didn't I promise you that you'll be allowed to pick whichever item you desire? I've already discussed this matter with the council of the family elders and obtained permission. As he said this, Gilead led the way down the stairs. The council. Eugene felt his mouth turn dry at the thought of them. The old lions of the Lionhart clan. The council was composed of the direct line's previous patriarchs and those from the collateral lines recognized as giants in their respective fields before they retired. May I ask, what exactly is contained inside the treasure vault? It holds our family legacy, which has built up over the past few hundred years, of course. Among all these items, there are even quite a few relics left behind by our ancestor, the great Vermouth. Really? Then, is the holy sword in there as well? It's there, but it's impossible for you to pick the holy sword. Gilead turned back to look at Eugene with a wry smile, as if he had expected such a question. Because the holy sword is the symbol of the Lionhart clan. It is a sword that no one person can own. Therefore, it is only wielded during ceremonies such as the succession of the patriarch. Oh, came Eugene's disappointed murmur. Gilead continued, but that's not the only reason. Ever since the great Vermouth, no one has been able to receive the recognition of the holy sword. Recognition? Rather than trying to explain it, it would be better for you to have a go at it yourself. Then you'll be able to understand what I'm talking about right away. At the bottom of the stairs stood an ornately decorated, massive door. Gilead held his hand up to the door after cutting his fingertips with his fingernails, causing red drops of blood to form on all his fingers. This will take a moment. With his blood-tipped fingers, Gilead reached for the doorknob. The doorknob had been sculpted in the shape of a lion's head with its mouth open wide. The lion absorbed the drops of blood on Gilead's fingertips and closed its mouth, just as the engravings adorning the door began to wriggle. All of this was part of a rite to unlock the powerful barrier that had been set on the treasure vault using magic. Eugene took a few steps back and watched as the door began to move. Will you be entering with me, Patriarch? He asked. There's no need for that. I'll wait here, so just go in and choose whatever you want. The door opened fully. You won't be able to open this door from the inside. So once you finish making your choice, knock loudly on the door. That will let me know when to open it, Gilead explained. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for you to come in with me? Eugene asked. While I believe that it might be fun to watch as you pick something, if I go in with you, I may end up unconsciously influencing what item you pick, and I would rather respect your freedom of choice. Also, if I do go in with you, I feel that I might distract you. By saying all this, Gilead was showing his consideration for Eugene. Eugene smiled brightly and nodded his head. Although he had brought it up first, Eugene felt greatly excited that Gilead had decided not to go in with him. He wanted to get a close look at everything and have a poke at this and that. Truthfully speaking, if Gilead were to go in with him, Eugene would have to pay attention to his manners and avoid such conduct. A patriarch, what's stopping me from hiding something on my person and attempting to come out with multiple items? This type of daring and impolite question was something that only a 13-year-old like Eugene would be allowed to ask. So Eugene made sure to look up at Gilead to show off his innocent eyes that were free of malice. Although he wasn't sure if his face truly managed to reflect his intentions, for now, He at least tried to contort his features into such an expression. That isn't something that is likely to happen now, is it? Gilead replied to his question with a smile that showed no displeasure. If that were to happen, I would be forced to scold you. And as these treasures are strictly guarded by magic, you would be caught as soon as you attempted to come out with something you shouldn't. Ha ha, Eugene laughed awkwardly. As expected, Eugene exclaimed inwardly, without feeling any disappointment. Gilead offered, still, allow me to give you a piece of advice. Don't be in a rush, and slowly take your time to choose a weapon that you'll be able to use for the rest of your life. In your case, rather than focusing on its performance, I believe that it would be better for you to choose something that catches your eye and suits you. Yes, sir. Gilead stepped out of the way, clearing the door to the treasure vault. Eugene nodded his head and approached the door with hesitant steps. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Before entering, Eugene turned and politely expressed his gratitude. Gilead smiled and patted Eugene on the shoulder. The thought of adopting Eugene was running through his mind. However, there was no need to bring up such a topic right now, as it wasn't a matter that should be rushed into hastily. As Eugene entered, the door to the treasure vault closed behind him. Once it did so, Eugene could finally take a deep breath and loosen his polite expression. Smiling too much had numbed his cheeks, so he patted them a few times before taking a long look around the treasure vault. Immediately after he had done so, a smile inadvertently spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Wow!" Vermouth's holy sword, the splendid golden sword from his memories, stood in the center of the treasure vault. With a grin, Eugene walked towards the center of the room. 1. The deliberate exaggeration of one aspect of a fictional character to the point where that one trait grows to encompass most of that character's personality. Chapter 18.1. The Treasure Vault 2. The holy sword was still just as extraordinarily beautiful as when he had first seen it 300 years ago. It was a weapon that was impossible to consider as merely a sword used for cutting things. It was unknown what type of metal the sword was made from. According to the legends of the Holy Empire, the home of the Holy Sword, it was a sword that had been bestowed by God. It's surprising that the Holy Empire didn't try to take back the Holy Sword. Eugene circled around the Holy Sword, studying it from all angles. It had a beautiful scabbard and a long hilt that was best suited to being wielded with both hands. The blade itself wasn't visible, but Eugene clearly remembered just how beautifully and dazzlingly the Holy Sword shone when pulled free of its scabbard. He had to admit that he wanted it. Such a desire couldn't be helped. After all, this was a sword personally bestowed by a god. The Holy Sword had been sealed in the central temple of the Holy Empire for a long period of time, and it had accompanied them on their journey through the devildom of Vermouth after recognizing Vermouth as its sole owner. Although Vermouth himself didn't end up using the Holy Sword all that often, this did not diminish the importance and value of the Holy Sword. This beautiful sword had cut down countless demons, and had even pierced the heart of the first to be slain from Vermouth's 5 demon kings. Although after that, it was almost exclusively used as a torch. When they defeated their first demon king, everyone was still immature. While recalling back to that time, Eugene reached his hand out to grab the Holy Sword. It wasn't like he had decided that he was going to be leaving with the Holy Sword, but for now, he just wanted to hold it. Eugene grabbed the Holy Sword's hilt with his right hand. The feeling of wrapping his fingers around the hilt was amazing. Although it outwardly looked like a ceremonial sword that had absolutely no use in actual combat, apart from this fact, it had actually been expertly crafted. The Holy Sword's scabbard was embedded deep into the floor of the treasure vault. Eugene tried to forcefully draw the sword, but the scabbard would not release its hold on the blade. Eugene grabbed the sword with both hands and tried to pull it out once more using all his strength. "It's not working," he eventually admitted. The Holy Sword was immovable. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Just in case, Eugene bit the tip of his fingers to draw blood, then brushed his blood-stained fingertips on the hilt and the sheath of the Holy Sword. The blood that was smeared on the sword immediately vanished into thin air. He tried to draw the sword once again, but it still refused to be drawn. Just like Gilead said, "You'll know once you've had a go at it yourself." Gilead had meant that it was impossible to draw the sword. Eugene didn't waste more of his strength on it and cast away any regret. Even if he had managed to draw the sword, it wasn't like he would have been allowed to keep it. He took another look around. Sure enough, the vault contained a lot of different types of treasure. Besides weapons, there were also many jewels and accessories. With shining eyes, Eugene began his exploration. This was full, right? Several weapons caught his eye. One was an unusual sword hanging on a wall. The edge of its blade had jagged protrusions that looked like the fangs of a beast. This was the devouring sword Asphalt. It could devour whatever it cut to increase its own strength. At first glance, its actual power seemed difficult to judge, but Eugene was well aware of how broken the sword could be. It was a sword that could cut magic, a mana-devouring sword. No matter how powerful the spell was, in front of Asphalt, it would be worthless. Though only someone like Vermouth could use it to its full potential. It was only thanks to the fact that Vermouth was an excellent wizard in the first place that he was able to target a spell's weak point and crush it in a single blow. So despite feeling more attracted to it than he had with the holy sword, Eugene decided to set it aside for now. Besides this sword, several other familiar weapons had caught his eye. There's the dragon spear Carbos. Although its cooldown was a bit long as you could compensate for that, it was a spear capable of unleashing an attack as powerful as a dragon's breath with a single thrust. Storm Sword Winded, a sword imbued with the protection of the Wind Spirit King. The Thunderbolt Pronoa, a bow that shot bolts of lightning, which could cross any distance to reach its target. Phantom Rain Sword Javel, a sword that could create countless flying copies of itself when mana was inserted. And they've even got Jedon's Shield, a deceptive shield that could divert any attack that came into contact with it into a different direction. These were all weapons that could turn the world on its head if they got out. Eugene shook his head as he clicked his tongue in amazement. So it wasn't just that they were Vermouth's descendants. By holding the ownership of so many treasures, the Lionhart clan could back up its status as a great family. Even a dragon would lose its mind in envy when it saw how much treasure had been collected in this vault. But is this really everything? Despite all that was here, Eugene still had his doubts. After all, this wasn't the entire range of weapons that he knew Vermouth had owned. He couldn't see the terrifying Moonlight Sword, or the demonic spear he had really been coveting. The weapons here are only about half as good as those. This wasn't anything strange. After all, 300 years had passed. During this time, quite a few weapons may have left the treasure vault, never to return. Bastards. They must have known a good thing when they saw it, and snatched up all the really cheap weapons. Eugene kept clicking his tongue as he shook his head. Although the weapons that were left in the treasure vault were all amazing, he still felt regret for the weapons that weren't there. As a result of their loss, he had to prepare himself to make a difficult choice. None of them would count as a waste for me to take, but there was nothing that really grabbed his desire. Since he was still young, he didn't have to worry about a lack of familiarity with it. No matter which weapon he chose, if he held on to it for a few years, he could slowly adapt to it until he could use it to his satisfaction. The easiest to deal with is Winded, but it was a sword that had been personally blessed by the Wind Spirit King. Just holding it in your hands would allow you to command the spirits of the wind, and of course, it enabled you to use spirit magic. Although it would be impossible for a while, as long as he kept accumulating enough mana, he would even be able to one day summon the Wind Spirit King himself. An advantage of this sword was that, unlike ordinary magic, spirit magic didn't consume a lot of the user's mana. Once the spirit was summoned, any further mana costs were taken care of by the spirit itself. And with it, there isn't a big demand for innate talent. Spirit magic was usually difficult to get into. They weren't born with the trait that made a person attractive to spirits. Even an excellent wizard wouldn't be able to summon a low-class spirit. However, if one held Winded, there wasn't any need to worry about that, as it bypassed all the requirements for spirit magic. Javel is tricky to wield. Asphalt might be a good fit once I've learned some magic, but it would be hard to use it well for now. Pronoa, from what I recall, it consumes a whole lot of mana for each shot it makes. The dragon spear Carbos didn't fit Eugene's tastes. As for Jedon's Shield, it did have quite the cheat ability, but just like the Thunderbolt Pronoa, it consumed an enormous amount of mana each time. Winded is definitely the most convenient to use. Although he had come to this conclusion, Eugene didn't select it immediately. Instead, Eugene kept looking around the treasure vault with an aimless gait. In addition to these weapons, there were several other treasures that Vermouth had also used. These magic staffs, I'm not really sure how good they are, and there were quite a number of magic staffs at that. Since he was still young, he had thought about learning magic as well, but he didn't want to choose a focus without knowing anything about it. Oh, having wandered here and there through the treasure vault, Eugene halted in his steps. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the inside corner of a shelf. He quickly walked over and reached into the corner. Lying there was a small necklace. Why is this here? Eugene held up the necklace and blinked in shock. It wasn't anything special. There was no great magic imbued into it, nor did it have any important symbolism. It was just an ordinary necklace filled with memories, for it was the necklace that Hamel had worn in his previous life. Chapter 18.2 The Treasure Vault 2. From a very, very long time ago, this necklace was the keepsake that had been left to Hamel after his parents were killed by monsters. Now that he had been reincarnated, Eugene didn't feel any lingering sadness for this tragedy from his previous life. All the sadness from that event had long since been converted into hate, after all, and Hamel had eventually taken revenge for their deaths with his own hands. Nevertheless, Hamel had continued to wear it around his neck until the day he died. It wasn't like there was any discomfort to be had from walking around with the necklace on, and there had never been any particular reason for him to take it off. He had expected that this necklace had been buried with him, or at least that was how it should have been. Eugene stood there, holding up the necklace for quite some time. His state of paralyzation was because he just couldn't understand what the necklace was doing here. Could Vermouth have retrieved my body from Vermouth? but none of the weapons that Hamel had wielded were stored in this treasure vault. The only thing in here that was in any way connected to Hamel was this worn-out necklace. Eugene snorted as his hand wrapped around the necklace. It looks like they didn't just forget about me. For some reason, he had a bitter taste in his mouth. To someday kill all 5 of the demon kings, that was the promise that everyone had vowed to each other. But despite this, Vermouth, Molon, Sienna, and Annis, those 4 had made an oath of peace with the demon kings. Even though 300 years had passed since then, Vermouth and its 2 demon kings were still alive and well. Just what exactly did they swear in that oath? Even though you retrieved my belongings and laid them to rest here, all of you, especially you, Vermouth, just what were you thinking? Eugene couldn't put down the necklace. Since he had even gotten the chance to reincarnate, he didn't want to get too bogged down with his past life. Even so, no matter how faint, the attachments to his previous life still existed. This necklace had stirred up a number of feelings that Eugene had been trying to ignore. He suddenly had a thought. This necklace was an item that didn't belong here. It belonged to Hamel after all. He didn't want to resent Vermouth and his other comrades, since he believed that they must have had a reason for not being able to slay the remaining demon kings. The faithful Annis, the woman from his memories, was so cheeky and annoying that it was hard to believe she had become a saint, but her faith had been real. If even Annis had agreed to pull back at the last step, then they must have had an unavoidable reason for not killing the demon kings. It might have been that they lacked the strength to do so after I died. After all, the last 2 demon kings were terrifyingly strong. Although it embarrassed him to even think this idea to himself, he had to admit this was a possibility. What a pointless find, Eugene grumbled as he turned around. He still wanted one of the weapons, but he couldn't bear to leave this necklace, the keepsake belonging to Hamel, inside the Lionhart's treasure vault. That was his only reason. That is, Gilead exclaimed with a surprised expression as he opened the vault door. His surprise was because he had made various guesses for what Eugene might choose, but he had never imagined that Eugene would actually return from the treasure vault after choosing a completely ordinary necklace. It called to me, Eugene said with an awkward smile as he held up the necklace to display. Gilead blinked his surprise as he alternated between looking at Eugene and the necklace. Are you sure about this? Gilead asked. Yes, Eugene confirmed, but there should be many other more amazing treasures. As I'm too inexperienced, I felt that I wouldn't be able to handle them. Eugene recited his prepared excuse. However, even he found it hard to believe. Gilead felt increasingly confused as he thought about it. Of course, a child wouldn't be able to fully assess the values of the treasures within. But weren't there many weapons that appeared extraordinary just from their appearances? Could Eugene really have declined such treasures to pick a necklace like this? And what exactly is it? What made Gilead even more bewildered was that he did not recognize the necklace Eugene had carried out with him. Did the treasure vault really have a necklace like that? And of course, there were a lot of other accessories inside the vault that were all so expensive that just one could be exchanged for a whole castle. Gilead would have accepted and understood Eugene's excuse if he had chosen such a trinket. Since there was nothing that had caught Eugene's eye right at that moment, he could have chosen to take something that seemed expensive and valuable so that he could somehow put the funds from selling it to later use. Do you mind if I take a look at it for a moment? Gilead requested. Please, go ahead. Eugene handed the necklace over with a nod of his head. As soon as Gilead received the necklace, he scanned it all over. But it was just a crudely made and worn-out necklace. No jewels were embedded, nor was the workmanship extraordinary. Even when he inserted his mana, there was no reaction in response. This was simply an ordinary and cheap necklace. Why was such a necklace inside the treasure vault? The more he looked at it, the more Gilead failed to understand. He hesitated for a moment and then looked at Eugene. Please wait here for a moment, Gilead ordered. Yes, sir, Eugene replied with an unbothered expression. He understood why Gilead would feel so confused. Even in the privacy of his own thoughts, Eugene felt that choosing such a necklace was a very foolish decision. However, it couldn't be helped. Since he couldn't just leave it there, he had to bring it out with him. While letting out a curious hum, Gilead took the necklace and held it up to the treasure vault's door. Everything inside the vault, the honor and glory that the clan had accumulated over 300 years, had been recorded by the magic of the treasure vault. This is quite a mystery. After holding the necklace up to the lion on the doorknob, Gilead shook his head. This necklace isn't an item that has been registered by the treasure vault. What does that mean? Eugene asked. Exactly what I said. This isn't a treasure of the Lionharts. This is an item that shouldn't have been in there. But then why was it in there? That is why I said that is quite a mystery. I do not recall ever leaving this necklace inside there. Where did you find this? In the inside corner of a shelf. Or could this item have been left behind by the previous patriarch? But, if that was the case, then it should have been registered by the treasure vault's magic. It's possible that the previous patriarch may have just lost it inside there, Eugene offered as an explanation. Haha, Gilead involuntarily burst into laughter. My father, the previous patriarch, wasn't such a sloppy person, nor was he the type of person who would play such a strange prank. Eugene was about to ask why Gilead didn't just ask the previous patriarch personally, but then he remembered and stopped himself. Gilead's father, the former patriarch, had already passed away long ago. In any case, do you still want to keep this necklace? Yes, I do. Why? No real reason, it's just, it calls to me. This necklace doesn't seem to be valuable. It doesn't have any enchantments either. So even if you sold it, you wouldn't even be able to buy a cheap longsword. That's exactly right, Eugene thought in agreement as he nodded his head. I would still like to keep it, is what Eugene ended up saying. You really are quite special, Gilead commented. I've heard that a lot from my father ever since I was young. If you really want to keep this necklace, then it can't be helped. However, I can't let you have it right away. Since the origins of this item are unknown, I'll have to ask Lovely to examine it. An examination? That's right. Although I've checked it myself, I don't really have any skill in magic. Just in case it does have some kind of enchantment, it feels like it would be better to have it looked over by a professional. So I can have it back once the examination is over? That's right. I'll even promise you that I'll return it once the results are in. After Gilead nodded his head, he was silent for a moment. About this necklace, it might have some kind of enchantment, or it might just be an ordinary necklace without any special qualities. However, since it is clearly not an item that has been registered by the treasure vault, that means it shouldn't have been in there in the first place, Gilead said when he finally broke the silence. Yes, Eugene replied, unsure of where this was going. Although I really didn't think things could turn out like this, Eugene, strictly speaking, the item you brought back with you is not a treasure of the Lionharts. For a moment, Gilead hesitated. Would this really be allowed? There shouldn't be any problems with this, Gilead thought as he patted Eugene's shoulder with a wry smile. As that's the case, go back inside and only come out after you've picked something else. Eugene barely managed to restrain the exclamation of sheer surprise that he almost blurted out unconsciously, and instead asked, Can I really? It's fine. After all, I promised you that if you were the first to defeat the Minotaur, you could go into the treasure vault and come out with whichever piece of treasure you desired. But Eugene, you didn't come out with a piece of a treasure, so go back in and return with whatever you like. Thank you so much, Eugene shouted in gratitude, even as he thought to himself, I really can't believe that Gilead is Vermouth's descendant. Eugene bowed his head deeply towards Gilead, even as he held back a laugh. He had never imagined that Gilead would show such flexibility by giving him another chance to pick up a piece of treasure. I've decided, it's you, Eugene thought upon returning to the treasure vault. He grabbed Winnet without any hesitation. From now on you belong to me. As if it had read Eugene's mind, its silverish, blue blade shone with a gleam. Chapter 19.1 The Treasure Vault 3. Although he now owned Winnet, it was impossible for Eugene to summon a spirit immediately. No matter how little mana was consumed by spirit magic, it still required a certain minimum amount of mana in the first place. As Eugene had yet to start training his mana, not even a speck of mana could be found in his body. Even for Eugene, this was a problem that he couldn't help but be concerned about. The bloodline continuation ceremony was over. Now, Eugene was free of any restrictions on wielding real swords, and he could even start training his mana. As descendants of the great Vermouth, the Lionhart family possessed a mana training scripture far superior to any other scripture belonging to a martial family, knight, or mercenary. After all, it was a scripture developed 300 years ago and continually refined over that time. The Lionhart's collateral lines were all families that had been split off from the direct line, and their mana training scriptures also originated from there. But needless to say, only the foundations of their mana training scriptures bore any similarities to the main family's mana training scriptures. This caused the level of the collateral line's mana training scriptures to fall so low that they couldn't even be compared to the main families. This difference in quality further allowed the direct line to maintain its superiority over the collateral lines. As for our family's mana training scripture, though I haven't learned it yet, it should be nothing special. Eugene was sure of this fact. His family had already split off from the main family hundreds of years ago, and, during all that time, no one from their bloodline had been able to improve their family's status. And my father's strength isn't all that great either. After he had turned 10, Eugene and his father had stopped their spars disguised as child's play. However, Eugene could easily recall Gerhardt's thick belly, sluggish movements, and how Gerhardt would lose his breath after only swinging his sword a few times. Gerhardt had a habit of sighing that he didn't have any talent. As the bloodline continuation ceremony drew closer, the number of times his father had said something along those lines with a tearful expression on his face had only increased. Still, since it's based on the one from the main family, our mana training scripture shouldn't be that bad. If it really turned out to be so terrible that he couldn't put up with it, it wasn't like he didn't have any other means available to him. Although it might have been 300 years ago, hadn't he still been strong enough to become the hero's companion? The mana training scripture that he had learned during his previous life should still have some use in modern times. If even it proves insufficient, I can try mixing it with our family's training scripture. Since he had prior experience, it shouldn't be too difficult to do so. Eugene was confident of this. Not to mention that his current body's traits were so exceptional that the one from his previous life couldn't even compare to it. Even in my previous life, I graduated from using sword light immediately and went around waving sword force, so there's no way that I won't be able to catch up in my current body. Creating a layer of mana around your sword was called sword light. Sword force was a step above that. How long had it taken him to reach sword force in his previous life again? It felt like he had been in his 20s. Eugene smacked his lips and fell into thought. The mana training scripture that Hamel had learned in his previous life was a cheap scripture commonly used by mercenaries. He had lost his hometown to a surprise invasion from monsters when he was only 12, so he had become a mercenary in order to get revenge. It was a past that he didn't really want to recollect. In any case, he had made quite a name for himself while diligently practicing that cheap training scripture. Of course, he didn't practice it as it was, and had instead modified the scripture to fit himself. At first he met Vermouth. Then he met Sienna, Annis, and Mulan. He had received all sorts of advice from them. In particular, Vermouth had given him various bits of guidance even though he had never asked for them. And as for Sienna, "You paid actual money for this garbage? Are you an idiot? Don't you think that your words are a bit harsh? Fool, come here and sit down." "Why? If I tell you to sit, then just sit. Now then, from the beginning, show me how you practice that piece of trash you bought. Because I'm going to tear it apart and fix it for you." He had received a lot of help from her. He parted ways with Gilead at the main mansion. Gilead headed straight for Lovelian, while Eugene returned to the annex. Desra, Gargith, and Nina were waiting for him in the annex's gymnasium. "Show it to us." Desra burst out as soon as she saw Eugene. As she came leaping towards him, her eyes were plainly fixed on Wynid, which was hanging from Eugene's waist. "Why didn't you choose a spear?" "It was my choice." "But you're great with spears. Where the hell were you looking back in the labyrinth? Didn't you see that I'm great with a sword as well?" Desra put on a sulky expression at this answer. She really felt that he was rude and annoying, so she wanted to somehow refute his words. But as the image of Eugene defeating the Minotaur flashed through her head, she found it impossible to do so. Eugene definitely was just as good with using a sword as he was with wielding a spear. "It looks way too light," Gargith spoke up while rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "With your strength, a larger and heavier sword would have been a good fit. A weapon like a hammer or an axe would also have been good. Like I said, it was my choice." "Well, it's not like it's going to be a bad weapon, just because it's light. Since it's not just any weapon, but one from the main family's treasure vault. So, how about it?" "What do you mean, how about it?" Eugene asked. "I'm talking about our family's muscle growth supplement. Since the bloodline continuation ceremony is over, you should come back with me to my family's home. I'll talk you up to my father, so that he'll provide you with as many muscle growth supplements as you need." "No, I don't need any. It has the best effect if you take it during your growth period. If we add your barbaric training on top of that, you'll definitely start seeing results soon. No, wait, instead of training on your own, let's train together." Gargith wasn't just saying all this on a whim. He genuinely wanted to build a deep friendship with Eugene. After all, this was the first time in the history of the Lionhart clan that someone from the collateral lines had defeated those from the direct line during a bloodline continuation ceremony. "After all, didn't you say that none of the knights back at your home in Gidal are able to teach you? However, our family has a lot of exceptionally skilled knights. Of course, the best among all of them is my father. So, if you come with me, my father will also offer you guidance," tempted Gargith. "It's fine," Eugene insisted. "Instead of talking with that pig, bastard, hurry up and draw your sword." Desra butted her way into their conversation. "Nina," Eugene called out with a sigh as he gripped Wynid's hilt. "Go tell the chef to prepare some food for me." "I've already given the order to do so," Nina replied. "What about the bathwater?" "I have arranged for that as well." "Amazing job." While nodding his head in approval, Eugene drew Wynid. The smooth metallic sound it gave off as it slid out of its scabbard made the corners of Eugene's lips twitch upwards. Eugene stared down at the thin, silvery, blue length of the blade. Its edge was so sharp that it felt like one could cut themselves with even the slightest touch, and as long as one inserted mana, this sword would allow them to summon spirits of the wind. Eugene was well aware of how powerful this sword was. Even without wrapping it in sword, light or sword force, if one had the support of a wind spirit, they could create a blade of wind around the sword. When the sword was swung in this state, almost anything could be cut as if it were just a piece of paper. Not only that, it could shoot blades of wind at a distant foe and could even be used to block most attacks. Of course, without being able to summon a spirit, he couldn't currently use these functions. "Which sword is it?" Desra asked with sparkling eyes. "It's called Wynid," Eugene replied. "Patriarch told me that this sword is imbued with the protection of the Wind Spirit King. Once I've started training my mana, I might be able to summon spirits. Instead of relying on his own memories, Eugene relied the explanation that he had received from Gilead. Desiree pouted and looked at Eugene with eyes full of envy. It's an impressive sword, but there should have been a lot of spears even more impressive than that. I was sure you would choose a spear, Desiree threw in her selfish opinion. Well, there were quite a lot of spears, Eugene teased. Hey, did you see that one? The dragon spear Carbos. The one that shoots out a dragon's breath attack with just a single stab. They say that it can even wipe out a mountain. I don't know what it even looks like. What about the demon spear Luentos? Was it there? I like that spear the most. After all, it was the strongest one amongst all of the great Vermouth weapons. Desiree's eyes grew hazy with desire. Perhaps because she wielded spears as her primary weapon, she held a lot of fascination for Vermouth spears. I've heard of Luentos as well. Wasn't that the spear used by the demon king of cruelty? Garjith said, nodding in appreciation. Remaining silent, Eugene returned Wynid to its sheath. Chapter 19.2 The Treasure Vault 3 The Demon King of Cruelty. Helmuth's second demon king, Eugene could clearly recall just how terrifying and strong the demon king of cruelty had been. 300 years ago, in the devildom of Helmuth, there had been 5 demon kings, ranked according to their strength. No. 1. The demon king of destruction. No. 2. The demon king of incarceration. No. 3. The demon king of fury. No. 4. The demon king of cruelty. No. 5. The demon king of carnage. Vermouth and his companions had begun their conquest with the weakest, 5th-ranked demon king. Eventually, Hamel had died in the castle of the demon king of incarceration. The demon spear Luentos was the spear used by the demon king of cruelty. After killing him, Vermouth became the spear's new master. Hamel had actually wanted to use that spear, but as its name suggested, the demon spear gave off such terrible demonic power that no one could actually use it, other than Vermouth, that is. It's wrong to say that the demon spear Luentos is the strongest among all of the great Vermouth weapons. The strongest one is, of course, the annihilation hammer Jigalath, Garjith declared after some thought. The demon king of cruelty was stronger than the demon king of carnage. Desiree argued in favor of her choice. The ranks of the demon kings have nothing to do with the ranks of their weapons. Now that I think about it, the annihilation hammer was also missing, Eugene thought, tuning out the argument. Among all of Vermouth's weapons, the annihilation hammer and the demon spear were the only ones that had belonged to demon kings. It makes sense. Since those weapons are so foreboding, they can't just be left inside the treasure vault. Perhaps they were sealed somewhere else. In any case, those weapons cannot be used by anyone other than Vermouth. As they were weapons he had often coveted in his previous life, he still couldn't help but feel regret at not getting the chance to pick them. The demon spear is stronger. No, the annihilation hammer is stronger. Garjith and Desiree had started to quarrel childishly. Eugene shook his head as he looked at the two of them and headed to the center of the gymnasium. Nina followed after Eugene in a hurry. The dinner preparations should be finished soon, Nina reminded him. I'll be done soon as well, Eugene reassured her. Although he couldn't summon any spirits right now, even without its spirits, Wynid was a good sword. It's also the first real sword that I've held in this life. Perhaps due to this, he was already feeling attached to it. Eugene pulled Wynid out of its sheath and ran his eyes down its blade. When he gently reached out and touched the flat of the blade, the chill of the metal sent a shiver up his spine. As he had expected, a true sword gave off a different feeling just from a touch. Even though it was much lighter than his iron-cored wooden sword, its nature as a weapon that could kill with a single proved the difference between it and a wooden sword. As I said, the demon spear is stronger. No, it's the annihilation hammer. Those two were still going strong. After looking at them with a pitying gaze, Eugene turned his focus back on Wynid. Both the demon spear and the annihilation weapon were such great weapons that even he found it difficult to choose which of them was superior. However, if he had to choose the greatest out of all of Vermouth's weapons, Eugene would make that choice without any hesitation. It's the Moonlight Sword. It was pure destruction in the form of a sword. Even the devildom of Helmuth had chosen to seal it away. Eugene remembered just how terrible that sword was. Although the Holy Sword was used to kill the 5th-ranked Demon King, it was rarely used in battle after Vermouth got his hands on the Moonlight Sword. Both the Demon King of Cruelty and the Demon King of Fury had been slain by the Moonlight Sword. Neither the Demon Spear, nor the Annihilation Hammer, which Desiree and Garjith were making such a fuss about, could overcome the light of destruction emanated from the Moonlight Sword. Eugene set aside all thought of the Moonlight Sword and started to swing Wynid. Swish! The sword gave off a soft glow as a slow swing of its blade cut the air itself apart. From the tips of his toes to the top of his head, Eugene felt a shudder of elation rush through his body. Wow! Nina softly exclaimed in admiration as Eugene slowly flowed through the movements of a sword dance. Even from the perspective of someone like Nina, who had no skill with swords, Eugene's sword dance seemed extraordinary. Garjith and Desiree's childish quarrel was also cut short as the two turned to watch Eugene's sword dance with mesmerized eyes. It wasn't amazingly fast, nor were there any astonishing techniques mixed into his movements. However, the eerie gleam emanated by when it blended perfectly with each movement in Eugene's sword dance, flowing smoothly from one movement to the next without any interruption. I definitely have to get him to come back with me, Garjith thought as he gulped down his astonishment. What should I say to get him to go with me? Shall I invite him to take a look around our home? It's still quite a long time until my birthday. Desra was also having similar thoughts. If only her birthday were closer, she would have been able to invite him to her birthday party as an excuse, but Desra's lips pouted in disappointment. It's an ordinary necklace, Lovelian said as he opened his eyes and handed the necklace he was holding back to Gilead. I have checked it thoroughly, but this item doesn't have any magic attached to it. Is that so? Although he tried to sound casual, these words caused Gilead to feel some embarrassment. It really turned out to be an ordinary necklace without any magic at all. In fact, even calling it an ordinary necklace was over the top. After all, wasn't it just a worthless worn-out necklace? But then why on earth had such a necklace been included with the main family's treasures? Eugene had told him that the necklace had been buried deep in an inside corner of a shelf. Gilead had been in the treasure vault several times to search for this and that weapon, but he had never once seen such a necklace before. And the necklace wasn't even registered with the magic of the treasure vault in the first place. That meant someone else must have brought it in with him, but who? The late former patriarch hadn't been the type to play such meaningless pranks. If that were the case, what about his other ancestors? But that still left the question, what reason could they have had for even doing so? Was this necklace really inside the treasure vault? Lovelian checked. Yes, Gilead confirmed. Could that boy Eugene have been playing a prank on you? What reason could he have for doing so? From what I saw of him in the labyrinth, he has quite the cunning and mean-spirited side. Perhaps he snuck in with something that already belonged to him and picked that instead of something more expensive in order to leave a good impression on the patriarch. Lovelian cleared his throat and carefully started speaking. Honestly speaking, Lord Gilead, you must have felt at least somewhat pleasantly surprised when Eugene returned with such a worthless necklace instead of something priceless. I can't really deny that, Gilead admitted with a wry smile. However, isn't he just a 13-year-old child? I can't imagine that a boy like Eugene would be able to predict how I would feel about it and come up with a plan like this. It would have definitely been a huge risk to take. He was lucky that Lord Gilead was able to show such a generous mindset. With just a bit of carelessness, he could have also lost his chance at a guaranteed piece of treasure. Lovelian was only airing a few idle suspicions. Even he didn't really believe that Eugene could have come up with such a scheme. After pondering for a few moments longer, Lovelian held out his hand to Gilead. Allow me to check it just once more, Lovelian requested. Haven't you already finished all your scans? Gilead asked. I have confirmed that there is no magic hidden within the necklace. However, now that I've also gotten a little curious about its origins, I'd like to dig a little deeper into it. How do you mean to do so? How should I explain this? To put it simply, I'll read the memories of the necklace from when it was young. Lovelian continued speaking with a wry smile. Mana exists everywhere in this world. While it's impossible to communicate with Mana directly, I know a spell that will allow me to read Mana's memory. It is a spell created by the esteemed teacher of our school, the wise Sienna. Lovelian was unable to hide the pride that he felt as he finished his explanation. That was just how amazing this spell and its creator were. In the history of magic, the only wizard to discover a way to interact with Mana in such a manner was the wise Sienna. Then I'll be counting on you. Instead of sharing in Lovelian's admiration, Gilead simply handed the necklace back to him. While feeling disappointed in his heart that Gilead didn't seem to recognize the greatness of Sienna, Lovelian took the necklace. Then, focusing his concentration, he started to resonate with the mana of the necklace. Mana existed everywhere in the world. Most objects also contained some amount of mana. Even if it was too meager to exhibit any mystical effects, it was still possible to read the memory contained within the mana. A moan escaped from Lovelian's lips as he concentrated so hard sweat drops formed on his forehead. There really isn't anything. It seems to be an item from around 100 years ago. This is the capital? On the side of the street, it was sold there. Then I can't read anything more from this point. It's likely that magic of the treasure vault stopped the mana from recording any more memories. 100 years ago, Gilead trailed off. Around that time, yes. That meant this necklace went back several generations. Currently, there wasn't even anyone left from that time to ask about the origin of this necklace. In the end, he could only speculate that the patriarch from several generations ago had decided to set this up as a prank for some unknown reason. So, what are you going to do with this necklace? Lovelian asked. Since it doesn't have any magic imbued within, I'll just give it to that boy, Eugene. After all, he wanted it so much that he even passed up the opportunity to choose a treasure, Gilead explained. There was no need to go that far. I guess the boy must have really liked it. Lovelian seemed perplexed. Well, there's no reason for why he shouldn't have it, Gilead replied with a smile. Lovelian returned the smile and handed back the necklace. Lovelian was the head of the Red Tower of Magic. However, even he could not discover that this necklace was the very necklace that Hamel had worn 300 years ago. The mana reading he had performed had managed to deceive Lovelian. Chapter 20.1. The offer won. Later that night, Eugene was summoned to see Gilead. Usually, at around this time, he would have been doing some training to help digest his dinner. Fortunately, the invitation had come with enough spare warning that there was no need for him to head to the main mansion while reeking of sweat like last time. Eugene had washed and put on some formal clothes while being fussed over by Nina. Upon exiting the annex once he was done, he found that all the servants were already waiting outside. "Hey there!" They were all out here because of the man who had just greeted Eugene in a cheerful tone. He was Eugene Lionhart, Patriarch Gilead Lionhart's youngest brother. Eugene was known to be an oddball who had chosen to tag along on Gilead's training trip, and, even at his age, had yet to be married. "Master Eugene," Nina cried out in surprise before bowing her head deeply. Following her lead, Eugene also bowed his head low, though he glanced up at Eugene to get a look at him. If Eugene had gotten married at the usual age, he might have already had a son about as old as Eugene, but the man still looked unbelievably young for his true age. However, his gray hair, which could be called a trademark of the Lionhart line, gave him a mature atmosphere despite his youthful face. This was due in a large part to the color of his hair, which looked almost white at first glance. Vermouth also had the same kind of hair, though unlike Eugene, Vermouth's expressions had always been just as bleak as his hair. It seemed as if Eugene couldn't escape his blood ties to Vermouth, no matter what, as despite being from a collateral line, Eugene's hair also had streaks of gray running through it. "Pleased to meet you. I am Eugene Lionhart," he introduced himself. "Of course, I know who you are. The truth is that you've drawn my attention ever since we first met on our return to the estate," Eugene revealed. "Excuse me, it's because you gave off the smell of sweat." "Ah, not that it was a bad thing. Anyone who bears the name of Lionhart should always smell at least slightly sweaty," Eugene joked with a laugh, revealing his pearly white teeth. He patted Eugene on the shoulder as he continued speaking. "Also, I happen to have heard a lot about you from..." "Ah, hold on. It'll be awkward if we just stand around talking like this, so let's get going first before we continue." "So you're here to guide me to the Patriarch?" Eugene asked. "That's right. My brother wanted to send one of his knights, but I told him that I'd go and do it personally. I actually wanted to see you for myself." Eugene laughed once again as he turned and set off. As he quickly walked off, his gait proved to be just as lively as the sound of his laughter. After tossing a goodbye back to Nina, Eugene started to follow behind Eugene. "Did you say that you wanted to see me in person?" Eugene asked politely. "That's what I said, and I meant it. After all, you defeated Cyan in a duel, and I've heard you've even won the bloodline continuation ceremony." Eugene turned his head back to look at Eugene as if waiting for an answer. "I also wanted to see the bloodline continuation ceremony in person, but it's tradition that no one except the Patriarch is allowed to watch the ceremony. Well, Master Lovelian also happened to be spectating beside my brother this year, but that's only because Lovelian helped set up this year's bloodline continuation ceremony." "Is there really such a tradition? Strange, isn't it? But it's a real tradition." "Well, I guess you could call it part of the Patriarch's privileges, like the fact that only the main family's Patriarch is allowed into the treasure vault. Similarly, only the Patriarch is allowed to have fun watching the bloodline continuation ceremony." Eugene grumbled a complaint, only to tap himself on the lips in regret at having said too much. "Ah, I know it might sound like it, but I'm not really complaining about my brother, you know. It's just that the traditions are. But if I say it like that, does it sound like I'm complaining about the family rules instead?" "I don't mind if you do," Eugene said agreeably. Eugene smiled and revealed, "My brother actually doesn't mind it when I complain about them either." Although they hadn't been talking for very long, Eugene had a rough idea of what Eugene's personality was really like. His very attitude seemed to exude a sense of free-spiritedness. It was probably due to this character of his that he had decided not to marry yet. "About winded," Eugene said as he stopped walking ahead of Eugene. Instead, he slowed his pace to walk alongside Eugene. "Although I've never used it before, I know that it's a good sword. Make sure to cherish it." "Is there any reason you haven't tried using it before?" Eugene asked. "Not really. It's just that I'm quite fond of my current sword." Eugene grinned and pointed down to the sword he wore at his waist. It wasn't one of Vermouth's many swords. "Doesn't it look cool? It's a sword that I found long ago while traveling around the world, but maybe because it's a sword that I got through my own hard work, I'm really attached to it." "Is it a magic sword as well?" "Yes, but its magic isn't all that impressive. It can't compare to your Wynid. Well, if I had to explain it, its magic allows me to absorb mana a little more smoothly, or something like that." Despite Jin's claims, such an effect wasn't something to be underestimated. Although it hadn't seemed extraordinary at first glance, Eugene guessed that the sword might even have been made by the dwarves. Jin changed the subject. "So how did you find the labyrinth? Although I've heard a few things from Cyan and Seal, I'd like to hear your perspective as you might have a different view of it." It was really fascinating, Eugene offered his opinion. So it seems that you didn't find it difficult, Jin observed as he burst into laughter. You really had to face both traps and monsters, then trolls on the way to the center, and finally a minotaur waiting at the end? That's way too much for kids to handle. Even Cyan and Seal didn't try to fight the trolls head on. As for the Minotaur brother and Lovelian were really being a little cruel with that. Is Cyan doing alright now? His body's fine, but his mind is a more complex matter. After all, it's not like we can open it up and take a look inside, can we? Well, Cyan is just taking his defeat hard because he's still immature. It's better for him to experience such frustrations at a young age. Once he gets a bit older, it'll be harder to get over such setbacks. Jin clicked his tongue in commiseration and turned to look at Eugene. As for me, I'm actually feeling a little grateful to you. Thanks to you showing him up, Cyan's arrogance has been tempered slightly. But wasn't Cyan just bad-mouthing me to you? Of course he was. He even spied on you from a distance and called you a son of a bitch. It's cowardly to insult someone behind their backs. I thought so as well, so I smacked him a good one. With another smile, Jin again showed off his pearly white teeth. Because I've already drubbed him for it, don't needlessly get into a fight with Cyan later, okay? As long as he doesn't mess with me, I won't. That's a shame. If he could get beaten up a few more times for being rude, then Cyan might be able to correct his bad habits while improving his skills at the same time. But didn't you just say that I shouldn't fight with him? You're right. Well then, I'll just give you permission to fight with him whenever you want. That is, as long as you don't hurt him too badly. While they were discussing such topics, they arrived at the main mansion. Jin casually waved off the greetings from the servants and led Eugene upstairs. But why is the patriarch calling for me? Eugene finally asked. Maybe to compliment you? Jin guessed. I've received his compliments earlier. No matter how many times you've heard them, it's not like you can ever have too many compliments. It looks like Mr. Jin doesn't know the reason either. Well, it's not like I don't have any clues, but it's not something to get all worked up over, though it does have something to do with you and your future. Once they got to the top of the stairs, they walked down a long hallway. As this was his first time visiting the main mansion, Eugene looked at his surroundings with curious eyes. However, Jin said, suddenly stopping in his steps. Ahead of them stood a large, tightly shut door. Think it would be nice if we could see each other more often. Jin turned to look at Eugene with a slight smile as he said this. Me too, Eugene agreed, not having had a bad impression of the man. Eugene decided to return the smile to show his sincerity. Jin turned back to the front, his expression turning neutral, and knocked on the door. Come in, Gilead's voice was heard from inside. After opening the door for Eugene, Jin took a few steps back. Then he winked at Eugene and shooed him in. Although his personality is good, he's a bit overbearing. With a slight feeling of nervousness, Eugene entered the room. The spacious room had been furnished into the patriarch's personal office. Sorry for calling you so suddenly, Gilead led with an apology. It's fine, Eugene answered, bowing his head. Gilead smiled and pointed to the visitor seating area. For now, why don't you take a seat? Some refreshments had been prepared for him on a coffee table. However, Eugene didn't lay a hand on any of the cookies or tea, and instead stared pointedly at Gilead. Although it was rude, his behavior was still in the acceptable range for a child. About the necklace, Gilead said, not taking offense to Eugene's attitude. Instead, he felt that the spunky look like Eugene's was actually kind of cute. The first impression of someone will forever skew how that person is viewed, and Gilead had had a good impression of Eugene. I asked Master Lovelian to examine it, but it turned out to be just an ordinary necklace, Gilead continued. So that was the case, Eugene feigned ignorance. He even read the earliest memories recorded in the necklace's mana, but nothing special was found. They even read the mana's memories? For a moment, Eugene almost revealed his panic before he quickly concealed the emotion. Oh yeah, there was a spell like that, wasn't there? But even though they had used one of Sienna's spells, they hadn't found anything special from the necklace. At these words, Eugene couldn't help feeling ashamed on behalf of his previous life as Hamel. There are memories recorded in the necklace? Eugene asked, trying not to sound too hurt. How should I explain it? To put it simply, Master Lovelian used a spell to read the history of where the necklace had come from. He said that the necklace was purchased in the streets of the capital around 100 years ago, Gilead recounted before handing the necklace to Eugene. After receiving the necklace, Eugene checked it carefully. No, there was no mistake about it. This was definitely the necklace that Hamel had worn 300 years ago, the keepsake left by his parents. There was no way he would mistake a necklace that he had constantly worn during his travels for over 20 years. Both the discoloration on the chain and the scratches on the cheap crystal hanging at the front were exactly the same as in his memories. In the first place, who'd be so crazy to sell an old necklace like this at a roadside stall? Such a necklace could only be sold if the seller was insane, and the buyer was even more insane. Lovelian could be lying, but there's no reason for him to do so. Could he really have read it wrong? An arch-wizard currently serving as the head of a tower of magic? If that wasn't the case, then That would mean a spell that can even deceive the head of a tower of magic has been cast on the necklace, creating a layer of new memories in the mana. But who on earth would have done that? Could it have been Vermouth? Chapter 20.2. The offer won, but what reason would that guy have for doing something like this? It wasn't unusual for someone to have taken a keepsake from their dead companion to commemorate him and stored it in their treasury. Vermouth hadn't seemed to be the type for such frivolities, but then again, Eugene had never expected that Vermouth would take more than 10 wives after returning from the devildom either. That was proof, if anything, that time changes people. But if they really wanted to commemorate me, they should have just killed all the demon kings. If they couldn't do that, then at the very least, they should have properly registered the necklace into the treasure vault. While feeling a complex mix of dissatisfaction and doubt, Eugene nodded his head to show he understood. Then is it okay for me to take this necklace? The necklace is completely worthless. Are you sure you still want it? For some reason, it just calls to me. Well, I suppose that there are times when items do that. Children were often attracted to strange things. Even Gilead used to collect old coins when he was a child. Have you always liked such antiquities? Gilead asked curiously. Eugene prevaricated. I don't hate them, but I just find this necklace strangely fascinating. Well, if you really want it, you may keep it. Thank you very much. With a grin, Eugene immediately hung the necklace around his neck before looking back up at Gilead. When Gilead was caught staring at Eugene, he gave a low cough and got up from his seat. Eugene, I called you here to give you the necklace, but there was one more reason as well. What reason would that be, sir? Instead of replying immediately, Gilead walked over and took a seat in the chair across from Eugene. Then he picked up a teacup and started fidgeting with it as if trying to sort out his thoughts. This might seem sudden, but I have an offer for you. It's nothing unpleasant, and in fact, this offer is for the sake of your future. No way, Eugene thought, his eyebrows twitching in frustration at the halting pace of Gilead's words. An offer concerning his future? In such situations, for an offer to be worded like that, there were only a few options of what that offer might be. Eugene, are you? Sir Patriarch, Eugene interrupted him. Gilead stopped mid-sentence and tilted his head in curiosity. Him? Eugene continued, Seal is kind and cute, but I don't want to start thinking about marriage so soon. Eugene was sure that this was about engaging him to Seal. If he thought about it, things had seemed a little strange from the very beginning. Even after Eugene had left her twin brother in such a state, Seal had still come looking for him the very next day with a smile on her face, and ever since then, she had been clinging to his side like an annoying tick. Also, before the bloodline continuation ceremony, Seal had been acting so overtly friendly to Eugene that it felt off-putting, and she kept blabbing some nonsense about how he should call her big sis, just because she was a few months older than him. I wondered why she kept going on about that. So she's already trying to put me in my place as her future consort. That was definitely it. And what was with her behavior in the labyrinth? She had actually giggled as she watched her brother get beaten up by the Minotaur. She was sitting beside me then as well. It felt like there had also been times where Seal subtly kept Desra from getting close to him. Recalling all the times he had met with Seal since arriving at the main estate, Eugene felt increasingly sure of his suspicions. It may not have been planned that way from the start, but after the twins had walked over to pick a fight, they must have decided to trap him in an arranged marriage upon seeing the result of their duel. No wonder. So that's why he was willing to give me a weapon from their treasure vault. They intend to tie me to the main family by engaging me to Seal. How could they have come up with such a terrible scheme while still outwardly treating him with so much courtesy? If it was to achieve their purpose, were they even willing to sacrifice their daughter's future, to be able to hide their evil intentions to such an extent, just as expected from the descendants of Vermouth? No, even Vermouth wouldn't stoop this low. Inside Eugene's head, Gilead's image underwent a rapid transformation. Eugene continued trying to excuse himself. After all, I'm too young to even be thinking about marriage. I need to get my father's permission as well, and even if my father does allow it, I don't want to get married to Seal. Hold on, Gilead, who had been listening to Eugene's speech in shock, suddenly raised his hand. Eugene, I think you may be misunderstanding something. Huh? I didn't call you here with the intention of engaging you to Seal. That's something for Seal to decide. But of course your opinion is important as well. In fact, he actually thought that it was quite a good idea, but Gilead didn't have the slightest intention of forcing either of them into such an arrangement. Is that so? Eugene choked out these words as he felt his face burn red, hot in embarrassment. It looked like he really had put his foot in his mouth this time. I called you here because I wanted to offer to adopt you. Huh? Eugene thought he had been surprised before, but Gilead's follow-up was even more shocking. So they had that method available to them. Eugene got their reasoning for their offer of adoption, but at the same time, he wanted to leap out of the window in embarrassment. He wanted to tear off his own mouth for admitting that he didn't want to marry a 13-year-old kid. No, more than that, he wanted to smash his own head for thinking that he was about to be engaged to a 13-year-old chick in the first place. I must have been crazy. After having to act like a child, it seemed that his mind had somehow become like a child's. An adoption. This is all too sudden, Eugene mumbled distractedly. But not as sudden as an engagement, right? Gilead teased with a grin. I'm sorry for getting the wrong idea. But do you really hate the idea of getting married to Seal? From the way you speak of her, it doesn't seem like you're completely against the idea. No, I hate it. Gilead put on a disappointed expression, but he soon let it fall and continued speaking. Setting this talk of engagement aside, what do you think about being adopted? Eugene hesitated. But my father is waiting for me in Gidal. If you wish, I'll invite Gerhardt to stay at the main estate as well. So then I'll have two fathers? That's right, but your biological father is, and always will be, Gerhardt. Then I'm not sure what's the point of me getting adopted. There's no need to think about it too much, Gilead smiled faintly as he picked up his teacup. It's just to bring your family into the same fold as the main family. Although nominally, I'll be your adoptive father, that doesn't mean you need to treat me as your real father. Of course, that's only if you agree to the adoption. I feel like this would trouble my father greatly, admitted Eugene. I'll probably have a lot of things that I need to go over with Gerhardt, but Eugene, I too am a father of 3 children. I am not trying to steal Gerhardt's son away from him. Although I've never met Gerhardt, I promise to respect him as if he were my older brother. Eugene frowned. Does that mean that, if I refuse, the patriarch won't show my father respect? There's no way. Gilead burst into laughter at such a bold question. Although I'm embarrassed to even say this out loud, I'm not such a childish person. So if you refuse, I'll just feel a little regret. That's all. I will, of course, respect your choice and wish you the best of luck with your future. However, I really do hope to allow your future to shine as part of the main family. I don't think this is an issue that I should decide by myself. For now, Eugene decided to postpone making the decision. While in the end, it would be up to Eugene to decide whether or not to accept the proposal, he still wanted to hear his father's, Gerhardt's, opinion. If that's the case, then let's leave it until after the banquet, Gilead decided. The banquet originally meant to celebrate the end of the bloodline continuation ceremony was scheduled for the following evening. I'll send messengers to Gidal and tell them to respectfully escort your father over, Gilead said. I am grateful for the patriarch's consideration, but I also feel a little guilty for the inconvenience, Eugene confessed. Don't say that. You don't owe me anything. You've proven yourself the most outstanding child in this year's bloodline continuation ceremony. It would be a sad affair if your father could not be with his son during your moment of celebration and glory. Thank you so much. Without showing any further hesitation, Eugene bowed his head in thanks. By doing so, he was also hiding his joy. Truthfully, he was interested in the offer to join the main family through adoption. If Gerhardt's personality was just as terrible as his sword skills, then he would have accepted being adopted by Gilead without any hesitation. However, Gerhardt was in fact a truly caring father. Unfortunately, due to the memories of his past life, Eugene had never really been able to accept Gerhardt as his father. But even still, he liked and respected the man. Earlier, you said that this would be good for my future as well, Eugene focused, putting down the teacup he'd been sipping from. What exactly did you mean by that? If you're fostered with the main family, there are a lot of benefits you can enjoy, Gilead enticed Eugene. He was glad that Eugene was showing interest in his offer. For example, that's right, didn't you say that there weren't any nights you could go to for instruction back in Gidal? But at our main estate, you won't need to worry about that. After all, we have a lot of excellent nights here. If I'm going to learn from anyone, I want to learn from the best, Eugene demanded as he tried to smile as innocently as possible. Then looking straight at Gilead, he continued speaking. If I'm adopted by you, patriarch, will I be able to learn from you as well? Eugene was curious to see just how strong the Lionhart clan's patriarch truly was. 1. The Korean word used here was detisui, which basically means a son-in-law who marries into his wife's family, rather than a daughter-in-law marrying into her husband's family, and has a lower status because of this. Part of the reason why it's considered shameful is that by marrying into his wife's family, the husband is giving up the responsibility and duty of passing down his family name, as his children will inherit his wife's surname instead. Although that doesn't apply in this case, as both Eugene and Seal have the same surname, it still implies that Eugene will have a lower standing than his wife. Chapter 21.1 The offer to Gilead was not offended by such a daring yet childish request. Instead, he actually felt both pleased and sympathetic at the hungry look on Eugene's face. If a child truly was a sign of a martial family, then they should have such a greedy desire. Of course, I'll be able to teach you, Gilead said, looking at Eugene with a happy smile. However, if you want to learn from the very best, then there's someone even better than me. Who is that? Eugene asked. It's Jin. Eugene recalled Jin and his shiny white teeth. When he was opening the door for Eugene, Jin had said that he'd like it if they could see each other more often. In the past, my skills were better than his, but currently that's no longer the case, Gilead admitted. Really? Eugene asked skeptically. Is there any reason for me to lie and downplay my skills? Gilead returned the question. Eugene's eyes sparkled with curiosity and interest. Gilead continued speaking with a low laugh. Have you received instruction on your family's mana training scripture from your father? No, I haven't even learned its name yet, Eugene said. Well, that's quite unusual, Gilead commented. Usually, children from the collateral lines were instructed in their mana training scriptures before leaving for the bloodline continuation ceremony. That way, they could try to initiate their mana as soon as the bloodline continuation ceremony was over. Since they were already several years behind the children from the main family, the collateral descendants would try to speed up their initiation into mana, even if it was just by a few days. I told my father that I didn't want to learn it yet. If I needlessly learned it beforehand, I felt like I might accidentally start training my mana without even meaning to, Eugene explained. So that was the case. After all, you're so diligent that you haven't neglected your training even once during your entire stay here. Gilead nodded his head in understanding. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel pity. Gerhardt's household was one of the weakest among all the collateral branches. Even so, as long as they still held the name Lionhart, families like Gerhardt's could live a prosperous life as local landlords, but their children couldn't dream of much more than that. On the other hand, what about Desra and Garge's families? Among the collateral lines, families as powerful as theirs could only be counted on the fingers of one hand. Their two families were capable of making all sorts of preparations to support the growth of their children. They've probably already started purchasing mana stones years ago. Crystals of mana could be found in the bodies of higher level monsters and in mana-dense ores like mithril. These aggregations of mana were called mana stones. When first initiating mana, the assistance of these mana stones could not be neglected. Gerhardt's household probably doesn't have enough money to afford any mana stones. Due to their high utility and the difficulty of obtaining them, the price of mana stones was exorbitant. On top of that, for initiates to get the most benefit out of mana stones, they needed someone with outstanding abilities to guide them. Eward, Cyan, and Seal had each been personally guided by Gilead when they first initiated their mana. That was why he couldn't help but feel regret. The boy had already proven his excellence, but the soil of Gerhardt's countryside household was too poor to allow Eugene's talent to bloom. However, Gilead absolutely couldn't allow such words to leave his lips. Even if they were said out of honest worry and concern, Gilead didn't want his careless words to cause his son to turn against his father and the family he was born to. Instead of Eugene, this was something that he needed to discuss with Gerhardt. However, even if Eugene didn't hear it from him directly, he could guess what Gilead was thinking. It wasn't difficult to figure it out, considering how much compassion was showing in Gilead's eyes. Can't be helped. It's true that our family is poor after all. After this, the two continued to talk about various things. As the banquet's guest of honor, Eugene was asked if he needed anything or wanted any particular dishes served at the banquet. Time flowed quickly as they touched on various topics. Finally, when a glance out of the window revealed that it had turned completely dark outside, Gilead stood up. It looks like I've kept you up for far too long, Gilead apologized. No, it was fun for me too, Eugene denied any fault. I'll call someone to escort you over soon, so please wait a little longer. It's fine. You don't need to do that. It's not like the annex is that far from here. I'm fully capable of walking back in the dark, Eugene reassured Gilead. After refusing Gilead's offer once more, Eugene left the patriarch's office. As he was walking down the corridor to the stairs, he sensed that someone was sneakily lying in wait for him on the other side of the hallway. It was Ancilla. She was attempting to stage this as an accidental meeting, but Eugene wasn't surprised in the least. He had been able to notice Ancilla while she was still hiding out of sight, thanks to the scent of her perfume. As she turned the corner, Ancilla fluttered her eyelashes in surprise. Oh my, Ancilla gasped in faint shock, unaware that her ruse had already been seen through. It's Eugene, isn't it? Yes, good evening, madame. While deliberately putting on a surprised look of his own, Eugene bowed his head in greeting. My name is Eugene Lionhart, and I hail from Gidal. Of course, I know your name, Ancilla said with a fake smile. Ancilla hated Eugene. It wasn't just because he had handed her beloved son an embarrassing defeat, but this cheeky brat had also given the main family its first defeat ever in the bloodline continuation ceremony. And there wasn't even a single reason why Ancilla should actually like Eugene. That said, she couldn't treat him with hostility. No matter what had happened, he was definitely a talented kid. Since he could already reach such heights at his age, as long as he didn't suddenly die somewhere along the way, he would continue to grow, and perhaps even be able to raise his humble family out of obscurity within 10 years. There's no need to make an enemy out of him in advance. That was why she had allowed Seal to stick to Eugene's side. Unlike her husband, Ancilla thought that the idea of ensnaring Eugene and Seal into an arranged marriage was actually quite a promising plan for the future. I heard that you and the patriarch were having a private conversation, but it looks like the two of you chatted for quite a while. I didn't know that you were still here, Ancilla continued, speaking to Eugene with a faint smile. Eugene felt a strange pressure emanating from behind her kind smile and overly sweet tone. So, for now, Eugene decided to test her intentions with a question. Is there something you wish to speak to me about? Gilead had responded quite favorably to his bold behavior, but this wasn't the case for Ancilla. His arrogance is already skyrocketing. Though she could understand why, it must already be quite exciting for such a country bumpkin to visit the main estate. On top of that, he had even managed to defeat a child from the main family in a duel on his very first day, and then went on to win the bloodline continuation ceremony. She secretly wanted to crush his arrogantly upturned nose, but Ancilla firmly held back this urge. After all, this kid might become my son-in-law one day. While inwardly repeating this to herself, Ancilla said, I was curious about what you might have discussed with the patriarch. Because it was a private conversation between the patriarch and me. I'm afraid I don't dare tell you. Eugene refused her subtle inquiry. Oh right, of course that's the case. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, so please don't feel pressured. Besides that, there were actually a few other things I wanted to talk to you about, and Ancilla trailed off, seeming apologetic. Eugene simply tilted his head silently in question. Ancilla maintained her friendly smile as she added, well, wasn't Cyan very rude to you just a few days ago? If it were under the usual circumstances, as Cyan's mother, I should have already apologized to you personally. But as the bloodline continuation ceremony was just ahead of us, things were out of control, and my apology was delayed. Like hell, she would have. If she had really wanted to apologize to Eugene, then Ancilla could have just gone looking for him that very day. But instead of pointing that out, Eugene simply said, there's no need for that. At that time, I had already reconciled whatever problems I had with Cyan. Oh my, for a child your age, you sure are mature and broad-minded. Ancilla's cheeks twitched as she forced herself to keep smiling. If those are your feelings on the incident, then that's fortunate for us. As for Cyan, who showed you such disrespect, I've given him a strict warning, so I hope that the two of you will get along with each other from now on. Of course, I will try my best. After all, we do share the same name, so ultimately, aren't we all part of the same family? Eugene replied with a grin. On the other hand, Ancilla's face twisted into a complex expression. He said that they were part of the same family? Although he wasn't wrong, for some reason, when the word family dropped from that irritating boy's lips, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Would you mind if I take my leave now? Eugene asked. Yes, that's fine, Ancilla permitted. Ancilla didn't want to hold on to Eugene any longer. She needed to be careful of drawing her husband's attention, and she also needed to be wary of the head wife, Tannis. It wouldn't look good for her to keep talking to Eugene in the hallway like this. Be careful on your way back, Ancilla said with a slight smile as she patted Eugene on the shoulder. What an irritating brat, she thought to herself. Even though Ancilla had planned out this meeting, it still felt like she had started the conversation on the wrong foot. However, she would just have to take better care from now on whenever she spoke to Eugene. Yes, I hope you have a good night. Eugene also bade farewell, bowing his head deeply. He didn't know for certain what kind of personality Ancilla was hiding behind that smile. However, looking at the harassment she had authorized for him on that very first day, she obviously had quite the cruel streak. As such, he didn't want to needlessly get involved with her. Chapter 21.2 The offer. 2 days later, Gerhard Lionhart arrived from distant Gidal. Although only a single night, Gordon had been sent to escort Eugene. This time, the patriarch's own younger brother, Eugene, had personally accompanied Gerhard to the main estate. This fact caused Gerhard to feel immense pressure. The only times he had been to the main estate were for the bloodline continuation ceremony 20 years ago, and the patriarch's succession ceremony. Following that, there had been no further visits to the capital city, let alone the main estate. So, Eugene really won this year's bloodline continuation ceremony. My son did that? Truly? Gerhard was currently suspecting that he might be in the middle of a dream. Or else, maybe all of this was a prank meant to make fun of him. But what reason would they have to do that? What on earth could cause the main family of the Lionhart clan, the direct descendants of the great Vermouth, to summon the patriarch of a small collateral family out in the remote countryside, just to play this sort of prank on him? However, he simply couldn't accept it so easily. When Eugene had first arrived at his doorstep, he had been so surprised that he almost passed out. He was even more surprised when he saw the luxurious carriage waiting outside, flying the unmistakable banner of the courageous Lionhart. Even after hearing Eugene recount the stories of what Eugene had done on the way here, his surprise still hadn't faded in the least. After traveling through several warp gates, they had arrived at the capital. It was only when they reached the main family's personal warp gate, which was only used for special occasions, that Gerhard accepted that this was all really happening. My son, he really defeated the children of the main family. Gerhard felt like he was about to start crying. It wasn't like he hadn't held any expectations for Eugene. His son had always been out of the ordinary, ever since he was young. He was such an exceptional child that Gerhard had sometimes doubted if Eugene really was his son. That was why he had always felt guilty. Gerhardt knew full well that with his own capabilities, he couldn't give his son the lift that Eugene needed for his talents to soar. He had thought that the bloodline continuation ceremony would force Eugene to see the reality of his situation. After all, no matter how exceptional the collateral descendants were, defeat was still inevitable. It should not have been possible to overcome the gap that existed between the direct line and the collateral lines by innate talent and hard work alone. But, Father, the moment he saw his son, Gerhardt forgot all propriety as tears began pouring down his face. Pride and guilt warred in equal measure as he looked at his only son. The Lionhart flag was flying proudly in front of the majestic and splendid main family's mansion. His son stood in the center of this intimidating scene, smiling brightly as he waved his hand at Gerhardt. Gerhardt had never been able to provide Eugene with any meaningful support. He hadn't been able to find an excellent knight to serve as Eugene's teacher, and Gerhardt himself was incapable of providing such instruction. Apart from the wooden swords and training dummies, he hadn't been able to supply anything else. Nevertheless, his son had been able to attain victory at the bloodline continuation ceremony. My son, Eugene. Gerhardt pulled his son into an embrace as he continued to shed tears. Eugene was startled to see Gerhardt like this, but he soon slipped on a childish expression and returned Gerhardt's embrace. I'm so proud of you. The fact that you're my son makes me so proud, Gerhardt sobbed through his tears. I told you that I would send you good news, didn't I? Did you really not believe me? Eugene teased his father. Eugene did, in fact, say this when he left Getall to attend the bloodline continuation ceremony. Of course, Gerhardt hadn't been able to wholeheartedly believe in these words. This fact also caused Gerhardt to feel some guilt. That's right, you did say that, didn't you, my son? I'm so sorry for not believing in you, Gerhardt sobbed out between sniffs. Hey now, what's with the apologies again? If I were in your place, I wouldn't have believed it either. As Eugene gave the soothing reply, he pinched Gerhardt's belly. This instinctively caused Gerhardt to step backward in shock. The stinging pain coming from his thick gut once again reminded him that this was real. But his son wasn't the only one waiting for him at the gates. Right behind Gerhardt was the patriarch's younger brother, Eugene, and in front of him, Gerhardt swallowed visibly and quickly pulled a handkerchief out of a breast pocket. In front of him stood Gilead Lionhart, the Lionhart patriarch, who Gerhardt had last seen during the ceremony of his ascension to the seat of patriarch. Gerhardt could still clearly recognize Gilead's appearance from that event. He quickly wiped the handkerchief over his face, which was drenched in tears and snot, then bowed his head to Gilead. Apologies for the late greeting. My name is Gerhardt Lionhart, and I hail from Getall. I'm Gilead Lionhart. Please forgive my rudeness of inviting you in such haste. Gilead walked directly over to Gerhardt and offered him a handshake. Startled, Gerhardt scrubbed his hands on the sides of his trousers before shaking the offered hand. What rudeness? I don't consider it that way at all. In fact, I am extremely grateful that you have invited me like this, Gerhardt said. I don't want to take up too much of your time with your son, but if it is okay with you, would you mind coming inside with me for a short conversation? Gilead didn't wish to have a lengthy exchange of greetings with Gerhardt out here in the open. As a member of the collateral lines, Gerhardt couldn't help but keep his head bowed low in the presence of the direct line's patriarch, and Gilead didn't want Eugene to see his father like this. Of course, that's fine with me, Gerhardt immediately agreed. Eugene considerately withdrew, allowing the two men to pass. While shooting curious glances at Eugene, Gerhardt followed Gilead into the main family's mansion. It felt like his son had a lot of stories to tell him, and there were many things that Gerhardt wanted to ask Eugene in turn, but Gerhardt stayed quiet as he left Eugene for the moment. He was curious about the intention behind this offer to have a conversation with the patriarch. When he thought about it normally, the fact that his son had surpassed the main family's children to win the bloodline continuation ceremony was a huge insult to the main family. Were they trying to put pressure on him because of this? But if that was what they were trying to do, it felt like Jin was much too cheerful to have been sent as their emissary to do so, and it hadn't felt like anything was out of place with Eugene. Patriarch Gilead also seemed far too polite to hold any intention of embarrassing him like this. Refreshments had already been prepared for their enjoyment in the patriarch's office. Gilead got straight to the point after watching Gerhardt wet his throat that had dried up out of tension with some tea. You're talking about an adoption? Gerhardt asked in disbelief. That's right, Gilead confirmed. He hadn't just recklessly thrown the offer at Gerhardt. Instead, Gilead had explained in detail exactly why he was making this offer. Eugene's talents were so brilliant that he couldn't be left to his own devices. However, for his potential to bloom splendidly, the support of the main family was absolutely necessary. A child of a collateral line had won the bloodline continuation ceremony by defeating those of the direct line. While it was a blessing for the Lionhart clan to have such a talented sprout, it could also stir into action those among the Lionhart's countless collateral branches who held seditious thoughts. There was a risk that a conspiracy of these rebellious dissidents might reach out to Eugene. If Eugene didn't agree to their offer, They might even try to put pressure on him in some form or another. Of course, as a representative of the main family, I promised to do my best to protect Lord Gerhardt's household from harm. However, in reality, there was a limit to the protection that the main family could provide. Even if you refuse the offer, there will be no grudges held by the main family. I also promise that I will still spare no effort to support Eugene's growth as much as possible. Haha, Gerhardt unconsciously let out a laugh. Wasn't this really just a dream? No, he couldn't escape from reality like this. Gerhardt clutched his spinning head. Eugene adopted by the main family. Gerhardt attempted to sort out his thoughts. Gilead started to speak when he saw Gerhardt remain silent. If Eugene were to be adopted, you, Lord Gerhardt, may also be accepted into the main family. I know that this offer comes as a shock, but I mean no disrespect with what I am about to say next. Having interrupted Gilead like this, Gerhardt took a deep breath before continuing to speak. For showing such high regard for my son's potential and consideration for my own feelings, I offer you my deepest gratitude. However, in my view, I have no choice but to consider what would be best for my son's future. And so, even though the patriarch's intentions are well-meaning and honest, I am worried that others within the main family might persecute Eugene. Gilead didn't feel offended by this concern. Instead, he actually felt respect for Gerhardt, who was brave enough to state his opinions firmly. Although I was born a Lionhart, I am but a humble person who has never truly lived up to the Lionhart name. I've always wished to fully support my son's future, but I've always carried the guilt that my humble means will prevent my son from achieving his brightest future. Gerhardt admitted his insecurity. Even as his voice wavered, Gerhardt continued speaking, though he clasped his trembling hands together to suppress the turbulent emotions he was feeling. Patriarch already has 3 children, don't you? If my son is adopted into your family, no matter the reason for his adoption, won't he be treated as an unwelcome outsider? Asked Gerhardt. I understand what you're trying to say, Gilead nodded, but the main family values its traditions. So even if Eugene was adopted into the main family, succeeding in my position as the patriarch would be very difficult. Gerhardt listened silently. My wives and children are also aware of this fact. This tradition, unfortunately, it cannot be overturned in my generation. I will promise you one thing. I don't want to limit Eugene's future. However, my will alone cannot represent the will of the main family or of the elders in the council. Gilead offered this caveat. All right, Gerhardt recognized Gilead's sincerity. As long as that boy, Eugene, doesn't become too ambitious, he will be able to freely display his talents with the help of the main family. Becoming the patriarch will be difficult for him. However, for a moment, Gilead stayed silent before bowing his head deeply and continuing, Lord Gerhardt, I hope that you will not be offended by these next words. It would be far better for Eugene's future if he was nurtured as a member of the main family than if he were to remain in Gedall. As long as he doesn't hold any ambitions of becoming the patriarch, Eugene will be able to build up a friendship with my children, as they will all become siblings once he is adopted into the main family. Their relationships will open up many more opportunities and possibilities for Eugene in the future. Gilead felt quite guilty for saying such things. Eugene's talents were superior to his children's. That was obviously so with Ewart, but even Cyan and Seal's amazing talents couldn't compare to Eugene's. Since there was already such a gap at their young age, the difference would become even more pronounced within the next few years. However, Eugene still couldn't become the patriarch. Gilead actually wanted to see what would happen if Eugene were to become the patriarch, and he genuinely wished for Eugene to bring glory to the main family. But these two desires were incompatible. In the first place, a collateral descendant who was adopted into the main family becoming the patriarch would undermine the traditions and prestige of the main family. Even if Gilead, the current patriarch, didn't care about that, the Lionhart clan would be turned into a laughingstock, and the council would never allow such a thing to happen. In their eyes, the direct line had to maintain its superiority over the collateral lines. The bloodline continuation ceremony was a tradition held for this reason, and this reason alone. I suppose that would be the case. Gerhardt accepted the truth with a long sigh and a nod. His child's future, and the greater opportunities and possibilities that the main family could offer, Gerhardt understood what was at stake so well that his heart ached for it. Gerhardt keenly realized his own helplessness and relative poverty. Eugene could enjoy an incomparable amount of glory by becoming the adopted child of the main family than he ever could by remaining as the only son of Gerhardt from Gedall. I don't believe this is something I can decide by myself. Gerhardt smiled bitterly and shook his head. I think it's time for me to have a conversation with my son. Chapter 22.1 The Offer 3. Eugene lowered his sword as he spotted Gerhardt walking over with a strange expression on his face. Gerhardt looked as if someone he knew had just died and was swaying weakly as he walked. Eugene could clearly guess what Gerhardt had been talking about with Gilead, which emotions Gerhardt was currently feeling, and why his father was coming here now. Father, what's with the expression? Eugene asked, Instead of acting like he already knew what was wrong, Eugene decided to ask Gerhardt directly. Gerhardt raised his lowered head at Eugene's words, catching sight of the annex as he did so. He realized that even a single annex assigned to the guests was bigger than their house in Giddel. Gerhardt tried to draw confidence from the fact that, at the very least, their gymnasium at home was larger. But the sword his son was holding made his shoulders fall once more. It was the storm sword Wyned. He had heard the whole story from Jin about how his son had chosen the sword personally as a gift from the main family's treasure vault. Even if he sold off all the property that Gerhardt's family had accrued over the years, he still wouldn't be able to afford a sword like that. Son, Gerhardt began to speak, even as his feelings of inadequacy continued to grow. The patriarch of the main family has offered to adopt you. I already knew about that. He discussed it with me earlier, Eugene replied with a shrug. But what does that have to do with your expression, father? After all, it's not like the adoption would separate us since you'll be coming with me into the main family. That's what he said. However, I'm not sure if I should. If it's for the sake of your future, allowing you to enter the main family through adoption is the right choice. But in that case, Gerhardt hesitated, unable to finish what he was trying to say. Persecution from the main family and future conflicts over succession rights. Gerhardt could easily imagine these dangers lying in wait for Eugene in the future. However, he doubted whether his still 13-year-old son would be able to comprehend such concerns. Hypothetically, if you are adopted into the main family, you may have to face many difficult things later on, Gerhardt warned Eugene. Probably, Eugene agreed readily. Although Gerhardt didn't go into detail, Eugene clearly understood what he was implying. But father, so what if there are? Eugene riposted. Huh? Gerhardt mumbled in incomprehension. Although there might be a lot of difficult things awaiting me in the future, there should also be plenty of good things as well, Eugene reasoned. Gerhardt couldn't respond. Father, I'll be fine no matter what happens, Eugene promised while sheathing Wyned in its scabbard. Then he walked over to Gerhardt with a grin. If you don't want me to be adopted, then let's just go back to Giddel, Eugene said with ease. Gerhardt stayed silent. Eugene continued, I really mean it. As I said, I'll be fine no matter what happens. Can't you see, father? I'm doing quite well now, aren't I? I really have grown up well despite everything, Eugene thought to himself with a nod. Even though I haven't trained my mana or learned from a great teacher, I was still able to beat the children of the main family. As your son, I think I've done pretty well for myself. Even if I don't get adopted into the main family, I will continue to do well, Eugene promised. Gerhardt felt the sincerity in his son's words, and it led his eyes to shine with unshed tears. Eugene gave him the finishing blow. I've never regretted that you are my father. Hiccup. Gerhardt swallowed a sob. I was born as your son. It's thanks to you that I am here today. Eugene was fully willing to admit this. If Gerhardt had turned out to be someone with a puffed-up opinion of himself that didn't match his abilities, Eugene's childhood could have been troublesome in many ways. However, Gerhardt wasn't that type of person. He had respected Eugene's determination, and from a young age, he had given Eugene whatever training materials he had asked for. That's why, father, don't needlessly blame yourself. Instead, you should be proud of who you are. I was only able to grow up so well because, father, you were able to raise me, your son, well. Eugene, in the end, Gerhardt couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. I'll follow you wherever you want to go. Instead of considering my reputation, you should decide based on your own dreams for the future. Whether it's in Giddel or in the main family, I'm sure that I will achieve my dreams, Eugene replied in a voice filled with confidence. As well as confidence, these words held a ring of certainty to them. While there were a lot of advantages he could get by being adopted into the main family, they weren't absolutely necessary for him to achieve his goals. They'll only speed up my progress by a few years anyhow. He only needed to train up a minimal amount of mana to summon spirits. He could manage at least that much even if he returned to Giddel. If Gerhardt's family mana training scripture proved inadequate, he could still use Hamel's mana training scripture. With this absurd body of his, even the cheap mana training scripture used only by mercenaries should still prove quite effective. And after that point, he would be able to summon the lowest level of spirits. Even if this only enabled him to cover his sword with a blade of wind, it would replace the need for sword light. With just that, Eugene was confident that he could overpower any knight he faced. However, Eugene, if you're adopted into the main family, you will have a lot more opportunities available to you, Gerhardt reminded his son after he had calmed down. Well, that's true, agreed Eugene. But I'm afraid you might face a lot of disdain once you're adopted, Gerhardt confessed his concern. Father, you've been watching me ever since I was young, Eugene said as he began poking Gerhardt in the gut. I'm not the type to just let any disrespect go unchallenged. Didn't you hear about it? On my first day here, I beat up Cyan from the main house. Gerhardt winced. I almost passed out when I heard about that. What was so shocking about it? In any case, you don't need to worry about me. Instead, you should be worrying about yourself, father. Worrying about myself, About this dad bod of yours, Eugene said, as he stopped poking Gerhardt's gut, and instead lifted it up with both hands. The food they serve in the main estate is a whole lot tastier than what we've had at home. With how little exercise you get even now, if you start stuffing yourself full of all sorts of food once you're staying at the main estate, your beer belly will explode for sure. Ha 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 ha! Gerhardt burst into laughter. If you want to be around to see my future, you need to take care of your health first, Eugene threatened. Faced with his son's serious appearance, Gerhardt finally calmed down and agreed, that's right, you make a good point. All the helplessness and self-loathing he had felt now seemed ridiculous in hindsight. Eugene, Gerhardt said, belatedly donning a solemn expression. Your name is Eugene Lionhart, the name given to the son of Gerhard Lionhart. Of course it is, Eugene replied. Your name was both your late mother, and I chose it together for you. Never forget this fact, Gerhardt said with some sadness. I'm not an idiot. Do you really think I'd forget my own name? Eugene asked with a snicker, but he still obediently nodded his head. Even if you are adopted into the main family, your real father who raised you from birth is, and always will be, Gerhard Lionhart. Gerhard finished this with a silent nod. Despite his solemn expression, tears were still dripping down his face. Without letting out any sobs, he hugged Eugene tightly. In the end, it looks like I'm getting adopted, Eugene thought from within Gerhardt's embrace. Although it seems like things will be a bit bothersome, there'll be many things I can wring benefits from, so it'll be worth it in the end. Eugene held no desire to become the Lionhart clan's patriarch. Although he didn't know what might happen later, if he needlessly showed any signs of ambition for the position of patriarch at this early stage, there would surely be a lot of annoying restraints placed on him. Although I'm not sure if everyone will believe me when I say that I'm not interested. Especially the main wife, Tanis, and the second wife, Ancilla. Those two would have no choice but to try and keep Eugene in check. They'll definitely have a lot of injunctions and restraints placed on me, unless I confront them head on, that is. Or I could just try ignoring them. Eugene, of course, preferred the former solution to the latter. Chapter 22.2 The Offer 3 The banquet to conclude this year's bloodline continuation ceremony was held that very night. Gerhardt wasn't the only one who had been invited as a guest. While the results of this year's bloodline continuation ceremony could only be considered an embarrassment to the main family, as if he wasn't at all ashamed of this outcome, Gilead had also invited the families of each of the children who had participated in the ceremony. This was to give everyone the impression that this year's bloodline continuation ceremony wasn't a disgrace of the direct line, but instead an honor of the collateral lines. Ancilla was pleased by her husband's decision. Although she didn't believe that Eugene Lionhart's victory was the optimal outcome, and she hadn't truly hoped for it, in the end, Eugene had defeated the main family and earned his victory. If his victory was publicized through this banquet, Cyan's defeat would seem even more insignificant in comparison. Stand up straight, she ordered. Ancilla was dressed in a fancy evening gown that framed her regal posture. Cyan had been standing beside her with his shoulders slumped and a dire look on his face, and was startled by her words and turned to look at Ancilla in surprise. There's nothing you can do about the defeats you've already experienced. Whether it's the duel or the bloodline continuation ceremony, what's happened has happened. However, you still shouldn't reveal your frustration, Ancilla lectured her son. Mother, Cyan whined. You are my son, the only son of Ancilla Keynes. Even if you were defeated in a duel and showed a shameful performance during the bloodline continuation ceremony, it doesn't change the fact that you are my son. Cyan couldn't fully understand the meaning of these words. However, he could vaguely feel that there was a deeper meaning behind them, so he nodded and threw back his shoulders. Cyan, Ancilla said after a pause. Yes, mother, Cyan responded hesitantly. From now on, you will constantly be compared to that child. The first thing that everyone will remember when they see you is that you've lost a duel to Eugene. They will also laugh at the fact that you were partially responsible for the main family's first recorded defeat in the bloodline continuation ceremony. Cyan stayed quiet. This is something that cannot be helped. Cyan, you are allowed to feel ashamed, but you must not be discouraged. No matter how many people mock you, you must remember that you are my son, and in line to inherit the seat of the Lionhart clan's patriarch. Yes, mother. We can't change the past. So remember, Cyan, it's what you do from now that's important. Ancilla bit out these words as she glared at Eugene. Ancilla had been holding on tightly to Cyan's hand. Through this grip, Cyan could feel his mother's hand trembling slightly. I'll do my best, Cyan tried to reassure his mother. That's right, as expected of my lovely son, Ancilla said, accepting her son's comfort. Eugene was to be adopted into the main family. Tanis and Ancilla were informed of this fact the previous day. Naturally, they had objected. However, they hadn't been able to change their husband's mind. For the Lionhart clan, and for the glory of the direct line, her husband had said, his words filled with familial pride and enthusiasm that could not be overturned. Rather than the family's glory, Ancilla preferred to ensure the glory of her children. However, she was also greedy enough to want to first raise the prestige of the Lionhart name. Combining this greed, her desires as a mother, and recognizing the importance of the bloodline for an inheritance, Ancilla had adapted to the new reality forced onto the main family. There is no way that Eugene can become the patriarch, Ancilla said, lowering her voice. However, Cyan, don't allow yourself to relax, just because of that fact. Because you never know what the future might have in store. Since you have so many disadvantages compared to him, you need to work even harder to become the patriarch. Yes, mother. Cyan didn't allow his shoulders to droop down once more, even though they wanted to. Instead, he turned his head to look in Eugene's direction while nodding. Still, there's no need to needlessly make an enemy of Eugene, Ancilla added. Because we'll be brothers from now on? Cyan uncertainly asked. That's right, Ancilla honestly wasn't happy to acknowledge that Cyan would have to treat Eugene as his brother, but her reply differed from her inner thoughts. Make sure to build up a brotherly connection to him. Make it strong enough that that child will become your strength in the future. After all, you have time on your side. Time, Cyan muttered questioningly. Don't belittle him because he's adopted. Instead, treat him as an equal. As you play together and train together, create some fond memories. Don't allow that child to hold a grudge against you. Just like that, make it so that one day, that boy will be willing to assist you, Ancilla continued her advice. Yes, mother, Cyan hesitantly said, quietly nodding his head. This small child held quite a complex array of emotions regarding Eugene. From his defeat in their duel came humiliation, unwillingness, and rage. But because of the overwhelming ability that Eugene had showcased during the bloodline continuation ceremony, there was also admiration towards him, as well as envy and awe. Now I need to be friendly with him. If this were only a few days ago, he would have burst into anger at these words. However, the current Cyan didn't show any trace of that. Instead, he actually felt slightly embarrassed. Mother, Cyan tentatively spoke up. Say whatever it is you want to say, encouraged Ancilla. Cyan nervously asked, how exactly do I become friendly with him? See, can't you speak to him for me, mother? You can tell him to make friends with me. Although these words were to be expected from a spoiled child who had never needed to make friends, Ancilla looked at her son with a gaze full of disappointment. Talk to Seal, Ancilla eventually hissed. Ancilla would have taught her son a harsh lesson if it weren't for the eyes surrounding them. Instead, she let out a sigh and shook her head. Meanwhile, Seal was currently standing beside Eugene. Gerhardt was surrounded by the adults from the other collateral families, and was busy chatting about this and that. Among these adults, the parents of Garjeth and Desra were especially eager to talk to Gerhardt. You really have raised a wonderful son. I heard that he will be adopted into the main family. What type of training did your boy do? They also say that Lord Gerhardt will be entering the main family. I heard from my son that your boy's strength is really impressive for his size. Could you give some advice on how to educate my own children? Even the main family doesn't have our house's revolutionary muscle growth agent. Are you interested in trying some? It's quite serendipitous that we were all able to meet like this, so I think that from now on, we should continue to arrange events where members from the different collateral lines can mingle and get to know each other. This muscle growth agent is most effective when taken by children, but even adults show some effect. Of course, it has to be combined with the proper exercise and nutritional supplements, but I think Lord Gerhardt might be able to make good use of it. Oh my, then that works out perfectly. You were supposed to go out hunting with the guys next month, right dear? Gerhardt should go along with you as well. Once you start working up a good sweat while running across the mountains, Lord Gerhardt will also become addicted to the taste of our muscle growth agent. Gerhardt had no choice but to keep making sounds of agreement as the words poured in from all directions. Eugene didn't want to pointlessly get singled out by these overeager adults. As such, he immediately left them behind while Seal trailed along in his footsteps. My father told me that we'll be siblings from now on. Do you have any objections to that? It feels a little strange, Seal said with a giggle as she tugged on the back of Eugene's shirt. After all, I've only ever had Cyan and Ewart as brothers, but now suddenly, a new little brother has appeared. What kind of crap is that? Little brother? Eugene objected to this new title. But your birthday is later than mine, Seal pointed out. Why should that matter? It's not like there's a difference in years, only by a few months, so how can I allow you to call me your little brother? Eugene asked aggressively. I was born 5 seconds later than my brother, but I'm still his little sister, Seal calmly pointed out. Eugene was left dumbstruck by her logic. After some hesitation, he weakly argued, this and that are a little different. How is it different? I'm younger than Cyan by a few seconds, so I'm his little sister. You're younger than me by a few months, so you're my little brother, Seal continued relentlessly. No, as I said, it's different. Eugene was still trying to escape. Why is it different? However, Seal didn't halt her interrogation. So why was it different? Even Eugene, who had memories of his previous life, couldn't come up with a reasonable answer to that question. That's because I'm not your real brother. We have different parents, so that means I can't be your little brother." Eugene tried to put some confidence in his words. "However, you're still my brother." Seal wasn't having it. "Although that might nominally be true, we're fundamentally strangers. That's why I will absolutely never call you by Big Sis." "Can't you just call me Big Sis even once? Not even if my life was on the line?" Peach." Seal began to pout her lips. She began choking Eugene by tugging the hem of his shirt back and forth. "Call me Big Sis just one time," she pleaded. "No way," he refused. "It's not like it's a hard thing to do." "I said no way, and I mean no way. If you keep acting like this, Big Sis will have to punish you." Seal changed tack with a threat. "Stop spouting nonsense," Eugene huffed. "Your words are way too mean. I'm going to tell on you to Mom." "Go ahead, tell on me. But before that, why do you keep grabbing me like this?" Eugene asked in annoyance as he shook Seal's hands off his shirt. This caused Seal's lips to pout even more. "Why are you being so mean?" Seal whined. "I'm not being mean. It's just that you're doing stupid, Sage. Do you want me to cry?" Seal interrupted before he could finish. Hold on a moment." Eugene started to panic, looking around for help as his fists trembled uselessly at his sides. After staring at Eugene sulkily, Seal suddenly stuck her tongue out at him and said, "I'm not gonna cry, idiot." "Of course you weren't," Eugene sighed. "I just want to hear you call me Big Sis, even if it's just once. Is that really so hard?" "It's extremely difficult for me," Eugene answered. After all, how could he call a 13-year-old brat his Big Sis? "I'd rather die." Eugene sincerely believed the statement. Chapter 23.1 Mana Training 1. "I am not going to take you as my disciple right away," Lovelyan stated firmly. Eward tried to suppress the butterflies in his stomach as he turned to look at Lovelyan. His sparkling eyes were full of longing and anticipation for his future in Eroth. However, Lovelyan wasn't in a position where he could unconditionally grant this young man his desires. The Red Tower of Magic, of which I am the master, specializes in summoning magic among all the various types of magic. As such, you must first go to Eroth and take the systematic aptitude test to see if you fit our specialty." "But what if I do have an aptitude for summoning magic?" Eward asked hopefully. "If that's the case, then it's a joyous discovery, but aptitude alone won't qualify you to be my disciple." With this, Lovelyan clearly drew the line at what he was willing to do. Eward looked disappointed for a moment, but he quickly changed his expression, keenly aware of Gilead and Tannis, who were sitting next to Lovelyan. Eward was about to leave this suffocating household. That alone would be enough to make this a moment to celebrate. Even if he couldn't become Lovelyan's disciple right away, the fact that he could leave his family behind and escape to another country made the tips of Eward's fingers tremble in excitement. "It's because there are a lot of wizards who desire to be my disciple," Lovelyan continued speaking. "In Eroth, your identity as an heir to the Lionhart clan won't grant you any leeway. Unless you have enough talent to silence all the other wizards' protests, I cannot take you as my disciple." "I understand," said Eward in a much subdued tone. Now that he had delivered his warning, Lovelyan began comforting Eward. "While Eroth won't show any special treatment to those who bear the Lionhart name, I am Gilead's old friend before I am the head wizard of the Red Tower. With my resources, I will be able to provide you with many opportunities, and I will also be able to protect you from the voices claiming unfair discrimination. This is all to provide you with the best environment to train the magic that matches your aptitude." All these promises made Eward's heart pound faster in excitement. However, Eward didn't rush to accept the offer or burst into excited laughter, no matter how much he wanted to. Instead, he turned to look at Tannis and Gilead with timid eyes. "This is something you should decide by yourself." Gilead spoke first. "There's no need to be concerned about me. If you want to go, then go." Father Eward mumbled. Eward, Tannis, who had stayed silent, suddenly called out while staring at her son, "This is an opportunity your father has worked hard to grant you. Receive it with gratitude." Eward was cowed into silence. Noticing his son's discomfort, Gilead took over. "What reason do you have to hesitate? After all, from an early age, you've always shown more interest in magic than you have in swords or spears." Eward still seemed unsure but was unable to think of something to say. "For your sake, I requested several of the capital's greatest wizards to come and tutor you, but unfortunately, none were suitable to become your teacher." Gilead sighed in disappointment. There was some irony in these words. The wizards who had been invited from the capital to teach Eward magic were all famous wizards who could have risen to positions of considerable height in their towers if they had chosen to remain in Eroth. None of them had become Eward's teacher because Eward himself hadn't been able to devote himself fully to the study of magic. This suffocating household had suppressed both Eward's passion and his free will. "Eward," Tannis said, narrowing her eyes. Eward was afraid of meeting his mother's gaze. He was much more afraid of his mother, who was always standing by his side monitoring his every action, than he was of his father, the patriarch of their house. Tannis started one of her oft-repeated lectures. "You must not forget. You are the first heir of the Lionhart clan. As my son, you are destined to become the patriarch of the main family." Eward hated the sound of these words. They filled him with fear and weighed heavily on his shoulders each time he was forced to listen to them. Unable to say anything in response, Eward lowered his gaze to the floor. You must not forget this fact, even in Eroth, Tanis concluded firmly. Tanis, Gilead chided his wife. Tanis defended herself, as his mother. I am only trying to encourage my son. Gilead was just trying to get her to ease up, but Tanis shot her husband a cold glare. She hadn't fully agreed with her husband's plans in the first place. She hated the thought of a stranger like Eugene entering the main family. An adoption of all things? How ridiculous. Wasn't it enough that Gilead had even taken a second wife and ended up with twins? She also didn't want to send Eward to Eroth. If the eldest son, Eward, was sent to Eroth, it was obvious that damned Ancilla would go crazy with joy. However, Tanis had no choice but to send Eward to Eroth. Although her hateful child had been born as the eldest heir to the main family, he hadn't inherited the qualities needed to appear suitable for such a position. Even worse, he had a weak and naive nature. No matter how much Tanis wanted to keep her son close to her, by doing so, she wouldn't be able to see even the slightest of improvements in Eward's capabilities. Eward, Tanis continued in a softer tone, taking hold of Eward's hand. She simply stared at her son's face as she waited for him to respond, without saying anything more. Eward slowly forced himself to raise his gaze and meet Tanis' eyes. That night, Tanis spent a long time speaking with Eward in his room. Eward would be leaving with Lovelyan for Eroth the next day. Tanis hoped that Eward would be able to become Lovelyan's disciple. But if he couldn't do that, then she at least hoped that he would be able to increase his chances of succeeding his father by interacting with other wizards in Eroth. She hoped that by getting along with these wizards, he could create relationships that would later benefit him, thereby gaining support for his bid to become the Patriarch. This was an opportunity that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of by remaining at the main estate. You are the heir to the Lionhart clan. Tanis repeated this line several times throughout the night. Why, yes, mother. Unable to raise his eyes off the floor, Eward repeated the same response every time. The day after the banquet, a lot of people were departing from the main estate. Lovelyan was headed to Eroth with Eward, and Garjith and Desra were returning to their homes along with their parents. Even the dropouts whose names weren't important enough to remember had left, so the annex should have been nearly empty, but the servants in the annex were still bustling with activity since early this morning. This was because, from now on, the annex would be solely used by Eugene and Gerhardt. Gilead had offered for them to stay with him in the main family's mansion, but Eugene had rejected this offer. This was for the sake of his father, Gerhardt. If he ended up staying in the estate's main mansion, without a good reason for doing so, Gerhardt would probably have no choice but to keep walking on eggshells around the members of the main family. So instead of being forced to endure that discomfort by living separately in the annex, things would be easier for the both of them. I hope we get along well from now on, Eugene said with a smile. Nina nodded her head in reply. Her duties as his servant hadn't been suspended following the end of the bloodline continuation ceremony. Following Eugene's request, Nina would continue to serve as his personal attendant. Nina knew that this was a sign of Eugene's esteem. Is there anything you would like me to bring back from Gidal? Gerhardt asked as he prepared to leave. I don't need anything, father, so you should just focus on packing up your own things, Eugene replied. Even though he was currently suffering from a headache as part of his hangover, Gerhardt couldn't afford to rest until he recovered, because he needed to head to Gidal immediately with a few of the main family's groundskeepers. Since he would be living in the annex with Eugene from now on, he needed to arrange for his mansion in Gidal to be closed up. All the knights who had been serving Gerhardt for so long, as well as all the servants and groundskeepers, were waiting for him in Gidal. While he wouldn't be able to return to the main estate with all of them, a chosen few would accompany Gerhardt back. Meanwhile, a few would be left behind and charged with the necessary duty of maintaining the now ownerless estate. As long as they were paid well enough, many of the servants would be willing to stay at their old mansion. Since the items in the annex are a lot better than the ones at our mansion, don't pointlessly pack things that we won't need, Eugene advised his father. I still haven't gotten used to the idea. Are we really living here from now on? Gerhardt asked hesitantly. Gerhardt chuckled in disbelief as he turned to take in the annex. Although he had tried his best to adjust to the situation multiple times, reality still sometimes felt like a dream. But this is definitely reality, he reminded himself. Gerhardt felt his heart swell with pride as he looked down at his son's smiling face. After hugging his son once more, he got onto the carriage prepared by the groundskeepers. Go safely, and make sure to brag about our good fortune, Eugene said with a smile as he saw Gerhardt off. The morning of the first day in his new life as an adoptee had passed like this. Normally, he would have begun his training at this point, but Eugene instead just waited around aimlessly inside the gymnasium. Today was an important day for Eugene in many ways. Not only was this the first day in the rest of his life as an adopted member of the main family, but it was also the day he would be initiating his mana for the first time since his reincarnation. All mana training scriptures began by first teaching how to sense mana. Although mana was everywhere in the world, you wouldn't be able to find it with the naked eye no matter how hard you looked for it. Only after refining yourself and your senses, according to the mana training scripture, could you begin to sense mana. Such refinement could broadly be divided into two categories: the breathing techniques and the physical techniques. Breathing training techniques accumulated the mana that was dissolved into the atmosphere by breathing it in. Physical techniques accumulated this mana through the movement of the body. Neither of them was easy to learn, but if Eugene had to pick, he would say that breathing techniques were superior to physical techniques. Once a breathing technique was completely internalized, the user was able to absorb mana with every movement they made, but it was extremely hard for physical techniques to do likewise. In his previous life, Hamel had trained his mana according to a physical technique. Later, with advice from Sienna and Vermouth, he had converted his physical technique into a breathing technique. The Lionhart's mana training scripture is a breathing technique, Eugene recalled. Although it might seem obvious, mana training couldn't be done just by breathing normally. Breathing techniques used to train mana also required a certain knack, somewhat similar to casting magic. "You're here early," a voice called out to Eugene. It was Eugene Lionhart. He approached Eugene while leading 2 horses behind him. Without showing any surprise, Eugene bowed his head to Eugene in greeting. Chapter 23.2 Mana Training 1. The previous night, after the banquet had ended, Eugene had received a summons from Gilead. Now that the bloodline continuation ceremony was over, and he had even been adopted into the main family, it was time for Eugene to begin training his mana in earnest. For this, Gilead had decided to provide a detailed explanation of how Eugene's training would be conducted. His training would take place on top of a ley line, a place where mana was heavily concentrated. Deep within the forest of the main estate, there was a ley line that only members of the main family were allowed to visit. The ley line wasn't naturally occurring, but instead had been formed by the great Vermouth himself 300 years ago. Only the children of the main family were usually allowed to make use of the ley line's power. Although part of the reason why Cyan was already able to manifest sword light was because of his own outstanding talent, the ley line's help had undeniably played a huge role in his success. He actually created an artificial ley line. Vermouth really was a monster. Even with the experience from Eugene's previous life, he still found it difficult to comprehend. So Vermouth had somehow forcibly twisted the flow of mana deep within the earth to create this artificial ley line, and it was even able to last for over 300 years. Crazy bastard, Eugene silently cursed. If it was Vermouth they were talking about, this definitely seemed possible. However, instead of feeling admiration for Vermouth's prestigious accomplishments, Eugene couldn't help but feel a warped sense of unfamiliarity. Just what the hell had happened to Vermouth's brain in his later years, that he had even thought of ensuring the future glory of his descendants by creating such a ley line, taking more than 10 wives, having dozens of children, splitting them into the direct and collateral lines while preaching the importance of legitimacy, and even creating the bloodline continuation ceremony. There was just too much of a difference between the Vermouth that Eugene remembered and the founder of the Lionhart clan. "Are you nervous?" Eugene suddenly asked, pulling Eugene out of his thoughts. "I'm excited," Eugene replied with a smile. He set all his doubts and unpleasant feelings regarding Vermouth aside. In any case, Eugene had been adopted into the main family, and then allowed to enter the ley line thanks to Gilead's kindness. Eugene was also going to personally assist with his initiation of mana, so he shouldn't let his opinions of Vermouth color his view of the main family, especially when they were currently riding to the ley line. "It won't be easy," Eugene warned, "because mana is something that is always around you, but it's still difficult to sense it for the first time. Although I'll be helping you as someone who's just started initiating their mana, you'll have to go through quite a lot of trouble first." "Is that so?" Eugene asked. "The younger you are, the easier it is to feel it. As you grow older, your sensitivity to mana dulls. This is because your body gets used to not being able to sense mana." Eugene continued his explanation. This was something that Eugene was aware of as well. Just as any sense that hadn't seen regular use became dull, mana sensitivity suffered from the same detriment as well. Cyan and Seal first initiated their mana when they were 6. As for Eward, my sister-in-law, was a bit too eager, so he initiated his mana when he was only 5. Upon saying this, Eugene turned to look at Eugene with a bitter smile. Although they were initiating their mana at such a young age, it still took them around 3 days to sense the mana. "Eward, didn't it take him a week?" "Does that mean he took a long time?" Eugene asked. "No, it's actually very fast. The collateral descendants usually initiate their mana when they're around your age, but it's said that it takes them around a month just to feel slight amounts of mana. Then after slowly absorbing these traces of mana into their body, it takes them a few more months until they can develop a full awareness of mana." Eugene showed some sympathy as he explained all this. Eugene nodded slowly. Glancing at Eugene, Eugene quickly added, But it shouldn't take you that long, because we have the ley line here, which gives you a quick and easy way to sense mana. On top of that, I'll also be helping you." "How many days do you think I'll take?" Eugene asked. Maybe 10 days, Jin said with a half-hearted smile. Jin was lying. In his opinion, 10 days would actually be very fast. Although 13 wasn't too late of an age at which to initiate mana, it wasn't a particularly early age either. And even with the ley line, we can't guarantee he'll be able to feel the mana, he thought, but Jin kept his doubts to himself. After all, wasn't that why Jin was here? To ensure Eugene's success. So, for the time being, he needed to stick to Eugene's side. First of all, it's important for you to be able to feel mana. Although the mana at the ley line will already be very dense, in addition to that, I will be directly infusing more mana into your body. Jin laid out the plan. Will that allow me to sense it more easily? Eugene asked. That's right, Jin confirmed. To have a master like Jin personally assist with your initiation into mana was a huge privilege. They really are taking good care of me, Eugene remarked to himself. Eugene had initially expected them to just provide him with a few mana stones. Instead, they had actually allowed him to enter their training grounds on top of a ley line, and even set an expert at his side to guide him. 10 days, if that's the case. Will I be spending the full 10 days at the ley line along with you, surgeon? Eugene checked the details. Although the ley line might be in the middle of the forest, it has everything we'll need. Although it's small, there's even a house. All our daily necessities and food will also be supplied by servants. Jin answered his question in detail. Wow, it sounds like this will be fun, Eugene said, smiling childishly. As if it will take me 10 days, Eugene scoffed behind his innocent smile. It won't even take me 10 minutes. Eugene had only kept himself from absorbing any mana into his body by avoiding any sort of mana training. He hadn't neglected and dulled his ability to sense mana in the first place. Although sensing mana and accepting it into the body are two different things, Eugene acknowledged. He was feeling some anticipation. Would this cheat body also be good at absorbing mana? Far away from the mansion, a secluded hut stood inside the forest. Although Vermouth had created the ley line 300 years ago, the hut looked to be in good shape, as if it had been constantly maintained since then. Jin ordered, "Stay here for a few moments. It will take some time to undo the security. Unfortunately, there isn't much for you to look at while you wait." "Yes, sir," Eugene smartly responded. Jin first got down from his horse. Then he took out a keyring from his vest, and began unlocking each of the cabin's locks one by one. These locks weren't simple iron affairs either. Without the permission of the patriarch, it would be impossible to undo the locks and open the door, even with the right keys. During this time, Eugene had also gotten off his horse and turned to take in his surroundings. Although he had also ventured into the forest just 2 days back, they hadn't ventured anywhere near this deep. Eugene looked around at all the dense trees. He could see various small animals and insects, but there were no monsters. This entire gigantic forest was under strict management as part of the main estate. Though, if you just look at this natural atmosphere, it even feels like an elf might appear, Eugene observed. 300 years ago, the demon kings of Vermouth had begun to run rampant, and the races that had suffered the most from this were not the humans, but the elves and the dragons. More elves had died each time Vermouth's ominous power had grown stronger, and the dragons who attempted to confront the demon kings were killed in droves. Even now, when only 2 of the 5 demon kings remained, the 2 races had yet to fully recover from their past disasters. "Okay, let's head on in," Jin called to Eugene. Immersed in a mix of complex emotions, Eugene took a moment to compose himself before turning around. "It all looks spotless," Eugene remarked as he saw the inside of the hut. "There are all sorts of magic that have been cast on it." Jin answered the implied question as he led Eugene inside. They headed straight for the stairs leading down into the basement. "Is it okay if we start right away?" Eugene asked excitedly. Jin gave a startled hum as he turned to look at Eugene. Then after blinking his eyes for a moment, he put on a wry smile and nodded his head. "If that's what you want," Jin acquiesced. It was a good thing that Eugene was ambitious. However, Jin couldn't help but feel a little concerned. This boy, Eugene Lionhart, was truly exceptional. Even Jin acknowledged this fact. Although he hadn't personally seen Eugene's performance in the duel with Cyan or during the bloodline continuation ceremony, he could clearly feel the truth from what he had heard about Eugene. On top of that, the habitual movements of his body were so light and agile that it was hard to believe they belonged to a child who hadn't even trained his mana. Although being able to move his body well doesn't mean he'll be equally as skilled with manipulating mana, Jin mused. Jin was truly well aware of this fact. He was also someone who had heard countless praises calling him a genius ever since he was young. However, even though his talent for the martial arts was amazing, it had taken him a very long time to get familiar with his mana. Hopefully, he won't be disappointed after fruitlessly getting his expectations up, Jin worried silently. The more you are aware of your own talent, and the greater the pride you felt from it, the worse the pain and frustration that came from your continued failure. "I'm definitely a genius, so why can't I just do this?" As a child, Jin had needed quite some time to get over the frustration from his failures. Eventually, he had managed to overcome the wall blocking his progress, but initiating his mana for the first time and mastering its uses had still been extremely arduous. At the moment, he's especially at risk of this since he's still full of confidence in himself, Jin sighed inwardly. Eugene's achievements were unprecedented in the history of the Lionhart clan. It was the first time that a child from the collateral lines had defeated the children from the direct line to win the bloodline continuation ceremony. It was also the first time a child had been adopted into the main family. As if that wasn't enough, he had even claimed Winnet from the family's treasure vault, and then was allowed to enter the ley line. When even adults could be shocked by this list of achievements, how proud and full of himself must Eugene be as a 13-year-old child who had managed to accomplish all this? Every time this thought went through his head, Jin's expression softened in concern. Although he knew that his worries were premature, Jin couldn't help but fear that Eugene would become despondent when confronted with the difficulties of reality. If Eugene had been able to read Jin's thoughts, he would have doubled over laughing. Frustration over not being a genius? He had already gone through something like that 300 years ago. Standing beside the great Vermouth, he had had the truth of what a genius really was rubbed in his face over and over again. Compared to Vermouth, there was not a single person in this world who could be arrogant enough to call themselves a genius. Only Vermouth was worthy of that title, and the word genius seemed to exist solely for someone like Vermouth. As Hamel, Eugene had come to fully accept these facts. The stupid Hamel, when he had first seen this name written in a children's book, Eugene had felt like he wanted to rip a particular anonymous author to pieces. However, after further consideration he realized that the name wasn't all that inaccurate. After all, Hamel had been pretty stupid, unlike Sienna, Annis, and Molon, who had never considered Vermouth to be their rival. To them, Vermouth was just a friend, and a companion with whom they had risked life and death together. Although Hamel also felt this way, he was the only one who wanted to surpass Vermouth. As such, he was the only one who continued to argue with Vermouth's decisions. Sit over there in the middle. Although the basement was completely empty, Jin pointed to the center of the room as he said this. For the first step, just try to clear your mind as you breathe, since you'll need to get started by sensing the mana in your surroundings. Yes, sir. Eugene obeyed the order. Mana was always present, but was difficult to feel. And if you wanted to accumulate mana inside your body, you needed to be able to feel it first. Full-scale training could only begin after that. The mana training scripture that has been passed down through the direct line was inherited from our ancestry, the great Vermouth. Jin began his lesson. Oh, Eugene perked up. He had been waiting for these words. Although at the start, it might have been the same as the ones used by the collateral lines, by now, it has become completely different. After all, so much time has passed, and the collateral lines are not allowed to pass down the original scripture, Jin continued. The great Vermouth had drawn a clear line between the main family and its collateral branches. All the collateral branches shared the same roots as the main family. Even Eugene's ancestor had once been a member of the direct line in the distant past, and was pushed out of the main family when they could not become the patriarch. After they were exiled like this, an inescapable restraint was placed on all the ancestors of the collateral lines. This restraint made it impossible for them to pass on the mana training scripture that they had learned from the main family to their descendants. The only thing that could be passed down to the descendants of the collateral lines was a poor imitation of the main family's original scripture. This fake scripture was also made by Vermouth, but of course, it was much less effective than the original copy. The white flame formula. Jin uttered the name of their scripture as he roused the mana within his body. Mana that gave off a pure white light immediately surrounded Jin's body, appearing as if a flame had just engulfed his entire body. Eugene hadn't known that the name of the scripture was the white flame formula, but he clearly remembered the unique appearance of the mana generated by this scripture. The high-quality mana that Vermouth had used had always been expressed in the form of a pure white flame like Jin's. Whenever Vermouth had charged forward with this white flame, like mana wrapped around his body, the sparks that flew off him had looked just like a lion's flowing mane. Chapter 24.1 Mana Training 2. Continuing the lesson, Jin explained. The mana training scriptures inherited by the collateral lines all share their roots in the inferior red flame formula. Over the long 300 years, since the first collateral line had split off, the red flame formula inherited by each collateral line had gone through various improvements. By now, the mana training scriptures inherited by the oldest collateral houses bore almost no resemblance to their original form. However, the modified versions of the red flame formula still could not reach the full power of the white flame formula. Even after such a long period of development, the knockoffs still couldn't overcome the original. The combined wisdom and effort of entire lines of descendants couldn't compete with that of the great Vermouth. The Lionhart clan's direct line was well aware of this fact. As such, they hadn't altered the white flame formula to be in any way different from its original form, because there was no need to make any changes in the first place. What reason was there to add to something that was already perfect? You will be learning the white flame formula, said Jin. Distracted from staring blankly into Jin's flame as he had been so far, Eugene nodded eagerly at these words. Although the name white flame formula was unfamiliar to him. He couldn't be more familiar with its appearance. It was a sight that had caused him to feel frustration more than a few times in his past life. Until the very end, Hamel hadn't been able to surpass the power of these flames. Eugene sighed to himself. He could feel the echoes of bitterness lingering from his past. However, this did nothing to cool the burning excitement in his heart. Jin continued, of course, you won't be able to learn it right away. You'll need to be able to sense mana first. I can already feel it. Urged on by his excitement, Eugene didn't have the patience to keep listening until the end and instead chose to interrupt Jin. Jin grunted in confusion. I said that I can already feel the mana, Eugene repeated. Jin was speechless as he stared at Eugene for a moment, his eyes blinking in disbelief. Then he burst out laughing at the absurd claim. That's just an illusion, Jin corrected Eugene. He understood how Eugene could have come to make such a mistake. Once you got too absorbed into something, it was easy for strange delusions to arise in your head. It's true, Eugene insisted. Jin hummed as he wondered how he should convince Eugene that he was mistaken. After a few moments of contemplation, Jin gently prodded his mana. Then, according to Jin's will, an intangible wisp of mana moved and hovered at Eugene's side. When Eugene remained silent, Jin smiled and said, "See, it's too early for you two. It's here," Eugene said, pointing to his left thigh. "The mana has gathered in this location." Jin's face froze as he was struck dumb. No way, it couldn't be. Jin moved his mana once more. This time, instead of focusing it in one place, he dispersed it. A light stream of mana curled around Eugene's body. Here, over there, up, and now down. How long do you want me to keep this up? Eugene asked as his hand kept moving around to follow the flow of mana. Each time he got it correct, Jin's jaw dropped even further. Eventually, Jin took a few steps back and shook his head violently. "This is unbelievable," Jin muttered in shock. But perhaps this was just a sign that Eugene's 5 senses were unusually developed. Jin changed the movements of the mana. Instead of allowing it to touch Eugene's body directly, he had the mana move further away. Over there. But even with that, Eugene was able to point in the direction of the mana without any hesitation. Jin was struck by a dizzying sense of vertigo. Was this even possible? A 13-year-old kid who had yet to train his mana, who had never received any training to develop his sense for mana, was able to feel the mana as soon he tried. Jin tried to speak, but words failed him. They hadn't even gotten to the part where Jin was going to flow mana directly into Eugene's body. Eugene had learned how to sense mana all on his own. If Eugene had been able to sense mana after 10 days with his assistance, Jin would have already called that quick. But Eugene was so fast that it was unbelievable. Jin finally broke out of his stupor and walked over to Eugene while shaking his head. Although these words might seem a little rude, how great would it have been if you were born to the main family? I've been adopted into it, haven't I? Eugene asked. Adopted, you're right. That's good enough, Jin agreed with a wry smile. Jin sat down in front of Eugene and held his hands so that their arms formed a circle. If you can already feel the mana, then we can begin right away. From now on, just focus on what is happening inside your body without getting distracted, Jin told Eugene seriously. Yes, sir, said Eugene obediently. Jin began transmitting the white flame formula. Eugene closed his eyes and turned his concentration inwards. Soon, mana began flowing into his body through Jin's hands. The mana leaped across the points where their hands were joined and then scattered into numerous branches within Eugene's body. His body had never before taken in any mana. However, Eugene's body seemed to be able to absorb mana well, to an almost unbelievable extent. This fact surprised Jin once again. Jin muttered to himself, "He's a genius." No, this is Jin's eyes wavered. He adjusted the flow of mana that he was sending into Eugene to be a little stronger. He was going to teach Eugene how to breathe in mana, not the physical technique equivalent. Jin led Eugene into becoming conscious of the mana that was in the air he breathed in, and then helped him memorize how to flow this mana through his body according to a set pattern, thus forming the mana breathing cycle. Eugene concentrated on feeling how the mana was flowing within his body. As the mana spread throughout his body, it formed a center at his heart. The mana converged around his heart, and then settled into the blood vessels connected to the heart. Mana began flowing back out along with his blood. Although they flowed together, the movement of his mana didn't completely follow the circulation system of his blood. He's a monster, Jin finished his earlier thought. Jin slowly cut off the flow of mana that he was infusing into Eugene. However, the circulation of mana within Eugene's body didn't stop following the withdrawal of Jin's mana. This showed that Eugene was already able to independently adjust the flow of mana within his own body. He was even making sure not to rush, going slowly so that his body had time to get used to it. Jin couldn't help but feel even further surprised that Eugene was able to accomplish this much. Make sure not to stop breathing, Jin eventually managed to squeeze out in a shaking voice. Imagine that you're breathing in the ley line's mana with each breath you take. Yes, like that. Take the mana you've breathed in, and guide it to follow the circulation path set by the white flame formula. Back to the heart. Eugene's face showed no response. He was concentrating all his attention on memorizing the flow of mana. Then, as he breathed in more mana, he guided this inhaled mana into his heart. Jin was no longer holding Eugene's hands. Unable to close his gaping mouth, he stood up and took a few steps back. "That's right, you're doing very well." The words that slowly fell from his lips seemed ridiculous to Jin. Doing well? How were these words enough to describe what was happening? It was just that he didn't know what else he could say, forcing him to babble something inane like that. With each breath he took, Eugene was sending ripples through the rich mana of the ley line. Since Eugene had just initiated his mana, there was a tight limit to the amount of mana his body could accept. Or at least, that was how it should have been. However, Eugene was currently in the middle of breaking that piece of common sense into pieces. This is insane. Jin wasn't the only one feeling astonished. Eugene was also surprised by the performance of this body that he had been reincarnated into. Because he had the memories of his past life, sensing mana wasn't difficult for him. That applied to forming the mana breathing cycle as well. However, even with all that, his body was absorbing mana with surprising ease. It was to the extent where he could feel the mana stored within his body increasing significantly with each breath. Of course, even a small increase would seem significant when he didn't have any mana in his body in the first place. Still, no matter how good his sensitivity to mana was, it was a fact that his mana absorption rate exceeded all expectations. But it looks like I still have limits, Eugene finally realized. There was an inevitable end to the amount of mana that this young body could absorb. After being immersed in concentration for quite some time, Eugene opened his mouth and released a long sigh as he opened his eyes. His whole body felt sticky from being drenched in sweat. "Ha," Eugene laughed in satisfaction. Chapter 24.2 Mana Training 2. Eugene had been in this focused state for a good long while. Although the length of time was actually shorter than Jin had expected their first session to be, what Eugene had managed to accomplish during these few hours broke all of Jin's beliefs and certainties. The mana of the ley line had actually thinned enough that a difference could be felt. Although it would recover with time, this was a sign that Eugene had absorbed as much mana as his body could possibly handle in just a few hours. Cyan, Seal, and Eward had taken several days just to sense mana. Then, it took them a lot longer to absorb mana into their bodies and eventually form a core from it. That went for Jin as well. Eugene, however, had been able to sense mana as soon as he took a seat, and immediately after forming the mana breathing cycle, had gathered the mana around his heart in order to form his core. Eugene had even managed the whole process without much help from Jin. All Jin had done was provide an initial influx of mana and transmit the flow pattern of the white flame formula. The size of his core is also alarming, Jin observed. It was so large that it was impossible to believe that Eugene had just initiated his mana. If you didn't know Eugene's circumstances, the size might lead you to believe that he'd been training his mana for a few years now. It's usually much smaller than that, but when Jin had first started training his mana, his core was much smaller than Eugene's. But as he diligently trained his mana, the size of his core grew larger. "So you really are a monster," Jin finally managed to choke out the words. While wiping away the sweat running down his cheeks, Eugene smiled calmly and asked, "That's a compliment, right?" "It's definitely a compliment," Jin muttered in a dull tone as he gave Eugene a hand up. "Well, let's start heading back." Jin's thoughts were preoccupied with a single question. How exactly should he explain what had just happened to his brother? "Thanks, Vermouth," Eugene smiled as he thought of this comrade from his previous life. Eugene continued to learn more about the white flame formula on the way back. The biggest difference between the white flame formula and the red flame formula was the former's ability to split off part of the original core to form a new core. No matter how much you developed and trained in the red flame formula, in the end, you could only have a single mana core inside your body. However, when the white flame formula grew past a certain level, the core would split into two. In this way, the body would become able to absorb even more mana, and the split cores could resonate with each other to amplify both cores' power. Each of these cores, both the original and the one that had split off, were called stars, and the number of stars you had reached marked your progress in the white flame formula. The great Vermouth, the progenitor of the Lionhart clan and creator of the white flame formula, had held 10 stars in his body. In the entire history of the Lionhart clan, Vermouth was the only one who had managed to reach the 10th star of the white flame formula. "Both my brother and I are at the 6th star," Jin revealed. This seemed like nothing next to the great Vermouth. However, in the history of the Lionhart clan, the number of people who had managed to reach the 6th star of the white flame formula could be counted on one hand. Cyan, Seal, and Eward are all at the 1st star. Although I'm not sure about Eward, the twins should reach the 2nd star after a year or so, Jin cited as an example of how fast progress in the white flame formula usually was. "What about me?" Eugene asked. "I really can't tell," Jin replied with a wry smile. The unbelievable sight he had seen back at the ley line caused Jin to answer very cautiously out of fear of having to eat his words. Jin continued the lecture. "In my case, it took me 8 years to go from the 1st star to the 2nd star. It was around the same for my brother. Since Cyan and Seal initiated their mana when they were 6, If they managed to reach the second star by next year, it would have taken them 8 years, just like my brother and me. Then will it take me 8 years as well? Eugene guessed. No, came the immediate reply. Although he couldn't guess how long it would take Eugene felt certain as he said, "You'll be a lot faster than that." Eugene could at least be confident of this belief. In the records of the Lionhart clan, there had never been a child who was able to sense mana and begin practicing the white flame formula as fast as Eugene. At the moment, just looking at Eugene's core, it seemed to be bigger than Cyan's when the boy was 10. It definitely won't take you 8 years. Well, as long as you don't become lazy, that is, Jin reminded Eugene. I'll make sure to work hard, Eugene replied with a grin. As if Eugene would be lazy, there was no way he would do something as brain dead as that. Now that he had been reincarnated into a body that was overwhelmingly better than the one from his previous life, he didn't want such a body to go to waste out of his own slothfulness. On top of that, I've even learned Vermouth's mana training scripture, Eugene mused in excitement. How often had he been left feeling frustrated by that damned white flame and the shining lion's mane that had sped ahead of him? Until the very end, stupid Hamel had never been able to surpass Vermouth. No matter how hard he had worked, he had never been able to match Vermouth in strength. But now, was it possible for him to catch up to Vermouth? After some thought, Eugene decided, no way. Eugene didn't want to just match the hero. What he wanted, what he had always wanted, was to surpass Vermouth. It wasn't for the sake of bragging rights. He had never even thought about doing something like that. You should be grateful for your hard-earned strength and make sure to use it properly. Why do needless shit like that and waste your own hard work? For now, I should just focus on learning all I can about the white flame formula. But the 10th star, I'm not sure if I'll be able to reach it. Of course, there was no way that Eugene was just going to follow the lesson plan obediently. Although he would have to try and dig deep into the structure of the white flame formula first, if there was anything that didn't quite suit him, then he would make his own adaptations to fix it. Guess I'll have to deconstruct it as I'm learning it. Hamel's abilities weren't as exceptional as Vermouth's. Eugene was well aware of this fact. Still, his inherited abilities were better than most people's, and they could perhaps even be better than those of the previous Lionhart patriarchs. Although I'll have to give it a go to know for sure. He would have to try out various ideas based on the original white flame formula. Now that he had initiated his mana, Eugene was currently capable of doing much more than he could before. I'll explain things to the patriarch. As for you, you must be tired, so go get a good rest. With these words, Eugene parted ways with Jin in front of the annex. Eugene sent Jin off with a bright smile. Eugene had clearly heard the order to go and rest. Truthfully speaking, his body was quite tired. Although his body wouldn't let out a single protest no matter how much abuse he put it through, just absorbing a lot of unfamiliar mana was enough to make it feel exhausted. However, Eugene had no intention of resting. Since there was no one to tell him otherwise, why should he rest? This kind of fatigue would get better with just a full night's sleep anyway. First of all, why don't we go have a look at my new abilities, Eugene thought to himself. Eugene pulled off his sweat-drenched clothes and tossed them aside. Nina, who had come running out of the annex, stopped and stiffened as she saw his current appearance before turning around and heading back inside. This was because Nina realized that she needed to go and fetch a few necessary items for Eugene, such as a new set of clothes, a towel, and a wash basin. As she was leaving, Nina turned her head and called out, hold on, Master Eugene. What would you like for dinner? Meat, came the answering shout. Yes, master. It was just as she had expected. Nina ran back into the annex, hurrying to prepare for Eugene's unexpected return. Eugene stood still and turned his attention to the core inside his body. From its appearance, it truly deserved to be called a star. Created through the flow of mana guided by the white flame formula, the core centered around his heart looked as if all the stars in the night sky had gathered into a sparkling sphere. It's small, Eugene frowned. It was so small that it couldn't even be compared to the one he had in his previous life. But this wasn't something to be disappointed about. At 13, Hamel had yet to even initiate his mana. At that time, Hamel was just trying to survive. When he was young, Hamel had lived in a village frequently attacked by monsters, a small village at that. There had only been occasional attacks in the beginning, but by the time Hamel turned 10, the attacks had become more frequent and even more ferocious. In order to protect the village, everyone needed to know how to fight the monsters. So all the adults carried weapons like swords and axes, and the children held smaller versions of these weapons. Hamel was like that as well. As soon as he received a weapon, he had learned various ways of fighting. But then, before too long, the village was destroyed. The reason behind the steady intensification of monster attacks was the demon kings of Vermouth. Finally, a sudden assault wiped out the village and left a young Hamel as the only survivor. Chapter 24.3 Mana Training 2. At least my current circumstances are incomparably better than my past life, Eugene thought as he tried to shake off the bad memories. Eugene had initiated his mana earlier than he had in his previous life, and he had even learned Vermouth's white flame formula. Due to these facts, it didn't make sense to compare the current size of his core with the core he had first cultivated in his past life. Eugene shook off his melancholic feelings and focused on the star around his heart. He began moving his mana, allowing it to flow alongside his blood, but also in different directions. While maintaining the flow of the white flame formula, Eugene started warming up his body. Soon, Eugene was nodding with a satisfied expression. "Looks good," he decided. "Just because your core had a lot of mana, that didn't mean you were strong. What was important was how you used that mana." The white flame formula also strictly abided by this principle. Even with this meager amount of mana, his body movements had already improved noticeably. From there, Eugene tried applying the experiences obtained from his previous life. He had always had a knack for handling mana, and he knew just how to maximize his power. Pow! A clenched fist burst through the air with a bang. Although he had only punched once, his muscles and bones already felt numb. Even though Eugene hadn't neglected his physical training, he had yet to familiarize himself with the amplifying effect that mana had on the body. "This is something that I'll just need to gradually get used to." After moving his body around a few more times, Eugene concluded that he wasn't able to create sword light yet. Although he might be able to succeed if he forcefully tried to squeeze some out, he didn't want to do something like that so soon. "If I pointlessly deplete my core, even taking a day off won't be enough for me to recover." Just like how you could get serious health problems by overworking your body, the same went for the core as well. If he used up all his mana, his core would be depleted, placing a corresponding burden on his body. "Master Eugene," Nina called out as she approached. After setting a heavy water basin down on the ground, she didn't pause to catch her breath and immediately started wiping Eugene's body with a dry towel. Eugene stood still, allowing her to work as he continued to think. "I might be able to make a contract now," he pondered uncertainly. He had gone through all sorts of things in his previous life, but he had never signed a contract with a spirit. So Eugene was currently unsure if he could summon a spirit with the minimal amount of mana he had now. "Stand back a little," Eugene ordered. "Yes," Nina immediately skirted backward with a nod of her head. Eugene slowly took a deep breath as he drew winded. The bluish, silver blade slid out of its sheath with a smooth ring. Nina's shoulder trembled as she was startled by the sight. After taking a few more deep breaths, Eugene began drawing mana away from his core. "Let's give it a try," he thought with anticipation. He had never learned any sort of magic, let alone spirit magic, so he couldn't predict the amount of mana it would take to summon something. As such, he had no choice but to try blindly. The mana from his core flowed into Wynid. The star revolving around his heart began to shine. Strangely, even though he couldn't see this, he could feel this happening to the star deep inside his body. Wynid's blade trembled. The magic sword began to hungrily devour all the mana Eugene was feeding it. Sweat once again dripped down from his body, which had just been wiped clean. The blade emitted a soft light, and a gentle breeze started to whirl around Eugene. Nina gasped in shock upon seeing such a sight. As the wind gradually grew stronger, it began fluttering Eugene's hair. His mouth had dried up out of tension, but Eugene clenched his teeth and continued to infuse his mana into the blade. Roar! At some point, the gentle breeze began turning into a violent storm. Nina jolted in surprise and drew back even further. However, the one that was most surprised was Eugene. What was going on? The wind was already so strong that he couldn't even open his eyes properly, but it was still growing stronger. Even though when it wasn't taking in any more mana, Eugene felt something like a door appear inside of his body. This door opened slowly, and as the opening grew wider, the wind grew even stronger. By now, the wind blowing around Eugene had formed a tornado. "You are in the center of this tornado." Eugene lifted his head to look around. The fiercely blowing wind seemed to be carrying a voice that was speaking inside of Eugene's head. Could it really be? "Are you really Hamel?" Eugene's heart started pounding as he tried to find out where this voice was coming from. "Is that you, Tempest?" he asked. Tempest was the wind spirit king who had bestowed his protection onto the storm sword Wynid. Eugene had seen Vermouth summon him a few times in his previous life. "How could it be you? Could it really be that you've reincarnated?" Eugene began responding to Tempest in his head. "You old fucker, how could you tell it was me? As Vermouth's companion, how could I forget the appearance of your soul?" 300 years had flown by, and even his face had changed, but his soul was still the same. Spirits weren't beings of the material plane. So the wind spirit king, Tempest, had easily recognized Hamel by his soul. "It looks like you also remember me. How on earth did you get here?" "I wasn't trying to summon you," Eugene demanded. "It's been a long time since I last heard Wynid's call. I was curious to see which of Vermouth's descendants had been chosen to wield it. But then I felt a familiar soul." The wind slowly began to die down. As it did, static began to interfere with Tempest's voice as it echoed inside his head. How could this be? For someone to be reincarnated with their old memories, and as Vermouth's descendant at that? And it's Hamel of all people? Why didn't Vermouth kill the remaining demon kings? Eugene suddenly asked. How had he been reincarnated? Eugene had no idea. He had died in the castle of the demon king of incarceration, and by the time he had come to his senses, he was already in the body of a wailing newborn baby. Tell me, Tempest, didn't you accompany them on the rest of their journey through the devildom? Why are the Demon King of Incarceration and the Demon King of Destruction still alive after 300 years? I don't know why Vermouth made that decision, Tempest replied. The only thing I know is that, in the decisive battle with the Demon King of Incarceration, Vermouth sheathed his sword. What? Eugene exclaimed. I don't know exactly what happened at that moment. Tempest's voice was getting harder to hear. Their fight at that time was fierce but ultimately futile. In the end, only Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration were left standing. At the final moment, Vermouth put down his sword and refused to kill the Demon King of Incarceration. Neither did he go on to the castle of the Demon King of Destruction. Their journey ended at the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. Don't bullshit me, Eugene growled through clenched teeth. Their journey had just ended here. According to the stories, the hero Vermouth and his companions had driven the Demon King of Incarceration to the brink of death. However, the Demon King of Incarceration had managed to escape without dying and begged the Demon Lord of Destruction for help. During Hamel's death, Vermouth had sworn an oath that he would kill all of the Demon Kings. Of course, Eugene hadn't been around to hear such an oath, but all the fairy tales agreed on this. So the hero's party had headed onwards to the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. However, they could not defeat the two Demon Kings who had joined forces, and instead forced them to swear an oath to bring peace to the world. Like I said, don't bullshit me, Eugene demanded as the taste of blood filled his mouth and his head grew dizzy. What the fuck is with that oath? Why did they make such an oath? Why? Vermouth sheathed his sword, instead of killing the Demon King of Incarceration. I don't know anything about that oath or why Vermouth made such a decision. So what do you know, you son of a bitch? Only those who were there know what kind of oath was made. From the moment that Vermouth put away his sword, I could no longer intervene in that situation. Those who were there, didn't you say that no one was left standing there apart from Vermouth and the Demon King of Incarceration? Doesn't that mean everyone else lost consciousness? Or are you asking me to dig up Vermouth's corpse and ask him? There's no more time. Tempest let out a long sigh. With your inadequate mana, it would be impossible for you to have summoned me. I forcibly opened the door to come here, so now I have to close it. Answer me before you go. I told you I don't know, so why do you keep asking me? I would also like to ask Vermouth why he did that. The wind was fading into nothingness, and Tempest's voice came drifting in and out. Next time, when you have enough strength. Eugene grabbed onto something to steady his swaying body, as he glared down at Winnet. Then, let's meet again, sometime. You motherfucker. Unable to hold it in any longer, Eugene spat out a curse. Tell me the full story, before you leave. The wind finally vanished, and Eugene passed out with a nosebleed. Chapter 25.1 Mana Training 3. When Eugene woke back up, it was in the bed he had been using for the past few days. Nina, who had been waiting at his bedside, let out a startled gasp and was about to call for someone, but Eugene immediately raised his hand to stop her. Please keep quiet, Eugene groaned. Allow me to call someone for assistance, whispered Nina. No, it's okay, refused Eugene. Just stay still. Nina let out a confused noise. Huh? Stay still and don't say anything. Forcing out these words, Eugene clutched his aching head. His memories weren't clouded, and Eugene clearly remembered what he'd been doing just before he collapsed and the contents of his conversation with Tempest. But that still left him with a throbbing headache, along with a hollow feeling of emptiness inside his body. This would have been an unfamiliar sensation for the 13-year-old Eugene, if not for his memories as Hamel. This feeling was mana depletion. He had managed to squeeze out what little mana he had until there had been nothing left. This is all because Tempest just had to show up in person. All his mana had been sucked dry just by opening the door to the spirit world. From there, Tempest had taken over and crossed over into the physical world for a short time under his own power. Doing this had placed quite a considerable burden on Tempest as well. Even spirits with great strength weren't able to open the door to the spirit world by themselves. But as someone who had become a spirit king, Tempest was able to push the door open further by placing the burden for doing so on himself. It looks like Tempest must have been quite excited as well. Tempest had recklessly shouldered the burden and forcibly widened the opening to descend to the physical world and confirm the truth for himself. That was how much Tempest, the Wind Spirit King, had been alarmed by Eugene. No, Hamel's reincarnation. It would have been shocking for him to see that I was reincarnated with memories of my past life intact, but the fact that I was reincarnated as Vermouth's descendant must have made it seem even more so. Spirits remembered people by their souls, so Tempest had managed to recognize the one wielding Winnet, Eugene, as Hamel. This fact had Eugene grinning broadly. After accepting that he had been reincarnated, Eugene hadn't been able to shake off a few lingering, unpleasant concerns. Was he really Hamel? The Hamel seen in his memories of a past life from 300 years ago? What if he wasn't reincarnated, and was just someone who had Hamel's memories implanted into him? Even if that's the case, these memories are definitely real, Eugene had reassured himself whenever these fears popped up. He had also comforted himself by saying that it wouldn't make any difference if he wasn't Hamel reincarnated. He didn't want to attach too much meaning to the uncertain nature of his existence. I think therefore I am. That belief alone would have to be enough. Tempest called me Hamel, Eugene remembered with a grin. Those words had completely erased all those unpleasant concerns. Eugene shook his head with a carefree grin. Master Eugene, are you sure you're okay? Nina asked uncertainly. Eugene dismissed her concerns. I'm fine. How long was I out? About half a day. I must have made you all worry. The Patriarch and Master Jin have been staying in the annex, waiting for you to regain consciousness. They didn't need to do that, Eugene said, shaking his head as he looked over to the room's closed door. Thanks to the mana absorbed into his body, his physical senses had become even more sensitive. As a result, he could feel a few presences hovering impatiently by the door. Why don't you open the door? Eugene suggested to Nina. It looks like I've caused them a lot of worries. Those two had every right to be let in. Gilead had granted him a lot of conveniences, adopted him into the main family, and even given him Winnet. Then they had passed on the white flame formula that only the members of the main family were allowed to learn, and even opened up the ley line for him to initiate his mana. After having all this provided for his mana training, Eugene had still ended up collapsing. When word of this had reached them, Gilead and Jin had rushed over in alarm, and were now waiting impatiently outside the door to check his recovery. As soon as Nina opened the door, Gilead and Jin rushed in. Upon seeing Eugene sitting up in bed, Gilead sighed in relief and approached him more sedately. Are you all right? Gilead asked in concern. Yes, sir, Eugene gave his reply with a reassuring smile. Although he wasn't able to personally check his appearance in a mirror, Eugene guessed that his face would appear like it had been drained of all its blood. Gilead and Jin both looked at Eugene's face for a moment before exchanging gazes. It was now Jin's turn to speak as he asked, what exactly happened? As they were leaving the ley line and returning to the annex, Eugene had seemed perfectly fine. However, not long after his return to the annex, Eugene had collapsed. Thanks to this, Jin couldn't help but feel a whole tidal wave of concerns. He was the one who transmitted the white flame formula to Eugene and guided him into forming his own mana breathing cycle. What if Jin had made a mistake during this process, which had led something to go wrong within Eugene's body? Although Jin had faith in his own abilities, he couldn't help but worry now that something had gone terribly wrong. I've already heard part of the story. This time, Gilead resumed speaking. I was told that after you drew Winnet, a large breeze suddenly started blowing. Was this because you summoned a spirit? Although he had expected such a question, Eugene hesitated for a moment without answering right away. How should he try and explain this? Did he really have to come up with a blatant lie? The Wind Spirit King descended from the spirit world, Eugene finally admitted. There was no point in divulging the whole story, but he had to say something. There were too many eyes who had seen Tempest's descent, and it was impossible for any other spirit to be able to provoke such a storm through their arrival on this plane. What? Gilead yelped. Eugene explained. He said that it had been a long time since he'd heard a summon, so he wanted to see who it was. What kind of? Gilead fell silent, too shocked to finish his sentence. Both Gilead and Jin couldn't help but be astonished. 300 years had passed since Vermouth had left them, so of course, more than a few ancestors in the direct line had wielded Winnet. Although this might be stating the obvious, most of them were able to summon the spirits of the wind with the help of Winnet. However, the expectations that the Wind Spirit King, Tempest, held for his summoners were just as lofty as his own royal standing. So following Vermouth, not a single ancestor had managed to successfully summon the Wind Spirit King. Jin gave an audible gulp and asked, is that really the truth? He knew that Eugene would have no reason to tell such a lie, but the news was so shocking that Jin felt he had no choice but to ask. Yes, the Wind Spirit King. Eugene trailed off. Eugene frowned, making it obvious that he was having some difficulty remembering. While tapping the side of his own tousled head in order to jog his memories, Eugene continued speaking. I think he said that I didn't have enough strength yet, and that next time, when I had enough power, he was looking forward to seeing me again someday. Then he returned to the spirit world. Gilead, who had been silently listening to Eugene's explanation, suddenly burst into laughter. While shaking his head, he plopped down onto a chair next to Eugene's bed. Eugene, you really are one surprising child, Gilead sighed in relief. Eugene didn't know what to say in response, so he just smiled. After staring at Eugene for a few moments, Gilead placed a hand inside his vest. I heard about what happened at the ley line from Jin. In less than an hour, you were able to sense mana and make a core using the white flame formula. All that would have been shocking enough, but for you to attract the Wind Spirit King's attention as well. Something like that happening was unprecedented. However, what about Eugene wasn't unprecedented? Winning the bloodline continuation ceremony as a collateral child, being adopted into the family, becoming the new owner of Winnet, and receiving the white flame formula with the ley line's assistance. All these things were unprecedented in the history of the Lionhart family. He went from sensing mana to accumulating it into his body in less than a day. That too is something unprecedented, Gilead reminded himself. Gilead felt nothing but pure pleasure at this news. The Wind Spirit King had taken note of this young child, and had even descended personally to take a look at him. An event like this could even be considered the revitalization of the Lionhart clan. "Drink this," Gilead ordered. When his hand came out of his vest, Gilead was holding a small-sized potion. Gilead explained, "This will restore your depleted mana. However, you have to promise me that, instead of overdoing it, you will lie in bed for the next few days." "But my body feels fine. I still want your promise. If you injure your body by needlessly overburdening it, you will regret it in the future." "Fine, I promise." Without any further protest, Eugene nodded his head. The mana recovery potion was just as valuable as it was useful. Eugene gulped down the whole bottle under the watchful eye of Jin and Gilead. His hollowed-out body started to refill with mana. Without getting flustered, Eugene immediately began using the white flame formula to recharge his core with this mana. But the mana from the potion wasn't enough to fully restore his depleted core. Due to the nature of mana, the amount that could be contained within the potion wasn't all that great. Even so, after emptying the entire bottle, his headache and the stiffness in his limbs were considerably relieved. "After a few days' rest, Jin will resume your lessons," Gilead said as he stood up. "Initially, we were planning to go on another training trip once the bloodline continuation was over, but now it looks like that will be impossible." "Is it because of me?" asked Eugene. "That's right. I think that we will need to prioritize cultivating your talents instead of our own training." "I don't want to take up too much of Patriarch and Surgeon's time," Eugene admitted shyly. "Don't think of it like that. After all, I'm the one who really wants to guide you personally," Jin spoke up. He patted Eugene on the shoulder with a grin. Jin added, "But of course, I'll be teaching Cyan and Seal right alongside you, and the Patriarch will also be helping with our lessons." Eugene was certainly special. However, it wouldn't be good to show Eugene excessive favoritism because of this. The eldest son, Eward, had left the main estate and headed to Aroth, but Cyan and Seal were still staying at the main estate. They also deserved to receive the same level of teaching as Eugene. "I expect it will be a good stimulus to have Eugene train alongside those two," Gilead thought. After hearing that Eugene had returned from the ley line with impressive results after spending less than a day there, Cyan and Seal had immediately headed to the gymnasium and started their own training. So Gilead was also nursing high expectations of both Cyan and Seal. Chapter 25.2 Mana Training 3. Sometime after Gilead and Jin had left, Eugene called out, "Nina, please allow me to go and prepare your meal," Nina offered. "Good, but before you do that," Eugene said as he got out of bed and picked up Winid, "keep whatever happens from now on a secret between the two of us." "Yes, sir? Even if I collapse again, don't tell anyone." "Do you really need to try to do something like that now?" Nina asked in concern. "I just need to check something, so I probably won't fall unconscious again," Eugene reassured her before infusing mana into Winid. Luckily for him, there wasn't a repeat of the previous incident, but Eugene's brow still furrowed at this as he felt a slight dissatisfaction. Instead, a spirit that was only the size of his palm began hovering around him. It was a sylph, a lesser spirit of the wind. Composed of a mass of wind, it didn't even have a proper shape. However, with Eugene's small amount of mana, it was normal for him to have summoned the sylph. Just in case, Eugene tried to mentally ask the sylph, "Hey, have you heard anything from your king?" However, there was no reply. It seemed that it was impossible to converse with a spirit that had such low intelligence. With a click of his tongue, Eugene brandished Winid. Eugene began his test by calling out an incantation in his head, "Wind, blade." Once he had done so, an opaque stream of wind formed around his sword. Eugene glanced down at this wavering blade-shaped wind before giving it a swing. Skick. The eerie sound that the blade made as it swung through the air caused Nina's body to tremble. After swinging Winid around a few more times, Eugene released the sylph back to the spirit world. Before doing so, he attempted to mentally communicate with it once more. "Pass this message on to Tempest. If you were lying to me, I'll kill you." The sylph still didn't reply. However, it appeared to sense that its king had been insulted, as it sent a gust of wind to ruffle Eugene's hair before returning to the spirit world. Though Tempest shouldn't have any reason to lie about that, Eugene admitted to himself. It was just that Eugene couldn't quite understand what he was feeling, so he felt like he had to say something. While feeling a mix of complex emotions, Eugene sat down heavily on the bed. "I need to think about this rationally," Eugene told himself, without letting any useless emotions get in the way. 300 years ago, Hamel died. His companions, Vermouth, Sienna, Annis, and Milan, continued to make their way to the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. It had to have been a tough journey. The second-ranked Demon King of Incarceration was strong enough that none of the previous Demon Kings of Fury, Cruelty, and Carnage could compare to him. Just getting to his castle was as difficult as slaying one of the previous Demon Kings. And with me dead, speaking objectively, Hamel had been strong. Although he wasn't as strong as Vermouth, he was easily the next strongest in the party. So with Hamel dead, the remaining 4 may have found it impossible to deal with the remaining Demon Kings. They would have already been exhausted from making the torturous trek to the Demon King of Incarceration's castle, and Hamel had perished before the battle. In such a state, it was questionable whether they would have even been able to defeat the Demon King of Incarceration. In that case, wouldn't it have been better for them to retreat for the moment and reconsider their plans? So did everything really end there? With only Hamel having perished, Vermouth and the other 4 had returned from the devildom of Helmuth after making some kind of mysterious promise. However, the only ones who knew the details of this promise were Vermouth and the remaining Demon Kings. But really, what was in that oath? That was what bothered Eugene the most. For the Demon Kings who lived to cause the world suffering, what on earth could have made them change their minds and swear to uphold the peace? Who exactly was the one who proposed such an oath in the first place? What were the contents of the oath? It all comes back to Helmuth. Just thinking about it by himself wouldn't bring him any answers. The memories of his past life clearly ended when he had died in the Demon King of Incarceration's castle 300 years ago. As for the events after that, most of what he knew came from the contents of the fairy tales that the young Eugene had read. I need to find some time to go to Helmuth, Eugene finally decided. 300 years ago, Helmuth was a horrifying place. Demonic beasts whose only purpose in life was to catch and eat humans roamed the land, and the demon folk inhabiting that land were constantly marching out to invade human territories. Fallen wizards, now known as Black Wizards, hunted humans to offer them as tributes to their masters, the Demon Kings. These evil wizards wanted to become demons themselves, so they sought the truth of the demonic path won even if it meant bending the knee to the Demon Kings. Helmuth had been a twisted hell of such vicious and ugly desires. However, that was no longer the case. Since 200 years ago, Helmuth had begun accepting human visitors, and the Demon Kings and the demon folk showed such hospitality to their visitors that it seemed as if they were trying to overcompensate for their past cruelty. Nowadays, people didn't think of Helmuth as a hellish place. Instead, they thought of it as a tourist destination where one could experience unique, seductive, and decadent entertainment that couldn't be found anywhere else. The demon folk, who had once taken the initiative to invade human territories, were now volunteering their services in neighboring countries as reparations for the war, and the black magicians, who had been wagging their tails for the Demon Kings, had cast themselves as victims, and, after managing to sway public opinion, they had even managed to eventually erect the Black Tower of Magic in Eroth. In Eugene's opinion, all of this was complete bullshit. Demon folk were volunteering to work, they were definitely siphoning off human souls behind the people's backs. The Black Tower of Magic? It would be better to call it a black swamp of corruption. Even though they said it was for the sake of promoting the study of magic, it was apparent why those crazy bastards in Eroth had welcomed the Black Wizards and averted their eyes from these same wizards' past crimes. Although the truth hadn't been revealed, Eugene was sure that there must be all sorts of ugly things hidden behind the construction of the Black Tower of Magic. Helmuth, Eroth, Uras, and the Ruhr, as Eugene recalled each of the places where his former life's companions had left their traces, he clicked his tongue in irritation. Of course, he couldn't just set off immediately. With his young body, it was impossible to head off alone on a journey to such distant countries. But someday, Eugene told himself with determination before letting out a deep sigh and patting his stomach. His empty stomach was rumbling in hunger. What exactly should he say to Eugene? After leaving the banquet, this worry had kept Cyan up for most of the night. Although he had barely managed to get some sleep, that damn dream had ruined his rest. In that dream, Cyan had dueled with Eugene and lost once more. Except this time, Cyan was a minotaur instead of himself. Within the dream, he had personally experienced the scene he had witnessed during the bloodline continuation ceremony. After becoming a minotaur who couldn't use sword, light, Cyan was brutally dismembered by Eugene, torn into pieces mercilessly. As he emerged from the gymnasium, Cyan attempted to shake off the last vestiges of his dream with a shudder. However, the frown on his face remained as heavy as ever. As he rubbed his eyes, which had been skewered multiple times during his dream, Cyan bit his lip in frustration. "What's going on, brother?" Seal suddenly asked. "Nothing is going on. Why are you asking?" Cyan responded defensively. "Your expression looks like it belongs at a funeral, and you didn't have much for breakfast either." "I've always had this expression, and I ate just as much breakfast as I usually do." "Liar," accused Seal, sticking her tongue out at him with a smile. "I know what's really going on with you. It's because of Eugene, isn't it?" Cyan bristled. "What does any of this have to do with him?" "They said that we will be learning together with Eugene starting from today. I know that you're really bothered because of this." "I said that it doesn't have anything to do with him." See, you've lost your temper quicker than usual. Why are you taking your anger with Eugene out on me?" "I haven't lost my temper, but you don't deny that something is bothering you?" "That's..." Hesitating, Cyan clenched his fists as he glared at his cheeky younger sister. "Honestly, it does bother me." But mother said you need to become friends with him, reminded Seal. Do you think I can really do that just because she tells me to? I did. Would you like me to put a word in for you with Eugene? What are you going to tell him? I'll just ask him to be friends with my brother. Cyan's shoulders slumped at these words, and his fists started trembling in embarrassment. Although he might be able to ask his mother to do something like that, Cyan definitely couldn't allow his sister, who was a few seconds younger than him, to make such a humiliating request. I'll do things my own way, Cyan spat out before immediately clamping his lips shut. He had just caught sight of Eugene walking over from the far-off annex. Cyan's eyes widened as he caught sight of Winnet hanging from Eugene's waist. Even at this distance, he could make out all the tiny details of that famed weapon. They told me that he's already a first star in the White Flame formula. Seal chimed in beside him. I know, Cyan gritted out. Didn't it take us a really long time to reach the White Flame formula's first star? It wasn't that long. Since it took us around a month, that means only a handful of our ancestors in the direct line were as fast as us. But Eugene didn't even take a day to reach the first star. Doesn't that mean he's the fastest in history? Just be quiet. I heard this from Uncle Jin, but apparently Eugene was able to feel the mana as soon as he sat down on the ley line. It took us more than 4 days, right? So what? Cyan responded in a sharp voice as he turned to stare at his younger sister. Seal just giggled in amusement at her older brother's reaction. Instead of continuing to tease her brother, Seal waved at the approaching Eugene and called out a greeting. Hi. Why do you plan on staying in the annex? You should just live with us in the main family's mansion, Seal said to Eugene once he got closer. Cyan immediately replied in Eugene's place. That's a terrible idea. After glancing at Cyan with hooded eyes, Eugene nodded and said, I also think that would be a terrible idea. But I think it would be great, Seal insisted with a grin before pointing to Winnet. So, I've heard that you were able to summon the Wind Spirit King using Winnet? That has to be a lie, just like last time, Cyan replied instead of Eugene. Although his heart was slowly opening up to Eugene, Cyan absolutely couldn't bring himself to change his hostile behavior. Cyan was too young to understand his feelings of awe for Eugene, and it was even harder for him to identify the dawning sense of respect that he felt because of this. Except for the great Vermouth, none of our ancestors could summon the Wind Spirit King while wielding Winnet, Cyan cited as evidence. Eugene snorted at these words and drew Winnet. This startled Cyan into leaping backward, away from him. What do you think you're doing? Cyan demanded. Instead of replying, Eugene infused his mana into Winnet. Soon after, wind gathered into the form of a sylph. Seeing its appearance, Cyan inwardly felt relieved and burst out laughing. What is that? The Wind Spirit King? He asked mockingly. Nope, came the simple reply from Eugene. Eugene held up Winnet so that it could be seen clearly, and the sylph proceeded to wrap itself around the sword. Cyan's jaw dropped as he took in this blade of wind. Sword, light? Cyan exclaimed in shock. Does this really look like sword, light to you? Eugene asked mockingly. Cyan's face reddened as he felt the tables being turned on him. While swinging Winnet around a few times, Eugene stared firmly at Cyan. Shall we spar? Eugene offered. What? Cyan choked in panic. You can feel free to use sword, light, because I'll be using this. When Cyan remained silent, Eugene coaxed. Why don't we just have some fun? Or if you'd like, we could bet on it. If you win, I won't. Cyan immediately stepped back while shaking his head. I've come here today to learn from Uncle Jin. I'm not here to spar with you. Eugene grinned. Are you scared? I'm not scared, Cyan replied hesitantly while urgently sending Seal a pleading look. He was hoping that his sister could somehow salvage this situation. However, Seal just ignored Cyan's glance and smiled in amusement. That evil bitch. Fortunately, before Cyan was forced to make any excuses, Eugene backed down and gave him an out. Let's not argue pointlessly, Eugene said with a sigh. Cyan couldn't think of anything to say. We're brothers now, so we should try to get along, said Eugene with a broad smile as he offered Cyan his hand. For a few moments, Cyan alternated between staring at Eugene's hand and face. Eugene eventually asked, Don't you know what this handshake means? Huh? Cyan seemed confused. It means that I want us to get along well as brothers. Oh well, that's, after some hesitation, Cyan eventually took Eugene's hand with a grateful nod. Shake hands with me as well, Seal demanded, cutting into their conversation from her position at their side. This request forced Eugene to cross his arms so that he could hold both Cyan and Seal's hands simultaneously. Since I was born earlier than you, you should call me your big sister, Seal brought up once more. Eugene refused. Would you shut up about that? Didn't that mean he was Eugene's big brother? Although Cyan felt this thought pop up in his head, he decided to keep his mouth shut when he saw Eugene's narrowed eyes. He definitely didn't have the audacity to claim Eugene as his younger brother. 1. What makes a demon a demon? Chapter 26.1. Aroth one time sure flew quickly. Eugene suddenly had this thought as he looked in the mirror during the early hours of one morning. He casually tidied up a shaggy mop of hair as he stared at his own face in the mirror. He was now 17 years old. 4 years had already passed since the end of the bloodline continuation ceremony and his adoption into the main family. Although his face still looked like that of a young boy's, his body was almost fully grown. As Eugene examined his own wide chest and broad shoulders, for a moment, he was overcome by his emotions. This really is a great body. This was a topic that he had thought of several times over the 17 years he had lived in this body, but he never got bored of repeating this fact within his head whenever it came up. First of all, he had a handsome face. Eugene wasn't just saying that because it was his. Even if he was forced to look at it objectively, he would have to admit that his features were good-looking. Although he felt that Hamel's face from his past life wasn't all that ugly, comparing that face to his current face after being reincarnated as Eugene, the difference in their looks was about as much as the difference between an ordinary elf and a human's. Though not as much as an elf compared to an orc, Eugene had no desire to disparage the face of his previous life to that extent. After patting his smooth cheeks a few times, Eugene started stretching his facial muscles by pulling all sorts of expressions in the mirror. The nasty look in his eyes when he frowned hadn't changed at all since childhood. It was just a part of his innate character. Despite going around with narrowed eyes ever since he was young, Eugene was just glad that he didn't have any wrinkles. I had an even nastier look in my eyes during my previous life. Relaxing his frown, he gave a broad smile instead. But was this handsome guy in the mirror really him? Although he had already graduated from truly thinking such nonsensical thoughts, even after 17 years of living in this body, he still felt amazed each time he saw this handsome face in the mirror. I have to admit it, your blood is strong, Eugene thought as he raised his eyes to his gray hair. The older he grew, the more prominent the gray hairs became. Every time Eugene saw this hair color, he was reminded of Vermouth. Eugene had his reasons for indulging in such self-absorbed sentiments this early in the morning. After initiating his mana when he was 13, Eugene had trained his mana every morning without skipping a single day. And today, Eugene had finally reached the 3rd star in the white flame formula. That was quick. He could feel the split off core circling around his heart. 3 points of light that showed he had reached the 3rd star of the white flame formula. Way too quick. After he had started to train his mana, Eugene had realized something. The white flame formula's performance was incomparable to the mana training scripture he had learned in his previous life. Eugene was able to extract the optimal degree of efficiency from just a small amount of mana, and the speed with which he absorbed mana was also extremely fast. The cost of spreading this absorbed mana throughout his body and turning it into strength was also not very high. However, for him to have achieved this rank so quickly, it couldn't just be attributed to the superiority of the white flame formula. It was also because Eugene's body was naturally attuned to absorbing mana. Although it's great that this body's performance is so amazing, sometimes he couldn't help but feel perturbed. If it's already this fast, just how much faster will my progress be later? It would be the opposite of subtle. But this was actually quite a pleasant issue to be perturbed about. Eugene smiled as he looked at his reflection. But the strength I had in my previous life won't be enough. This amazing body had been granted to him, Eugene Lionhart, and it had given him a lot of expectations for his future. With this body, he couldn't be satisfied with just relying on the memories and experiences of his past life. Eugene had become convinced of this fact years ago. Hamel had definitely been a great talent. Although he wasn't as good as Vermouth, he had also known how to wield all sorts of weapons. Without any formal training, Hamel's skills had been forged and honed on the battlefield as he towed the line between life and death. This meant his techniques had been refined through constant usage. Hamel had made a name for himself with just these skills, and had even come to mistake himself as a genius. It was at this point that he had met Vermouth, and Hamel had suddenly realized that he wasn't a genius after all. After becoming Vermouth's companion, he had also gone through a lot. His techniques had been further polished, and he'd added even more skills to his repertoire. But it's still not enough. It wasn't enough to just acquire the strength he had in his previous life. To take advantage of this talented and greed-provoking body of his, he needed more than just his past life's memories. I need to learn everything, and not just to a basic level either. The sword, the spear, the axe, and the bow. He already knew how to skillfully handle most weapons. He had confidence in his weapon techniques since he had refined these skills in order to not just survive, but thrive in the devildom. But he wasn't quite there yet. Although he was still a little slower than he had been in his previous life, he knew in his head how to get there. It was just a matter of when, not if. His body would catch up to what he knew it was capable of. So if he would eventually get there anyway, wouldn't it be more efficient to use his time elsewhere? Looks like I need to learn some magic, Eugene suddenly spouted. What kind of bullshit is that? Cyan gasped. As Cyan sat on the ground, trying to catch his breath, he lifted his head to look up at Eugene. The monstrous guy standing beside him wasn't showing any signs of exertion, even after all the exercise they had just done. At first, this would have made him flare up in envy, but now, after 4 years of looking at that relaxed expression, he was already used to it. I said that I need to learn some magic, Eugene kindly repeated. And I said, what kind of bullshit is that? Cyan spat out with a confused expression on his face. Eugene wasn't the only one whose body had grown during these 4 years. Cyan had also grown a lot. Of course, it was obvious that Cyan didn't really appreciate this fact, and Eugene was a big reason for that. Although they might be of similar age, Cyan was just a tiny bit shorter than Eugene, and the difference in their skill levels was just as great as ever. Speaking of this morning, Eugene continued speaking without offering Cyan a hand up. Cyan was still a brat with too much self-respect. He wouldn't admit he had lost even when he was defeated, and he wouldn't appreciate it if Eugene offered him a hand up. Even though Cyan would no longer fuss about being insulted or whatnot, like what had happened when they first met, it would only stoke feelings of frustration lingering within the corners of his heart if Eugene were to show him any kindness. I was just training in the white flame formula like I usually do. Could it be? Did you really? Cyan couldn't finish the question. Cyan's eyes started trembling as he got a bad feeling. Gritting his teeth, he jumped to his feet. Eugene smiled as he saw Cyan getting flustered like this. And then this happened. As Eugene finished speaking, the mana that was usually spread throughout his body gathered near his heart. Once there, the 3 stars at his core began to resonate with each other. These stars, locked together in a circuit around his heart, began to explosively amplify the power of his mana. Whoosh! Mana in the form of pure white light engulfed Eugene's entire body. Cyan stared at this sight with wide eyes. The white flame, like light, wrapped around Eugene's form looked like a flowing lion's mane. What the fuck? Cyan swore, his voice shaking. Since he also practiced the white flame formula, he was well aware of what that mana cloak engulfing Eugene signified. By covering his body in a blaze of mana like that, he had truly created a fiery beacon that honored the name of the white flame formula. This meant that Eugene had reached the 3rd star of the white flame formula. Chapter 26.2 Aeroth 1. Is that even possible? Cyan asked in disbelief. Cyan was so ashamed that he felt like he would be better off dead. He had initiated his mana 7 years earlier than Eugene, and had been training in the white flame formula for nearly as long. Thanks to this, he had managed to reach the 2nd star of the white flame formula 3 years ago. But until now, Cyan's progress had remained stalled at the 2nd star. The stars around his heart seemed like they were just about to divide, but they never did. But instead, that annoying son of a bitch, Eugene, who had initiated his mana 7 years later than Cyan, had already reached the 3rd star of the white flame formula. Of course, it's possible, Eugene said with a relaxed smile as he allowed the mana to dissipate. Because I'm a genius. Eugene thought declaring something like that from your own mouth was rather shameful. Or at least he used to think that. But now, he had to admit that it would be ridiculous to pointlessly act humble. He had been born with the body of a genius, and on top of that, he had memories of his past life. Although Hamel from his past life wasn't a genius, Eugene definitely was. Why don't you just go and die? Cyan cursed. Eugene chided him. Brothers shouldn't say such things to each other. Like you can talk about what brothers shouldn't do. Every morning you beat me up so badly that it feels like I'm going to croak. Aren't you the one who keeps asking for a spar every morning? If you don't want to get beaten up, let's just stop. It doesn't matter to me. Cyan ground his teeth as he glared at Eugene. Challenging Eugene to a spar every morning was Cyan's own way of dealing with the frustration of his rivalry with Eugene. Honestly speaking, Eugene appreciated this change in Cyan's attitude. At first, he thought that Cyan was just a stupid brat, but perhaps because he had come to accept Eugene after the adoption, Cyan's foolish streak had shown a lot of improvement. But why magic of all things? Cyan returned to the main point. Because I've never learned any magic, Eugene explained. So that's why you want to learn magic. Don't make me laugh. And how exactly do you intend to learn magic? Do you want to call up a teacher from the capital? I'll need to check with the patriarch regarding that. Are you really serious? No, but why on earth do you want to learn magic all of a sudden? Cyan just couldn't understand Eugene. Since he had that much talent in martial arts, why would he want to dabble in magic instead of focusing on what he was good at? Cyan tried to dissuade Eugene. Aren't you too old to be learning magic? 17 is still plenty young, denied Eugene. This is nonsense. Have you forgotten about what happened to Eward? Cyan asked with a snort as he dusted off his pants. He went off to learn magic when he was 15, 2 years younger than you are now, and now he's just being treated like a fool in Aeroth. Eugene glared at Cyan and growled, Bastard. How dare you say such a thing about your older brother? Did I say anything that wasn't true? Cyan protested while shrugging off Eugene's glare. Instead of putting on airs and pointlessly heading to Aeroth to learn magic, just stay here at the main estate, where it's comfortable. If you really do tell him that you want to start learning magic, Father might just start crying tears of blood. That did seem to be a possibility. 4 years ago, Eugene Lionhart, the eldest son of the main family, had accompanied Lovelian, the head wizard of the Red Tower, to Aeroth as soon as the bloodline continuation ceremony was over. But in the end, he couldn't become Lovelian's disciple. It seemed that his potential wasn't bad, as he had been allowed to remain in Aeroth, but he couldn't become as big of a success as his parents had hoped for. Now, 4 years had passed, and Eward was still staying in Eroth. According to what Eugene had picked up in passing, he was currently learning magic from a wizard affiliated with the Red Tower of Magic, but he didn't seem to be achieving much progress. Thanks to this, it wasn't just Lovelian's authority as the head wizard that had obviously been affected, but the main family's prestige had also been tarnished. Although the patriarch had just done his best for his eldest son by using his connections to send him to the Red Tower of Magic to learn magic, to others, it appeared as though the patriarch was getting rid of a mediocrely talented heir by exiling him to the Red Tower. Even if the patriarch does shed tears of blood, Madame and Scylla should end up supporting me, Eugene commented. I could see Mother doing that, Cyan mumbled with a needlessly wary glance at the main family's mansion. However, it isn't that my mother dislikes you, Eugene objected, but sometimes when we cross paths, she gets a really fierce look in her eyes. That's because she's seen how you beat me like a dog, argued Cyan. Even if she has, what can I do? How can I just stop beating you when you keep asking for it? You son of a bitch. It was admittedly Cyan who had asked him to take their spars seriously. This was because Cyan had thought that his skills wouldn't grow if Eugene kept taking it easy on him. But, for a long time now, Cyan had come to feel deep regret for saying something like that. Eugene showed absolutely no mercy during their spars. If he even saw a tiny opening, he would pierce through it right away and keep attacking mercilessly. While doing so, Eugene would also constantly point out Cyan's various inadequacies. Still, because Eugene explained his criticisms clearly and in a way that was easy to understand, Cyan was forced to listen to him silently even when he felt like his heart would stop beating out of anger. Eventually Cyan asked Eugene, "Do you really intend to go to Eroth? If you're going to learn something, you should learn it properly," was all Eugene needed to say in explanation. If you wanted to properly learn magic, the best thing to do would be to go to Eroth. And there's also something that I want to investigate, Eugene thought to himself. He wanted to see what Sienna's life had been like in Eroth following their journey. This desire had been building up within him for a long time. And it wasn't just Sienna, but Annis and Mullen as well. He wanted to know how his companions had lived their lives after they returned from the Devildom 300 years ago. And ultimately, he wanted to know the truth of what had happened then. Even here at the main estate, there are hardly any records of them. The history of the founding ancestor, Vermouth, was also left very vague. Although he had searched here and there during these 4 years, there were hardly any traces of what the hero and his companions did after returning from the Devildom. And this necklace as well. Eugene stared down at the necklace hanging from his neck. He had constantly worn the necklace since he retrieved it from the treasure vault 4 years ago. Even when the head wizard of the Red Tower had personally peered into the memories left within the necklace's mana, Lovelian hadn't been able to find any memories identifying it as Hamel's keepsake. This meant someone else had created an undetectable, false layer in the necklace's memories. From what Eugene thought, the only people who could do something like that were Sienna or Vermouth. But why on earth would they have done it? He couldn't figure out what their reasons for doing so might be. However, if he had to say it, Sienna seemed more likely to have prepared such a prank in the necklace, rather than Vermouth. The Vermouth that Eugene remembered wasn't the type of person to do something like this. That's, if you do go to Eroth's, Ian coughed before continuing with a hesitant expression, Seal will be sad. Really, Eugene said, with a laugh for how absurd Cyan's claim sounded. Are we talking about the same Seal, the one who looks disgusted whenever she sees me? Those aren't her true feelings. Although he said this, Cyan didn't seem to have any confidence in his own words. Seal Lionhart, that cunning brat, seemed to have started going through puberty at the beginning of this year. She no longer stuck close to Eugene like she used to, and she wouldn't even start a conversation with him. Perhaps it was because the symptoms of her puberty were quite severe. She rarely even left her room. Although Seal didn't neglect her training, she no longer trained with Eugene and Cyan as she had done before. I hate the smell of sweat, was the reason that she had given for it. Thanks to that, Jin and Gilead were forced to keep very busy. They first met with the puberty-stricken Seal in the morning and spent half the day teaching her while the other half was spent teaching Cyan and Eugene. Anyways, if you do go to Eroth, Seal will be sad, Cyan insisted. Do you really think I'll change my mind just because Seal will be sad? Eugene asked. You heartless bastard, Cyan spat as his fists trembled in anger at Eugene's careless comment. Have you even considered how Mr. Gerhardt will feel? My father will be perfectly fine without me. Even Cyan couldn't help but agree with that. Gerhardt had initially been uncomfortable with living at the main estate, but he had become completely accustomed to life here over the past few years. Now he regularly went on hunting trips with the heads of the other collateral families, and he sometimes spent whole nights drinking beer with Jin and Gilead. Even Ancilla got along quite well with Gerhardt. Of course, Eugene was well aware of the reason for this. Ancilla didn't wish to show much hostility to Eugene. Although she hadn't relaxed her considerable vigilance towards him, she knew that it was better for both of them if they appeared to get along than to appear openly hostile. However, Tannes, as Eward's mother and the official first wife, was openly wary of Eugene and Gerhardt. Following Eward's failure to become Lovelian's disciple, Tannes' overly sensitive personality had continued to worsen. Looks like I'll need to be a little careful of Tannes, Eugene reminded himself. If she was told that Eugene was going to Eroth, Tannes would definitely become even more sensitive to the threat he posed to her son's candidacy. This wasn't a problem that Eugene could simply solve by paying more attention to her. Instead, this was something that he would have to secretly entrust to the patriarch, Gilead. "Where are you going?" Sayan asked as he noticed Eugene beginning to walk away. "To meet with the patriarch," Eugene explained over his shoulder. "You're going to meet with him right now?" "I need to get his permission quickly." After all, with this final reply, Eugene left the gymnasium. After staring absent-mindedly at Eugene's receding back, Sayan gave a deep sigh. "What the hell is with this bullshit about learning magic?" Sayan grumbled and began following after Eugene. Chapter 27.1 Eroth 2. Although Eugene had set out to find Gilead immediately, he couldn't just barge straight into Gilead's office. While casually exchanging greetings with the main family's servants, Eugene sent through a request to meet with Gilead. Before long, the head butler arrived to personally escort Eugene to Gilead's office. "You should really think it over before deciding," Sayan attempted to persuade Eugene. "I've already given this matter a lot of thought before coming to my decision," said Eugene. Sayan took a deep breath and swallowed his protests. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous that he was trying to hold on to Eugene and prevent him from leaving. If that monster were to turn his hand towards learning magic, wouldn't that mean his training in the martial arts would slow down? That would actually be better for me, Sayan realized. Although Eugene's progress might be ahead of his for the moment, Sayan would also rise to the 3rd star within the next few years. So Sayan decided to see Eugene's departure as more of an opportunity. Of course, Sayan had no intention of being satisfied with just reaching the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. He hoped to have somehow reached the 4th star by the time he became an adult. But can I really? Truthfully speaking, he had his doubts. In the history of the Lionhart clan, there wasn't a single person who had ever managed to reach the 4th star of the White Flame formula while in their teens. Even the family ancestors who had made a name for themselves as geniuses, and even Gilead and Jin, had all been stalled at the 3rd star before they had become adults. In other words, just being able to rise to the 3rd star of the White Flame formula at this age was enough for him to be compared to his genius predecessors. However, such thoughts merely filled Sayan's mouth with a bitter taste. Eugene and Sayan were both currently 17, but today Eugene had already risen to the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. That was an unprecedented speed of advancement. It wasn't like this was the first time that that monstrous child had left his mark in the history of the direct line. But Sayan gave a heavy sigh as he turned to stare at Eugene's back. Eugene was currently in the middle of waiting for a reply from the other side of the door before he could enter Gilead's office. Sayan forced himself to swallow another sigh that almost fell from his lips and faced forward once more. It had already been 4 years since Eugene had joined the main family. Since then, Sayan had suffered countless defeats to this absurd brother of his, with whom he didn't even share a single drop of blood. These successive defeats had taught the young Sayan an unquestionable lesson. Despair is nothing but nourishment for further despair. Instead of spending any time in despair, shedding even a single drop of sweat in an effort to improve was far more useful. Sayan clicked his tongue as he recalled an unpleasant memory. This wasn't a lesson that Sayan had managed to learn all by himself. When he was still a child, the despair from his inability to defeat Eugene had led Sayan to hide in his room and cower beneath his blankets. However, Eugene had thrown open the door, barged into his room, and kicked Sayan in the ass. "Do you really think that I'll just play around while you do shit like this?" Even if Sayan was consumed by despair, Eugene would continue to train without taking even a single day off. As such, the difference between them would only continue to grow. After Sayan reminded himself of this lesson, he left Eugene to his own affairs and headed to the gymnasium. "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Gilead welcomed Eugene into the room with a bright smile on his face. Instead of getting to the point immediately, Eugene first bowed his head and said, "I've come because I have something that I would like to report to you." "Report?" Gilead asked, tilting his head to the side as his eyes gleamed with curiosity. He was curious about what kind of surprise his adopted son would be bringing him this time. As he sat down on the sofa, Eugene began speaking. "Just this morning, I reached the 3rd star of the White Flame formula." At these words, Gilead unconsciously leaped up from his seat. "That true?" he demanded. "Yes sir it is," admitted Eugene. Gilead rushed over with hurried strides. Meeting his unspoken request, Eugene began resonating the stars circling his heart. As white flames engulfed Eugene's body, Gilead took a deep breath in astonishment before bursting out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha!" After taking in Eugene as his adopted son, Gilead had gone through so many different things that he had thought that he could no longer be surprised by anything. However, once again, Gilead couldn't help but be astonished. Was it really possible for him to reach the third star of the white flame formula at just 17 years of age? Even among all his predecessors, no one had managed the third star at Eugene's young age. As Gilead plopped down on the seat in front of Eugene, he shook his head. Adopting you into the main family might just be the best thing that I have ever done, Gilead admitted. This is all thanks to the patriarch's support, Eugene replied with a faint smile. Although 4 years had passed since he'd been adopted, Eugene had yet to call Gilead father. The only one he called father was his biological parent, Gerhardt. Gilead didn't feel any unpleasantness due to this. Instead, he approved of Eugene's filial piety to his biological father, and was proud of how considerate his adopted son was. But if only such an impressive child was truly his son, then no one would raise any objections to Eugene becoming the next patriarch. On the contrary, everyone would actually be united under the opinion that Eugene should become the patriarch. I shouldn't have such thoughts. Gilead attempted to discard this dangerous idea with a shake of his head. Such careless thoughts would lead to bloodshed and death, for the clan and of course, his family as well. Gilead didn't want to force his children to have to bear their knives at each other. After he finished casting off such thoughts, Gilead continued, my support, you say, I don't believe that I gave you anything too impressive. So this achievement is all the result of your hard work. But it was all thanks to the patriarch's support that I was able to work so hard, Eugene argued. After carefully examining Eugene's smiling face, Gilead burst out laughing. It looks like there's something you need, he observed. Without any hesitation, Eugene confessed, I want to learn magic. In the past, he had had to pay attention to maintaining his childish facade while speaking to Gilead, but now there was no longer any need for that. Eugene had grown up quite a bit, and Gilead had gotten used to Eugene's forthrightness over the past 4 years. Magic? Gilead asked. Despite all this, Gilead wouldn't find it so easy to grant Eugene's current desire as he would any other request. The confusion that Gilead initially felt was the same as Cyan's. Why did Eugene suddenly want to learn magic? After all, Eugene had never once expressed any desire to learn magic during these past 4 years. Are you serious when you say this? Asked Gilead. Yes, sir, Eugene confirmed. But why? No one from our family's entire line was able to reach the third star of the white flame formula at your age. If you continue to work as hard as you have been, you might be able to rise to the 4th star before you become an adult. I'll still be able to train hard, even while I'm learning magic, Eugene stated without any uncertainty. Although this might seem arrogant, in Eugene's opinion, someone like him had the right to say such a thing. Sir Patriarch, in the 4 years since I was adopted into the main family, I have never once left your care, Eugene said as he straightened his back and faced Gilead firmly. Today, as I was advancing to the 3rd star, I realized something. If I continue to stay at the main estate and keep practicing as I have been, I don't believe that I will continue to show the same amount of growth. Gilead hummed in consideration. I am extremely lacking in real life experience, Eugene concluded. Although Eugene's voice was calm as he said this, Gilead felt a surging vitality coming from these words that matched Eugene's young age. Eugene's voice was full of his sincerity and desire for growth. Eugene confidently continued his argument. I want to learn much more, especially about magic. While it is something that I have never studied before, I know that it is also a discipline that uses mana. Although I don't yet know if I have any great talent for magic, I believe that by venturing into magic, I'll be able to view mana from a different perspective than the one I've had until now. Gilead stayed silent. Even if I don't make much progress in it, just by learning a new discipline, I believe that it will still be a great experience for me. I am sure that all of this won't be in vain. That is why I have dared to make such a request. Eugene stopped talking at this point and stared at Gilead with sparkling eyes. Then, he placed his hands on his knees and bowed his head low. I sincerely beseech you. Haha, Gilead let out another laugh. Then, as he shook his head from side to side, he continued speaking, raise your head. Do you really think that there is any need for you to bow your head, just for a small request like this? Yes, Patriarch. Even if I am your patriarch, how can I pour cold water on your burning desire to learn and grow? Eugene, I understand what you're trying to say. So if you really want to learn magic, then I'll just have to give you my permission to learn. Eugene shook his bowed head in relief and smiled. Of course, when he raised his head, there was no trace of amusement left on his face. So then, how exactly do you want to go about learning magic? Gilead asked. That's, Eugene trailed off. Since you've already come to ask for my permission, you must have thought it through already, no? I want to go to Eroth. Although Gilead had expected this, he couldn't hide his uneasy reaction when Eugene mentioned the magic kingdom of Eroth. If he wanted to learn magic, then Eroth was definitely the best place to go. And if it wasn't for what his eldest son, Eward, had experienced in Eroth, Gilead wouldn't have felt any discomfort from these words. Eroth, you say? Gilead murmured. I don't need anything else, just your permission, Eugene continued speaking quickly. From here on, Eugene knew that he needed to be careful with his words. Eward was Gilead's soft spot. Even though he was the eldest son, Eward hadn't made any outstanding achievements in the martial arts, and despite showing interest in magic ever since he was young, the eldest son had failed to show much progress in magic as well. Although he had stayed in Vermouth ever since he was sent there 4 years ago, Eward hadn't been able to escape the heavy weight of the Lionhart clan's prestigious name, and instead had been made into a laughingstock for having only managed to enter the tower through his connections. Eugene didn't want to get involved with Eward. He only wanted to go to Vermouth to learn magic and follow any clues left behind by Sienna. However, if the word Vermouth was spoken anywhere in the main estate, whoever heard it instantly thought of Eward. So he needed to be very careful, as Eugene didn't want to create any pointless misunderstandings. Gilead eventually shook off his unease and said, "If that's what you want, then I can only give you permission to go there. Allow me to inform Lovelaine first though. Although I'm grateful for your thoughts, I don't want to receive too much in terms of support." Eugene paused for a moment to examine Gilead's expression before continuing. "To be honest, it feels like any assistance would be very burdensome, and Master Lovelaine should be quite busy as well. If possible, I would like to try studying quietly on my own without any assistance from Master Lovelaine." "That would actually be quite difficult," Gilead said, unable to stop a wry smile forming on his face. "Even if you leave the main estate, you are still a member of the Lionhart clan. The moment you arrive in Vermouth, many of Vermouth's wizards will be paying attention to you. Even if you refuse it, a lot of people will approach you to make connections to the Lionhart clan." "Then I just won't accept their offers," Eugene said determinedly. "Your convictions are praiseworthy," Gilead complimented with a sigh. How good would it be if his eldest son could be like that? As dangerous thoughts rose up in his head once more, Gilead shook his head to clear it. "Eugene, just promise me one thing," Gilead requested. "What is it?" Eugene asked. "Do not get involved with black magic. In Vermouth, there was a black tower of magic where black wizards gathered. There weren't any disturbing rumors that matched their sinister reputation, and unlike in the distant past, the public opinion of them wasn't too bad. However, the Lionhart clan had been founded by the great Vermouth. Although some of the collateral branches had chosen to specialize in magic, black magic was still forbidden to the clan, as an unwritten rule. "I also despise black magic," Eugene replied, without any hesitation. Gilead nodded in relief and said, "As long as you can promise me that, I won't lift a finger, so you'll be free to leave for Vermouth in whichever way you desire. I won't even inform Lovelaine. I hope you won't have to personally experience the same sorts of troubles that Eward did. Is there anything else you would like to request?" "I would like to shamelessly ask for an allowance." "How long do you plan on staying in Vermouth?" "I'll need to go there first and start studying to get a rough idea of how long it will take me, but I don't think I'll be returning before becoming an adult." "That means you intend on staying for at least a few years." "Well, that's the only way I'll be able to actually learn something," Eugene confirmed with a laugh. "That certainly seems true. However, since magic is a completely different discipline from what you've been taught so far, it will be impossible for you to make any progress if you go into this half-heartedly," Gilead warned Eugene. He had never learned any magic in his past life. As such, even Eugene didn't have the confidence to say that he would be able to make rapid progress. Chapter 27.2 Vermouth 2. Finishing his conversation with Gilead, Eugene left the room. As he walked back down the hallway, he heard a knocking sound coming from a tightly locked door. "What is it?" Eugene asked without any alarm as he halted in his steps. He knew whose room that was. It was one of the rooms Seal was using. Ever since she had started going through a rough patch of puberty a few months ago, she had stopped going to the gym and instead used some of the rooms in the mansion for her own training. "Are you really going to Vermouth?" Seal didn't open the door fully, and instead let her voice leak from a crack in the doorway. "Did Cyan tell you that?" Eugene asked. "He also told me that you've reached the 3rd star of the White Flame formula. So you've already heard everything then." "I asked if you're really going to Vermouth?" "Yep, I've even got permission from the Patriarch." "Why are you even going?" As she said this, Seal knocked on the door once more. Knock knock. Eugene smiled and responded with a few knocks of his own. "Because I want to learn magic," he explained. "If that's the case, you don't really need to go to Vermouth. You can just invite a wizard from the capital to be your teacher," argued Seal. "Don't you know that they won't be as good as the wizards of Vermouth? If you request it, Father would even summon a wizard from the royal court. But I don't believe that a court wizard would be better at teaching than a wizard from one of Vermouth's towers of magic. The court wizards are guaranteed to be skillful. What I want isn't a skillful wizard, but a wizard who is good at teaching," Eugene patiently explained. "Do you really need to learn magic?" Seal asked, her voice growing petulant. She opened the door slightly and let her head poke out of the room. At 17 years old, Seal was left with very little of her past mischievous look, but the change was only skin deep. Eugene was well aware of just how cunning this girl's true personality could be. Seal once again insisted, "You don't really need to learn magic, right? But there's also nothing wrong with learning magic, is there?" Eugene argued back. "If it's magic you want, then isn't your spirit magic enough? Also, while you aren't here, brother, and I might be able to catch up to your skill level." Seal was blatantly provoking him, but Eugene just snickered in amusement. If that happens, that's actually good for me, Eugene smirked. What's so good about it? Won't that just mean that the main family is growing stronger, and that it will be more fun sparring with you too? Although it has been quite a while since I sparred with you. If I start sparring with you from now on, will you stay here instead of going to Eroth? No, I will still be going. Bastard, Seal insulted him with a pout on her face before pulling her head back into her room. Until just now, Seal had been immersed in her training, so her hair was frizzy, and her body was damp with sweat. She didn't want to show such an appearance to anyone, nor did she want anyone to notice her body odor. After a short silence, Seal continued speaking. How long will you be gone? Won't know until I get there, answered Eugene casually. You should know roughly how long it will take. It will be a year at the very least. Why do you want to stay for so long? Moving out will be a pain, and what will you do about Mr. Gerhardt? It might be because they were twins, but Seal had ended up saying the same thing as Cyan. My father will be just fine without me, Eugene pointed out. Uncle Jin will be lonely, Seal eventually said after some hesitation. That might be true. Eugene also happened to enjoy his frequent spars with Jin. To make up for me not being here, you both should make sure to play with him, teased Eugene. And what about my brother? Seal suddenly brought up Cyan. Why bring up Cyan here? What I mean is that my brother enjoys sparring with you as well. If he really does enjoy getting beaten up by me, your brother has to be a little strange in the head. In any case, brother will be lonely if you're not around. Earlier, while he was talking to me, he even secretly confessed that he didn't want you to go. But I plan on going anyway. I would also prefer it if you didn't go. Like I said, I'm still going. You son of a bitch. Behind the door, Seal's face twisted into a frown. In the main family, Eugene was the only one who would allow Seal's words to wash over him without any reaction. Seal popped her head out just to glare at him before slamming the door shut with a loud bang. When are you leaving? Seal's muffled voice came through the door. Eugene answered, tomorrow. Why are you leaving so quickly? Is there any reason for me to delay it? Since I've received Gilead's permission, I should just save time and head off right away. Rude jerk, shouldn't we at least have a farewell party? Why would you want to throw a farewell party for a jerk? Knocking on the door, again, as a goodbye, Eugene resumed walking down the corridor. Only after Eugene had gotten some distance away did Seal open the door once more. Are you really leaving tomorrow? As this voice came from behind him, Eugene just waved his hand as a response without turning back to look at Seal. Since he had obtained Gilead's approval, Eugene showed no hesitation in his subsequent actions. After returning to the annex, he knocked on Gerhardt's door. Come back safely. Although he had been suddenly informed that Eugene would be leaving for Eroth tomorrow, Gerhardt didn't spend much time thinking about it before giving his blessing. It wasn't like he didn't have any concerns for his son, but Gerhardt also didn't want to suppress his son's freedom after Eugene had already grown so splendidly. Gilead lectured his son, while you're there, don't hang around with naughty kids, and make sure not to neglect your lessons. Eugene returned the favor. Even when I'm not here, don't do anything you shouldn't do, father, and don't neglect your exercise either. Gerhardt burst into laughter at this rejoinder. Gerhardt had greatly improved himself during his past 4 years at the main estate. He had lost a lot of weight, and even gained quite a bit of muscle. It was all thanks to his regular hunting trips with the collateral patriarchs and frequent walks he enjoyed in the main family's extensive forest. Also, if anyone tries to cause you trouble because I'm not here, write to me right away. Don't pointlessly suffer in silence on your own, Eugene insisted. Gerhardt tried to reassure his son. I'm sure that the patriarch will be able to spare the attention if I bring the matter to him. Still, wouldn't you feel better if it was your one and only son who was looking out for you instead of the busy patriarch? Gerhardt smiled silently and patted Eugene on the shoulder. This gifted son of his was Gerhardt's pride and treasure. If it wasn't for his son, Gerhardt nodded his head as he recalled his memories of Gaidal, where they had been living just a few years ago. Gerhardt tried to soothe Eugene's protectiveness. I just don't want to be a hindrance to you. What hindrance? Don't say things like that anymore. I have never once thought of you as a hindrance, Eugene responded bluntly while poking Gerhardt in the side. In any case, I'll be leaving tomorrow. I'll make sure to stay healthy while I'm gone, so you should also make sure to stay safe, father. Got that? Fine, fine. I've got it. Eugene was now taller than Gerhardt. Gerhardt smiled happily while looking up at his son, who had grown so mature. That night, Eugene and Gerhardt, as well as all the members of the main family, gathered together and sat around a large table. Even Seal, who hadn't shown her face at dinner in quite some time, was now sitting at the table wearing a nice dress. Although it wasn't a lavish farewell party, they had at least managed to wrangle something into place so that the whole family could offer Eugene blessings for the future as he prepared to leave them for a few years. Various well-wishes were exchanged over a table laden with an array of luxurious dishes. So you intend to learn magic in Eroth, really? Since you have such an amazing talent in martial arts, I'm sure you will be good at learning magic as well, and Scylla praised Eugene. The news of Eugene rising to the 3rd star of the White Flame formula had made Scylla chew on her lip in frustration, but the fact that that monstrous child was leaving the main estate for the time being was a joyous consolation. "I really envy Sir Gerhardt for having such a wonderful son," flattered Ancilla. "Haha, you're too kind." Gerhardt accepted the compliment with a laugh. During these 4 years, Ancilla's attitude hadn't seen much change from when they had first met. She had no intention of forging a hostile relationship with Gerhardt, let alone Eugene. Instead, she held out a hand with a smile, thus creating a friendly relationship with Gerhardt and Eugene. But Tannis, the first wife, showed the two a completely different attitude. The dark circles under Tannis's eyes and her sallow cheeks left a rather desolate impression. For the past few years, Tannis had rarely left the main family's mansion, and she spent her days reacting with great agitation to even the slightest mistakes from the servants. Tannis felt that she had no choice but to do so, and she felt like she was being driven further into a corner with each passing day. Eward had not been able to become Lovelyin's disciple as she had hoped, nor did he manage to forge any connections with Aeroth's high-ranking wizards. Since even Guilford and his wife, who had been friendly with Tannis, had left the main estate a few years ago, Tannis had no allies in the current main estate. Although it's her fault for being so prickly, avoiding Tannis's intense gaze, Eugene focused on cutting his meat. Gilead had never discriminated against Tannis. He didn't even force Eward to return despite all the negative rumors. Instead, Gilead kept providing support to shore up Eward's insufficiencies. It was Tannis's own decision to spend her days shunning any contact and clawing at her surroundings. Just as the meal was ending, Tannis suddenly called out Eugene. Although Ancilla treated Eugene warmly whenever they met, this was the first time the temperamental first wife had called Eugene by his name all year, though it wasn't like they had even held frequent conversations in the previous years. Tannis requested, "Once you get to Aeroth, please take care of your older brother Eward." Eugene was unable to respond to these words that had suddenly been thrown at him, and could only blink in surprise. Tannis continued, "He must have been lonely, staying in Aeroth all by himself for the past few years. I know that he didn't get to spend much time with you as siblings, but Eward is still your brother." "Yes, ma'am," Eugene eventually replied. "You might be adopted, but Eward is your brother. So, please treat him like a younger brother should." Even as she said this, Tannis's eyes slid to the side. She continued speaking, while glaring at Cyan and Seal, who were sitting close to Eugene. "Take care of your older brother. You can at least do that, right?" "I'll do my best," Eugene avoided promising. "Oh my, you're being too insistent, big sister." "I'm sure that Eugene will do what he can." Ancilla gave a polite laugh as she drew Tannis's gaze away from Cyan and Seal with these words. Tannis glared at Ancilla with her narrowed eyes, then pushed her chair back and stood up. "Please excuse me. I'm feeling exhausted. I'll be leaving now to go and get some rest." "You may be excused," Gilead nodded in permission with a perplexed look on his face. Over the past few years, Eugene had gotten quite close to Gilead. Thanks to this, he was able to make a fully informed decision about Gilead's position. Sure enough, the Patriarch's seat is a shit place to be stuck on. Eugene never wanted to become the Patriarch. Chapter 28. Aeroth 3. Although Gilead had offered him an escort, Eugene had vehemently refused. After all, wouldn't it feel awkward being followed around everywhere by armed guards? "It's not like Aeroth's public security is that bad, and I'm skilled enough to take care of myself," Eugene had argued. All 5 of the Towers of Magic were located in the capital of Aeroth. Since he was moving to such a bustling capital city, and not some remote village, he wouldn't need any guards. Jin had backed him up. With Eugene's skills, he shouldn't require an escort. Since even Jin had spoken up for Eugene, Gilead could only nod in agreement. The two adults were well aware that Eugene had unbelievable levels of skills and experience for someone his age. On top of that, since he had also reached the 3rd star of the White Flame formula, they couldn't treat him like a child any longer. At his age and skill level, Eugene needed to learn how to make his own decisions. Unlike Eward, Gilead washed down the bitter taste that this thought left in his mouth with a sip of wine. The next day, everyone was there to see Eugene off as he headed to the warp gate in the outskirts of the estate's forest. Gerhardt, who had been smiling happily the day before, burst into tears at the sight of Eugene leaving. "Make sure to eat healthily and don't skip any meals." "Yes. If you get sick, go find a doctor immediately." "Yes. Things get too hard and lonely, don't try to endure it and just come back, got it?" "Yes, I've got it." Eugene responded to each of Gerhardt's reminders perfunctorily. It was hard for him to look at Gerhardt directly as the man wept in love and concern for his son. In the past, Eugene's acknowledgement of Gerhardt as his father had been faint, but strangely, the older he grew, the more he began to feel that Gerhardt was truly his father despite having been reincarnated. "He is my real father, after all." Even as Eugene realized this, he said out loud, "Stop with the tears already. Do you really think I'm just heading out there to die?" Gerhardt paled. "Don't tempt fate like that. I'm just going to learn some magic. Maybe do some sightseeing in the vicinity of Aeroth as well," Eugene reassured his father. "You've been living in Gedal for most of your life, and for the last few years, You've spent all your days at the main estate. As someone who hasn't really seen the world, I'm just not confident that you'll be fine living in Eroth all by yourself." Gerhardt trailed off. "I'll be fine. So please stop crying. All the servants are watching," Eugene said as he pulled out a handkerchief from his vest and scrubbed Gerhardt's cheeks. "How about taking Nina with you at the very least?" Nina also arrived at the main estate when she was very young, so she's just as ignorant of the outside world as I am. Besides, I've already told her to take this chance and go for a vacation to her hometown. "Thank you so much for your consideration, sir," Nina cut in with a smile and a nod. Eugene had personally requested the patriarch to give Nina leave to go on this vacation. Thanks to this, Nina was able to visit her home with a heavy purse and an escort to protect her. "I'll be heading off now," Eugene said as he handed the tear-soaked handkerchief over to Gerhardt. "Although it won't be often, I'll write to you from time to time whenever I remember to. So you need to remember to stay safe as well, father." Gerhardt tried to speak, but all that came out was a sob. "Geez, I told you to stop crying." "Do you really think I won't go just because you keep crying, father?" Eugene asked. "Why, you'll definitely still go," Gerhardt choked out. "You know me so well. That's why you should stop crying. Can't you just send your grown-up son off with a smile?" Finally, Gerhardt stopped crying and put on a smile. But it seemed that Eugene had made a pointless mistake. Looking at Gerhardt's tear-stained face, Eugene felt like a nail was being pounded into his chest. Still, Eugene didn't change his decision. Accompanied by his father's tearful smile and the farewells from the members of the main family, Eugene departed for the warp gate. He never looked back even once. Just like in his previous life, Eugene never changed his mind once he had decided to do something. The capital of the magic kingdom of Eroth was called Pentagon. The 5 towers of magic formed the corners of a pentagon with the royal palace at its center. Eugene stared down at the scene in awe. Although he had been to Eroth in his previous life, the landscape he saw then was far different from the landscape he was looking down at now. Wow, the 5 majestic and grand towers of magic were far more eye-catching than the palace. It couldn't be helped. The towers were both the symbol of Eroth and the source of its power. Unlike most kingdoms, the king had almost no ruling power. Eroth was instead governed by the prime minister of the parliament. Whoa, from up here, Eugene had a great view of the sprawling city. Pentagon's warp gates opened up in the sky, contained within large floating stations. Among the various kingdoms, Eroth was the only one to have its warp gates located in the sky. Each floating station was held aloft due to the multiple bits of magic that had been cast on it, and they were a symbol of the pride of Eroth, which called itself the Magic Kingdom. They didn't have anything like this in my last life. For them to have raised a piece of land this size into the air and fixed the coordinates so that it could be used as a warp gate in addition to showing off just how great their magic was, they were also marketing its convenience and quality. Thousands of people wanted to travel to Pentagon's floating stations just to take in the sprawling capital at a single glance. "Isn't it amazing?" a high-pitched voice said to Eugene. "This view could even be said to be one of Eroth's cultural assets. There are as many as 15 floating stations all around Pentagon, and all of them were created by the Y Sienna." "Wow," Eugene awkwardly exclaimed. The voice continued its spiel. To go from this Eastgate station, which Sir Eugene is currently at, to the Royal Palace, it would take at least half a day even with the help of a carriage. However, just by warping from one floating station to another, we can dramatically reduce the traveling distance. Even a blind person could understand what this meant. Also, there are aerial carriages assigned to each floating station. With these carriages, even those suffering from warp motion sickness can head to their destination while enjoying this view of Pentagon as comfortably as if they were lying in their own bed. Are those also something that Lady Sienna came up with? Of course they are. But there's no need to worry too much. Although they were constructed using magical techniques from hundreds of years ago, they have been continuously improved and repaired, so the annual rate of accidents is very low. But that meant there wasn't a zero chance of accidents. And Eugene hummed consideringly. The man standing next to Eugene, chattering away as he gave out explanations, was a guide who worked for the Eastgate floating station. Due to the large number of tourists, many guides worked at each floating station. Most of them were young, inexperienced wizards who hadn't been able to enter a tower and instead worked as guides to cover their living costs and tuition fees. It was a mistake to wear these clothes here, Eugene thought with a frown as he looked down at his chest. He was wearing the official dress of the Lionhart clan, which had the Lionhart sigil embroidered on the left chest. Thanks to this outfit that he had worn without much thought, a guide had been attached to him the moment he stepped out of the warp gate. "The tourist attractions in the Pentagon are..." Just one moment, Eugene interrupted the guide to open a tourist brochure. After taking a few moments to check the tourist attractions listed in the brochure, Eugene nodded. "I would like to hire you just for today," he eventually decided. "If you sign up now, I can give you a discounted price of 4 days for the whole week," the guide offered. "It's fine. Let's just sign the contract now." For now, there was only one place that Eugene wanted to go to. After visiting that location, he had decided to head straight for the Red Tower of Magic to see Lovelian. As if he had been waiting for this, the guide pulled out a contract. After Eugene signed the contract using the pen that had come with it, he pulled out a check for 1,000,000 sals from his wallet and handed it to the guide. "Oh," the guide exclaimed in excitement. Eugene explained, "This is the hiring fee for today, plus any other expenses that might crop up. I'll do my very best to show you around. For now, I would like to visit the mansion that belonged to the wise Sienna." "That's an excellent choice," the guide praised with a smile. "If you visit Pentagon, the 3 things that you absolutely need to see are the wise Sienna's mansion, the towers of magic, and the night view from the floating stations. I'll get a chance to see the night view later. Right now, I just want to take a walk in the mansion by myself." "Did you say that you wanted to go in by yourself?" "That's right. As you wish." The guide bowed his head and turned to lead the way. "So this is Eugene Lionhart." The guide considered the name written on the contract as he headed towards the warp gate. "But why has he come to Eroth? Is he trying to learn magic like the eldest son? Or could it be that he's come to pick up that dunce?" The name Eugene Lionhart was also quite famous in Pentagon, especially among those poor and young wizards who were forced to cover their living and tuition expenses by doing odd jobs such as guide work. Ewert's name was an object of envy. If he was born to a martial family, he should just learn martial arts. Why act like such a know-it-all and come here to learn magic without having already learned shit, all in the first place? Even though he didn't have much talent in magic, Ewert was someone who had been able to enter a tower of magic by relying solely on his personal connections. Although he hadn't become a disciple of the Red Tower Master, this had still enabled Ewert to learn magic from one of the Tower Master's subordinates. To these poor young wizards, he was known as a dunce, a fool, and a son of a bitch. Having gone through the warp gate, the guide pointed out of a window. "The wise Sienna's mansion is there, below us." As the mansion was such a famous tourist destination in Pentagon, a floating station had been specially assigned to it. As they rode down in an aerial carriage, the guide continued to chatter. 300 years ago, after returning from the devildom of Vermouth, Lady Sienna was the youngest person in Earth's history to rise to the position of a Tower Master. In the square at the entrance to the Green Tower of Magic, which Sienna was once in charge of, you can find a statue that perfectly reproduces her image. Eugene continued to stare at the view outside the window without any reply. This mansion was the last place that Lady Sienna was ever seen. 200 years ago, Lady Sienna left a message in this mansion, saying that she was going into seclusion and then disappeared. "I've heard that story as well." Eugene, who had been listening silently, turned his head and said, "Isn't it still a mystery where Lady Sienna went after leaving that message?" "Yes, that's right. Lady Sienna thoroughly erased all of her traces. Many of Earth's wizards, and even Lady Sienna's own disciples, attempted to follow her tracks, but no one has been able to find out where Lady Sienna went into seclusion." "Weren't there any speculations or rumors of her whereabouts?" "Of course, there were a lot of unconfirmed stories. Some say that she went to the devildom to slay the remaining demon kings. Others say that she wandered into Samur Forest, the sanctuary of the elves." After racking his memories for a moment, the guide continued speaking. "There were even rumors that she had caught an incurable disease from somewhere, and went into seclusion to die peacefully." Eugene stayed silent. It's impossible to know how much truth these rumors hold. What is clear is that Lady Sienna hasn't been sighted even once in these past 200 years. The guide lowered his voice with a sad expression. "The lamentable fact is that the day Lady Sienna disappeared also happened to be her birthday. Just what on earth could have happened to her, that she decided to go into seclusion instead of celebrating her birthday? This might just be my opinion, but I believe that Lady Sienna may have gone to the devildom." "Why do you believe that?" Eugene asked. "If it was 200 years ago, that would be the 100-year anniversary of Lady Sienna's return from the devildom of Vermouth. 100 years since she was forced to return, leaving behind the body of her comrade, the stupid Hamel. On the eve of her birthday, Lady Sienna may have recalled the fate of her long-dead comrade and—" Eugene was speechless. "I want to avenge Hamel." It may have been such a desire that made Lady Sienna leave. "You should have heard about this as well, right, Sir Eugene? It seems that Hamel had a crush on Lady Sienna. Like a bratty young boy, he couldn't confess his feelings to Lady Sienna, so he instead teased her throughout their journey. Then shortly before he died, Hamel confessed his love for Lady Sienna." "Stop your fucking bullshit!" Eugene suddenly shouted, unable to restrain himself. "Huh?" The guide reeled back in astonishment at this sudden outburst. Eugene stammered as he tried to come up with an excuse. No, that was..." After blinking in surprise for a few moments, the guide made a noise of enlightenment as he concluded with a wide smile. "It looks like Sir Eugene is very against Hamel's romance with Lady Sienna." "Well, yes, but I often argued with my friends about this when I was young. I've always claimed that Lady Sienna's romance with Hamel was canon, but my friends insisted that Lady Sienna and the great Vermouth were truly in love." "That's why you were so angry, right?" Eugene couldn't find any words. well, that would still be a pretty interesting story. The stupid Hamel, who was constantly frustrated by Vermouth, even lost his love to the hero. But in the end he still threw himself in front of the blow meant for Vermouth and confessed his love as he was dying. Ah, I really like such tragic stories as well. Since Eugene had given him 1,000,000 sals, shouldn't it be all right for him to slap the guide across his mouth just once? Eugene seriously began to consider such an idea. In any case, that's just what I believe. Lady Sienna left Eroth and went to Vermouth alone to avenge Hamel. But in the end, she failed to get her revenge, and her eyes closed for the last time in Vermouth. It seems that you really like tragedies, Eugene commented with some difficulty. In Eroth, there are a lot of novels that have been written about Lady Sienna. If you are interested, I could bring you a selection of them. That's fine. However, about Lady Sienna heading to Vermouth, that's just a wild guess, right? It's not entirely unfounded. It's quite the famous story, but Lady Sienna hated both black magic and the demon folk, and until she went missing, she continued to oppose the erection of the Black Tower of Magic. It had been 200 years since the Black Tower of Magic had been raised in Eroth. This meant it was built shortly after the wise Sienna's disappearance. Some have argued that the radical black wizards who were promoting the construction of the Black Tower of Magic may have assassinated Lady Sienna, but there is no way any black wizard could assassinate Lady Sienna. The tone with which Eugene spit out this objection was so cold that he almost couldn't believe it belonged to him. Even the Demon King of Fury was unable to break through Lady Sienna's magical barrier. So how could mere black wizards break through a spell that even stopped a Demon King? The guide exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, you really know your stuff." "Yep, that's what I think as well." Even the wizards who made up the Black Tower of Magic 200 years ago stubbornly denied this assassination theory. Despite Eugene's denial, a corner of his heart was still stained in darkness. Black wizards might not be able to assassinate Sienna, but what about the Demon Kings? Vermouth's 2 remaining Demon Kings had poured enormous amounts of support to construct the Black Tower of Magic. Eugene turned his head to look at the Black Tower of Magic in the distance. The lofty tower was shorter than the other towers of magic, but its extravagant splendor was so obvious that it could even be seen from such a distance. To this day, Vermouth was still keeping an eye on Eroth through the Black Tower. That was why they had given such great effort to have their pawns, the Black Wizards, become part of Eroth. So from the perspective of the Demon Kings, Sienna, who continued to oppose the construction of the Black Tower of Magic, must have been a thorn in their eyes. So much so that they even wished to kill her. Sienna, as the aerial carriage landed on the ground, Eugene hopped off the carriage and immediately looked towards Sienna's mansion. "Are you really dead?" But the place was so packed that he couldn't really appreciate the view. Too many tourists were crowding around the mansion for him to get a good look. Chapter 29.1 Eroth 4. The crowds were a natural sight. The wise Sienna's mansion was a holy place that all young saplings of magic wanted to visit, and even for those not learning magic, it was a standard tourist destination that needed to be seen at least once when visiting Eroth. Please let me pass this exam, so that I can enter a tower of magic. This will be my 11th time failing. Please at least let me get to the interview stage." The recruitment exams for the Towers of Magic, which were held twice a year, were reputed to be a truly brutal competition. Across all 5 towers, there were thousands of wizards taking the exam, but only a few dozen wizards at most would pass the exam and be accepted. There were still 2 months until the next terrifying public examination, but the road in front of Sienna's mansion was already packed full of students praying for success. "You don't need to pay them any attention," the guide said upon noticing Eugene looking in their direction with shocked eyes. He walked over with a grin on his face. "They won't be able to get into the mansion anyway since they don't have the money for it." "Is that so?" Eugene asked. "The mansion's gate fee alone costs hundreds of thousands of sals. And that's just the cost to see the garden. If you want to look inside the mansion, you need to pay several times that amount." "Why is the price so high?" "Because there are still people who are willing to go inside, even if they have to pay such a price. There's a superstition that if you pray for help in passing your exam at the portrait of Sienna that's hanging in the mansion's main hall, you will definitely pass the recruitment exam for the Tower of Magic that you plan on entering." "Is that even possible?" "Of course it isn't. A few years ago, after working hard to save enough money, I prayed at the portrait, but I still failed." The guide's shoulders slumped as he admitted this. "In any case, the fact that it's so expensive just shows how valuable the opportunity to enter is, right? Since Lady Sienna never married and didn't leave behind any children, all tourism fees from this mansion go to the royal palace." Together with the guide, Eugene headed to the mansion's front gate. Although there were already people lining up here, the Lionhart name proved effective in getting them to step aside. "So this is why he told me to keep my formal clothes on." Before boarding the aerial carriage, Eugene had started to feel bothered by all the gazes coming his way, so he had tried to change out of his formal clothes. However, the guide had insisted that he needed to continue wearing them, or at least keep them on until he was done visiting Sienna's mansion. Thanks to his advice, There was no need for them to wait in line. After the guide had pulled the guards aside to have a word with them, the captain of the guards immediately emerged to greet Eugene. "Sir Eugene Lionhart, your identity has been confirmed." Eugene's identity card was linked to his blood, so it was impossible to forge it, especially since Eugene's identity card had a rare and eye-catching appearance, as the Lionhart sigil had been engraved on the back of the card after he was adopted into the direct line. Back in the old days, we went around carrying badges instead, and although they had all kept those badges on them, they actually weren't very suitable for identification purposes, as the badges were easy to forge. Back in that era of constant bloodshed, it was strength, not a badge, that was used to prove their identities. Even the currency has been converted into some strange pieces of paper. Although the currency had still been called sals, they used to carry around coins made of copper, silver, and gold. But the paper money that they use nowadays? Where exactly did its value come from? The world really has changed quite a lot. While Eugene was living at the main estate, he hadn't really felt the difference. But since venturing out into the world, it all felt a little unreal to him upon noticing that so many things had changed from his past. The captain of the guards asked, "How would you gentlemen like to pay for the entrance fee?" With casual ease, the guide replied, "We want a full-course tour of the mansion." "Sir Eugene, would you like to pay with cash or card?" Caught off guard, Eugene stammered, with card." Fumbling, Eugene took his card out of his wallet. This thing called a wallet was pretty awkward as well. Why did you need to pull your money out of these thin leather pockets? Didn't anyone use money bags nowadays? And what's with this card? He'd been told that he could use it without any hesitation whenever he needed to pay for something. It was a black card with the Lionhart sigil engraved on it. A black card. The guide took the proffered card with a gulp. The national banks only issued such black cards to the highest level of accounts. Even though this might tempt thieves to try and steal it, stolen cards could not be used so easily. The public banks had linked cards like these to their owner's blood, just like the ID cards. Whoa! After a slight pause, the captain of the guards took the card with a respectful bow of his head. Once they were done with the payment process, Eugene and the guide were escorted away, not to the crowded main gate, but to another more secluded gate instead. "Please enjoy the tour." The captain of the guard saw them off with a bow. While still ruminating on the acute difference between the current day's common sense and the common sense he had inherited from his past life, Eugene put away his wallet. "I'll just have to try and get used to it." Even when Eugene was back in Gedal, he had hardly ever left the mansion. After all, once he left his mansion, all there was to see were endless fields of wheat. And after he was adopted into the main family, Nina was there to bring him whatever he needed, so he devoted all his time to training his mana and martial arts. "How long would you like to stay here?" the guide asked politely. "Maybe 1 or 2 hours. Eugene answered, sounding unsure. "If that's the case, then I'll wait out here until you're done," the guide replied with a smile. Eugene absent-mindedly nodded and turned away from him. At first, he had wondered why someone would even need a guide, but now he found it convenient to have someone handle the troublesome work for him. Now then, Eugene took a deep breath before putting his best foot forward. "Let's take a look at how that chick lived." Sienna's mansion was huge. It was a home that she had lived in for over 100 years. During that time, Vermouth had married more than 10 wives, and even that foolish Malon had gotten married and had several children. However, Sienna never married. She didn't even live together with her 3 personal disciples. Except for her servants, Sienna had lived in the spacious mansion all by herself. If she lived here for 100 years, it wouldn't have been strange for her to have married and even gotten to her grandchildren. Because of her faith, it was normal for Annis to not get married. But what about Sienna? If she was going to live that long, wouldn't it have been better for her to get married and have children like Vermouth and Malon, just so she wouldn't get lonely? Hey, what are you going to do after all this? This memory, when did it come from again? It was probably sometime after they had killed the 5th, ranked Demon King of Carnage. In the ruins of the Demon King's castle, while everyone was still exhausted from the battle, they had set up an order for the watch. On a night when everyone else had fallen asleep out of exhaustion, Hamel had been bandaging the wounds on his body when Sienna, who was next up for the watch, suddenly opened her eyes and had asked him that question. "Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" "I'm just curious. Since we're going through all this shit in a hellish place like this, when we're meant to be enjoying the bloom of our youths, shouldn't we at least get to enjoy some happiness once all this is over?" "I've got no idea. Never given it any thought. Malon, that idiot, says he wants to become a king. Doesn't that sound hilarious? Crazy bastard. What a load of bullshit. Why on earth does he want to become a king? Hey, leave him alone. It's what he wants to do. Everyone has the right to dream. Have you been drinking? Everyone has the right to dream. See this? I'm getting goosebumps from the cringe. Scumbag. Even though I was trying to be sincere. Then, what do you plan on doing once this is over? Do you want to become a queen like Malon? Are you crazy? Why would I choose to do something so boring? But you're implying that something like that isn't impossible for you? Of course, it's not impossible. If we return after slaying all the demon kings, won't they still try to pawn kingships onto us, even if we tell them not to? Mullen has probably thought of that as well, and that's why he says that he wants to become a king. So then, if you don't want to become a queen, what do you want to do? For me, I'd like to. Eugene looked up at the portrait. There was Sienna, just as Hamel remembered her. Light purple hair that would enchant the eye, even from a stray glimpse caught in the middle of a crowd, and green eyes just as beautiful as her hair. Live a normal life, just like everybody else. I want to get married, have children, live comfortably, and eventually become a grandmother. In his mind, he saw the wind blow through Sienna's hair. Unconsciously, Eugene stretched his hand out toward Sienna's portrait. Suddenly, a voice reminded him, "You're not allowed to touch the portrait." Eugene couldn't help but curse, "This motherfucker," just when I was feeling a bit emotional. One of the guards deployed throughout the mansion gave him a warning glance. Although all of the objects in the mansion had been enchanted with preservation magic, that still didn't mean that they could be touched freely. "I understand your feelings," the guard said sympathetically. "Lady Sienna is truly beautiful, of course. There's no way that that portrait can fully capture Lady Sienna's beauty." Still slightly annoyed, Eugene asked, "You've never seen her in person, so how could you be so sure of that?" "Because portraits always pale compared to the real thing," the guard stated confidently. Eugene wasn't too sure about that. He raised his head to stare up at the portrait. At first, he had thought that the portrait's appearance perfectly matched his memories, but now that he took another look, it felt like the portrait seemed more beautiful than the real thing. Really now, the more he continued to look at the portrait like this, the more uncertain Eugene felt. If she had returned without killing the last two demon kings, she should have just gotten married, had children, and grown old peacefully surrounded by her grandchildren. So why did Sienna live all by herself for over 100 years? Chapter 29.2 Eroth 4. I didn't come here to stare at a portrait, Eugene reminded himself. And he hadn't come here to get all emotional either. No, Eugene was here to see if Sienna had left any clues behind. According to his calculations, Eugene believed that it was definitely Sienna who had placed his necklace in the treasure vault. Lovelian did say that the memory he read was from 100 years ago, he recalled. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Sienna was still alive 100 years ago? No, we can't say that for sure. It could have been an entirely fabricated memory, or perhaps, the one who left it there was actually Vermouth. His thoughts were spiraling in circles. Eugene took a deep breath and stroked his necklace. If it wasn't for the fact that this had caught his eye, he wouldn't have been left with such complicated thoughts. It can't just be some kind of surprise gift for me, so what on earth were they trying to do with this? Why did they put the necklace there? While forcing down his inner turmoil, Eugene left the portrait and moved on. Although there were many things to see in this spacious mansion, the most remarkable sight of all was the basement that had been entirely transformed into Sienna's personal study. Eugene glanced at the bookshelves that were packed with magical texts. Copies of the original texts had been made 200 years ago and stored here. Although powerful preservation magic had been cast over these books, they were still not allowed to be touched. There should be something that she left behind. There was no way that his reincarnation was a coincidence. His vague suspicions had been confirmed upon finding this necklace from his past life. The necklace hadn't been registered by the treasure vault's magic, and a fake memory had even been laid over it. What are the odds that the necklace just happened to be in the treasury, and I just happened to stumble across it once I entered? It all sounded impossible. While it was already extremely unlikely for him to have been reincarnated with his memories intact, for him to coincidentally be reunited with a keepsake from his past life. Something is going on. Someone had a hand in my reincarnation. Was it you, Vermouth? Or could it be you, Sienna? It might even be Annis, but there's no way it could be that idiot Mullen. If someone had planned for him to be reincarnated like this, they would definitely have made other arrangements as well. His soul hadn't changed at all, despite his reincarnation. Tempest had recognized that Eugene used to be Hamel with only a glance. What if the magic that made use of this fact was cast on the necklace as it lay in the treasure vault? Then wouldn't it make sense for the necklace to go undiscovered by anyone for hundreds of years, only to reappear in response to Hamel's soul? If the one who had planned for this was Sienna, then she should have left some other clues behind. But where, of course, this conclusion was full of holes. The most obvious being, why use such a convoluted method? Wouldn't it be better if they had just immediately explained the situation to him as soon as he had gotten hold of the necklace? But if they were using such a cumbersome method, there must have been a good reason for it. However, what on earth could that reason be? I can't fucking figure it out, Eugene cursed after wandering through Sienna's study for quite a while. He had traversed through the entire maze of bookshelves, scanning through the titles in the tightly packed bookshelves. However, he hadn't managed to find anything, so he left the study and headed upstairs. He took a look in Sienna's bedroom and the many other rooms as well, but nothing stood out in his sight. I really have no fucking clue. As he scratched at his hair in frustration, Eugene stared up at the portrait. So I guess I'll just have to do things my way. If there was something that you wanted me to do, you should have at least found a way to tell me properly. If you don't tell me anything, then how the hell am I supposed to know what you want me to do? It was frustrating trying to cooperate with some unknown scheme. If there really was some plan in motion, then as long as she hadn't died yet, they would definitely meet up again someday. Eugene took a quick look around to see if the guards were looking in his direction. Once he confirmed that they weren't, Eugene raised his middle fingers to Sienna's portrait. That pisses you off, you can come right at me. In the first place, he was the one who had been reincarnated, not Sienna. As long as you're alive, that is. Eugene let out a long sigh and turned around. The sun was currently setting, and the sky was getting dark. He had been so focused on his search that he hadn't realized how much time had passed. Did I keep you waiting for too long? Eugene asked guiltily. It's fine, the guide replied. Even though Eugene said he'd be out in an hour or two, the guide, who had been left waiting outside for twice that time, forced a smile. It looks like you really enjoyed the tour, the guide commented. Well, it's just that I ended up spending a long time thinking about various things. And it didn't help that the inside of the mansion was really spacious. Eugene tried to excuse himself. The guide changed the subject. You saw Lady Sienna's portrait, right? Yes, it was a really beautiful painting. That beautiful appearance, along with her unprecedented magical abilities that would even shame a demon king, Lady Sienna could truly be called a goddess of magic. Eugene felt awkward. Well, calling her a goddess is a bit, and he didn't think that her abilities had really been strong enough to put a demon king to shame. Where would you like to go now? The guide asked. This is a popular tourist attraction, so there are plenty of great restaurants nearby. Eugene casually pulled out his wallet. The guide's eyes started sparkling when he saw this. Here's a tip, Eugene said, handing over some money. Thank you so much, the guide shouted excitedly. I'm fine with not going to a restaurant, so let's head straight to the Red Tower of Magic. Once we arrive there, your work is over for today. At these words from Eugene, the guide's expression stiffened slightly. Yes, sir, please follow me. Swallowing his jealousy, the guide continued to act professionally. Unlike that foolish eldest son, at least this adopted son had given him more money than he would have been able to earn after months of working as a guide. And at least he's shown that he has true skills, the guide argued to himself. Unlike the eldest son, whose only virtue was being born to the direct line, Eugene had been recognized for his abilities and been adopted into the main family despite being born to a collateral line. The guide took the lead as he used these thoughts to soothe his depressed feelings. Is it okay if I ask you something? Eugene suddenly asked. Of course, as long as it's something that I can answer, the guide proclaimed. It's about Eugene Lionhart. As they were riding an aerial carriage on its way to the Red Tower of Magic, Eugene casually brought up his name. He's my elder brother. But have you heard of him? Among the younger generation of wizards in Pentagon, there are only a few who don't know that name, the guide replied while giving Eugene a nervous look. Noticing his expression, Eugene smiled warmly and said, There's no need to be nervous. I just brought it up since we're heading to the Red Tower, and we're indebted to them for taking care of him. Ah, yes. Hasn't my older brother been staying with them ever since he arrived 4 years ago? I'm not sure if you know of our family's situation, but I wasn't originally a part of the main family and was instead adopted into it. Just as I was being adopted into the household, Eward left the main estate and headed to Aroth. Yes, I'm aware of it. It's quite the famous story. Was it really that famous? Eugene had been living in the main estate for the past few years, so he was in the dark about the rumors spreading outside. Eugene continued, Thanks to that, I haven't been able to meet with my older brother, Eward, even once since I was adopted into the family. That's why I would like to ask, by any chance, have you heard any rumors concerning my older brother? The guide dithered uncertainly. All I'm asking you to do is to tell me any rumors concerning my older brother, Eugene pressed, his eyes narrowing. The guide's Adam's apple bobbed as he felt the subtle pressure coming from Eugene. The rumors that I've been able to piece together about my brother aren't very substantial, Eugene admitted, but I can roughly tell that there aren't many good things being said about him. So don't you think I need to learn a bit more about my brother, just so that I don't make a mistake when we meet? Yes, well, the guide still proved hesitant. Of course, I won't feel offended by your words, nor will I punish you for any slander. I won't reveal the source of my information to the main family, especially not to my brother. I can swear all this on my family name. Since Eugene had gone so far as to swear a vow, the guide had no choice but to nod in agreement. Eugene's gaze was far too piercing for him to try and insist that he didn't know anything. He had heard that Eugene was currently only 17, but how could his gaze be so overbearing? If Eugene were to give them this look, even mercenaries who had wandered the battlefields for decades might run away with their tails between their legs. The guide finally started spilling everything. Well, I also don't know much about him, but please, speak freely, Eugene prompted. About Sir Eward, I've heard that he leaves the Tower of Magic every night to indulge himself in certain forms of entertainment. Entertainment? How old was Eward again? He was 2 years older than me, right? At 19, Eward was at an age where his youthful vitality could keep him up at night. By entertainment, do you mean he indulges in alcohol and women? If it's those sorts of things, isn't that rather normal for someone his age? Eugene asked skeptically. The guide hesitated. No. It's not that kind of entertainment. This really is just a rumor, but rumors are spreading. There must be a good reason for it. Stop dawdling and spit it out already. What's this all about? Sue, what? I said. It's a succubus, the guide finally revealed, blushing in embarrassment. That crazy bastard, Eugene growled, his eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Chapter 30.1 The Red Tower of Magic. One succubi were a species of night demons, one that were so famous, almost no one was unfamiliar with them. Of course, Eugene was also well acquainted with succubi. In his past life, when he and his companions were journeying through Vermouth, those damn night demons would invade their dreams whenever they were tired and exhausted to pull all sorts of shit. This isn't even fucking Vermouth, so why are there succubi here? Eugene demanded. PL, please calm down. Seeing Eugene burst out in a rage, the guide was greatly flustered and raised his hands to form a fragile barrier. This might not be Vermouth, but there's still the Black Tower of Magic, remember? Apart from the human black wizards, there are quite a lot of demon folk living in the tower as well. So that means a bastard, you would know, I mean my big brother, has been playing around with a succubus from the Black Tower of Magic? Even though it had come from his own lips, Eugene still couldn't believe what he was saying. That guy was a descendant of Vermouth, the eldest son of the main family, but he was playing around with demon folk and a succubus at that. That's, strictly speaking, rather than playing around with them, he's just being entertained by them. How is that any different? Although this might be true of any city, even Eroth has a certain street where illegal gatherings and those sorts of shops operate in the open. To put it bluntly, it's a place purposely left unsupervised as a form of necessary evil. So what about it? While that street is most famous for its black market, there are also a few shady shops that have hired succubi as their hostesses. I've heard that Sir Eward visits those types of shops regularly. That crazy bastard, Eugene's tone grew even harsher. Since the guide had mentioned the Black Tower of Magic, Eugene had suspected that Eward might have some kind of relationship with a black wizard to whom the succubus was contracted. But after hearing the full story from the guide, it only made Eugene despise Eward even more. To think that a descendant of Vermouth had gotten entangled in the skirt strings of a succubus and was freely offering himself as sustenance. That alone would have been shameful enough, but she wasn't just a succubus but was actually a hostess. 2. Even calling her a hostess was actually putting it in exceedingly polite terms, as it was clear that the succubi who worked in those sorts of shops were the lowest of the low among the succubi. In human terms, they were no different from street corner whores. That crazy, stupid bastard. What the fuck does that still, wet behind the ears brat think he's doing? At these scathing words, the guide couldn't help but feel extremely flustered once more, because the way Eugene was speaking sounded just like an adult scolding a foolish child. Eugene rounded on the guide. Has this been confirmed? The guide cringed. No, well, not really. It's just to the extent that there are rumors about it. Do you know where that street is? It's called Bolero Street. Those shops don't open every day, so the street only shows its true, corrupted appearance once a month, on the night of the full moon. Got it, Eugene growled out a reply between gritted teeth. He had no desire to get all friendly with Eward upon coming to Eroth. He had planned to keep a reasonable distance and basically ignore his step-sibling while focusing on his own affairs. However, now that he had heard this news, he felt a fiery rage ignite inside of him. Eugene's anger wasn't because of his attachment to their shared family name of Lionhart. Instead, he just couldn't accept that a descendant of Vermouth was offering his life force to a petty demon. How dare he give in to scumbags like those? Eugene obviously hated the demon kings, but he also despised the demon folk. And if he had to rank who among the demon folk he hated the most, the succubi would be at the top of his list. There was a simple reason for this. When they were attacked for the first time by succubi in the devildom, he had experienced a god-awful embarrassment. Whether it's a succubus or an incubus, any sort of night demon, they all need to be wiped out. He didn't even want to recall the embarrassing memories from back then. In any case, Eugene had torn apart countless succubi and incubi in his previous life as revenge for the shame he had been put through. Hesitantly, the guide spoke up. Sir Eugene, would you please keep the fact that I shared this story with you a secret? Don't worry about it. Didn't you hear me swear on my name? I'm not going to say anything to anyone, especially not to that fucking big brother of mine. They were drawing close to the Red Tower of Magic. Having been distracted by the guide's worried voice, Eugene gave a vague nod of reassurance before going back to grinding his teeth. If I could have my way, I'd just grab him by the collar and slap the truth out of him. But for now, he had only heard rumors, and they were pretty unreliable rumors at that. If he slapped the shit out of Eward just because of some idle tales, Eugene would be the one in the wrong. So he needed to hold back his urge for violence until he had found some clear evidence. You said that it opens on the night of the full moon and that it's called Bolero Street, right? Yes, okay, I've got it. The aerial carriage landed in front of the Red Tower. Eugene was the first to fling open the carriage door. Turning back, he he said. There's no need to get off with me since we'll be parting ways here anyway. Take care, and let's grab something to drink if we happen to meet in the streets sometime. Surprised, the guide asked, would you like to take my business card? My name is, now, there's no need for that. I have a good memory. I'll definitely recognize you if we meet again, so we can each go our own ways from here, and I'll make sure to say hi the next time I see you. Waving goodbye, Eugene got off the carriage. The guide's intentions had been obvious. He had wanted to somehow establish a relationship with Eugene, because by doing so, he would hopefully get the chance to have his name heard by Lovelyan, the master of the Red Tower. But that wasn't any of Eugene's business. Might you be Sir Eugene Lionhart? A woman standing in front of the entrance to the tall, scarlet tower approached Eugene. Wearing a large, pointed, wide-brimmed hat on top of her magenta robes, she made for quite an impressive sight. Even 300 years ago, no one went around dressed so stereotypically like a wizard. But trends came and went. Was something like that supposed to be an example of retro fashion? After glancing up at the pointed headwear, Eugene nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's me. My name is Hera, and I am a wizard of the Red Tower of Magic. Hera took off her hat and bowed her head as she introduced herself. The tower master is waiting upstairs. He planned to be here to greet you personally, but a small problem cropped up that's keeping him occupied. What kind of problem? Eugene asked. At this question, Hera revealed a helpless expression. Unable to answer right away, she hesitated momentarily before glancing back at the tower. Ting! A pulse of mana swept from the tower and sent shivers through the atmospheric mana. The sharp, ringing sound set Hera's shoulders trembling. Eugene also furrowed his brows slightly as he looked up at the tower. There seems to have been some sort of accident, Eugene observed. This is actually rather common, Hera admitted defeatedly. With a low cough, Hera put her hat back on. At the Red Tower of Magicwell, we have many wizards who study summoning magic. And among the various different types of magic, summoning Magicommet has the highest risk of failure. If you're going to tell him that, you should give him a proper explanation, a voice suddenly interrupted. It's not just that the risk of failure is high, it's that they're trying to fail on purpose. They're trying to summon something completely different by overloading the summoning circle with mana. The owner of this annoyed-sounding voice was Lovelyan. He opened one of the windows in the tall tower and flew outside. Whoosh! As soon as the window opened, black smoke started pouring out. However, this is just going too far. It looks like we really have a couple amazing geniuses on our hands. Just how on earth, did you all manage to summon a shadow beast from a circle meant to summon a lava shark? Hanging in the midair, Lovelyan waved his hand. The shadow beast, which had already merged with the darkness of the night sky, was caught by the mana that Lovelyan emitted. Your spirit of creative experimentation is alarmingly amazing. What were you planning to do by summoning a demonic beast that you couldn't even handle? What do you think would have happened had the shadow beast escaped because of your mistake? Thankfully, we'll never know for sure, but over 100 people could have died before it was caught. We were sorry. The young wizards who followed Lovelyan out of the tower kept bowing their heads in apology. However, Lovelyan's rage couldn't be appeased so easily. They must be insane, agreed Eugene in disbelief. The shadow beast was a demonic beast that stalked the knights in Vermouth. Like most demonic beasts, the shadow beasts weren't fully sentient. Instead, they were equipped solely with an instinct for destruction. If that shadow beast had managed to escape into the night sky, it would have immediately started hunting down the capital's inhabitants. The wizards tried to make excuses. We never meant to summon a demonic beast. We just, from now on you guys can be the tower masters of the Red Tower, Lovelyan suddenly declared. Huh? The wizards gaped in shock. Even I wouldn't be able to summon a shadow beast from a lava shark summoning circle. That would absolutely never happen. So, doesn't this mean you managed to perform a feat of summoning that even I couldn't? Since that must mean you're better wizards than me, you should be the tower masters of the Red Tower instead. Tower master, do you really think I have stones for eyes? Your summoning circle was flawed from the very start. Even if you make a mistake, you should at least try to get the basics right. This demonic beast could only be summoned if the very foundation of the summoning circle was screwed up. Lovelyan suddenly roared even louder, pack your bags and leave immediately. The wizards continued to bow their heads in apology as tears dripped from their eyes. However, Lovelyan didn't change his mind. Tearing his gaze away from the poor wizards, Lovelyan turned to face Eugene. 1. A category of demons who have power over dreams. Apart from the succubi, this includes incubi, nightmares, and night hags. 2. Though this may sound discriminatory towards certain professions, we do not endorse such discriminatory behavior. Chapter 30.2 The Red Tower of Magic 1. Lovelyan's fierce expression instantly transformed. It had turned back into the appearance of the kind young man who had said hello children with a smile on his face during the bloodline continuation ceremony 4 years ago. It's been a long time, Eugene. Lovelyan nodded respectfully. Although his smiling face was the same as back then, the tone of his voice had changed. This was because Eugene's station had also changed over the years. 4 years ago, Eugene was just one of the several children from common collateral branches. However, the current Eugene was now the adopted son of the Lionhart's direct line. You've grown a lot, Lovelyan observed. Haha, to be honest, I almost didn't recognize you. Master Lovelyan hasn't changed at all, Eugene complimented the man. Well, so what? It's just because I'm holding on to my youth with my magic. After all, isn't it better to have a youthful appearance than an aged one? As Lovelyan descended to the ground, he gave Eugene a broad smile. From what Eugene had heard, Lovelyan was close to 100 years old. However, he looked like he was in his mid-20s at most. Although he seems different from when I saw him 4 years ago. Even then, he had gotten a vague sort of threatening feeling from Lovelyan. But because he hadn't started training his mana sensitivity yet, he hadn't been able to confirm anything as he was unable to sense the man's mana. However, now that Eugene had met Lovelyan once more, he now knew for sure. Lovelyan was strong. This was actually rather appropriate. As one of Aeroth's 5 tower masters, he should at least have that level of strength. However, Eugene didn't feel any other sort of impression from Lovelyan, just that he was strong. When Eugene recalled the strong men he had met in his previous life, the ones he immediately thought of were those who had given him a unique impression besides their strength. It looks like he has a long way to go before reaching Sienna's level, Eugene observed. Lovelyan also examined Eugene in turn. This is absurd. Lovelyan was astonished at the amount of mana he sensed from Eugene. It was Lovelyan who had suggested that Eugene be adopted. He had already noticed Eugene's potential during the bloodline continuation ceremony. Even after returning to Aeroth, he had kept in touch with Gilead and had heard all about Eugene's accomplishments. He had heard about how Eugene could sense mana in less than 10 minutes after entering the ley line. That was an abnormal level of mana sensitivity. Not only that, but Eugene had also shown monstrous levels of mana affinity that had allowed him to control the mana as soon as he sensed it. Lovelyan couldn't help but feel troubled whenever he heard these stories about Eugene. Of course, this was because of Eward. Eventually, Lovelyan said, I've heard the news from Gilead. So, you are interested in magic? Yes sir, Eugene confirmed. Magic is an extremely engaging field of study. Although it's just as difficult to learn as it is interesting. But if it's you, Eugene, you should be able to do well. As he muttered this, Lovelyan turned his head. He could feel a presence from behind the closed door that barred the entrance to the tower's first floor. He didn't feel comfortable with how this presence was just lingering there, not daring to open the door. With a click of his tongue, Lovelyan shot the door a glance. The creak, the closed door swung open, immediately followed by a sound of gasp. It had come from a skinny young man who was visibly taken aback when the door suddenly opened. It was Eugene Lionhart. Eugene wasn't able to recognize him immediately. After all, 4 years was an exceptionally long time for children. Eward had grown a lot taller. However, his physique hadn't grown to match his new height. Eugene glanced at Eward's barely muscled limbs. He also noted Eward's dull, spiritless eyes. As for his gray hair, which could be called a symbol of the Lionhart clan along with their sigillet, looked as dry and lifeless as withered blades of grass. That fucking bastard. Eugene's eyes began to burn with an inner fire as he looked at Eward. With an appearance like that, he's practically bragging about how he's regularly getting his life force sucked away by succubi. Lovelyan chided Eward, shouldn't you at least come out to greet your younger brother? Ahem, with an awkward cough, Eward looked up at Eugene. I'm not quite sure what I should say. It's nice to meet you, big brother. Eugene put some force into his voice as he glared at Eward. Let's get along well from now on. Oh, all right. Eward nodded in agreement as he avoided meeting Eugene's intense gaze. Then, being careful not to draw Lovelyan's ire, Eward slowly began backing away. What do you even think you're doing? If you have nothing else to do, go upstairs and at least read a book. Lovelyan spat out this order as he turned his gaze away from Eward. If it wasn't for the fact that Eward was a sign of the Lionhart clan's direct line, and if it hadn't been a request from his old friend Gilead, Lovelyan would have never allowed Eward to remain in his tower. It had already been several years since Lovelyan had begun experiencing this internal conflict between his friendship with Gilead and his desire to expel Eward. Yes, sir, Eward crept away with his shoulders slumped. Without looking at the wretched appearance of Eward's receding figure, Lovelyan let out a long sigh. Really now, please accept my regrets for showing you such shameful sights as soon as you've arrived, Lovelyan apologized. Eugene accepted the apology. Don't worry, it's fine. As for that earlier commotion, well, as Hira has told you, it's quite a common incident for the Red Tower of Magic. Though a serious disturbance like today's is rare. As Lovelyan smiled bitterly, he shot a glance at Hira and said, So I've heard from Gilead that you are unwilling to receive personal lessons in magic from me. Eugene explained, It's just that I don't want to burden you unnecessarily, head wizard. Well, that's fine with me. But I just hope that you live up to my expectations, Eugene, Lovelyan admitted. Lovelyan appreciated Eugene's explanation. Although he had already realized this 4 years ago, the boy in front of him showed a depth of consideration that belied his age. Though rather than consideration, would it be better to call it calculation, Lovelain mused to himself. This wasn't an easy judgment to make. Lovelain didn't know much about Eugene, nor had they spent much time together. Well, it was fine either way. It was better to be overly considerate than to be shameless despite your lacking ability, and it was better to be calculating than to be greedy and stupid. I'm not fully confident that I will be able to live up to your expectations, Eugene replied, as he took a step back, waving a sword, thrusting a spear, swinging an axe. These are the things that I'm most confident in. From a young age, I was sure that I had a talent for these, but magic is a field of study that I have absolutely no experience with, so I don't dare to say that I have the talent for it. These words also appealed to Lovelain. It showed that Eugene's mentality was much better than Eward's, who lacked both motivation and effort. Eugene continued his explanation also. If I personally learn magic from Master Lovelain, many people will look at the Lionhart clan with dissatisfaction. So, for the time being, I would like to study the field of magic on my own. Very well, then let's do it like that. Lovelain nodded his agreement with a warm smile. Unless you ask me to, Eugene, I will not interfere with your studies. However, since it will be hard for a beginner to begin studying the field of magic all alone, if you ever need help, feel free to ask me for assistance at any time. Yes, sir. Have you arranged for a place to stay? No, I haven't found one yet. In that case, just stay in the tower. It might not be as luxurious as the main family's mansion, but it's an adequate place to live. Is it okay for me to move in right away? There's no reason why you shouldn't. At Lovelain's cheerful answer, Eugene also smiled broadly. Eugene had hoped that he would be able to stay in the tower. That was why he hadn't even gone looking for a place to stay beforehand. Eugene asked, if that's the case, would it be alright if I take a look at the library first? 1. Tower Master and Head Wizard are both used for the same position of Tower Master. They are sometimes used alternately, specifically when addressing the person in question. Adding this note, in case any of you are confused why Eugene is addressing Lovelain as the Head Wizard. Chapter 31.1. The Red Tower of Magic 2 today as well. Why on earth is a rich young master like him doing something like that? Who knows why he would come all the way to Aeroth just to do that? From what I've heard, even the main family has recognized his talent. Isn't he just trying to attract attention by doing that? As a young master of the Lionhearts, he can attract everyone's attention just by standing there. Why would he feel the need to put on a show like that? It could be possible. After all, he's only from a collateral line, not a potential heir. The young wizards who were currently gathered in the library dislike Eugene. Unlike them, who had entered the Red Tower of Magic after a difficult series of exams, Eugene had been granted entry into the tower just on the virtue of his name as a Lionheart. But they couldn't express their dissatisfaction directly. Openly criticizing Eugene was the same as criticizing Lovelain, the Tower Master. Still, isn't he at least better than that fool, Eward? Don't even think of comparing the two. Of course, he's better than Eward. At least this juvenile young master is actually working hard. Even among these young wizards, many were able to recognize the admirable qualities that a person possessed, despite disliking that person. As they puffed on their cigarettes, the wizards kept glancing at the library's top floor. On that floor, the seat facing the window was practically Eugene's exclusive spot, as he'd been the only one using it for the past month. Of course, it wasn't actually reserved for him, but after Eugene had taken that seat, no one else had dared to sit there. At first, quite a few wizards had approached him with fake smiles. They had all been people who were interested in Eugene's family name, Lionhart. By getting close to the young 17-year-old boy, they were hoping to make connections with the Lionhart clan. But of course Eugene had disregarded such attempts. Isn't the weather today quite pleasant? Isn't that the Beginner's Guide to Magic? Man, I also began learning magic using that book when I was young. If it's alright with you, how about I teach you a bit of magic? Doesn't it get boring spending the whole day inside the library? Young master, since the weather's so nice, why don't we take a walk together? I know a really good restaurant. Whenever these sorts approached, Eugene always gave the same response. I'm fine. Since they were always met with the exact same reply no matter what, at some point, these wizards had stopped approaching Eugene, and he was perfectly okay with that. No one would sit near him, so his surroundings were always empty. And on top of the wide desk, the books that Eugene had selected formed several towers circling him. Inside this enclosed space, the only sound that could be heard was that of pages turning. Although there was a smoking area directly below him, only a few floors down, the cigarette smoke didn't rise as high thanks to the magic that partitioned each floor. Due to that, Eugene could concentrate on reading while breathing in the fresh air. It had already been a month since he had come to the Red Tower of Magic. Without skipping a single day, Eugene had visited the library daily. He was in the library from early in the morning, and only returned to his room when it was late at night. He wasn't just spending all his time on magic. He woke up a few hours before he needed to head to the library each day to train his mana, and before going to sleep, he worked out until he was pouring with sweat. Although this reduced his time spent sleeping, Eugene's gifted body was able to shake off all his fatigue after just a few hours of sleep. With the assistance of mana on top of that, he wouldn't feel more than a little tired, even if he missed a few days of sleep. Yawn. The sun was slowly setting. Eugene glanced up at the last rays of sunset shining through the window. After staring out the window for a few moments, Eugene got up from his seat. He gathered the books strewn across the desk and returned them to their original places. There was no aimless wandering, as Eugene clearly remembered where each book had come from. Not only did he recall their original locations, but Eugene had also memorized the contents of each book he had read. Just by lightly retracing his memory, he was easily able to recall everything he had seen on their pages. Despite initially having a poor grasp of magic, Eugene had begun to increasingly understand the field of magic with each book he read. Even this head of mine proves innately talented. With a grin, Eugene headed down the stairs. In just a month, he had read all the introductory texts of magic that were stored in the Red Tower of Magic's library. At first, the books had been so confusing that it had even been painful to just turn the pages. But the more he had read, the more it all began to make sense. And later on, he had even been able to understand the contents of a book just by skimming over it. Although I'm still only at the theory level for now. For the past month, Eugene had only been reading books. While this had filled in the holes in his knowledge, he had yet to properly begin practicing magic. He had his reasons. Although it was all lumped together as magic, magic actually came in an infinite variety of forms. The more books he had read in the library, the more Eugene had begun to worry about which method would best suit his body. That was why he had only focused on reading books. But now I don't have anything more to read. It went without saying that any wizard who had joined the Red Tower had already achieved public recognition of their skills. So the introductory books on magic provided by the tower weren't meant to be actually used by any of the wizards in the tower, and were instead prepared so that the wizards could use them for research and reference. In other words, they were all famous magical texts that had received public recognition for their reliability. Although there were countless introductory books on magic in the world, if you had read all the introductory texts in the tower, there was no need to read any other introductory text. Now then, shall I give it a go? As Eugene approached the library's front desk, he spoke up. I would like to make the attempt today. The librarian sitting at the desk raised her head to look up at Eugene and said, "It's about time." The librarian was Hera, the wizard Eugene had met on the first day he had arrived at the tower. While the wizards of the tower were usually immersed in the research that they were currently pursuing, Hera had recently finished a research project and was relaxing while working as a librarian. Lovelian had told Eugene to ask him for advice if he had any questions about magic. But it would be bothersome and awkward for Eugene to approach Lovelian with every trivial question he might have. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Perhaps Hera had also noticed this, as she was the first to approach Eugene and make this offer. Thanks to this, during the past month that Eugene had stayed at the tower, he had received help from her several times, and had even gotten to know her quite well. "Where would you like to do it?" Hera asked. "I'd like to use the basement laboratory," Eugene answered. "Please wait one moment. Another librarian should be arriving soon to take over," Hera said as she began tidying up her desk. While waiting for the replacement librarian, Eugene categorized the magical techniques floating around inside his head. Many wizards had purchased residences outside the tower, but most young wizards stayed within the rooms provided by the tower. This went for Eugene as well. Although he had access to a lot of money, living in the tower was much more convenient than buying or renting a residence. Perhaps because the tower had been used to research summoning magic for so long, there were many different types of familiars taking care of the daily chores inside the tower. The rooms were a lot smaller than the annex's rooms at the main estate. Still, they were spacious enough to comfortably live in by yourself, and Eugene was satisfied with them. There was also no need to go to a restaurant. As long as you told them in advance, the familiars would bring the dishes that you ordered up to your room. If he was forced to pick something that he was dissatisfied with, it would be the lack of a gymnasium. But that still wasn't a deal breaker, as one of the many laboratories could substitute for a gymnasium. The only annoying thing was that, since the laboratories on each of the tower floors were reserved for high-ranking wizards, he needed to take an elevator down to the basement to use the laboratory there.